Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 164. New World, Lewis, Kansas. This is an independent kingdom, and also the headquarters lair of the Sea King Yumite. Yumite, the king of shipping, controls more than 80% of New World's business operations. He not only cooperates with many pirates, but also has relationships with marine and even the government of the world. This is the survival rule of the King of the Dark World. Network. If you want to survive in this dangerous world, you need not only strong strength, but also extensive connections. Only in this way can we ensure that our position cannot be shaken. Yumite, the shipping king, eats both black and white, and naturally mixes well. But today, the King of the Dark World encountered a life and death crisis. Meteor volcano. Countless meteorite fists fell from the sky and fell into the palace of Lewis, Kansas. Continuous explosions sounded, and the entire palace instantly turned into a sea of flames. I don't know how many guards and servants were killed by the magma, or burned to ashes by the flames. Call out! A black shadow shot out from the palace and flew to the top of the palace tower. As the King of the Dark World, the strength of the Sea King Yumite himself should not be underestimated, comparable to the naval headquarters elite vice admiral. Magma power, isn't Akainu dead? Yumite looked at the sea of fire around him, his face was ugly. Ha 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 ha, although Akainu is dead, lava fruit will not disappear. Harsh laughter came, and the evil King Pizarro fell from the sky and landed in front of Yumite. Pizarro. You ate lava fruit. That's right, how is it? Is my new ability good? Pizarro said braggingly. Logia lava fruit, there is no one in the world who does not desire this power. Now it has been obtained by Pizarro, of course he has to show off. It was Lucifer, who robbed Akainu of his abilities, and he gave you the lava fruit. The news that Lucifer can plunder devil fruit's ability has spread, and Yumite thought of it instantly. Lucifer sent you. Yumite, the shipping king, was shocked. That's right, Yumite, today is your end. Why? I didn't offend Lucifer. He has no reason to attack Russia. Yumite yelled, I can submit to him and give him all the business, just to let me live. Yumite, the Sea King, is very smart, knowing that he is not Pizarro's opponent, he surrendered before fighting. Compared with power and wealth, life is undoubtedly more important. Originally, I thought that if I offered all my surrender, I could save my life. It's a pity that Yumite underestimated the cruelty of the evil King Pizarro. No need, Yumite, if I kill you, your business will still be mine. Pizarro smiled indifferently, it hasn't been long since I ate lava fruit, let me try your power today. Die, great eruption. Pizarro's right arm turned into lava, and he punched Yumite. The hot magma erupted with high temperature, and the burning space was somewhat distorted. Before the move came, Yumite already felt the heat blowing towards his face. Damn BD! Laozi fights with you. Begging for mercy is not enough, Yumite can only fight to the death. He pulled out his saber, slashed furiously, and collided head-on with Pizarro's magma fist. There was a loud bang, and a powerful shock wave erupted. Yumite's long knife was pitch black, covered with high-density armament Haki, which actually blocked Pizarro's magma fist. However, with Pizarro's roar, the magma fist exploded, directly destroying Yumite's moves. Boom! Pizarro punched Yumite's chest, the hot magma broke Yumite's armament Haki defense, pierced his flesh and blood straight into his chest, and finally burst out from his back. Yumite's internal organs were all burned, his eyes were wide open, blood spurted from his mouth, and then evaporated by the magma. You. Before the last words were finished, Yumite had already stopped breathing. Throwing away Yumite's body, Pizarro laughed, not bad, not bad. Lava fruit is really amazing. After that, Pizarro led his pirates to capture Lewis, Kansas. With the raising of a demon flag, Louis Kansas officially merged into the territory of the Nether Pirates. Pizarro, the villainous king, also became the second shipping king. New World, Flandra. Call. A tornado sandstorm swept across a city and completely destroyed a huge palace. Big Wine Jote emerged from the sandstorm, his face flushed, and he burped. Is it all dead? Jote seemed to be drunk, his eyes were hazy, and after images began to appear in the scene in front of him. Call out. A cold light flashed across Jote's body at lightning speed, cutting him in half instantly. The upper part of Jote's body slipped off, his eyes still hazy. He didn't seem to realize that he was cut in half. Damn BD, it's time to die. The boss of the funeral home, Delagupidro, turned his head and watched Jote, who had been cut in half, being scolded. That's right, this island of Flandra is the home of the funeral director Delagupidro. I thought the battle would be over if Jote was cut in half, but unfortunately, things went beyond Delagu's expectations. I saw Jote's upper body turned into fine sand and flew back to the other half of his body. Soon, Jote returned to his original form. Logia ability user. Dela's face darkened, so gloomy that water dripped out. Damn BD, I don't believe I can't kill you. Dela slashed down angrily with a sickle in his hand. The sickle was pitch black, covering armament Haki. Jote's hazy eyes suddenly focused, and with a wave of his right hand, it directly turned into a huge desert sword, which collided with Delagu's sickle. Zero fur flowers. Clang. With a flash of cold light, Delagu's sickle was cut off directly, and the half-cut blade flew into the air. Delagu's complexion changed drastically, with a terrified expression, and he could only watch helplessly as Jote's desert sword fell head-on. Boom! The ground cracked, and a gully hundreds of meters long was cut out, and all the buildings along the way were split in half from the middle. Same goes for Della Palia. After the attack was over, his body stiffened in place, motionless. Immediately, a line of blood split between his forehead and chest. With the spurt of blood, Delagu's body split in two. Heek! Dead. Jote's eyes returned to the hazy state again. He glanced vaguely at the corpse under his feet, then turned and left. On this day, Farandile was breached, and the Nether Pirates became the new rulers of the island. The Devil's pirate flag flutters in the wind, adding another one to Lucifer's territory. Jote, the Big Wine, became the new leader of the funeral home. Similarly, when Umit and Delagu were liquidated, another hidden master Gibson could not escape the fate of being killed. Berndy Waldo led people to break into Gibson's lair, killed all his men and destroyed everything about him. Compared with Shiryu, Pizarro, and Jote, Waldo's methods are obviously more brutal. None of Gibson's men remained, and Waldo killed them all. The vicious name of World Destroyer made the world tremble once again. During the same period of time, all the Dark World kings of the New World were hunted and killed by the Nether Pirates at the same time, and only Morgans escaped. When Catherine Butterfly led the people to Morgan's lair, it was already empty. Unlike other Dark World kings, Morgans is an informant, and has already received the news that Lucifer is going to hunt him down in advance. In addition, his lair is a spaceship, which can fly in the sky at will. So Morgans fled as soon as he received the news. Owning a flying ship means that Morgans can change the location of his lair at will, and even stay in the sky all the time. It's no wonder that Morgans dared to report the scandals and taboo news of the world government at will without fear of revenge. With the ability to fly, 99% of the means are useless to him. It is also because of this that I want to come to the world's government, and I have not been able to get rid of Morgans. Generally speaking, this hunting operation is relatively complete. Except for Morgans, all the other kings of the Dark World were taken down. After taking over their forces and industries, Lucifer's ghost pirates increased dramatically. Not only enveloped the New World, even the first half of the Grand Line and all over the world, his eyeliner was all over the place. At the same time, the actions of the Nether Pirates quickly spread throughout the world. The horror of the Nether Pirates once again caught the attention of the world. Chapter 165. Hey, have you guys heard? 4 Emperors Lucifer has taken action against the King of the Dark World and New World. The Sea King you meet and the funeral director Delagu are all dead. Of course I heard that through this battle, Lucifer has completely ruled 70% of the Dark World. Today's Nether Pirates are already the most powerful and terrifying force in New World. That's right, even the Whitebeard pirates can't compare to him. Do you think Lucifer will declare war on the Whitebeard pirates next? Lucifer is so powerful, shouldn't he stop expanding his power? I think he must want to rule the whole New World. Not only the Whitebeard pirates, but even the Red Hair pirates and Beasts pirates will be Lucifer's target. Maybe, Lucifer can really overthrow the world government. Ha 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 ha. In an outlaw island tavern in the New World, countless pirates and bounty hunters are talking about Lucifer. You said, should we seek refuge with Lucifer? With Lucifer on the 993 mountain, we will not be afraid of anyone. Don't think about it, the Nether Pirates only want monsters. With your 3-legged skills, you can't even see the gate of the Nether Pirates. Who said? Lao Zi is also a pirate with a bounty of 37 million Baileys. He is very powerful, right? 3700. One by one, the pirates showed the expression that you are teasing me. The pirates offering a reward of 37 million Baileys are not even qualified to be cannon fodder for Lucifer. How did a guy like that get into the New World? Actually, there is still a chance to join the Nether Pirates. A pirate said suddenly. What chance? Everyone looked at the pirate at the same time. The pirate sneered and said, Lord Lucifer has already said that anyone who can kill a celestial dragon with his own hands will be granted Lucifer's protection. If you dare, hunt the celestial dragons. Once you succeed, you will be a member of the Nether Pirates. Real. All the pirates in the tavern were moved. Of course it's true. The pirate stood up, showing the laughing demon logo on his shoulder and said proudly, I am a member of the Nether Pirates. My elder brother's second uncle's cousin's younger sister is the woman of the captain of the 13th team under Lord Pizarro's command. How could I lie to you? Seeing that the pirates were members of the Nether Pirates, all the pirates in the tavern showed reverence. It turned out to be the eldest brother of the Nether Pirates, whom I have admired for a long time. Sit down, I am treating guests today, boss, and I will serve a table of good wine and food. Call some more dancers over. Although that man was just an inconspicuous young man in the Nether Pirates, the pirates in the tavern still flattered him very much. This is the deterrent power of the Nether Pirates now. Brother, younger brother hit it off with you. It's not as good as Hong Kong Fuxing brothers. That's right, from now on, we will share the blessings and share the hardships. Please take care of me. I think so too. Ha 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 ha, easy to talk about. Being praised by a group of pirates, that miscellaneous fish pirate's brain is already dizzy, and he feels that he is at the pinnacle of his life. In the corner, a shirtless pirate snorted in a low voice, with an angry expression on his face, is Lucifer really so powerful that a trash fish is so arrogant? Of course it is true. According to the information I have received, Lucifer's influence spreads all over New World, Grand Line, and even the whole world. It is bigger than we imagined. Not only Lucifer, but all the codders under him are monsters. This group of people is none other than the Jack of Spades pirates. The angry pirate is none other than Fire Fist Ace. After months of sailing, they finally broke into New World. Ace said, no matter what, the old man's revenge must be avenged. Now that we have entered the New World, the target of the challenge is Lucifer. Ace went to sea to surpass Luoji and become the strongest pirate. Originally his primary target was Whitebeard, but now, he has switched his primary target to Lucifer. Don't be impulsive, Ace. Diaz said, with our current strength, it is impossible to defeat Lucifer. I suggest that we find one of Lucifer's cadres first to try their strength. Yes, Seuss has a point. Just a few of us, it's too stupid to run to the door to challenge the tens of thousands of nether pirates. This matter needs to be discussed in the long run. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The other members of the Spades Jack Pirates agreed with Decis's suggestion. Ace thought for a while, nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it this way, then who shall we choose first?" In fact, Ace knows nothing about the nether pirates. Ace usually doesn't read newspapers at all, and doesn't pay attention to the news in the world. Except for one Lucifer, he doesn't know any other cadres. Diaz shook his head, a little helpless, and then took out a stack of reward orders, all of which belonged to the nether pirates. These are the cadres under Lucifer, all of them are monsters, and among them there are 5 of them who have the same Logia ability as you. Raytheon Enel, a Logia Thunder Fruit capable user, has a bounty of 1,028,000,000 Baileys. Villain Geisa, a Logia Gas Fruit capable user, with a bounty of 622 million Baileys. Shiryu of the Rain, Logia's Blood Fruit ability user, has a bounty of 895 million Baileys. Evil King Pizarro, Logia Lava Fruit capable user, offers a bounty of 838 million Baileys. Big Wine Chote, a Logia Sand Fruit capable user, with a bounty of 755 million Baileys. 0. There are also these cadres, all of whom are big pirates with a bounty of more than 500 million. Choose one yourself. When the members of the Jack of Spades pirates saw this stack of reward orders, they all turned blue with fright. It's 700 million, 800 million, 900 million, or even 1 billion at every turn, which is simply too scary. This is not the first time they have seen the reward order of the nether pirates, but no matter how many times they have seen it, they can't help but feel panicked. The members of the nether pirates are too terrifying, and none of the core cadres' bounties are lower than 500 million Baileys. Some other high-ranking cadres are all great pirates with a reward of 300 to 400 million, and any one of them in New World will be a powerful person on the Megatron side. As for the Jack of Spades pirates, the ace with the highest bounty is only 400 million Baileys. If possible, they don't want to provoke the nether pirates. But alas, they couldn't. Because they have an impulsive and brainless captain. Although they are afraid, this is what Ace wants to do, even if they sacrifice their lives, they will not hesitate. Ace and Luffy have one thing in common, that is, the companions they find are very loyal, and it is impossible for them to betray. No matter what kind of enemy they face or what kind of desperate situation they are in, they can live and die together. It was the first time for Ace to see the bounty order of the nether pirates, and seeing it directly made his mouth dry. I don't know if I don't look at it, but I'm startled when I look at it. Ace finally knows what kind of horror the nether pirates are. Compared with the Jack of Spades pirates and the nether pirates, it is simply the difference between ants and elephants. Looking at the reward in his hand, Ace dismissed the idea of challenging Lucifer for a short time. He is impulsive, and sometimes has no brains, but he is not an idiot. 5.3. Ace scrolled down the reward order, excluded all the previous core cadres, and finally chose a senior cadre. That's him. Ace drew out the reward order and put it in front of everyone. The poisonous scorpion, Martin Nasuz, has a bounty of 435 million Baileys. Everyone looked at the reward order at the same time, and nodded in unison, "Okay, let's choose him as our first battle into New World." The bounty of 435 million is more than Ace's 400 million, but the members of the Jack of Spades pirates are very confident. The bounty cannot fully represent the strength. Only they know how strong Ace is. It just so happens that the site guarded by the poisonous scorpion is not far from here. The deputy captain, Diaz, was in charge of intelligence. Knowing that Ace and Lucifer had a feud, he learned all the information that the nether pirates could understand. After determining the target, Ace and his team went straight on the road. It took them 2 days to reach the island guarded by the poisonous scorpion Nasuz. Chapter 166. Fire Punch. Ace hit the poisonous scorpion's chest with one punch, sending it flying 100 meters away. The poisonous scorpion climbed up from the ruins, spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of anger. "Damn bastards, do you know whose territory this is? This is the territory of that terrifying demon, Lord Lucifer. Dare to act wild here, don't you want to live?" Ace flew up with a punch, his arm turned into a giant flaming fist and roared, "Stop talking so much nonsense, I'm looking for Lucifer." Boom! The poisonous scorpion's hands turned into huge scorpion pincers, covering armament Haki to block the blow, and at the same time, the scorpion tail flicked Ace flying. "Arrogant brat, if you want to challenge Lord Lucifer, you are still 110,000 years away. You all die here." Nasuz completely turned into a poisonous scorpion, and the huge scorpion pincers aimed at Ace and smashed it head-on, sending him flying 100 meters away with one blow. The Spadejack pirates wanted to rush up, but were stopped by Ace. Ace wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared, "Don't meddle, this is a battle between me and him." Nasuz sneered, "Arrogant brat, you have a lot of backbone. But you picked the wrong opponent. Laozi is not a piece of trash in the paradise, it is impossible to be defeated by you. Die!" The huge poisonous scorpion rampaged, rushing towards Ace, and at the same time, 2 huge 10-scorpion claws opened, pinching towards Ace's neck. Nasuz is a Zoan poisonous scorpion fruit-capable person. The scorpion pincers are not only extremely powerful, but also very sharp. After covering armament Haki, pinching steel is like pinching tofu. Ace's lower body turned into flames, and with the help of the flames, he soared into the sky, avoiding the ultimate move, and at the same time shot several flame spears through the body of the poisonous scorpion Nasuz. Rumble! The flaming spear exploded, severely wounding Nasuz. Boom! 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 The fierce fighting lasted for a day and a night, and finally came to an end in the early morning of the next day. The poisonous scorpion Nasuz was seriously injured and fell to the ground, without a trace of strength to fight. Ace was also covered in cuts and bruises, with wounds all over his body, and one arm was broken. At the same time, his face turned blue, and the blood at the wound turned black, obviously he had been poisoned by the scorpion. Nasuz's scorpion fruit ability is highly poisonous, and those who are not strong enough will die of poison immediately if they touch a little bit. Ace can last a day and a night, which shows that he has tenacious vitality and is a monster. Looking at Nasuz who fell to the ground, Ace spit out a mouthful of blood with teeth, and turned to leave. And at this moment, Nasuz spoke in an intermittent voice, "Fire Fist Ace, do you know what you are about to face?" Ace didn't look back, and said coldly, "Of course, that's why I came here." Nasuz sneered, "You'll soon know what real fear is. Those who have never met Lord Lucifer will never know how terrifying he is. Fire Fist Ace, I am looking forward to the day when you will collapse and despair." Ha 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 ha. Nasuz the scorpion laughed loudly, but Ace remained silent. He just snapped his fingers, and a green spark fell on Nasuz. Rumble! The green sparks exploded, completely devouring the poisonous scorpion Nasuz. "Come on, let's leave." Ace returned to his companion and gave the order. Seeing Ace covered in bruises, the ship's doctor hurriedly said, "I'd better heal your wounds first, and detoxify. Otherwise there is no need for Lucifer to hunt you down, you will be poisoned to death soon." "Ah, is it?" Ace himself felt nothing. However, as soon as he said the words, he suddenly felt dark in front of his eyes, and passed out directly in the arms of Deus. It turned out that everything he had done before was to support himself. The scorpion Nasuz is strong, although Ace managed to defeat him but was seriously injured himself. Coupled with the highly poisonous body invasion, Ace is already at the end of his strength at this moment. Quick, get Ace on board. Diaz and his gang hurriedly transported Ace to the pirate ship and gave him emergency treatment at the same time. Looking at the sleepy Ace, Diaz and his group all looked solemn, with the lingering worry on their brows. Although they successfully defeated the poisonous scorpion Nasuz, everyone was not happy at all. They all know what to expect next. Defeating the poisonous scorpion Nasuz is just the beginning, and then the ghost pirates will hunt them down until they die. The poisonous scorpion Nasuz has a bounty of 430 million baileys. Such a guy is just a senior coder of the Nether Pirates. As for such senior coders, Lucifer has at least 30 under his command. Defeat one, and Ace has already lost half his life. If they match up to 30, they will surely die. What's more, there are core coders behind the senior coders, all big pirates with a bounty of more than 500 million. There are also terrifying monsters with a bounty of more than 1 billion. Thinking of the strength of the Nether Pirates, the members of the Spades Jack Pirates felt their hearts beating wildly, as if they were about to suffocate. The ship's doctor said, "Deus, let's find a place to hide for a while." Ace's injury plus poisoning takes at least 2 weeks of recuperation to heal. Deus nodded, "Okay, that's the decision." Everyone set sail, deviated directly from the channel, and chose to go to an uninhabited desert island. Everyone in the Spades Jack Pirates knew that Ace was seriously injured at the moment, and if they were to be pursued by the Nether Pirates, they would surely die. Among the Jack of Spades Pirates, only Ace has a strong combat power, and the strength of the other members is really average. The reason why he was able to break into the New World was all thanks to Ace alone. New World Seas of all nations, Wheat Island Palace. Lucifer was lying on a beach chair, and there were more than 30 beauties playing in the indoor swimming pool. Lucifer was surrounded by 2 beautiful blondes, offering him drinks and food. This kind of life is really depraved. Lucifer took a sip from his wine glass, looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, and let out a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, wine is a poison that pierces the intestines, and S*X is a steel knife that scrapes the bones, killing people's will. But Lucifer thinks he is not indulging in S*X, he is exercising his will. The color of wine is in the front, but the heart is as firm as a stone, and immovable as a mountain. Master Lucifer, come down and play together. Yeah, come down for a swim. It's so hot, let's go into the water to cool down. Several beauties winked at Lucifer in the swimming pool, their voices full of temptation. Okay. Lucifer smiled faintly, got up, and jumped into the swimming pool directly. His word spirit fruit has no side effects of being afraid of water, and can swim freely in the water without revealing fatal flaws. Come and catch me. Come on. Oh, my ankle is sprained, can you rub it for me? Master Lucifer. Lucifer had a great time with a group of beauties. The maid baby came over suddenly. She watched the game in the pool and rolled her eyes. Lord Lucifer, something happened to 677. BABY5 said. Lucifer came to the edge of the pool and said, just tell me what's going on. BABY5 said, Fire Fist Ace attacked Iron Tree Island. Poisonous Scorpion Martin Nasuz died in battle. Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Fire Fist Ace. That's right, it's him, the most outstanding supernova pirate this year, who has already rushed into New World. Lucifer smiled playfully, the brat is really brave now, are you staring at my head? Or, does he have another purpose? When outsiders hear about this incident, they will only think that Fire Fist Ace is going to challenge Lucifer's 4 Emperors status. After all, it is not uncommon for supernova pirates to challenge the 4 Emperors every year. In the past, Whitebeard was the strongest player in the world, so he received the most challenges every year. Now Lucifer is the strongest in the world, so it's not surprising that the pirates turned their guns on him. But Lucifer felt that this incident was not so simple. He knows Ace very well. This invasion of his territory must have something to do with him killing Garp. Are you trying to avenge that old guy? Baby5 asked, Captain, what should we do? Lucifer smiled coldly, what should I do? Do you still need to ask? Killing my men is declaring war on me. Let Shiryu go, Nasuz the Scorpion is one of his subordinates anyway. The subordinates were killed. As the captain, he naturally wants to avenge his subordinates. Yes, I see. Baby5 stepped back immediately after receiving the order. Lucifer took a look at Ace's reward order, then threw it aside, and started training his will again with the blonde beauty. Chapter 167. Fire Fist Ace, you really are an arrogant brat. In a room, Shiryu of the Rain took good care of his beloved knife, biting a cigar at the corner of his mouth, revealing a sneer. He already knew the news that his subordinate Scorpion was killed, and he also received the order from Lucifer. At this time, a pirate came to report, Master Shiryu, the ship is ready. Shiryu put the knife back into its sheath, spat out the cigar, and said indifferently, send my order, set sail to sea. Yes, troublemaker. Soon, Shiryu of the Rain took his men out to sea. New World, Whitebeard Pirates, Moby DK. A group of pirates sat on the deck and had a banquet, and the topic of discussion was mostly the Nether pirates. Even they feel threatened as Lucifer continues to expand his power. At the same time, they are also very interested in the newcomer Fire Fist Ace. After all, this was the first person who dared to challenge Lucifer's majesty after Lucifer's reputation spread. The current rookie is really brave, I admire him a little bit. A pirate is holding a newspaper, and the news of Fire Fist Ace defeating the poisonous scorpion Nasuz is impressively published in the newspaper. At the same time, the bounty of Fire Fist Ace was raised to 500 million Baileys because of this battle. This guy is not simple. With the ability of Logia, it is reasonable to be arrogant. Logia Maramara fruit, why are the newbies so lucky? A pirate is a little envious. These pirates have been in New World for more than 10 years, but they haven't come across a good fruit. However, the newly emerged newcomers of these people all have powerful fruit abilities. Not to mention Lucifer's speech fruit, it is simply heaven-defying. This year's Fire Fist Ace also got the Logia ability, and it's the Logia Fire ability. The luck of the newcomers really made them, the old pirates, extremely envious and jealous. Envy is envy, but this newcomer is too arrogant, even if he gets the ability of Logia, he won't live long. Diamond Jaws suddenly said. Yeah, it's Lucifer he messed with after all. It's a flash in the pan, it's a pity. The qualifications are very good, and the courage is also great, but it is a pity that he is a short-lived ghost. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates are not optimistic about Ace, and no one thinks that he can survive the pursuit of the ghost pirates. Captain Whitebeard sat on the sofa, also looking at Ace's reward in his hand. For some reason, he looked at this young man with a feeling of familiarity. Looking at Ace, Whitebeard seemed to see the shadow of an old friend. At this moment, a pirate came and reported, Father, the Redhead sent someone to deliver a letter to you. Red hair. Whitebeard looked at the man, and the other pirates at the party stopped talking. Bring him. Yes, Father. Soon, a pirate was brought to the Moby DK. This is a letter from our captain, please accept it. This pirate looks like a veteran at first glance, not a rookie who just entered the new world. He was very humble when delivering the letter, after all, he was surrounded by a group of monsters. While he has redheads behind him, he's up against Whitebeard. He dared not be arrogant or presumptuous. The red-haired letter? It's really hard for you. Whitebeard took the letter, but tore it up without even looking at it. Hey you! The pirate's expression changed drastically, and he quickly picked up the scraps of paper on the ground. What are you doing? The captain said, the content inside is very important. Whitebeard smiled indifferently, you actually sent someone to deliver a letter to me, when did that brat become so annoying? Whitebeard took a sip of fine wine from the jug and said, although I didn't read the letter, I already guessed what he was going to tell me. Go back and tell him, if you have anything to talk to me about, come to me with good wine. Go back quickly if you understand, I don't want to talk to the kid who is still running nose. Whitebeard looked down on the pirates from a high position, and the huge contrast between the two of them brought tremendous pressure on the pirates. The pirate wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word after he stuttered, his legs went limp, and he slumped down on the deck. Afterwards, the pirate left in despair. The members of the Whitebeard pirates didn't laugh at him aloud, because it was only natural to run away from Whitebeard. Marco came to Whitebeard, stared at a pair of dead fish eyes and said, "The Redhead sent us a letter at this time, it should be for Lucifer." Marco is not an idiot, he also vaguely guessed something. Whitebeard didn't answer, just looked at the sea in the distance with complicated eyes. After the red hair heard the news, he smiled boldly and set sail immediately. Whitebeard would make such a move, he had expected it. After Lucifer defeated 4 Emperors Big Mom, this is the second time the 4 Emperors pirates have come into contact head-on. All forces were shocked when they received the news, and even naval headquarters and the world government were shaken. As you all know, the Redhead has been in contact with Whitebeard. In the naval headquarters meeting room, a grand meeting is being held. There were a lot more people attending this meeting. After the world conscription, Marine's elite has been replenished, whether it is low-level soldiers or high-level combat power, all are better than before. Marine 3 Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and Fujitora sit in the front row, and Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral sit in the rear. Whitebeard got in touch with Redheads, what was it for? It's hard to imagine the two of them coming together. The frontal contact of the 4 Emperors is too dangerous. It would be great if they went to war, and Marine could still benefit from it, just in case they unite. There was a lot of discussion among the Marine executives, and the meeting room was noisy. "Okay, be quiet." Marshal Sengoku gave a loud shout, and the conference room immediately fell into dead silence. Sengoku said, "According to the information we have received so far, the Redhead and Whitebeard have not yet been in contact with each other. But our insiders have sent back the news that the actions of the two people this time are probably because of Lucifer." Lucifer. Could it be that Whitebeard and Redhead are teaming up to take on Lucifer? Some Marine Vice Admiral beamed. Among pirates, dog eats dog, they like to hear it the most. If Whitebeard and Redhead join forces, even if they can't completely defeat Lucifer, they can still cause heavy losses to the ghost pirates. Marine is happy to see this happen. After all, the power of the Nether pirates is too huge now, and even naval headquarters, who strengthened their strength through world conscription, is extremely afraid. Exactly. Sengoku said, "Lucifer has been threatening Redhead and Whitebeard while expanding his territory and power in New World. Though the two of them have no conflict with Lucifer, they are competitors. If Lucifer is allowed to expand his power, sooner or later it will threaten the two of them. Whitebeard and Redhead are not stupid, so naturally they won't let them go. If Whitebeard and Redhead team up on Lucifer, don't we have a chance?" A Marine Vice Admiral exclaimed. "That's right, Whitebeard and Redhead teamed up, and even Lucifer has to fight with all his might. No matter who wins the battle between the 3 royal-level pirate groups, he will suffer heavy losses. When the time comes, it will be our Marine's best chance to catch them all." Zhanyos. Many Marine Vice Admirals looked excited and very excited. Especially the Hawks Marine Vice Admiral, one by one clenched their weapons, their bodies were already trembling because they were so excited. Sengoku said in a deep voice, "Starting today, we will closely monitor every move of New World, and we must not miss anything related to the Red Hair Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and Ghost Pirates. As soon as there is news, report to Naval Headquarters immediately. At the same time, gather the army, strengthen training, and be ready to go to war at any time. Obey." All Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral stood up at the same time and shouted loudly. Fujitora, Aokiji, you two lead the troops to the New World G1 branch first, and wait for my next order. Yes. Finally there is a place for my next donkey. Aokiji and Fujitora also stood up. After the order was issued, Marine's large fleet set off from Red Harbor below the Red Line. There are more than 50 Marine warships, with as many as 50,000 people. This is just the first batch, there will be more to come. After world conscription, naval headquarters is stronger than ever. As long as there is an order, tens of millions can be summoned in the shortest time. Chapter 168. The actions of the Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates naturally cannot be hidden from Lucifer's eyes. Hey Captain, Redhead and Whitebeard are teaming up, shall we just watch? In the Palace of Wheat Island of all nations, the core cadres of the Nether Pirates are all listed. If you want me to say it, just hit it directly. Enel roared loudly, with our current strength, the Redheads and the Whitebeard Pirates don't need to be taken seriously at all. Ha 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 ha, I think so too. After drinking a jug of fine wine, Pizarro laughed loudly. Captain Lucifer, let's declare war directly. I also want to find more opponents for lava fruit. Hi. The big wine chode hiccuped and said drunkenly, if there is a war, I have no objection. Captain Lucifer. Just waiting for your order. Enel, Cavendish, Pizarro, Choate, and others all set their sights on Lucifer. Lucifer shook the wine glass lightly, then smiled playfully, no hurry, let them join forces if they want to join forces. 4 emperors is too weak, 2 are more interesting together. My next target is not Redhead and Whitebeard, but Kaido. Last time I let that stupid dragon escape, this time I just got rid of him completely. Kaido. Everyone's eyes flickered. Kaido's words are also good, it happens that his territory is adjacent to ours. That's right, after dealing with Kaido, we'll take over his island. In this way, half of New World will be our territory. Ha 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 ha, then choose Kaido. Everyone roared loudly, and Pizarro suddenly said, it's a pity that Zilliu can't come back in time, and he can't participate in this all-out war. Oh? Has he not come back yet? Cavendish asked suspiciously. Enel laughed mockingly, he won't capsize in the gutter and be knocked down by a newcomer, right? Ha 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 ha, it's really possible. If it's true, it's fun. Berndy Waldo said with a sinister smile, Captain Lucifer, if the mission fails, you should die as an apology, right? Call out. Before the words were finished, a round of bloody slashes suddenly shot in from the outside, aiming at Waldo and flying away. Waldo reacted instantly, punching out with a pitch-black fist, smashing the bloody slash to pieces. Shiryu of the Rain walked in from the outside and smiled coldly, who said I would be defeated? Laozi is not the same as you idiots. Especially you, Valdo. Waldo withdrew his fist, snorted coldly, and did not respond. Lucifer looked at Shiryu, smiled lightly, it's all settled. Of course. Shiryu of the Rain said, the entire Jack of Spades pirates have been destroyed, and they should all be dead. Should. Lucifer frowned. Pizarro suddenly said, Shiryu, why didn't you capture Fire Fist Ace alive? You know, he is a Logia Maramara fruit-capable person. If he is captured alive and killed by the captain, he can recover another Logia Devil Fruit. Yeah, that's right. A Logia Devil Fruit is very rare. Shiryu of the Rain shook his head, I didn't think about it that much, I only remembered it after the battle. Fire Fist has been thrown into the sea by me. He was seriously injured, lost consciousness and fell into a coma. There is no way he can survive. He should have been buried in the belly of a fish by now. Oh, what a pity. Everyone felt a little pity. After all, that's a top Logia Devil Fruit. Okay, it's gone, it's just a devil fruit. Lucifer said, we're going to fight Kaido soon, and Beast's Pirates has a lot of powerful abilities. That's right, as long as Beast's Pirates is popular, there are plenty of powerful fruit abilities. The beast's pirates are full of Zoan ancient species, and their power is also very powerful. Some senior cotters in the hall were all very excited. The core cotters are almost all capable, even if there is devil fruit, they can't eat it. If there are any gains in this war, they must be the ones who eat devil fruit. Okay, let's go and raise the army. Inuarashi, Nekomushiru, and fur warriors have arrived, right? Lucifer looked at Inuarashi and Nekomamushi and asked. My lord, I arrived 2 days ago. Inuarashi and Maumushi said respectfully. Okay, this time I will give you a chance to fulfill your wish. Yes, Master Lucifer. Both Inuarashi and Nekomushi are very excited. They have been waiting for this day in their dreams, and now the opportunity for revenge has finally come. Thinking of Kaido, the two of them felt cold and murderous. Lucifer looked around at the crowd and gave an order, call 30,000 troops and set off in 3 days for Wano Kuni. Obey. Many cotters stood up at the same time and responded with one voice. Watching everyone leave, Lucifer's smile slightly restrained. He instinctively felt that Fire Fist Ace was not dead yet. Generally speaking, those with abilities who fall into the sea are bound to die. But Ace is different, he is the son of Luoji, and his luck is very strong. Having been hunted down, falling into the sea, trying to survive from death. Back. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a protagonist template. The general protagonist, after suffering a disastrous defeat, will have an adventure, and in the end, his strength will increase greatly and he will come back for revenge. Lucifer feels that the current Ace seems to have triggered the protagonist template. Would someone like me, travel to this world at this time, replace the dying Fire Fist Ace, and change his life from heaven-defying? Lucifer's mind was wide open, and this outrageous idea suddenly jumped into his mind. No, there should be no rash. Lucifer smiled playfully, dispelling the outrageous thoughts from his mind. 3 days later, Lucifer led the Nether Pirates fleet out to sea, and 100 pirate ships headed for Wano Kuni. Lucifer didn't cover his tracks, so many people received the news. Naval headquarters, Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates all received the news immediately. They have their own responses to Lucifer's actions. Of course, the key is Beast's Pirates. After all, Lucifer is targeting them this time. Damn kid, is it finally here? If you want to fight, Lao Zi will fight with you. New World, Wano Kuni and Kaido were furious, and the roar spread throughout the Onigashima palace. Yan Calamity Jin said, according to the news from the spies, Lucifer is coming in a menacing manner this time. More than 100 pirate ships alone have arrived, with a total force of more than 30,000 people. 30,000 people! Plague Quinn was taken aback, his eyes almost came out. You know, the total strength of their beasts' pirates is only around 20,000. Comparing the two pirate groups, Lucifer's Nether Pirates far surpassed the beasts' pirates both in terms of high-level combat power and the number of bottom-level pirates. In this battle, their odds of winning are slim. This battle is not easy to fight. Yet, what should I do? You ask me? Who do I ask? Black Maria, Phosphao and others looked at each other, and they could all see the trace of fear in each other's eyes. In fact, whether it is Yin, Quinn, Black Maria, etc., they want to say that the best way now is to retreat. It was still several days before Lucifer reached Wano Kuni, long enough for them to evacuate. At that time, Lucifer can only get a sky island when he comes to Wano Kuni, and the elite of Beast's Pirates can be saved. As long as they're around, the Beast's Pirates have a chance to make a comeback. However, none of them dared to propose this idea, because it was impossible. Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the world, even if he dies, he will not flee without a fight. If they propose to retreat at this time, it will only anger Kaido. Maybe before the words were finished, Kaido's mace fell down. At that time, before Lucifer came, Kaido had already sent them on the road first. Hey Yin, are all the things I asked you to prepare ready? After Kaido vented, he looked at Yan Calamity and asked with a low growl. Yes, Captain Kaido, I'm ready. Okay, call everyone back to Wano Kuni. Lao Zi will turn Wano Kuni into Lucifer's tomb, let him be completely buried here. Yes, Captain Kaido. Yan Huajin listened to the order and immediately went down to convey the order. At the same time, Quinn, Black Maria, and others also thought of a series of preparations that Kaido had made before. Since losing to Lucifer last time, Kaido has been looking for ways to deal with Lucifer. After such a long period of preparation, the means are finally ready. Thinking of those things, Quinn and the others felt more confident. Chapter 169. Cuckoo, Cuckoo. A flock of seagulls flew across the sky, a huge pirate ship floated across the sea, and the flag of the Whitebeard pirates was clearly visible. On the Moby Dick, a group of pirates started a new day out of boredom. As members of the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, they lived comfortably, and no one dared to attack the ship. Even if there is a fight, it will soon be defeated by Papa Whitebeard, and it is not their turn to make a move. A pirate stood on the side of the ship, looking left and right with a telescope, looking for the island. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in his line of sight. After focusing his eyes, he found that it was a broken board with a person lying on it. He knew that person, and he had just seen his reward order a few days ago. Hey, come quickly, there is a situation. The pirate uttered a cry, and 3 more pirates came over. What's the matter, did you find the enemy? Impossible. No, it's a downcast. The pirate pointed forward and said. The pirate next to him rolled his eyes and smiled. Why are the victims so surprised? In New World, there are countless people in distress every day, so what's the deal? No, that man is Fire Fist. The pirate handed the telescope to the person next to him and said. Fire Punch. It's really him. The pirate took a look through the binoculars and found that it was Ace of the Fire Fist. How? Do you want to save him? It stands to reason that pirates have no obligation to save lives. But Huoquan is obviously not an ordinary person, they hesitated for a while. Get him up. Suddenly a voice came. Several pirates turned their heads and saw that it was Marco. Captain Marco, do you really want to save him? He is the enemy Lucifer wants to kill. That's right, judging by his current situation, he must have suffered a disastrous defeat just now, maybe it was done by the Nether pirates. Saving Fire Fist Ace means making enemies with Lucifer. None of the pirates wanted to confront Lucifer for no reason. Marco stared at a pair of dead fish eyes and said, it doesn't matter, just rescue him. At this time, it is meaningless to say that you are an enemy of Lucifer. Although on the bright side, the Nether pirates and the Whitebeard pirates have never been in contact. But Marco knew that sooner or later, the Whitebeard pirates would fight the Ghost pirates. With Lucifer's ambitions, that day will come soon. Since they are destined to confront each other, of course they don't have to worry about offending Lucifer in advance. Soon, several pirates rescued Ace on the pirate ship. After seeing Ace's miserable appearance, the pirates suddenly took a deep breath. The pirates on the ship saw the situation here and came over one after another. After seeing the wound on Ace's body, they all gasped. It's just that Ace's injury is too serious. There were sword marks all over his body, and there were more than 200 wounds, large and small. Among them, the lower abdomen and left chest were pierced, an unknown number of ribs were broken, and 2 arms were fractured. An ordinary person would have died 100 times with such an injury. But Ace is still alive. Although the breath is very weak, the flame of life of this guy is still lingering. Monster, this guy is a monster. With such a serious injury, how did he survive? Is he a capable person? He was seriously injured and fell into the sea and survived. It's amazing. A group of pirates looked at the unconscious Ace with shock in their eyes. Okay, don't even look at it, save people first. Whitebeard said, Marco, it's up to you. This kid is good, don't let him die. Seeing Ace with his own eyes, Whitebeard felt more and more that this kid was like someone he knew. It was this feeling that kept Whitebeard from reviving Ace. Don't worry, Dad. Marco stepped forward and released blue flames to envelop Ace. Marco is a Zoan phantom beast with the ability of the phoenix fruit. His flame does not have the characteristics of ordinary flames and cannot burn things, but it has a powerful healing ability. Under the burning of the phoenix flame, the wound on Ace's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, his breath gradually recovered, and his heart beat more and more powerfully. After some treatment, most of Ace's wounds were healed. But the penetrating wounds on the lower abdomen and chest and the broken bones all over the body did not heal so quickly. The phoenix flame also has a limit to the healing of others, and it is impossible to quickly heal the seriously injured and dying Ace. Okay, his life has been saved, let's send him down to rest first. Marco retracted the phoenix flame and said. Watching Ace being sent away, Foil Vista suddenly said, Lucifer is really ruthless in attacking. It's only been a few days, and Fire Fist almost died. Hehe, it wasn't Lucifer who made the shot. If Lucifer did it himself, Fire Fist Ace would have been dead with 100 lives. To be able to escape from the pursuit of the Nether Pirates, the strength of the Fire Fist is good, and the luck is good enough. Many members of the Whitebeard Pirates admire the fact that they successfully escaped from the pursuit of the Nether Pirates. After all, they may not be sure to do this in exchange. Looking at his appearance, he is the only one who survived, and all his companions should have died. Marco stared at a pair of dead fish eyes, shook his head, it's a pity, I hope he can cheer up. Fire Fist Ace is the most outstanding rookie in 1517, and the bounty has reached 500 million when he just broke into New World. Marco is also very optimistic about such a rookie. It's just that after this blow, Fire Fist Ace may not be able to cheer up. After all, not everyone can bear the blow of all crew members being killed. Zero looking for flowers. Perhaps by fate, Ace got on Whitebeard's boat after all. Suddenly, the pirate standing on the watchtower discovered the situation again. That is, the main ship of the Red Hair Pirates. Through the binoculars, the lookout saw the pirate ship approaching rapidly in the distant sea. At the same time, he saw bursts of flashes on the other party's ship, which were light language signals at sea. Father, wife, the Redhead wants to see you. The lookout immediately reported the signal to Whitebeard. Ah, let him come here. Whitebeard gulped down a jug of wine, then said, has the brat brought a good drink? If he dares to come here empty-handed, Laozi will not spare him. With Whitebeard's approval, the Red Hair Pirates broke into the restricted area of the Moby DK, and finally the two ships converged. Greeting Captain Redhead. The Red Hair is also a Four Emperors big pirate, and the Whitebeard Pirates must give him courtesy when he arrives. 0. However, the captains and cotters of the Whitebeard Pirates all looked solemn. Diamond Kiazi hugged his chest and said, the Red Hair is coming, why don't you make some preparations? Marco stared at the dead fish eyes, and said to everyone, young people step back, your body can't take it. What do you mean by unbearable? A new pirate was puzzled. Don't ask, quickly hide in the cabin. Marco didn't want to explain too much, and it was too late to explain now. Before the words were finished, a pirate behind him suddenly slammed heavily on the deck. Immediately afterwards, 1, 2, 3, a large number of pirates fainted on the deck and fell into a coma. Obviously no one launched an attack, but they just lost consciousness. Hey, what's the matter with you guys? What happened? One pirate panicked, screaming and yelling. However, at the next moment, he suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and then he himself fell into a coma. Seeing this scene, Marco's eyes became even more dull. Is it too late? Don't panic, it's just a faint. Diamond Kiaz also opened his mouth to explain, half mental endurance, it is impossible to maintain consciousness in front of that man. I saw that where the red hair walked, the pirates on both sides had all passed out and fell to the ground, as if they were kneeling to welcome his arrival. The two looked at the red-haired man walking slowly, and couldn't help expressing emotion. Sure enough, it's still the same, such a powerful conqueror's Haki. I heard that when Lucifer broke into Big Mom, he released a similar conqueror's Haki. It was that sudden attack that directly stunned tens of thousands of Big Mom pirates, and almost destroyed half of the elite Big Mom pirates. Stunning tens of thousands of people. Are you kidding me? Is this kind of thing really possible? Chapter 170. Stun tens of thousands of people. Are you kidding? Is this kind of thing really possible? A group of pirates swallowed their saliva again and again, and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads unconsciously. They never thought that someone's conqueror's Haki could be so strong. Why fight with such power? Simply surrender. Boom. Shanks came to Whitebeard, and a stronger Haki erupted from him, directly shattering the Moby Dick's side. Of the more than 1,000 pirates on board, less than half of them can still maintain consciousness. I'm sorry, just got on the enemy ship and came to show off. The Redhead looked at Whitebeard and smiled slightly. Whitebeard said, seeing your face makes me ache from the wound that BD left me. Whitebeard thought of Luoji, decades ago, when the Sunbeard pirates and Luoji pirates often clashed. Whitebeard hurt Luoji, and Luoji hurt Whitebeard. Although the two of them have a very good relationship, when they fight, they always fight with all their strength. Shanks said, I brought healing water, and I didn't mean to fight you. Zero Sankai. Whitebeard laughed, is that what the man who messed with Haki said? UBD. At this time, Marco said, Father, let's leave first. Whitebeard nodded, okay, he doesn't come to fight, let us stay alone for a while. It is good. Marco, Jaws, and others left. Before leaving, the red hair also invited Marco, hey, Marco, do you want to come to our side? In front of Whitebeard, blatantly soliciting his son. Only redheads can do such heartless things. Marco ignored the redhead and just gave him a dead fish eye. Everyone leaves, leaving only Whitebeard and Redhead on board. The redhead poured the wine into a bowl and tossed the flagon to Whitebeard. It doesn't look like a good wine. Shanks smiled, I have been all over the world, but I miss the wine in my hometown the most. It's brewed with water from my hometown of West Blue, try it. Whitebeard took a sip and thought it tasted okay. Good. As long as you like it. Whitebeard suddenly sighed and said, Luoji, Garp, Sengoku, the old friends before are becoming less and less now. Time flies too fast, in the blink of an eye, even you, a brat, have come out ahead. Yet, time flies too fast, and the situation in the world changes too fast. The red hair also sighed, but it's not me who gets ahead, it's Lucifer. The redhead looked at Whitebeard and said seriously, Lucifer, you should know, Big Mom died in his hands, as well as Akainu and Garp. I have experienced all kinds of battles, I have suffered countless scars, and I have walked on the edge of death several times, and I have never been afraid. But only this time, my heart is very disturbed. No, that's not uneasiness, it should be said that it's fear, it's fear. I never met Lucifer, but he terrified me. I am not afraid of death, but Lucifer is different, because he reminds me of that person 17. Whitebeard, you should know who that man is. Ah, Locke's right. Whitebeard's expression was rarely serious. Whitebeard is very familiar with Locke's, after all, he was a member of the Locke's pirates. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido in their youthful prime are all terrifying monsters. A monster cannot be controlled unless it is chained. Locke's did it, he subdued all these monsters with his incomparably powerful strength, and formed the strongest Locke's pirate group in the world. The Locke's pirates at that time were undoubtedly the strongest in the world, even today's nether pirates can't match it. The entire New World is ruled by the Lox pirates. A single word from Lox may cause the destruction of several countries and millions of people. At that time, not only New World was shrouded in the rule of the Lox pirates, but even the world government and naval headquarters were threatened by Lox all the time. Later, Lox's ambitions swelled, and he wanted to become the king of the world. So he led the Lox pirates to challenge the world government, which eventually led to the outbreak of the Valley of Gods decisive battle. If it weren't for the lack of unity within the Lox pirates and the disintegration of the crew, it is still unknown whether the world government exists today. The Redhead said seriously, the current Lucifer has become the second Lox. Although I never met him, I could tell that his ambitions were exactly the same as Lox. He's going to go down the same path as Lox one day and challenge the world government. And before that, he will inevitably occupy the entire New World. You and me are the targets that Lucifer wants to defeat. Big Mom is dead, Kaido is the second target chosen by Lucifer, the next one is either you or me. Then what do you want me to do? That's the point of today's conversation, right? Whitebeard's voice was flat, with no emotion or anger. The red hair said, let's join forces. If you want to fight Lucifer, teaming up is the only possibility. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Whitebeard burst out laughing, is the snotty kid talking now? However, Lao Zi is not interested in teaming up. No matter what happens to that brat Lucifer, Lao Zi has no interest. He's a pirate, and I'm a pirate too. Since we have embarked on this path, everyone has their own choice. Will Lucifer turn into Lox? Or does he want to start a war? That's his choice. Strong people will win, weak people will lose, this is the eternal truth. 0. But I, Whitebeard, have to team up with someone else in order to deal with a kid in his 20s. Who do you think Lao Zi is? A powerful momentum erupted from Whitebeard, instantly triggering howling winds. The high-altitude clouds were stirred by the strong wind, and a huge dark cloud Uzumaki appeared. Among them, thunder exploded and electric snakes danced wildly, as if the end was coming. Whitebeard has been famous for decades, and he has arrogance in his heart. It is impossible to join forces with others just to deal with a young man in his 20s, that would be an insult to him. Facing Whitebeard's Conqueror's onslaught, the Redhead remained expressionless, if you deal with him alone, you'll die. Gu la 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 la, everyone must die. Whitebeard laughed boldly, as I said, strong people will win and weak people will lose, this is an eternal truth. As long as he is better than me, then he will win and I will die. But if I am stronger than him, he will die. Whether Lucifer wants to start a war for the world is none of my business. I'm not the same as Luoji, the red-haired brat. I don't care if the world's government will be overthrown, and I don't care if the world's pattern will be broken. After all, I'm just a pirate. The reason why Lox failed back then was that apart from the fact that the Lox pirates were divided and fought on their own, the Luoji pirates teamed up with Marine was also one of the reasons. Shanks was taught by Luoji and inherited his will, so he is very similar to Luoji in terms of behavior. They all believe that pirates like Lox and Lucifer, who threaten the entire world, must be eradicated, even if they team up with Marine. But Whitebeard is different, his heart is not as strong as that of Luoji. Although he has been number 1 in the world with 4.8 for many years, in the final analysis, he is just a pirate. Isn't it too ridiculous for a pirate to worry about the world structure and whether the world government will be overthrown? Whitebeard gulped down the wine in the flagon and roared angrily, you know, red-haired brat, Lao Zi won't join hands with you. It's 100 years too early to tell me what to do. The redhead was silent, drank the wine in the bowl in front of him, and then issued the famous knife griffin on his waist. This era is about to run amok, and no one can stop it. There's nothing to be afraid of, Lao Zi is Whitebeard. Whitebeard also took out the Naginata Kong Yunkari, and slashed with Shanks. Rumble. The two used Conqueror's Haki to entangle at the same time, and the collision of the two swords caused a fierce Conqueror's conflict. Conqueror's Haki soared into the sky, shaking the clouds from the sky. I saw a crack that was more than 10 kilometers long in the deep clouds, as if splitting the sky in half. On this day, the cooperation negotiations between Redhead and Whitebeard came to an end. Chapter 171. Lucifer had already arrived at Wano Kuni while the Redhead was negotiating with Whitebeard. Lucifer arrived at Wano Kuni one step ahead with Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi. The big pirate fleet is still behind and will arrive later. Is this Wano Kuni? There are so many poor people. Lucifer stands on a hill with a village at the foot. The village is very poor, and all the people in it exude an atmosphere of despair and sadness. The surrounding mountains and rivers are also barren, and the river water is polluted and smells foul. Wano Kuni was not like this before. When Odin-sama was still around, Wano Kuni was beautiful. At that time, people living in this land could have enough food, and people lived happily. But since Kurosumi Orokai brought Kaido here, everything has changed. Orokai and Kaido are bastards, we won't let them go. Inulan and Maumushi both had tears in their eyes and clenched their fists tightly. For Kaido, the two have endless hatred. If you want revenge, fight with all your strength, the opportunity will come soon. Let's go, take a trip to the capital of flowers, and collect some interest first. Lucifer flew up in the air, took Inuarashi and Momomushi directly to the capital of flowers. The entire Wano Kuni, except Onigashima and Flower City, the other 10 areas have been polluted by factories. The land is poisoned and turned into a deserted island, and the inhabitants are very poor. But the capital of flowers is different. This is where the Kurosumi Orokai lived, so it is still very prosperous here. Whoosh! Lucifer, with Inuarashi and Momomushi, fell from the sky and landed on the attic roof of the general's mansion. Found it! Lucifer turned on observation Haki and soon found Kurosumi Orokai. This guy really enjoys it. In Lucifer's perception, there are many auras where the Kurosumi snake is, all of which are women. Clearly, he was enjoying himself again. Kurosumi Orokai is a scum through and through, with a cruel, arrogant, voluptuous, but very timid character. In the original book, even though Kojiki Odin has been dead for more than 20 years, Orokai will still be frightened and weak when he hears this name. Seeing the Red Sheath Warrior will also be frightened. Even if he is a Zoan Phantom Beast ability user, his combat power is pitifully weak. When encountering an enemy, he will only plead for help with a piercing heart, and he will be ruthless and relentless. Let's go and meet your old friends. Lucifer smiled lightly, and jumped off the roof of the attic with Inuarashi and Momomushi. Who are you? It's an intruder. Come on, there are intruders here. Kill them. When the guards in the general's mansion saw the three of Lucifer appear, they immediately surrounded them. Without further ado, launch an attack directly. Of course, these people are just a group of miscellaneous fish, and they can't get Lucifer Tianwei at all. Inuarashi and Nekomushir do not need to use their abilities either. With several screams, all the guards were killed. In the palace, Kurosumi Orokai is embracing left and right, holding 4 dancers in his arms at the same time and laughing. He smiled lowly, very obscenely. In addition to the 4 dancers in the arms, there are more than 20 dancers in the hall, all of whom were called by the big snake to accompany the wine. In addition, there are ninja troops who closely protect Orokai and the gang boss Kushiro. With the loud music and lively atmosphere, Big Snake didn't realize that all the guards outside the door had been killed. Rumble! The gate of the palace was broken, and the 2 guards guarding the gate were thrown into the air. The sudden change made Kurosumi startled, and many dancers screamed. Who? What happened? What happened? Kurosumi Orokai screamed in terror. He didn't even see who the enemy was, and he was already in a cold sweat from fright. Lucifer sensed the terrified breath of the big snake and was a little speechless. This guy is much less courageous than he imagined. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Lucifer, Inuarashi, and Momomushi appeared in the sight of Orokai. Who are you? What do you want to do? Come on, come and protect me. The ninja troops gathered in front of the big snake, protecting him behind him, with a flourishing expression. But Kage Shiro, who is Orokai's loyal lackey, showed an unbelievable expression at this moment. Among the dancers, one of the most beautiful Warrens has tears in her eyes at this moment. They already recognized Nekomashi and Inuarashi, but Inuarashi and Nekomashi did not know them. It's really lively here, don't mind adding me. Lucifer smiled slightly. The calm posture made the hearts of the ninja troops beat wildly. Lord Lucifer! The moment they saw Kurosumi Orokai, Inuarashi, and Nico Mamashi couldn't suppress their killing intent. Ah, I leave it to you. Let's kill as much as we want. As soon as the words fell, Inulan and Maomushi rushed forward. The speed of the two was so fast that only after images could be seen. Die to death. With the roar of the two, Milan and Cat Viper activate the Devil Fruit ability when they are in trouble. A huge mammoth and a huge saber-toothed tiger appeared in the hall, and the terrifying breath of beasts erupted completely. Roar! The Cat Viper took the lead, turned into a saber-toothed tiger, opened its mouth wide and crushed a ninja. A female ninja fired a gun, and the bullet hit the Cat Viper and was directly bounced off. Call out! The saber-toothed tiger flicked its tail like a whip, splitting the female ninja in half. The mammoth that Inulan turned into was also ruthless, with two huge ivory piercing through the chests of two ninjas. The giant elephant trampled and knocked two ninjas into the air. Being hit head-on by the mammoth, the ninja's bones and internal organs were all shattered, and he died before landing. The ninja troops responsible for protecting the Kurosumi snake were all killed in less than a minute. Damn bastards, who the hell are you? Come, and save me. Kong Shiro, where are you, Kyojiro? Orokai roared in horror, but Kuang Shiro ignored him, and only sneered a few times without knowing what he meant. Useless waste, I still have to rely on myself. Orokai activates its fruit ability and turns into Yamato no Orokai. The gigantic size is even bigger than mammoths and saber-toothed cats. 8 ferocious snake heads stood upright, biting towards the mammoth and saber-toothed tiger. Boom! Boom! The two loud bangs were deafening, because the snake's two snake heads were directly caught by Inuarashi and Maomushi. Go to hell with me, big snake! Despicable villain, go to hell! Clang! Two cold lights lit up at the same time and disappeared in a flash. What? The big snake let out a shrill scream, and its huge body kept retreating. Along with the splash of blood, 2 huge snake heads fell to the ground. Orokai, today is your death day. Cutting off 2 snake heads at the same time, Inuarashi and Mabamushi's killing moves resumed. The two turned into orc forms at the same time, and the day left and the right 243 slashed towards the Kurosumi Orokai. Inulan slashed horizontally and cut off a snake's head again. Not to be outdone, the cat viper attacked with the sharp claws of the saber-toothed tiger, tearing a snake's head alive with one claw. In just the blink of an eye, Yagi no Orokai had 4 snake heads chopped off. This is the Kurosumi Orokai, which is too weak. Even if a phantom beast with such a powerful Yamato no Orokai fruit is obtained, it is still a mere fish. He didn't even display 1% of the fruit's power. It is not an exaggeration to say that Kurosumi Orokai is the weakest phantom beast in the world of One Piece. While the three were fighting, Lucifer walked over to a nearby dining table. Hey, you are the Warren, can you pour me a glass of wine? Lucifer looked at a beautiful female Warren. Lucifer knows that her name is Zyuzi, her real name is Kojiki Hiri, and she is the daughter of Kojiki Odin. Hiri and Kushiro met eyes, instantly understood what the other meant, and immediately walked to Lucifer's side and poured wine for him. She doesn't believe in Lucifer, but in Inuarashi and Nekomashi. Since Inuarashi and Nekomashi obey Lucifer's orders, both Kurashiro and Hiyori believe that Lucifer will not harm them. Lucifer took a sip from the wine glass, and smiled playfully, it's just a waste, because the snake's life is really chic enough. Boom 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 boom. Inuarashi and Momomushi's offensive surged. Both of them are stronger than Orokai, and now they join forces, and Orokai is completely crushed. But in just a few minutes, the big snake had already had 6 snake heads chopped off. At the same time, dozens of sword wounds were cut on the body of Yamato no Orokai. Although the big snake has grown 2 snake heads again, the speed of rebirth is far slower than the speed of beheading by Inuarashi and Momomushi. Chapter 172. Kurosumi Orokai is a person with the power of Yamato no Orokai fruit. He will not die if his head is cut off. Only by cutting off all 8 heads can he be completely killed. Although the big snake is not dead today, it is just lingering on its last breath. It was only a matter of time before his death. Boom! 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 News of the battle came out, and the guards of the general's mansion came from all directions. Seeing the miserable appearance of the big snake, I was shocked. Trash, come and save me! The big snake resisted the onslaught of Inuarashi and Momomushi, while screaming for help. However, before the big snake finished speaking, a sword light suddenly shot into the crowd of guards. Boom! A group of guards were chopped off by the sword light, directly revealing an open space. Kushiro, what are you doing? Are you going to betray me? Kurosumi's big snake's eyes were about to burst, and his face was full of horror. He didn't expect that Kuangshiro would betray him at this time. Not only betrayed him, but killed his acceptor in turn. Ha 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 ha. Kuroshiro let out a few gloomy sneers, looking like a big villain on the outside. He didn't say a word, just raised the samurai sword in his hand. Clang! A huge flying slash shot out of the air, leaping hundreds of meters in an instant. All the guards of the general's mansion along the way were killed, and the 3 attics of the general's mansion were cut off in half. Seeing this, the rest of the guards immediately fled in panic. However, immediately after that, another flying slash came through the air, beheading everyone. Kuangshiro struck very quickly, and in less than half a minute he slashed 3 times in a row, killing hundreds of guards of the general's mansion. Kongshiro, are you really going to betray me? You forgot who gave you your current position, damned fellow. If you change your mind now and still have a chance, Lao Zi can give you another chance. The big snake roared wildly, but the sharp roar was full of fear, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that the big snake was slashing inside. Inuarashi and Momomushi were also stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Isn't he a subordinate of the big snake? Dog eat dog. Facing the roar of the Kurosumi Orokai, Kuang Death remained indifferent, and only let out a few cold laughter. Orokai, do you remember Odin? Kurosumi Orokai was taken aback by Kuroshiro's words. As soon as Odin's name appeared, the fear in Kurosumi's heart burst out immediately, and the huge snake body began to tremble violently. Inuarashi and Momomushi also widened their eyes at the same time. At this moment, they suddenly felt that the back of Kuangshiro was somewhat familiar. He he he. Kushiro's sneer sounded again, and I saw Kushiro take off the crescent-shaped headgear on his head, and took off his clothes at the same time. After taking off the headgear, Kuangshiro's hairstyle is completely different, and his temperament also changes instantly. What scares Orokai the most is that the Kojiki family crest is tattooed on Kuroshiro's back. You are Denjiro. Inulan and Momomushi stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief, and tears poured out involuntarily. Ah, that's right. Kuroshiro turned around, faced Inuarashi, Momomushi, and Orokai, and frankly admitted his identity. I am Denjiro, Lord Odin's retainer. Inuarashi, Cat Momomushi, long time no see. Denjiro, it's really you. Inuarashi and Nekomushiro were overjoyed, but Kurosumi Orokai was even more terrified. At this moment, every cell in his body was trembling. His most trusted men, his loyal lackeys, have always been Kojiki Oden's men. The thought of Oden's men lurking beside him, ready to kill him at any time, made Orokai feel a twinge of fear. Oden! 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 Why aren't you dead yet? Damn BD, you should be dead. Kurosumi fell into madness, 4 severed incisions grew out at the same time, and regained the full form of Yamato no Orokai. Denjiro snorted coldly, now is not the time to reminisce about the past, let's kill Orokai first. As soon as the voice fell, Brick disappeared. He teleported to the Yamato no Orokai, and with a flash of the knife, a snake's head was cut off. Well said. It's time to avenge Lord Oden. Inuarashi and Maomushi also teleport forward. Clang! Roar! The light of the knife was accompanied by the roar of the beast, and 2 more snake heads were cut off. Kurosumi Orokai let out a scream and roared impotently, "You trash, why did you come back? Oden is dead, why aren't you dead?" No one responded to Kurosumi's roar, and what responded to him was a fierce killing move. The second attack by Inuarashi, Nikobashi, and Denjiro cut off the 3 heads of Kurosumi Orokai again. At this time, Kurosumi's snake head has not yet grown out, and he only has 2 snake heads left. Stop! Stop quickly! Kurosumi Orokai screamed in terror. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Have you bastards forgotten? Kaido is behind me. If you kill me, Kaido will not let you go. What about Kaido? No one can save you today. Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, and Denjiro were all red-eyed and roared at the same time. Clang! 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 3-stroke attack, Kurosumi's last 2 snake heads were chopped off by Inuarashi and Momomushi. Denjiro's samurai sword pierced Orokai's heart. In order to be safe, the 3 of Denjiro did not give Kurosumi Orokai a chance. Plop! The huge snake head fell to the ground and rolled about 10 times on the ground, leaving a pool of blood. 8 snake heads were beheaded, the heart was pierced, Kurosumi Orokai was dead beyond death. The huge shooting body collapsed suddenly, and then slowly shrunk, turning back into the body of the big snake. One of the 8 severed heads turns back into the head of the Kurosumi Orokai. His eyes were still open, and there was still endless fear in the depths of his pupils. Call! Inuarashi and Momomushi shook off Orokai's blood at the same time, and snorted coldly, so what about Kaido? The demon Lucifer is behind us. With Lucifer as the backer, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi are not afraid of Kaido at all. They know Lucifer's strength best, Kaido is not Lucifer's opponent at all. Looking at the dead body of Kurosumi Orokai, Denjiro was very moved and tears welled up in his eyes. Finally killed the big snake. Master Oden, we have avenged you. This tough guy who had been lurking beside Big Snake for more than 10 years finally broke out his truest emotions at this moment. Hiding killing intent, hiding hatred, lurking beside the enemy and acting like a dog to him, not everyone can do this kind of thing. It can only be achieved by sharpening the mind to the limit and possessing an extremely firm will. Denjiro is such a person. It's too early to be happy, Denjiro. Inuarashi patted Denjiro on the shoulder and said, I want to avenge Lord Oden, the big snake is just interest, the real murderer is Kaido. Well said. Cat Viper licked his paw, and said coldly, only by killing Kaido, can we truly avenge Lord Oden. You already have a plan. Although this is the first meeting after more than 10 years, Denjiro still trusts Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. This is also the reason why he did not hesitate to reveal his true identity and shot to kill the big snake. Denjiro believes that Arashi and Nekomamushi must have the certainty of killing more to come to Wano Kuni. In this way, he no longer has the need to go undercover. Ah, that's right. As long as, Li Qunhao, Mr. Lucifer helps. Inuarashi and Momomushi turned their heads and looked at Lucifer, who was feasting. "Oh? Did you finally remember me?" Lucifer smiled slightly. He didn't bother the three of them reminiscing about the past. After all, they hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. Lucifer walked up to the big snake's body and grabbed it with his big hand. Rebirth. As soon as the words fell, the ordinary fruit in Lucifer's hand turned into a devil fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. The appearance of the fruit is similar to that of a pineapple. There are 6 stems and leaves on the top of the fruit, and the ends of the stems and leaves are round and triangular. The surface of the fruit is covered with scales, like snake scales, and there are strange Uzumaki patterns on the scales. This is the form of Zoan, phantom beast, snake fruit, Yagi no Orakai, which is the first phantom beast fruit recovered by Lucifer. Vampire fruit does not count, it is obtained from the ruins of sleeping ancient town, not recycled. Every phantom beast has an ability that is rarer than Logia, and it is extremely powerful, and Yamato no Orakai is no exception. That waste Kurosumi Orakai didn't even display 1% of the fruit's power. In the hands of Lucifer, this fruit can fully bloom its brilliance. Chapter 173. Inuarashi and Momomushi came to Lucifer and knelt on one knee at the same time to salute. "Thank you, Lucifer, for your fulfillment. If it weren't for the help of adults, we don't know when we can return to Wano Kuni and kill the despicable little snake." Inuarashi looked at Denjiro and explained, "This is Master Lucifer, the strongest man in the world right now. Like Kaido, Master Lucifer is also 4 emperors, and his strength is far above Kaido. Don't worry, Master Lucifer is different from Kaido, he will not do anything to hurt Wano Kuni. After defeating Kaido, the ghost pirates will rebuild Wano Kuni, and at the same time let Wano Kuni sail to the sea to fulfill Master Odin's last wish." Fearing that Denjiro might misunderstand that Lucifer is also an evil pirate, Inuarashi and Momomushi directly explained everything about Lucifer's origin and how they took refuge in Lucifer. "Really? Do you believe him?" "Of course, Lord Lucifer is trustworthy." "That's good. In that case, let me introduce someone to you." Denjiro looked at the Warren Zayazi who was sitting in the back, and Zayazi immediately walked up. "This is Hiri-sama. Long time no see, cats, dogs." Kojiki Hiri smiled, which immediately made Inuarashi and Nico Momomushi's eyes widen. You are Hiri-sama." Inuarashi and Nekomushiro couldn't believe it. The image of Kojiki Hiri as a child comes to mind. More than 10 years have passed in a flash, and today he has grown up. "That's right, it's me, I miss you so much. Long time no see." "Yeah, 880 has been missing for a long time. I'm so sorry, Hiri-sama, we failed to protect Odin-sama." "Yes, as retainers, we are really incompetent." Inuarashi and Nekomushi knelt down at Kojiki Hiri's feet at the same time. Even after more than 10 years, Inuarashi, Momomushi, and others are still loyal to Kojiki Odin. Not only that, but the samurai in this country are also the same as Dogong Cat Viper and others. As long as the Kojiki family shows up, they can fight with their lives and blood. I don't know where that guy got such a charm. To be honest, Lucifer doesn't have much affection for Kojiki Odin because he's done too many stupid things. For example, when he was 15 years old, he threatened the abbot of the temple and lived in seclusion in the temple, kidnapping women every night to build a harem. Lucifer felt unforgivable. He doesn't know how many people's wives and daughters he abducted by himself. In Lucifer's view, this is an out-and-out flower picker and cannot be forgiven. Those Wano Kuni men should hate him. Under such circumstances, there are still so many men who are willing to serve him. Lucifer can only say that these men in Wano Kuni really have certain quirks. For example, they like to wear hats of a particular color. "Lord Lucifer, is that what I call you?" Kojiki Hiri looked at Lucifer and bowed deeply. "Thank you for bringing the cats and dogs back to Wano Kuni. I've, Bob J., fully understood who you are. If you can really protect this country and let Wano Kuni open the sea, I would like to formally hand over the rule of this country to you in the name of the Kojiki family. Although Orokai and Kaido ruled Wano Kuni, they seized power by force and lacked righteousness. So there are countless warriors secretly plotting rebellion. As long as the Kojiki family orthodox hand over the ruling power, Lucifer can rule Wano Kuni in a righteous name. All warriors in this country will obey his orders, and no one will rebel. Can. Lucifer smiled slightly. In fact, Lu didn't care about the so-called right to rule. Like Kaido, he believes in strengthism. As long as one possesses absolute strength, what is righteousness and fame? Someone rebels, just kill him. After all, Wano Kuni is just a small country, and the people inside are too small to see the vast world outside. In this world of the jungle, strength is always the only thing you can trust. Without absolute strength, even if he has a righteous name, he is nothing but an ant. Just like the Kojiki Oden family and the Wano Kuni rebel samurai now. They have been lurking in Wano Kuni, concealing the overthrow of Kaido. But in fact, Kaido didn't take them to heart at all. As long as Kaido is willing, he can kill them all in less than a day. In Gai, they are just a group of grasshoppers jumping up and down, clowns who add fun to Kaido's boring days. Blue blue blue. Blue blue blue. Suddenly, the sound of a telephone screw sounded. Inuarashi took out a phone shell from Orokai's clothes and handed it to Lucifer. After connecting, Quinn's voice came from the opposite side. Hey, Big Snake, what's going on? I received news that the general's mansion has been invaded, how about your side? Although Kurosumi Orokai is just a tool for the beast's pirates to rule Wano Kuni, but this tool is still somewhat useful, so the beast's pirates will still help him. The big snake is not here, if you need something, please tell me. Tell me, who are you? Me? I'm an old friend of your Captain Kaido. Lucifer said with a smile, tell him how much I miss him after Cake Island. This time I traveled thousands of miles to find him, and asked him to prepare wine and food for me to come to my door. You are Lucifer. Quinn broke his voice trembling. Lucifer's words were obvious, and Quinn would be an idiot if he couldn't figure it out. It's me, are you Quinn? Lucifer said with a playful smile, do you want to come to my side? It's still too late to surrender, and your life will be saved by then. Really? Oh no, who would surrender? Quinn yelled, and the phone snail spit flying, who do you think I am? I'm Quinn. How could I surrender without a fight? Boom. Before Quinn could finish speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from the opposite side, interrupting the call. Then, many voices came over. Lucifer kid, you're finally here. What? Are you waiting for me? Ha 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 ha, of course, Lao Zi is waiting for you. Kaido laughed, but his voice was full of anger and killing intent. Lucifer, come to Ghost Island, Lao Zi is waiting for you here. I will make Ghost Island your grave and bury you here. Lucifer smiled coldly, anyone can say big things, can you do it? Have you forgotten? Who escaped from Cake Island? I heard that Kaido of the Beasts has been looking for a way to die. He committed suicide countless times but couldn't die. Why did he escape last time? Didn't you always want to die? If you didn't escape last time, you would have died in my hands. Or are you afraid? Suicide is just an illusion. The famous Kaido is also a fish who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Humph, stop talking nonsense, it's not certain who will win. Kaido roared, come to Ghost Island, Lao Zi is waiting for you here. After speaking, Kaido directly cut off the call. Lucifer smiled indifferently and left the phone on the ground. The battle hasn't started yet, and Kaido is not bad. Captain Lucifer, shall we go to Ghost Island next? Inuarashi and Nekomamushi looked at Lucifer, eager to try. The opportunity for revenge is in front of them, and they can't bear it anymore. Lucifer said, wait until the army arrives. Denjiro also said, if you want to go to war, please let me join the war. My men, and the warriors of Wano Kuni are all waiting for this day. Also, there are many warriors imprisoned by Kaido in Rabbit Bowl prison. If they can be released, they are also a good fighting force. Lord Lucifer, what do you think? Denjiro looked to Lucifer, asking for his opinion. He knows that now Lucifer is the main force to defeat Kaido. Whatever you want, I don't care. Just do what you want. Although Wano Kuni's samurai are powerful, they are not really needed in this war with Kaido. With the strength of the Nether Pirates, it is more than enough to defeat the Beast's pirates. After contacting the Red Earl, Lucifer knew that the large fleet of the Ghost Pirates had reached the outskirts of Wano Kuni. It will arrive in another day. Chapter 174. On the other side, Onigashima Palace. Kaido pinched the phone conch in his hand to death, and a murderous aura erupted from his body. Jin, pass on the order, Lucifer has arrived and is ready to go to war. Obey. Orokai is dead, but the main force of the Nether Pirates hasn't arrived yet, which means that Lucifer came alone. Should we go to the capital of flowers to catch him first? Fuzzford said suddenly. It's useless, idiot. Yan Calamity Jin cursed, even if Lucifer is alone, how can he be so easy to deal with? Only in Ghost Island, is it possible to defeat him. When the big snake dies, it dies. After all, he is just a tool. After Kaido's order was conveyed, the entire Onigashima army assembled and entered a first-level battle state. The more than 20,000 troops of the Beast's pirates are all concentrated on this island, and any disturbance will be discovered by them immediately. Time passed, and it was the second day in a blink of an eye. Lucifer stood on the roof of the general's palace, looking into the distance. Inuarashi and Maomushi stand behind Lucifer, one on the left and one on the right. As for Denjiro, he took Kojiki Hiri to release the prisoners in Manwan prison. Kaido has concentrated all his forces on Onigashima, and there are very few guards in Wuvan prison, and the defense is very weak. With Denjiro's strength, he can rescue all the prisoners by himself. Coupled with Kojiki Hiri's call, all samurai will obey Hiri's orders. Call. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up, blowing the clouds in the sky. Coming. As soon as the voice fell, a group of small black spots suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The small black dots gradually grew larger, revealing their true faces, which were huge pirate ships. Let's go, the army has arrived. Lucifer soared into the air, and Yunlan and Cat Viper also flew into the sky under the influence of Li. Whoosh! 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 The three of Lucifer landed on the bow of the Nether at the same time, and the Red Earl led Enel and others to meet them immediately. Lucifer looked at Cavendish and said, "Good job." Cavendish smiled narcissistically, showing a gesture of coming to praise me. Of course, my uncle is very strong. Wano Kuni has a natural waterfall as a natural barrier, and it is difficult for outsiders to enter the country. But Cavendish is different. He has the lion fruit ability, and he can easily lead 100 pirate ships to leap over the waterfall and enter Wano Kuni from the sky. Let's go, the Second Four Emperors War is about to begin. With a big wave of his hand, Lucifer controlled the big pirate fleet to head towards the Ghost Island. Under Lucifer's control, the pirate fleet was advancing very fast, and within half an hour, it had already reached the sea area of Onigashima. Arrive! Lucifer stood on the bow of the Nether, with Ghost Island at his feet. At the same time, the pirates of the Beast's pirates also discovered the arrival of the Ghost Pirates. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly fire! Notify Lord Kaido, the way is coming. Fire and shoot them down. The edge of Onigashima has been converted into a war fortress by Kaido, and numerous heavy artillery pieces have been installed. Thousands of guns were fired, and the scene was very spectacular. The roar of artillery fire shook the sky. It's just that Lucifer's pirate fleet is suspended in the air thousands of meters away, and the shells can't hit here. Lucifer looked at the barrage of guns below, and smiled coldly. They have already attacked, and we can't fall behind. Give them a gift. Got it, Captain. Look at ours. It's already ready. Don't fight with me, I'll grab the jackpot. Yeah ha ha ha, first come, first served. Enel turned into a bolt of lightning and shot it out, and then thousands of thunders rang out, and countless bolts of lightning crashed down, hitting the war fortress on the edge of Ghost Island. Boom! 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 A series of explosions followed one after another, and a corner of the Onigashima war fortress was directly blown down. The heavy artillery was destroyed, and the pirates were killed and injured countless times. I'm coming too. The evil King Kizaru followed closely, his arms turned into magma, and he shot out loudly. Meteor volcano. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of magma fists fell from the sky and landed on the Ghost Island war fortress, which also caused a big explosion. Thunder and magma attacked together, causing a monstrous fire, which spread in all directions. Look at me, Momo 100 times cannon. Berndi Valdo was more direct, jumping onto a cannon and firing a shell. The shells swelled against the wind, their volume and speed increased 100 times, and they directly hit the palace in the center of Ghost Island. There was a loud bang, and a big hole was blown out of the palace. Guy opened his mouth to condense the gas ability, and the gas laser cannon fired continuously, hitting all directions of Ghost Island. Dozens of pirates will be killed every time the gun is fired. Finally, the battle made BABY5, the power of the Pluton cannon once again opened everyone's eyes. With one shot, the coastline of Vadeo was directly destroyed by Guanchen. There was a loud bang, and with the sound of the explosion, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. 1/5 of Ghost Island disappeared directly into the flames. Under a series of blows, the Beast's pirates' perimeter defenses were completely defeated. The battle has only just begun, and the Beast's pirates have already suffered heavy losses. Based on breath sensing, Lucifer knew that more than 3,000 pirates died in this series of blows. It's a delightful sight. Lucifer looked at the sea of flames under his feet and muttered to himself. Well said. If this continues, we can destroy the entire Ghost Island without landing. A few more shots from the Maid's Pluton cannon, and Wei Island will cease to exist. BABY5 rolled his eyes. When you are a Pluton cannon, you can fire it if you want. It takes a lot of energy, okay. There are gains and losses, and if you want to activate the maximum power Pluton cannon, you must consume a lot of physical strength of BABY5. Also, Kaido will not stand by and watch Lucifer destroy Onigashima from the sky. -0 for flowers. 0. Roar. A roar of dragon roar sounded from Ghost Island, and then a huge pillar of flame shot up into the sky, flying towards the big pirate fleet. This is Kaido's dragon's breath. Its power can penetrate through and flatten several mountains in an instant. As long as it hits the pirate fleet, more than a dozen pirate ships can be destroyed in an instant, and more than 10,000 pirates will die. Clang! Just when the dragon's breath was about to arrive, the Red Earl made a move. With a slash of the sword, a huge flying slash shot out through the air, splitting the dragon's breath in two. Then several sword lights flickered, cutting the dragon's breath into pieces and dissipating. Let's go, it's impossible to destroy Ghost Island from the sky. Besides, since it's an all-out war, it's more interesting to fight with all your strength. With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, the big pirate fleet immediately descended towards Ghost Island. At the same time, a blast of cold air completely extinguished the flames on Ghost Island. Boom! 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 0, 0. Little ones, destroy the Beast's pirates and leave no one behind. Lucifer's roar fell, and 30,000 pirates began to land at the same time. Kill the beasts pirates! Ha 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 ha, I'm sure I won, today is the end of Kaido. Kaido's head is mine, don't take it from me. Leave the embers of fire to me to deal with. Leave that Quinn to me. A group of pirate soldiers roared arrogantly and shouted wantonly. Anyway, bragging is not illegal, and no one will ask whether they can beat Kaido. Kill. Destroy the nether pirates. Yanzuo turned into a pterosaur and flew into the sky, roaring. Countless pirates rushed out of the Ghost Island Palace, and killed the nether pirates. Tens of thousands of troops collided together and started a fierce fight in an instant. Puff. What? Go to hell. Die for me. Boom. 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 The battle became fierce in an instant, and people died every moment. The death of a large number of pirates not only did not make both sides retreat in fear, but inspired the murderous and beastly nature of everyone. The pirates who participated in the battle with 2 engines became even more valiant. It's just that the nether pirates have a large number of people, and they won a big victory in the previous battle. At this moment, their morale has greatly increased, and they quickly suppressed the beasts pirates. Damn it, twin emperors in the blade! Seeing that the beasts pirates were being pinned down, Fire Calamity joined the battle immediately. Yin, transformed into a pterodactyl, flew over the battlefield, shooting countless flaming bullets from the flames behind him. Whoosh! 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 The power of each flaming bullet far exceeds that of a cannonball, causing a violent explosion when it hits the ground. A round of shooting killed hundreds of nether pirates. Hey, Rider, he's in your hands. Lucifer said something in a low voice. Ah, leave it to the wheat field. Behind him, Red Earl Rider took a step forward, and a fierce sword energy erupted from him. Chapter 175. At this moment, Rider has returned to the state of his youth, his hair is pitch black, and his skin has no wrinkles. After the battle started, Rider had already sucked enough blood with the vampire fruit, and he was at his peak combat power at this moment. Call out! With a flash of red shadow, Rider has teleported above the pterosaur in the sky. Then the sword light flashed, and Yin, who had turned into a pterosaur, was chopped off into the sky. The Red Earl at his peak was definitely a 4 Emperors level force. Although Yin is powerful, he cannot be Rider's opponent. Seeing Yin being cut into the sky, all the pirates of Beasts pirates let out a cry of surprise. Master Yin, he was shot down with one move. That man is Rider, Red Earl Rider. One of the legendary great pirates of the old era, an existence on an equal footing with Whitebeard and Luoji. Did such a powerful person turn to the devil Lucifer? Many pirates of the Beasts pirates felt fear and their morale plummeted. Don't back off, fools! Beasts pirates are invincible. 370 Plague Quinn appeared on a boulder in front of the palace gate, his plump body was very eye-catching. Bang! 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 Quinn held a Gatling machine gun and fired wildly, shooting a large number of pirates. Quinn's attack did not distinguish between friend and foe, and even the pirates of the Beasts pirates were accidentally injured. The wounds of the hit pirates froze, and gradually began to go berserk, turning into zombie-like monsters one by one. Quinn is an expert in weapons manufacturing, and this is the water ghost virus he developed. As long as you are infected with a virus, you will feel cold. The cold will gradually spread from the shot to the whole body, and the place covered by the cold will become like a ghost, and it will die if it is not detoxified an hour later. People infected with the virus will attack others uncontrollably, regardless of whether they are enemies or friends, and they will be infected immediately as soon as they are touched. Infected people will consume all their stamina to fight like zombies. This is a virus that can spread infinitely, and its lethality is terrifying. Seeing the miserable appearance of the shot pirate, Quinn couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of waste, you know how powerful this uncle is. Smiling and laughing, Quinn couldn't help dancing. Boom! Suddenly a magma fist hit Quinn, knocking him flying on the spot. The Gatling machine gun loaded with the Ice Ghost virus was directly melted by the magma. Don't be arrogant, fat pig, bullying a group of trash fish is nothing, Lao Zi will be your opponent. Kizaru, the villainous king, jumped up, and his lower body turned into magma soaring into the sky, flying directly towards Quinn. It's hot, you bloody BD. Quinn got up from the ground, and there were some scorched marks on his body, but the injuries were minor. Seeing Kizaru flying towards him, he was furious. I'm not a fat pig, my body is full of muscles. If I lose weight, everyone will be fascinated by me. Black fire. Quinn transformed into a Brachiosaurus orc, firing a laser beam from the claw of the mechanical prosthesis. Quinn is not only a Zoan ancient Brachiosaurus fruit ability user, he is also a reformer. His entire body has been remodeled, completely integrating the power of the ancient devil fruit and the power of technology into one body, and his combat power is terrifying. Boom! The giant magma fist and the black laser collided face to face, and a violent explosion occurred. In the flames, Kizaru crashed to the ground, fighting with Plague Quinn. On the battlefield, Enel also found his own opponent, Fuzifu, the Zoan ancient species of crocodile fruit ability hidden. Lucifer remembers that in the original book, Fuzifu is an ancient saber-toothed tiger fruit-capable person. But the fruit of the saber-toothed tiger was taken away by Lucifer, so Fuzifu couldn't get this ability naturally. Now it seems that Kaido has prepared another ability for him. The fruit of the ancient Zoan species of crocodile is also an extremely top-notch fruit ability. A mere crocodile, die under the power of God. Enel turned into the form of Thor, endless thunder and lightning erupted from his body, all within a radius of 30 meters were thunder and lightning, and he died when touched. Rumble! A huge brontosaurus roared out and swallowed Fuzifu in one gulp. Fuzifu's scalp was numb from the electric shock, and the crocodile skin all over his body crackled and gave off a burnt smell. Fuzifu yelled miserably, and swung the huge crocodile tail to scatter the subsequent lightning. Arrogant BD, don't think that Logia's ability is invincible. Fuzifu launched a counterattack immediately after breaking the brontosaurus, transforming into a dino-crocodile orc to attack head-on. His whole body is covered with crocodile scales, combined with armament Haki, the defense is very powerful. Clang! 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 In the center of the battlefield, a burst of sword light flickered, and dozens of pirates were chopped into pieces, leaving no corpses. Shiryu of the Rain emerges from the gust of wind, exhaling a smoke ring. His eyes flashed red, and his right hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. Shiryu of the Rain was very excited, the killing desire in his body exploded at this moment. Every cell in the body is trembling and thirsting for blood. Blood Scythe Strike! Shiryu of the Rain slashed furiously, and a huge half-moon-shaped blood-colored slash roared out. After killing more than a dozen pirates, the slash exploded and turned into countless small blood-colored slashes, indiscriminately destroying the front. Puff! 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 Blood spattered and screamed again and again. Wherever the blood moon slash went, all the pirates were hacked into pieces, their blood was drained, and the deaths of all the pirates were extremely miserable. Damn BD, I'll deal with you. A gigantic triceratops suddenly appeared on the battlefield and hit Shiryu head-on like a runaway train. Shiryu used the famous sword thunderstorm to block in front of him. His body was not injured, but he was knocked away by the huge force of the triceratops for more than 10 meters. 0. Oh? Is there finally someone who can fight? Shiryu of the Rain gave a bloodthirsty smile and seemed even more excited. Killing miscellaneous fish is not exciting enough, and it is far from satisfying his desire to kill. Killing the strong is exciting enough to make him full. Clang! Boom! Shiryu and Triceratops shot at the same time and put them together. The famous sword thunderstorm collided with the sharp horns of the Triceratops, shooting out clusters of sparks. Strength is pretty good, but is it only at this level? Shiryu roared, and the thunderstorm blade was instantly covered in blood. Clang! The bloody knife flashed away, and Shiryu of the Rain had appeared behind the Triceratops. A broken horn flew into the air, and the side of Triceratops' huge body also spurted blood. The Triceratops screamed, turned into an orc, and looked at Shiryu of the Rain with serious eyes. He is Sasaki, the core coder of the beast's pirates. It seems that you are not my opponent. Shiryu launched a fast attack, the light of the knife flickered, and the attack speed increased several times again. The vacuum slash was mixed with the blood slash. Sasaki was completely at a disadvantage, and gradually had many stab wounds on his body. If you get hit by Shiryu, not only will you be injured, but your blood will also be swallowed. Shiryu is a Logia blood fruit capable person, who can freely control blood. With Shiryu's big hand grabbing, the wounds all over Sasaki's body spurted out a large amount of blood at the same time. The blood was manipulated by Shiryu and turned into a round of bloody scimitar, which hit Sasaki's chest. Sasaki was cut and flew hundreds of meters, smashing a group of pirates to their knees. In the battle of many coders, Shiryu was the first to achieve the result. Although Sasaki is not dead at this moment, he has been seriously injured, and it will be a matter of time before he dies in battle. On the other side, Swanya hunter Katrin Daime faced 4.1 Black Maria. The war between the two women attracted the attention of many people on the battlefield. Black Maria has a good figure and looks, and she is 10 blocks worse than Katrin in appearance. Her fruit ability is also very powerful, and it is the ancient tarantula form of Zoan's ancient species of tarantula, the fruit of the Rose of Gerard. After launching the fruit, Maria is simply a black widow, and her huge size is very terrifying. However, although Katrin's appearance is not as good as that of Black Maria, her strength is much stronger than Maria's. How to put it, Katrin is also one of the legendary great pirates of the old era, and she herself is also a Nine-Tails Fox form ability user of the Phantom Beast species. After only a few moves in the battle, Black Maria has already fallen into a disadvantage. See Circle Calendar in 1517, Kaido's Flying Six Cells had not yet been formed. Formidable combat power is Fuzifu, Sasaki and Black Maria. Runty and Peggy Wan, who were adopted by Kaido since they were young, are now 17 years old and 15 years old. Although their abilities are good, they are far behind when they were in the original book. Big Wine Chote alone is enough to deal with them. Chapter 176. The strength of the Nether Pirates is twice that of the Beast's pirates. Under the strong attack of members of the Charlotte family, Cavendish, Geisa, Simon, Jack, and others, the Beast's pirates retreated steadily. Not long after the war broke out, the Beast's pirates were in decline. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise spread throughout the battlefield. The Ghost Island Palace was broken, and a shock wave penetrated the battlefield, knocking out a group of pirates. A woman wearing a grimace mask rushed out of the palace, rampaging all the way, and all the pirates along the way were all blown away. Big Master Yamato. When Quinn saw this person appear, his eyes popped out of their sockets. Lucifer also noticed Yamato's appearance, frowning slightly. He knows that Yamato is Kaido's son, and he is very powerful in battle. But she is a filial son, very filial to his father Kaido, so filial that she wants to send Kaido to hell. Is there? The moment Yamato joined the battlefield, he immediately found where Lucifer was. With a flash, he rushed directly in front of Lucifer. Thunder 8 trigrams. The huge mace fell head-on at Lucifer, which was Kaido's forte. Although it is not as powerful as Kaido, it is not something that ordinary people can handle. Boom! The mace was intercepted by a trident, and it was Katakuri who shot. The weapons of the two collided, and they separated after a few seconds of stagnation. Are you Lucifer? The one who defeated Kaido? Yamato stood with his stick in his hands, took off his mask and asked. Lucifer smiled faintly, it's me. Ha ha ha, it really is you. Yamato was overjoyed to see Lucifer admit his identity. Hey, please let me join you, I want to beat you too. I'm Kojiki Oden, a man determined to save Wano Kuni, to the world. Yamato put the mace on his shoulder and said with a smile. Lucifer. Katakuri. Inuarashi. Cat Viper. Man? Lucifer's eyes moved down to Yamato's chest. If you are more calm, maybe I will believe it. Inuarashi and Maomushi were furious. UBD, what are you talking about? Mr. Oden is a real man, not a woman like you. Oh? Do you guys know Kojiki Oden too? Yamato ignored the anger of the two, but seemed even happier. I am a person who has inherited the will of Kojiki Oden. Even though I am a woman, I want to become a man like him. So, please call me Kojiki Oden. Yamato put his hands on his hips, looking very proud. Lucifer didn't know how to complain anymore. Although I knew Yamato was a filial son, I didn't expect her to be so filial. The first time I saw Lucifer, I wanted to join and defeat Kaido with Lucifer. After all, that was her father too. Master Yamato, what are you doing? They are enemies. Quinn's roar sounded in the distance. He fired a laser in Lucifer's direction, but was interrupted by Pizarro's interception. And Quinn's voice completely revealed Yamato's identity. You are Kaido's son. Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi drew their weapons at the same time. They have a deep hatred with Kaido, and Kaido is the one they want to defeat. Yamato, the son of Kaido, must also be an enemy. No, no, please don't get me wrong. Yamato waved his hands again and again, although I am Kaido's son, I am not the same as him. Didn't I say that? I'm the man who aspires to be Kojiki Oden, and I beat Kaido too. Although Yamato is a father and daughter, they are completely different. Kaido is cruel and domineering, but Yamato is a bit brainless and an optimist. To put it bluntly, it is that the brain is not very easy to use. Maybe it's not necessarily because Kaido beat me stupid when I was a child. So, you are going to be an enemy of your own father. Stupid, how could we believe such an obvious lie? Both Inuarashi and Nekomushiba didn't believe Yamato's words. In their view, no one would be an enemy of their father. The same goes for Katakuri. When he was in the Big Mom Pirates before, even if Big Mom brutally killed his brothers and sisters, Katakuri never thought of rebelling against Big Mom. No, I'm telling the truth. Yamato raised his hands, revealing the chains on his wrists. This is what Kaido put on me. As soon as I leave the range of this island, the chain will explode. So since I was a child, I have never left this island. I want to go out, and I want Wano Kuni to go to sea to meet the overseas world recorded by Yuck in his notebook. So please let me join you. I want to beat Kaido. At this moment, Yamato's tone was extremely firm. Inuarashi, Nekomushiru, and Katakuri can all feel that the person in front of them is not lying. Captain, what do you mean? All three looked at Lucifer, only he could make this decision. Lucifer smiled and said, this is the strength that comes to you, don't want it for nothing. Really, thank you. Yamato was overjoyed and smiled immediately. Don't be too happy. Lucifer said, if you want to fight Kaido, you have to uncuff your hands first. Aye. Yamato also wanted to say that the handcuffs could not be undone without a key, and would explode if they were forcibly undone. But before she could say anything, she found that Lucifer was holding the handcuffs. Removing this blaster is very simple, just use the armament Haki externally. Call out. Lucifer threw the handcuffs to the crowd of pirates in the distance, there was a loud bang, and the handcuffs exploded violently, blasting hundreds of pirates to pieces. A series of system prompts sounded, and Lucifer's killing point balance rose a bit. But not many, after all, those who will be killed by bombs are trash fish. Hey, it's really going to explode. Using such a dangerous thing on his own daughter, Kaido is really in a hole. Inuarashi and Maomushi thought the handcuffs were a lie. Tiger poison does not eat its son, in their view, no father would use such means to deal with his own daughter. But the explosion in front of them told them that these were all true. Kaido's brutality is far beyond their imagination. At this moment, Yamato also had tears in his eyes, and the last trace of affection for Kaido in his heart completely disappeared. That guy is no longer my father. In that case, let's go find him. Lucifer looked up at the top of Onishima's skull and smiled evilly. There was a powerful aura releasing killing intent. Lucifer knew that it was Kaido, and he was waiting for him. Let's go, don't keep Kaido waiting. 330 Lucifer took off in the air and flew towards the top of the skull with Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, Whitebeard, Katakuri, and Yamato. Master Yamato, what are you doing? Come down. Quinn saw Yamato being taken away by Lucifer, and immediately wanted to stop him. However, Pizarro's next punch let Quinn know the truth of not being distracted on the battlefield. Hey, fat dinosaur BD, where are your eyes looking? Your opponent is me, lousy. Pizarro's killer move came again, his arm turned into a huge magma fire dragon, and hit Quinn's dinosaur head. Who is the fat dinosaur? My uncle is a handsome guy with a super figure. Quinn, who turned into a Brachiosaurus, didn't dodge, and directly hit Pizarro's magma dragon fist with his head. The killer moves collided with each other, and there was a loud bang. The two were evenly matched, and then fought to the death again. While Quinn was blocked, Lucifer had already flown to the top of the skull with 5 people. There is no grass on the top of the skull, and it is all barren stones. Kaido was sitting on a big rock, with a mace in his hand, and a wine gourd in his hand, and was pouring wine. He knew that Lucifer had come, but he didn't look over, still drinking with his head up. After seeing Kaido, Inuarashi and Maomushi burst out with murderous intent. Lucifer glanced around and smiled indifferently, is this the burial place you chose for yourself? Kaido didn't answer. After drinking the last sip of wine, he smashed the wine gourd into pieces, and Lun stood up with his mace. Lucifer, Laozi has been waiting for you for a long time. And Yamato, as my son, do you want to fight me? Don't forget, I am your father. Chapter 177. You're not my father anymore. Holding a mace, Yamato said loudly, I am Kojiki Odin, the man who will defeat you. What nonsense, Odin is already dead. Kaido yelled, that man is nothing but a loser. To shut up. Inuarashi and Momomushi roared at the same time. You are not allowed to speak ill of Master Odin, die, Kaido. The two ran away, and the size quickly became larger. Inuarashi turned into a mammoth, and the cat viper turned into a saber-toothed tiger, and they hit Kaido's chest at the same time. Kaido didn't dodge, and directly took the blow head-on. Although he was hit and flew more than 10 meters, he was not injured. Has Jack's ability been eaten by you? Kaido looked at the mammoth that had turned into Inuarashi, and burst into anger. That's right, we are here for revenge today. Do you remember us? Kaido. After waiting for more than 10 years, the day of revenge finally arrived. Kaido looked at Inuarashi and Maomushi, his eyes widened, and he suddenly thought of something. Ha, it turns out it's you two trash. Kaido grinned, I remember, you are Odin's subordinates, you were the trash who ran away greedily for your life. We won't run away again, never again. Even if we die here today, we will never run away again. As soon as the words fell, Yin Lan and Mao Viper had already thrown towards Duo again. The mammoth's long trunk shot up into the sky, roaring, and 2 huge ivory tusks were pitch black, piercing Kaido's chest. The saber-toothed tiger opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs, which were also pitch black, and bit Kaido's head. Boom! Kaido still did not dodge, and was still hit by the attacks of the two. Rumble! When the attack hit, a cloud of dust erupted, and Kaido's indifferent voice came from the dust, "Is there only this little strength?" The dust dispersed, and Kaido didn't take a step back. Both Inuarashi's and Nekomashi's attacks hit, but neither of them broke Kaido's body. The defense of the strongest creature in the world is no joke, and there are not many people in the world who can break Kaido's defense. It's not over yet. Inuarashi and Maomushi roared at the same time, and the two changed from beast form back to beastman form. At the same time, the two held two swords each, and Kaido's pupils constricted in their open postures. This is... The picture in Kaido's eyes changed suddenly, and he seemed to see Kojiki Oden, the man who first scarred him forever. The attack came very quickly, and with a flash of sword light, it had already hit. 10 fists of Dawen. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi hit the cross scar on Kaido's abdomen at the same time. That's what Kojiki Oden left behind. They are also using the sword technique taught to them by Kojiki Oden at the moment. Puff! The sound of the sharp blade cutting through the flesh came out, Kaido's eyes widened, and he clearly felt the pain. Why would their knives work for me? Kaido lowered his head and found that the 4 samurai swords that the two stabbed into the body had been covered by armament haki. That's no ordinary armament haki, but armament haki internal destruction. There are very few strong people who can really master and skillfully use this technique. This is what Lucifer taught them. Not only Inuarashi and Nekomashi learned it, but Enel, Weiabul, Rain Shiryu and others, as long as they are the core codders of the Nether Pirates. Lucifer taught them the cultivation method of armament haki's internal destruction. After learning this method, their strength has improved significantly. Now Inuarashi and Mabamushi have obtained the ancient fruit-growing ability, coupled with armament haki's internal destruction skills, the power of Oden's profound sword moves has been increased many times. With one blow, Kaido's invincible defense was finally broken. Go to hell, Kaido! Inuarashi and Momomushi broke out with all their strength, swiping the 4 samurai swords suddenly, leaving behind a huge round of cross-light slash. Kaido was cut flying with a sword, and shot backwards, smashing a stone pillar the size of a hill behind into powder. Too strong, Oden's retainers are really strong. Yamato's eyes were shining brightly, as if he saw an idol with excitement. Not only does she adore Kojiki Oden, but Oden's retainers as well, a fight she's never dreamed of seeing. Don't get too excited, these are far from enough to defeat Kaido. Katakuri crossed his arms and said calmly from the side. He knew the horror of the 4 emperors best, and it was impossible to defeat Kaido with these alone. You're right, Kaido isn't that easy to defeat. Lucifer sat on a rock, resting his chin on his right hand, quietly watching the battle. He is the only one who can defeat Kaido. The reason why Inuarashi and Maomushi take action is to let them fulfill their wish for many years. It also adds a little pre-battle fun to Lucifer and Kaido's Armageddon. Boom! A huge stone was pushed away, Kaido got up from the ruins, gritted his teeth and let out a grin. He was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, obviously injured. But everyone present knew that such an injury was not even a tickle for Kaido. Well done, you two good-for-nothings are still making progress. But that's all. Kaido twisted his neck and made a bone-cracking sound. Inuarashi and Momomushi saw Kaido's belly clearly, showing a hint of disbelief. Although the cross scar on Kaido's lower abdomen was cut, it was very shallow. Not to mention the internal organs, even the deep muscles were not injured. And with Kaido's self-healing speed, such an injury can recover quickly. Be careful! Inulan suddenly let out a roar. When the cat viper heard the warning sound, it immediately bowed its head. A rapid storm passed by, making the cat viper feel a sting. Kaido appeared behind the cat viper, and they didn't even notice when it moved. We can't relax for a second, our opponent is Kaido. Inuarashi looked serious, and the mammoth's big eyes were full of vigilance. Puff! As soon as the words fell, the skin on the forehead of the cat viper burst open, and blood spurted out. In that blow just now, Kaido missed the cat viper. But just the storm of friction generated by the sweep of the mace was enough to tear his saber-toothed skin. Such is the horror of the four emperors. Kaido! Call out! Kaido disappeared again. Inulan's face changed drastically, and he raised his two swords to defend at the same time. Clang! There was a sound of metal collision, and Inulan was hit flying with a stick. While the blood spurted wildly, it flew hundreds of meters away. On the other side, the cat viper had no time to react. Within 0.001 seconds, he himself was also sent flying. From Lucifer's point of view, Kaido just teleported, and Inuarashi and Nekomushiba had already been defeated. Bang! Bang! Inuarashi and Nekomamushi fell to Lucifer's feet like broken sacks, their hands trembling, and they almost couldn't hold the samurai sword. The mouths of the two were full of blood, and their internal organs were obviously injured. Hey, are you two okay? Seeing this, Yamato hurried forward to inspect the injuries of the two. It's okay, don't worry. I won't die so easily. Inulan and Maomushi got up, their fighting spirit still high. Kaido put the mace on his shoulders, looked at Lucifer and yelled, "Hey, Lucifer, are you still not shooting? I don't have the time to play pirate games with a bunch of trash." The reason why Kaido was injured by Inuarashi and Momomushi was because he thought of Odin for a moment and lost his mind. Seriously now, Inuarashi and Maomushi could no longer attract his attention. To Kaido, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi are just two ants. Want me to make a move? I don't think it's necessary. Lucifer smiled evilly, look, there are a few subordinates behind me who want to fight you. The most important thing is that your son seems to want to fight with you too. Well said. Yamato stood up holding the mace and said loudly, "Old man, let's make a decision." Kaido's face darkened, he was very angry. Angry Lucifer looked down on him and sent his younger brother to deal with him. What is even more angry is that the son of Yamato, it's fine if he doesn't listen to discipline, and now he is helping outsiders to deal with his own father. Filial piety made him want to kill this son himself. Call out! In a flash, Yamato rushed directly in front of Kaido, aiming at Kaido's head with his mace and slashing down furiously. Thunder 8 trigrams. Seeing Yamato's moves, Taku became even more angry. MMP, this is the trick that Laozi gave you, now you use it to hit your Laozi on the head, it's amazing. Chapter 178. Boom! Kaido swung his club and blocked Yamato's attack, using the same Thunder 8 trigrams. Stupid disobedient son, Laozi will beat you to death today. Boom! With a sudden force, Kaido knocked Yamato into the air. Katakuri's figure flickered, and he had already teleported in front of Kaido, his right arm swelled into a mace, spreading all over and covering high-density armament Haki at the same time. Chop cut rice cake! Boom! Katakuri hit Kaido's chest with a stick, and the powerful force sent Kaido flying more than 10 meters away. Kaido plowed the ground with his feet, leaving a long ravine. Linlin's son! Little devil, you have fallen! Before Kaido finished speaking, a murderous aura erupted in the sky above, and Whitebeard had already arrived. Go to hell! Whitebeard's attack does not have a trick name, he only has the simplest round knife chop. But the Whitebeard force is very strong, and Haki is also very strong. Even the simplest moves are terrifyingly powerful. Boom! Whitebeard slashed down with a knife, and a cloud of dust erupted immediately, and a crack opened on the hard ground, extending tens of meters away. The dust cleared away, revealing Kaido's figure. He dug his feet into the ground and blocked Weeble's naginata with his mace. Interesting, a monster is coming. Kaido could clearly feel the terrifying power in Whitebeard, which was exactly the same as the Whitebeard he had seen in his youth. Stinky old man, where are you looking? Yamato, who was beaten into the air, struck again, hitting Kaido's chest with a stick, sending Kaido flying hundreds of meters away. At the same time, Inyulan and Maomashi jumped up in the air, and another Daowen 10 punches broke through the air. The cross-cut hits Kaido, and the 67 takes one of the horns of the skull with the horns cut off. Rumble. The boulder shattered, the earth trembled infinitely, and Kaido was thrown into ruins, filled with dust. Yamato, Inuarashi, and Nekomachiru landed on the ground, and stood together with Whitebeard and Katakuri, panting heavily. Although they only used 2 or 3 moves, they consumed a lot of energy. If you want to cause damage to Kaido, ordinary moves are useless at all, you must use the ultimate move that presses the bottom of the box. And these tricks, without exception, all consume a lot of physical strength and haki. Well done, you little brats! But it's still far away. Kaido's voice came from the dust, and then a gust of wind broke out, blowing the dust away completely. Roar! A roar of dragon roar tore through the sky, and a huge green dragon soared into the sky, hovering in front of Inuarashi, Maomashi and others. Little devils! Let me show you today, what is the #1 combat power in the world. Bad wind. Qinglong Kaido opened his mouth to condense endless hurricanes, and then opened his mouth to breathe out. The hurricane formed a huge and sharp wind blade that pierced through the air, crashing down towards Whitebeard and the others. There are a lot of wind blades, and each round of wind blades can easily cut through a hill. Even wearing armor and covering armament haki, it will be cut easily. Whitebeard, Yamato, and others didn't dare to take it hard, and used body skills to avoid it. Only when there is no way to hide, will you face head-on. Inyulan was hit by a round of wind blades, was sent flying 100 meters, and smashed a hill to pieces. Cat Viper followed closely behind, and was hit in the chest, opening a huge gap. The two had already been wounded by Kaido before, and it was reasonable to be hit by the wind blade at the moment when their strength was weak. Yamato and Whitebeard did not retreat but advanced, and launched a counterattack after knocking the wind blade into the air. Only Katakuri is the most comfortable under Kaido's attack. His observation haki has been cultivated to the state of predicting the future, and he easily avoided all the wind blades. Ice Slash. Yamato used the fruit ability to transform into a silver werewolf, and smashed Kaido's dragon body with a mace wrapped in extremely cold air. A huge burst of force shook Kaido's huge body. At the same time, cold air broke out at the attack site, freezing Kaido's dragon body. Yamato is a person with Zoan, Phantom Beast, Dog Fruit, and Ika True God. Like Aokiji, she can use the ability of cold air. This move directly interrupted Kaido's release of bad wind. At the same time, Katakuri's attack also arrived. I saw 9 huge pitch-black fists appearing around Katakuri, hitting Kaido's huge dragon body like a torrential rain. 9-head rice cake. The offensive continued, but intensified. Katakuri roared crazily, and countless black fists leaned on Kaido like a torrential rain. Kaido's huge dragon body was beaten back step by step, and the huge dragon head crashed and hit the ground. This is the move of Nyonyo-Guo after awakening. Nyonyo Fruit is a special paramecia that integrates multiple abilities such as elementalization, physical change, free change of body shape, production of substances, and storage of items. In theory, Katakuri could make countless punches out of Machi no Bobbed limit. You are so strong, you. What ability is this? Yamato's eyes lit up as he transformed into an orc. But Katakuri ignored him, his eyes fixed on Kaido in front of him, observation haki opened wide. Clap rice cake! Katakuri clapped his palm, and a huge ball of rice cakes appeared in the sky out of thin air, forming a huge palm and crashing down, hitting Qinglong Kaido. Oh! Interesting! Lucifer's eyes lit up. Katakuri's move is similar to his Sage's Big Madra. It is also the attack of creation and covering armament haki, except that Lucifer's Haki is stronger than Katakuri, so it is more powerful than him. You two go back first. Lucifer looked at Inuarashi and Momomushi and said, it's okay to fight now, and it's pointless to fight any longer. Inuarashi and Momomushi had been injured. Although they were not fatal, their combat strength was greatly reduced. Now they can't hurt a single hair of Kaido even if they attack with all their strength. Staying here to participate in the battle will only delay or even kill them in vain. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Inuarashi and Momomushi also knew the current situation, so they didn't refuse. The two have long known that Kaido cannot be killed with their power. But if they can fight Kaido and hurt Kaido, the two of them have already got their wish. Soon, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi left the top of the skull and returned to the Onigashima battlefield to join the battle. Although they are injured, they are not Kaido's opponents. But the rest of the beast's pirates were still capable of crushing. With the two of them on board, the beast's pirates' rout will be even faster. Roar! Qinglong Kaido roared and roared. The huge green dragon's body winds up, and then shrinks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually, Kaido transformed into a dragon man monster over 10 meters tall. Guys, Laozi doesn't want to play games with you anymore. Call out! The black shadow flashed and disappeared in place in an instant. In the next second, Weiabul was hit hard and was sent flying hundreds of meters. But Weiabul was not injured, and Weiabul blocked Kaido's mace with a naginata in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Yamato was also smashed by Kaido. Yamato plowed the ground with both feet, plowing the ground into 2 gullies up to 100 meters long. Katakuri was smashed into rice cake pieces by Kaido with a stick, and countless rice cake pieces exploded and scattered in all directions. One of the rice cake fragments turned into a donut in the air, rolled quickly after landing, and left the battlefield. Katakuri, who has the ability to predict the future, saw Kaido's ultimate move in advance, so he avoided the fatal blow by instant elementalization. Lucifer sat in the distance and shouted loudly, "Hey, Kaido, is this all you have? If this is the case, I don't need to take action at all, my men are enough to deal with you." The Nether Pirates surpassed the Beast's pirates both in terms of high-level combat power and the number of bottom-level pirates. The longer it drags on, the worse it gets for the Beast's pirates. Not to mention anything else, just talk about the Red Earl who is fighting Yin below. Once the Red Earl finished Yin and came here to participate in the battle, there was really no need for Lucifer to make a move. Red Earl plus Yamato, Katakuri, and Weiabul are enough to deal with Kaido. The dragon scales on Kaido's face tightened, and a murderous look erupted immediately. Arrogant BD, don't be too arrogant. Laozi's strength is far from being played. You guys, get out of here. Kaido hit the ground under his feet with a stick, the ground was shattered inch by inch, and 3 black shadows broke through the ceiling and broke out of the ground. Those were 3 people in strange costumes and weird masks. Chapter 179. CPO Agent. No, the temperament is not very similar, and it is not a living person, without the breath of life. Lucifer's observation Haki swept over the 3 of them, but did not perceive the breath of life belonging to humans. Prove that these are 3 dead objects, similar to puppets. Whoosh! 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 The 3 golems fired 3 lasers each, and while forcing Weiabul and Yamato back, he shot Katakuri in the chest. None of the 3 were injured, but after the blow just now, the 3 already knew the strength of the 3 puppets. Not to mention comparable to Marine Admiral, but definitely stronger than Marine Elite Vice Admiral. Kaido, when did you collude with the world government? Lucifer stepped forward and smiled mockingly, you will make me look down on you. It's not like you to find a helper, so much. Humph, Laozi has nothing to do with the world government, this is what Laozi's subordinates researched. Quinn. Lucifer can only think of Quinn who can research this humanoid weapon. If it is him, there is really such a possibility. After all, he is a super scientist, and he has already transformed himself. Boom! 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 Whitebeard, Katakuri, and Yamato fight against 3 humanoid weapons. After the clothes were broken, the humanoid weapon exposed the black metal shell. That's no ordinary metal, it's sea stone. That BD old man, when did he create such a monster? Yamato fought with a humanoid weapon, and couldn't take it down for a while. The whole body of these humanoid weapons is made of sea stone, which is extremely hard. At the same time, it is equipped with lightning, flame, laser, poisonous gas, and other lethal weapons, and it is extremely powerful and intelligent. Not only that, but they can also use the color of knowledge and armament Haki, which can be called the perfect combination of technology and power. Compared with these humanoid weapons, the pacifist developed by Marine is a pile of scum. That fat pig, Quinn, is really capable. Looking at the 3 humanoid weapons, Lucifer was also a little jealous for a while. The strength of these humanoid weapons are all quasi-admiral level, coupled with the characteristics of hard body, not afraid of death, etc., the overall combat power is almost comparable to that of Marine Admiral. If such a puppet army is built, it will be effortless to flatten the world government. But Lucifer knew that it was impossible to mass-produce this kind of humanoid weapon. The key lies in the processing of sea stone. Sea stone is harder than diamonds and only Wano Kuni artisans can polish it. Every sea stone humanoid weapon takes a long time to complete. Lucifer looked at Kaido and said, "Kaido, your men are still useful, not just a bunch of trash." "Humph, of course. Stop talking nonsense and die." Thunder 8 trigrams. With a flash, Kaido teleported directly in front of Lucifer, and hit Lucifer's head with a huge mace. Lucifer's eyes were bloodshot, and the future picture clearly flashed in his mind. Lifting his left hand, he blocked Kaido's thunder with just one finger. Boom! A shockwave erupted, sweeping 100 meters away. Qinglong Kaido froze in place, unable to move. What? Is this the only strength? One finger of Lucifer was on the mace. No matter how hard Kaido tried, he couldn't advance a point. A hole. Kaido swung the mace and struck again, but Lucifer was faster than him, and kicked Kaido in the chest, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Kaido's body was bent into a bow shape, a mouthful of blood spurted out involuntarily, and there was a cracking sound from his chest. Roar! The Dragon Man Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and soared into the sky. The huge dragon body hundreds of meters suspended in front of Lucifer, opened his mouth and focused his eyes on the great fireball. Hot interest. The scorching high-temperature flame ray whizzed out, hit Lucifer instantly, and penetrated the crust of Ghost Island behind, shooting into the sea. Lucifer stood in the flame beam, not moving a step. The invisible wall around Lucifer wraps around, blocking Kaido's heat rays. Dissipate. As soon as the voice fell, Kaido's flame ray disappeared without a trace. Explode. The Devil's Whisper suddenly sounded, and Kaido in the sky was hit hard suddenly. His internal organs were in severe pain, and he couldn't help but let out a wail. Lucifer's word spirit fruit has been awakened, which can directly cause substantial damage to the enemy's body. Even Kaido is not immune to injury. If you want to resist his move, unless you have also opened the armament Haki field, you can use armament Haki to protect every inch of flesh and blood inside and outside your body. Or awaken the demon fruit power of the same level. Otherwise, everything is in vain. Mahamudra of the Sage. Lucifer's palm fell, and a huge golden palm was generated out of thin air, and then covered with high-density armament Haki. Rumble. The huge palm hit Qinglong Kaido's body, directly shaking his body hundreds of meters away, and knocking him down into the sky. After being hit hard, Kaido wailed miserably, like a fallen dragon, exuding a trace of solemnity. The entire Ghost Island was trembling, and the terrifying momentum erupted in an all-round way, causing violent wind and waves to rage in all directions. The clouds in the sky surged violently, and the sea outside the island set off huge waves. Is that all you can do? Kaido. Universal pull. Lucifer flew into the sky, grabbed it with his big hand, and the strong gravitational force directly pulled the blue dragon Kaido to the sky. Kaido's huge body hundreds of meters long is like an earthworm in Lucifer's hands. Don't get too excited, Lucifer. Laozi isn't serious yet. Zero fur flowers. Kaido roared, the huge dragon body broke free from the shackles of gravity, and began to swim at high speed. The surrounding air was pulled and shredded, and the endless wind gathered around Kaido, forming 7 huge tornadoes. The high-altitude clouds were torn apart, revealing a large hole. The surrounding climate has been completely changed, just like a doomsday disaster. Go to hell, Lucifer. Tornado. Kaido drives 7 tornadoes towards Lucifer, destroying everything along the way. Small tricks, dare to make an axe. The Sword of Judgment. Lucifer waved his hand, a 100-meter-long sword was generated in the void, and then the sword fell. With a flash of sword light, 7 huge tornadoes were directly chopped off in the middle. After cutting through the tornado, the sword energy continued to fall towards Kaido. Kaido breathed out flames, and collided with the sword energy head-on, and a powerful shock wave erupted. The Conqueror's Haki of the two erupted at this moment, and they collided to produce black and red lightning. Black and red lightning clusters crisscross, like a wise lion majesty, destroying everything it touches. The terrifying momentum erupted completely, covering tens of thousands of meters around Ghost Island. The clouds in the sky were completely torn apart, revealing the blue sky, and the white clouds could not be seen. The Conqueror's collision split the sky, and that's what happens only when the teams are evenly matched. Today, however, Lucifer's Conqueror's Haki is much better than Kaido. Lucifer's Conqueror's Haki directly crushed Kaido's Conquerors, completely shattering all the clouds within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. At this moment, the pirates in the entire Ghost Island felt the terrifying aftermath of the battle between Lucifer and Kaido at the same time. The battle has begun. Victory or defeat depends on it. Yan Calamity Jin looked at the top of the skull, where black and red flashes erupted continuously, crisscrossing, and the power was extremely terrifying. Just looking at it made Yin's eyes sting, and the cold surged up. Captain Kaido wins, the beast's pirates still have hope, if they lose. Kaido is doomed. Red Earl's voice interrupted Yin's muttering. Turning his head, Yin's eyes met those of the Red Earl. The Red Earl looked indifferent. Kaido is doomed, in front of Lucifer, he has no chance of winning. Among the ghost pirates, only the Red Earl can call Lucifer by his real name. Others must add the captain or adults to show respect. The Red Earl fought for this privilege with his strength, and only he knew how terrifying Lucifer was. He knew that this 24-year-old man had surpassed countless legendary pirates, and even surpassed the peaks of Whitebeard, Luoji, and Locks, reaching an unprecedented level. It is absolutely impossible to win with a mere Kaido. If Lucifer is at full strength, Kaido may not even be able to catch 3 moves. Chapter 180. Little Ghost, what you should think about now is yourself. After Kaido loses, what will you do next? The Red Earl held a long sword with blood dripping from the blade. In front of him, Yan Calamity Ember was covered in cuts and bruises, with wounds all over his body, and even half of his mask was broken. The Red Earl, who has recovered his peak combat power, is undoubtedly a 4 Emperor's level combat power, far surpassing the Flame Calamity Embers. Captain Kaido will never lose, I trust him. Yin tore off the mask on his face, revealing a young and handsome face. If he dies, I will accompany him and go to hell with him. Good boy, you are very good. The Red Earl showed a look of appreciation. Pirates are also benevolent. Loyal people are the most valued by old legendary pirates like the Red Earl. However, what is important is what is important, and the Red Earl is merciless in his strikes. A slash at the level of a great swordsman can be done with a single wave, and at the same time, there are countless vampire bats covering it. The Red Earl likes to wear red clothes, coupled with his temperament, he is definitely a vampire nobleman. Little ghost, it's done, don't let 883 die. Clang! A round of bloody slashes whizzed out, instantly hitting Yan Calamity Yin. There was no way to hide from the flame disaster, and flames erupted from his back to resist, but it was divided into two. With a flash of sword light, one of Yin's wings was cut off. However, even though he was seriously injured, Yin remained silent. On the top of the skull, Lucifer is suspended in the sky, and in the ruins under his feet is a huge green dragon hundreds of meters long. Kaido, are you still alive? Boom! After the words fell, King Glong's huge body stood upright. Lao Zi is not so easy to die, Lucifer, you are still 100 years away from killing me. Tornado bad wind. The green dragon Kaido circled the huge dragon body, and the roar of the dragon caused lightning to strike Lucifer. At the same time, as the dragon body fluttered and circled, the endless storm formed a tornado blade and slashed towards Lucifer. Lucifer smiled coldly, there are many fancy moves, but they are useless. Shenluo Tianzheng. Lucifer struck with his palm, and armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki whizzed out with endless repulsion force, completely defeating the thunder and lightning and tornado bad wind. The repulsive attacks kept going, hitting Kaido's huge green dragon body head-on. With a loud bang, Kaido's huge dragon body was directly sent flying. Amidst the miserable roar, Qinglong Kaido spit out a big mouthful of blood. Damn BD! Kaido roared, triggering endless lightning to strike Lucifer, and at the same time his huge body shrunk rapidly, turning back into a human form again. Kaido already knows that Qinglong Kaido's huge body is useless to Lucifer, but will become a living target. Lucifer didn't take a step back, and raised his hand to blast all the thunder and lightning. At the same time, Kaido's tricks have struck again. Drunken Thunder, Yin Ne Luo. Kaido is holding a mace with Conqueror's Haki and Thunderbolt wrapped around it, and the space is torn and distorted when he swings it. Before the attack came, there was already the sound of a thunderstorm. Go to hell! Boom! Kaido smashed down with a stick, and a powerful shock wave and lightning burst out immediately. With Lucifer as the center, shock waves and lightning spread in all directions. The wall of vacuum. Lucifer blocked Kaido's killing move with one palm, and an invisible wall appeared in his palm, preventing Kaido's mace from getting an inch. Is that all? Lucifer smiled indifferently, and a cold light flashed in his eyes for an instant. Kaido's eyes changed, and he flew back directly at an extremely fast speed. But it was too late, Lucifer's deadly move had already been cast. Sword of Judgment, weeping blood and cutting the sky. Clang! With a flash of sword light, the far corner of the skull was cut off, and the sea 10,000 meters away was also torn apart. Kaido's face was grim, he was enduring incomparable pain. A bloody severed arm flew into the air, with cyan scales all over the severed arm, it was Kaido's left arm. Oh? Did you avoid it? Lucifer's sword aimed at Kaido's neck, but he retreated in time to avoid the vital point, so only one arm was severed. Boom! Kaido fell from the sky and hit the ground hard, smashing the ground into a sinkhole. Lucifer fell from the sky and came to Kaido. How is it? Kaido, are you still fighting? You should know that you are not my opponent. Lucifer said slowly, I haven't even used 30% of my strength now, you have already broken your arm and seriously injured. If you continue to fight, you will definitely die. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood and roared in a low voice, hit if you want, don't talk so much nonsense. Today either you die or I live. There is no third possibility. Oh, why bother? Lucifer shook his head regretfully, originally, I wanted to save your life and let you join the Nether Pirates. Don't you want to start a war that will hit the whole world? I can do it soon. When the time comes, you won't be bored anymore. Humph, you arrogant brat, you actually want to subdue Laozi? Kaido seemed to be annoyed. Who do you think Laozi is? I want Laozi to be your dog, are you dreaming? David Thunder 8 trigrams. In less than 0.0001 second, Kaido has teleported to Lucifer, and the huge mace has smashed Lucifer's head. The mace is covered with high-density armed color and Conqueror's Haki, the power can easily penetrate an island. Boom! Lucifer didn't dodge or dodge, letting Kaido's mace hit his forehead. A shockwave erupted, and the land behind Lucifer was directly plowed into a 1,000-meter-long gully. However, after being hit by this trick, Lucifer didn't move at all, still with his hands in his pockets, calm and breezy. 0. Lucifer's forehead was dark, and there was a piece of armament Haki covering it, blocking Kaido's ultimate move. Not to mention being hurt, Lucifer didn't even feel like a breeze was blowing on his face. Kaido's eyes widened. At this moment, he showed an unprecedented expression of disbelief. You know, this is his ultimate move, even Whitebeard or Luoji would not dare to carry it with his face. Back then, he could even hurt Whitebeard or Luoji with this move. But now, Lucifer took it with only Haki and physical strength. Not only did he not use the power of the fruit of words, he didn't even hide. What kind of confidence is this, and what kind of disdain for him? A hole. Kaido rotates the mace with one hand, the lightning flashes on the stick, and the armed color and Conqueror's Haki condense again. Conceited BD, go to hell. Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido had never felt so angry. Lucifer's disdainful attitude made Kaido unbearable. He is the strongest creature in the world, and he has always been the only one who looks at others with disdain and attitude, and uses his body to resist the attacks of others. When was it his turn to treat him like this? Boom! 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 Lucifer still did not dodge or dodge, allowing Kaido's attack to hit Lucifer's head. After a series of blows, the ground behind Lucifer was destroyed. Yet Lucifer's body remained motionless. Kaido's mace hit Lucifer's head, unable to shake him a bit. Click! A slight sound rang in the ears of Lucifer and Kaido. The mace in Kaido's hand suddenly cracked a few cracks. The gap spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, and with a bang, the mace was directly blown into pieces. Kaido attacked Lucifer with mace 3.4, Lucifer was not damaged at all, but the mace was smashed, which made Kaido's face change drastically. Impossible! Kaido's three views were refreshed at this moment, and his cognition of the strong was also refreshed. His pride and self-esteem were trampled to pieces. I can't beat him. Looking at the expressionless Lucifer, Kaido suddenly felt powerless. This feeling has not appeared for many years, or in other words, he has never had this feeling. Is that all? Then you can die. Lucifer kicked Kaido in the chest. The toes do not touch Kaido, separated by an invisible layer of Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The shock wave penetrated Kaido's dragon body, and the moment he was hit, Kaido's eyes rolled white, his mouth opened, his brain went blank, and his consciousness flew to the sky. Boom! Kaido turned into a train and flew backwards, the ground was torn apart by the shock wave along the way, the hill was smashed to pieces, and finally flew out of Onigashima. Chapter 181. Universal Pull. Lucifer grabbed it with a big hand, and a strong gravitational force broke out, and he caught Kaido, who flew outside again. Gravity crush. Boom! Kaido was hit by gravity, and the huge dragon body hundreds of meters long was firmly suppressed on the top of the skull. Hot interest. Bad wind. Qinglong Kaido opened his mouth to spit out heat and wind blades, shooting straight into the sky. The fire takes advantage of the wind to become more powerful. Lucifer didn't dodge or avoid, and whispered, "Disappear." As soon as the words fell, the flames and wind blades all disappeared. Crush! Boom! Kaido was hit by gravity again, and the dragon body sank as a whole. Shatter. Boom. Explode. Boom. Fall. Rumble. Under repeated blows, the rock platform on the top of the skull collapsed completely, and Kaido was engulfed by gravity and fell into the inner palace of the skull. Layers of ceilings were pierced, and Kaido fell until he reached the end of the palace of Onigashima before stopping. Boom! A storm swept across the four directions, and the aftermath of the terrifying battle here attracted the attention of the entire Onigashima pirates. 1. Yamato, who was fighting a sea stone puppet, beamed, his eyes glowing as he looked at Lucifer. So strong, too strong. Are all overseas people so strong? 10. You can beat that stinky old man like this. Katakuri next to him was a little speechless, with black lines all over his head. He didn't know whether to say whether Yamato had a big heart or really no brains. Her father was beaten into a dead dog. She didn't worry about it and applauded instead. Isn't that too filial piety? Is the relationship between the four emperors' pirates and their children so bad? Katakuri couldn't help but think of Big Mom. Compared with Kaido Yamato, it seems that the relationship between their Charlotte family and Big Mom is even worse. After all, Kaido will not go crazy and eat his own children. As Tianya is also a fallen person, Katakuri himself is not qualified to comment on the father-daughter relationship between Yamato and Kaido. The Nyotuan sings. After dodging a laser beam, Katakuri casts his awakening ult. He created countless donuts suspended around his body, and shot countless pitch-black fists from the donuts to hit the sea stone puppet in front of him. The fists poured down like a torrential rain, the sea stone puppet had nowhere to hide, and was hit countless times in an instant. The pitch-black fist is covered with high-density armament Haki, and each punch can seriously injure a marine vice-admiral. Under a series of blows, the sea stone puppet was directly sent flying. Before it landed, it exploded into a ball of flames in mid-air. On the other side, Whitebeard also performed a killer move. He swung the naginata and slashed furiously, cutting into the sea stone puppet with a huge 100-meter-long slash. The sea stone golem shoots laser rays from its eyes and mouth, but is dodged by Whitebeard. Whitebeard cut the sea stone puppet's head with a single cut. With a loud bang, the puppet's remnant body exploded, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Yamato also defeated the sea stone golem at this time. She inherited Kaido's blood, and her combat power is extremely powerful. After freezing the sea stone puppet with cold air, Hibiko crushed it into powder. So far, the 3 sea stone puppets around Kaido have all been destroyed. In other words, Kaido has become completely alone. Lucifer fanned the demon wings, hovered in the sky, and locked his eyes on the pothole under his feet. At the bottom of the pit, Kaido was lying there, dead or alive. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar of dragon roar, and an endless gust of wind erupted from the pothole. SHH! 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 Countless breaking whines sounded, and countless black shadows shot out from the pit. When Lucifer saw what was coming, his pupils shrank immediately. Sea stone. The countless sharp spears that shot out were obviously made by sea stone. And judging from the breath, they are all 100% pure sea stone. Kaido, old guy, can he play these little tricks? Lucifer sneered mockingly, raised his hand and dropped it. Mahamadra of the Sage. Rumbling. The golden big handprint condensed in the void, and was instantly covered by armament Haki. A palm fell, knocking all the sea stone spears flying. Sea stone can restrain demon fruit power. Although Lucifer's word spirit fruit is heaven-defying, it cannot directly make them disappear. But it is still easy to knock the sea stone spear away with an attack. Such little tricks are useless to change Lucifer. Are you at the end of your rope? Kaido will use such means to prove that he has nothing to do with Lucifer. The overwhelming strength made all Kaido's methods useless against Lucifer. In fact, up to now in the battle, Lucifer still only showed 30% of his strength. Anyway, it's idle and boring, so it's good for Qinglong Kaido to have fun. Roar! Kaido's roar came again, the huge body of the green dragon flew out from the pit, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted at this moment. Damn BD, die! Fire Dragon Torch Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. Qinglong Kaido's whole body is wrapped in flames, and the space is distorted wherever he goes. Lucifer saw that where Kaido flew out, the rock had been melted into magma. Before the attack arrived, the temperature of the surrounding air had already risen rapidly. The whole head of Qinglong Kaido is pitch black, and the surface is covered with a layer of blood red, which is the combination of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. The last blow. Lucifer smiled indifferently, want to fight me hard? Then I will do it for you. Dragon capturing hand shaking the sky. Lucifer's palm fell, and a huge palm with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters was condensed in the void. The palm is black and red, covered with high-density armed color and Conqueror's Haki at the same time. The strength and density far surpass Kaido. The palm of the hand covers the sky and blocks the sun, and the moment it appears, it directly blocks the sun and plunges the entire Ghost Island into darkness. At this moment, all the pirates stopped fighting at the same time, looked up at the sky, and everyone saw the huge palm covering the sky. Boom! Clang! The pirates of the beast's pirates were frightened, their bodies became weak, and the weapons in their hands fell one after another. Ha ha! A beast's pirates smirked, eyes full of despair. Are you kidding me? Damn BD! Is this the power of God? Our strength and his strength are not in the same dimension. Although the winner has not yet been decided, the tens of thousands of pirates in the beast's pirates are all in despair at this moment. They all knew that that cloaking hand was Lucifer's attack. And such an attack is doomsday for them, no one thinks that Kaido can take this move. The defeat of the beast's pirates was already doomed. Boom! Finally, under the witness of tens of thousands of people, the palm that covered the sky hit the blue dragon Kaido, who was soaring into the sky. 860. There was not even a 10,000th of a second of stalemate. Qinglong Kaido's attack was directly defeated. The hand that covered the sky and the sun fell down with a bang, and its area was 3 times larger than that of Qinglong Kaido. Hitting Kaido at this point is like hitting a fly. Rumble! The Ghost Island skull was directly crushed, and a terrifying shock wave erupted instantly, blowing away tens of thousands of pirates around the island. Countless pirates screamed like an ant in a tsunami, howling and screaming. The entire Ghost Island was directly penetrated, and huge cracks ran through the Ghost Island, completely splitting the island. The huge palm hit the sea, and the shock wave extended to thousands of meters below the deep sea. Kaido's huge dragon body was engulfed by the shock wave and flew thousands of meters below the deep sea. Under the effect of the sea, the ability of the blue dragon fruit is disabled, and Kaido turns back into a human form. At this moment, Kaido's eyes turned white, his whole body was twisted, his body was full of cracks, minced meat and bones were intertwined, and there was no trace of intact parts all over his body. Kaido has completely lost consciousness, and his breath is so weak that it is almost undetectable. A capable person will die if he falls into the sea. Kaido is now seriously injured and dying, unable to breathe. Even if he is left alone, he will not survive for a few minutes. However, Lucifer didn't want Kaido to die under the deep sea. Universal pull. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, with a big hand and a claw. The huge gravity tore the sea, and directly locked Kaido under the deep sea. Boom! The sea burst, everyone saw a bloody figure was pulled into the sky by Lucifer. It's Kaido. The tens of thousands of pirates in the beast's pirates were all desperate. The battle is over, Kaido is defeated. Kaido's complete defeat means that the beast's pirates will also collapse and completely disappear from this world. Chapter 182. Holding the unconscious Kaido, Lucifer soars into the sky. As soon as the palm was released, Kaido fell straight down. Flying sword. Lucifer raised his finger, and a flying sword pierced through the air, piercing Kaido's throat and bringing him down from the sky, and finally nailed to a boulder at the entrance of the palace on Onigashima. Kaido's neck tilted and he completely stopped breathing. Ding! Host killed the pirate Kaido and got 420,000 holy points. The system's notification sounded, and Lucifer's kill points soared a lot. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 24. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit, awakened. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki, domain. Observation Haki, domain. Conqueror's Haki, domain. Kill points, 125,6000. After beheading Kaido, Lucifer's total kill points once again passed the million mark. Rebirth. The power of the word spirit triggers the power of the rules, captures the power of the green dragon fruit from Kaido, and finally fuses with the fruit in Lucifer's hand. Soon, a devil fruit was reborn in Lucifer's hands. Zoan Phantom Beast Fish Fruit Blue Dragon Form. So far, King Lingua is the top known phantom beast species in the world. The Yamato no Orokai fruit may be comparable to the Qinglong fruit, but unfortunately, the Orokai is just a weak chicken, unable to exert the true power of the Yamato no Orokai fruit, resulting in the reputation of the Yamato no Orokai fruit. Beheading the 4 emperors is really a bumper harvest. Lucifer put away the green dragon fruit and was in a good mood. The entire Ghost Island was dead silent, and the war seemed to be over at this moment. Seeing Kaido nailed to the ground, the surrounding beasts' pirates were all stunned. Dumbfounded, dumbfounded. Dead, dead. Captain Kaido is dead. No, no, Captain Kaido is the strongest monster in the world, how could he die? Dream, I must be dreaming. Wake up, wake up. One by one, the pirates slapped themselves wildly, trying to wake up from their sleep. However, the severe pain told them that everything that happened here was a reality. Kaido is really dead, a dead body through and through. Run! Run! A pirate suddenly uttered a shrill cry, instantly detonating everyone's panic. Run! Captain Kaido is dead, let's run. We lose. If you don't run away quickly, you will die. Countless pirates began to flee in embarrassment. Seeing Kaido being killed, all the pirates of Beast's pirates lost their will to fight and no longer had the idea of continuing to fight. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates, the Beast's pirates are a pirate group with supreme strength. Therefore, the atmosphere inside this pirate group is very disharmonious, and the sense of companionship is very weak. Everything depends on Kaido's terrifying strength to maintain. Once Kaido is killed, the Beast's pirates will immediately collapse and fall apart. The bottom pirates only have fear of Kaido, but no respect or loyalty. Kaido used fear to make them loyal, and now that Kaido is dead, they will naturally not avenge him. They will only be afraid of Lucifer's strength, but run away. On the contrary, the people of the Nether Pirates have a high fighting spirit and their morale has greatly increased. Kill, the captain wins, kill the Beast's pirates. Kill them all, leave no one behind. Quack quack, run away, no matter how hard you run, you won't be able to escape the palm of my uncle. Capable person, don't let the capable person escape. Catch it back and take back his ability. At that time, Lao Zi can also become a cotter. Lucifer said beforehand that on the battlefield, whoever catches the ability user will own the recovered ability. Therefore, the ghost pirate's pursuit of capable people is even more brutal. All of a sudden, the war resumed. Only this time, it was a unilateral and overwhelming massacre. The Beast's pirates have completely lost their will to fight, and they dare not stay in fear. Even if he is hunted down, he just avoids, dare not resist, and runs away as soon as he finds an opportunity. On the battlefield, showing your back to the enemy is no different from courting death. The bloody massacre erupted completely, and the nether pirates were blinded by killing people. The terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire ghost island, and the strong bloody smell almost condensed into substance, making people sick. There are also countless pirates who realized that they could not escape, put down their weapons, knelt on the ground and surrendered. Some people are lucky and can save their lives. But when meeting a cruel and bloodthirsty person like Shiryu, he can only be slaughtered obediently. Only a few loyal cotters under Kaido are still stubbornly resisting. Boom! A corner of Ghost Island burst into flames. The flames are so hot that they melt rock into magma. Lucifer! Flame Calamity Ember roared and turned into a pterosaur and flew towards Lucifer. It is very tragic, full of momentum, and murderous. But everyone around him knew that Yin was just seeking his own death. With this blow, he didn't intend to survive at all. As said before, Flame Calamity is very loyal to Kaido and is willing to live and die with him. Clang! A bloody slash soared into the sky, hitting the flying pterosaur and knocking him down from the sky. Little devil, don't be so arrogant. If you want to go beyond the old man and attack the captain, don't you look down on me. Red Earl Rider pierced Yin's chest with his sword, nailing him to the ground. Yanju vomited blood and struggled violently. But the next moment, the Red Earl directly twisted his limbs. Yin let out a roar, but quickly gritted his teeth to hold it back. He suppressed the extreme pupils, the veins on his forehead were surging, and he didn't say a word. On the other hand, Quinn is not as loyal as Yin. Seeing Kaido's defeat, he turned around and ran away. Although Quinn is huge and full of fat, his escape speed is not slow at all. Blue flames shot out from the tail of the Brachiosaurus, taking Quinn and shooting overseas. The fleeing Quinn was like a row of rockets, who disappeared with a whiff. Hey, are you too spineless? The evil King Pizarro was dumbfounded, and it was too late when he reacted and wanted to pursue him. Lucifer in the sky noticed Quinn who was running away, and aimed at Quinn with his backhand and used his claws hard. Anyone in Beast's Pirates can run, but Quinn can't. After seeing the sea stone puppet, Lucifer was very interested in this thing. Such a powerful humanoid weapon is very important to the Nether Pirates. So Quinn must be firmly in his hands. Universal pull. The gravitational force instantly penetrates the void and locks on Quinn. After Quinn escaped from the Ghost Island, his heart was beating wildly, and he felt a little joy of surviving the disaster. However, before he was happy for a few seconds, a strong gravitational force had already acted on him. Even the flame propulsion couldn't make Quinn move forward anymore, and the huge body was pulled back involuntarily. No! Quinn's complexion changed drastically, and he yelled out a bird's language. In the end, it was caught by Lucifer. Lucifer's hands are small, while Kaido's Brachiosaurus form is huge. But Lucifer's palm firmly grasped the Brachiosaurus Quinn's head, making him dare not act rashly. Quinn was so frightened that he trembled all over, not to mention moving, he didn't even dare to breathe hard. Fatty, you are very proficient in escaping guns. You have practiced a lot, haven't you? No, I'm not, I. Quinn was shaking with fright, and his speech was slurred. After talking for a long time, I didn't say a whole sentence. No. You, Wang Zhao, mean that I made a mistake. Lucifer's tone was cold, which immediately made Quinn shiver. The huge Brachiosaurus body was in Lucifer's hands like a kitten. No, I. Before he finished speaking, Lucifer grabbed Quinn and threw it vigorously, directly throwing the huge Ben down. With a loud bang, Quinn slammed heavily on the ruins of a ghost island, smashing the ground into a big hole in the shape of a Brachiosaurus. After being hit hard, Quinn let out a horrified scream, and then directly lost consciousness. After coma, the Brachiosaurus fruit ability naturally disappeared, and Quinn returned to human form. When Pizarro dug him out of the hole, Quinn was already covered in blood, like a dead dog. On the battlefield, Enel solved Fuzifu. Shiryu of the Rain defeated Sasaki. Katrin Daime defeated Black Maria. Big Wine Chote tackles Peggy Wan and Run T. Burndy Waldo, Charlotte Cracker, and other codders solved the real fight of the Beast's pirates. Drop down your weapons and surrender to avoid death. Lucifer's voice spread across the battlefield, and a large number of pirates knelt and surrendered. Finally, this all-out war came to an end with the complete victory of the Nether Pirates. Chapter 183. Oni Island Ruins, Lucifer sitting on a rock. Underfoot is Kaido's dead body. Boom! The Red Earl threw the seriously injured Yin in front of Lucifer, making a muffled sound. Behind Quinn was lying on the ground like a dead dog, already in a coma. Enel, Pizarro, Shiryu, and others also caught other cotters in front of Lucifer. Fuzaifu and Sasaki were seriously injured, they were suppressed and knelt on the ground, panting. Black Maria, like Quinn, also fell into a coma. I don't know if Katrin is jealous of Black Maria's appearance, she hits hard, and she only hits Maria's face. One of Maria's faces had been battered into a bun by Katrin, and it was full of lumps. A bad one can be disfiguring. Peggy and Runt were kneeling in a corner, with Chote standing beside them. As soon as they heard Chote's hiccup, the two of them trembled with fright, and they didn't even dare to lift their heads. All the core cotters of the Beast's pirates are here. How about it, Yin, do you want to surrender? Lucifer looked at the flaming embers kneeling at his feet, and said slowly, if you want to survive, you have to surrender to me. Your strength is good, it's a pity to die here. No, I refuse. Yan Calamity Ember's words were sonorous and extremely firm. Lucifer, stop talking nonsense. Winner and loser, if you want to kill me, do it. Being defeated by you, I am convinced. If you are beaten, you have to stand upright. Yin is a tough guy. If you lose, you lose. He will not make any excuses. Isn't it death? Flame Calamity 990 Yin has never been afraid of death. Lucifer smiled playfully, have you really thought about it? If you die, the Lunalia tribe will really be completely extinct. Hearing Lucifer mentioning the Lunalia tribe, Yin's face suddenly darkened, extremely ugly. A long time ago, there was a god's kingdom on the Red Line, and the Lunaria tribe was called God. Members of the Lunaria family can generate flames on their bodies and can survive in various environmental conditions in nature. Later, celestial dragons conquered the kingdom of gods and massacred countless Lunaria people in order to establish the Holy Land Marie Joyce. The Lunaria tribe is almost extinct, and the Flame is the last remaining Lunaria tribe. Once he died, this race of gods could be said to be completely extinct. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to kill those pig-dog celestial dragons? As long as you rely on me, you will have the opportunity and power to take revenge. Sooner or later, you will be able to return to the kingdom of the gods and regain the glory of the Lunaria family. Lucifer's voice was like a devil whispering, evoking the deepest desire in Yan Zujin's heart. I have to say, I was moved. To avenge the extinct Lunaria clan is the last desire in Yin's heart. Yin's expression kept changing, obviously struggling in his heart. He looked at Kaido's body not far away, and suddenly his face darkened. No, I still refuse. Yan Calamity Jin said in a deep voice, pirates also have benevolence. My hit attribute, Baal, is more than a captain. Now that he is dead, I will naturally be killed with him, let's do it. Don't want revenge. I don't need to make a move. Yan Calamity looked at Lucifer with scorching eyes, showing a sinister smile, you will avenge me. Your ambition will not die, and one day you will fight the celestial dragons. Even without me, celestial dragons will pay the price they deserve. Lucifer smiled playfully, did you see the future? Yan Calamity Ember smiled coldly, no, I saw fate. With a man like you, celestial dragons is destined to end. The Lunaria race and those races that were wiped out by the celestial dragons will have their vengeance avenged. Lucifer, do it, even though I died by your hands, I will thank you for avenging the Lunaria clan. Well said, have a good trip. Puff. A long sword pierced Yan Huanjin's chest and pierced his heart. Yan Calamity Jin vomited blood, but he was grinning maniacally. He died calmly, without resentment or resentment. His benevolence and justice have been implemented, although he did not take revenge himself, but he saw the picture of Lucifer avenging him. He died without regret. Boom! Yan Huanjin's corpse fell down heavily, splashing a cloud of dust. Even in death, Yin still had a smile on his face. Ding! Host killed the pirate Kaido and got 330,000 killing points. The system prompt sounded, and Lucifer's total kill points reached 1,586,000. Pity. Lucifer looked at Yin's body and shook his head regretfully. With such a powerful force, Lucifer really wants to subdue it. However, his benevolence and righteousness are too strong, and he is too loyal to Kaido, and would rather die than surrender. Rebirth. Lucifer aimed at Yin's corpse and used the power of the fruit of words to recover Yin's ability. Soon, a devil fruit was reborn in Lucifer's hands. Zoan ancient species dragon fruit pteranodon form. Every Zoan ancient species has extremely powerful abilities, let alone this is a flying ancient species. So far, this is the first time that Lucifer has obtained the ancient flying species. Seeing Lucifer mercilessly killing Yin, Fuzaifu, Sasaki, Peggy Wan, and Runty, who were awake in the rear, were all trembling with fright. Especially Peggy Wan and Runty, two younger grades, with tears and snot already pouring out. But they all bit their lips tightly, not daring to make a sound. What about you? Do you want to live or die? Lucifer looked at Fuzaifu and Sasaki. Live, I want to live. Fuzaifu and Sasaki quickly knelt down, and Taguchi shouted. I am willing to surrender. Me too, please be merciful, Master Lucifer. At the same time, Peggy Wan and Runty also began to beg for mercy. Ants still steal their lives, and no one wants to die if they can live. Fuzaifu and Sasaki are not as loyal to Kaido as Yin, nor are their willpower. In the face of Lucifer's bloody means, their loyalty to Kaido and their inner persistence were all shattered. Scared by Lucifer, he naturally surrendered obediently. Take them down and treat them first. Lucifer issued an order, there are still a few unconscious ones, put them in prison first. Yes, Lucifer. Several pirates took Fuzaifu, Sasaki, and others away, and a team transported the unconscious Quinn and Black Maria to the prison. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the distance, and the ruins of Gaideo began to shake violently. No, the island is sinking. Get out of here. Go back to the boat. The island of ghosts has been torn apart after the great battle between Lucifer and Kaido. Now the speed of sinking has changed again, and it will completely sink into the sea at any time. Everyone board the boat and evacuate the ghost island. Lucifer gave the order, and countless pirates flocked to the pirate ship on the shore at the same time. However, the nether pirates could board the ship, but the remnants of the beasts pirates could not. Too many people, not enough pirate ships. Help, save us. We're willing to surrender, don't leave us here. Lord Lucifer! Lord Lucifer, please save us. Run, the ground is collapsing. Shouts and terrified screams followed one after another, and countless pirates fled in embarrassment. But the wreckage of the island sank very fast, and there was boundless sea in all directions, and they had nowhere to escape. Someone panicked and went into Tianhai. But the sinking of the island wreck has triggered Uzumaki, and those pirates who jumped into the sea were swallowed by Uzumaki as soon as they jumped into the sea. Escape is death, not escape is death. All the tens of thousands of pirates in the beasts pirates fell into despair. Cavendish, pull them up. Lucifer commanded. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Cavendish took a step forward, clawed with a big hand, and directly pulled several huge island wreckages to the surface of the sea. Cavendish is strong and has plenty of physical strength. After a period of training, he has fully mastered the ability of lion fruit and developed it very well. Although it is not possible to control dozens or hundreds of islands to fly into the sky at the same time like Golden Lion, it is still very simple to control several islands. Now manipulating a few island wrecks is much easier and more casual. The remnants of the beast's pirates have surrendered, and Lucifer certainly won't let them die here in vain. No matter what, there are more than 10,000 elite pirates here. Complete subjugation will greatly increase the strength of the Nether pirates. Chapter 184. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort, Marine Large Meeting Room. The top Marines gathered together, except for Admiral Aokiji and Fujitora, who are currently guarding the New World G1 branch. But they still attended the meeting with the impact phone bug. Gentlemen, the Wano Kuni War is over. Marshal Sengoku stood under a large projection screen and said in a deep voice, Kaido died in battle, the beast's pirates collapsed, and Lucifer won the final victory. Now, Lucifer has subdued all the remnants of the beast's pirates, and the strength of the Nether pirates has doubled again. There was a dead silence in the meeting room, and all the marine executives didn't say a word, and the atmosphere was very dignified. For this result, many of them have already guessed. How strong Lucifer is, Naval Headquarters knows best. With only one Kaido, it is impossible to be Lucifer's opponent, and failure is inevitable. However, Lucifer's simple and random destruction of a Four Emperors pirate group still shocked many marine executives. The Four Emperors are the most powerful pirate force in the world, even the Naval Headquarters would not dare to fight a Four Emperors casually. Naval Headquarters will pay a heavy price for trying to eliminate a Four Emperors. Now, however, the Ghost Pirates have taken down the Beast's pirates without breaking a sweat. The strength of the Nether pirates can be seen as Madara. Even Naval Headquarters, which has greatly increased through the world conscription, may not be the opponent of the Nether pirates. Many high-level executives in the meeting room looked at Lucifer's reward order on the projection screen, feeling heavy and stressed. Marshal Sengoku, what is Marine's next move? Vice Admiral Hwashaishin stood up and asked his own question. The Nether pirates annexed the Beast's pirates, and their strength has greatly increased. If Marine does not act again, there will be endless troubles. Well said, Lucifer's arrogance must be curbed. Even if Lucifer cannot be completely eliminated, the vitality of the Nether pirates must be destroyed and Lucifer's strength weakened. Let Lucifer continue to expand unscrupulously, we will be too passive. You must act first to find a way to break the situation. Many marine executives have joined the battle. After the world conscription, Naval Headquarters has greatly increased in strength, which gave them a lot of confidence. Knowing that a battle with the Nether pirates will cause huge casualties, many marine executives are fighting with high spirits. None of them are idiots and can see the situation of the world clearly. If Lucifer continues to expand unscrupulously, the Nether pirates will get out of control one day. At that time, it will be too late to fight against the Nether pirates. Sengoku said, I know what you're saying, but the time has not come yet. New World reports back that talks between Redhead and Whitebeard have broken down. Redhead originally wanted to join forces with Whitebeard to fight Lucifer, but Whitebeard refused. Why? Vice Admiral blurted out the flying squirrel, and the other marine vice admirals also showed doubts. Whitebeard shouldn't be such an ignorant man, can't he see the threat from Lucifer? Lucifer poses a threat not only to marines, but also to pirates. In other words, Lucifer is a greater threat to pirates. After all, Naval Headquarters is in the first half of the Grand Line, but the Whitebeard pirates are in New World. Naval Headquarters executives know Lucifer very well, and they can all see Lucifer's steady plan at the moment. Before attacking Naval Headquarters and Holy Land, Lucifer will inevitably sweep the entire New World, expanding the Ghost Pirates to an unprecedented level. So, Lucifer's next target is either Redhead or Whitebeard. The Naval Headquarters are in a hurry, but the situation of the Red Hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates is more critical than theirs. The butcher's knife was already at hand, but Whitebeard remained indifferent. In the eyes of many marine executives, it is the most stupid approach. Could it be that Whitebeard thinks he alone can defeat Lucifer the Goose? A marine vice admiral showed disdain. After the impel down battle, everyone in the world knows that Lucifer is now the #1 player in the world. Whitebeard has been surpassed by latecomers. Look at the strong man who died at the hands of Lucifer. 4 Emperors Bigmom, Admiral Akainu, Marine Hero Garp, plus this time 4 Emperors Kaido. All the long-established monsters became Lucifer's stepping stones. Lucifer's road to rise was paved with countless corpses. To defeat him, one person is far from enough. Only when the 4 emperors join hands, is there a chance. From the perspective of marine executives, Redhead and Whitebeard joined forces to fight the Nether pirates, and their naval headquarters will also join the war. At that time, the 3 parties will work together to completely defeat the Nether pirates. In this way, both Marine and 4 Emperors can completely eradicate the threat posed by Lucifer, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Whitebeard has no reason to reject such a strategy. Whitebeard is that kind of guy. Sengoku sighed and said, he won't join forces with others. 100 secrets will eventually have a sparse one. After listening to Sengoku's words, many marine executives simultaneously thought of the reason why Whitebeard rejected the alliance. Is it because of pride? That's right, that's why. Crane Vice Admiral propped his chin with both hands, and spoke calmly. With Whitebeard's arrogance and status, he will not join forces with outsiders. Don't forget, no matter how strong Lucifer is, he is only 24 years old. In the eyes of Whitebeard, he is still a kid. If Whitebeard joins forces with outsiders to bully a young man, his pride and majesty will be gone. Humph, stupid. Yes, for being stupid. 0 for flowers. Are pirates also moral? They are a bunch of scum, isn't it their style to use unscrupulous means? A group of marine executives cursed in a low voice. In their view, in order to eliminate Lucifer, all can be done. What is a joint venture? Even if it is placing undercover agents, poisoning, and threatening the lives of relatives. As long as it can kill Lucifer, any dirty method can be used. Now a pirate talks morally to another pirate, it's ridiculous. Sometimes, One Piece is just so ridiculous. When the evil pirates face the crisis of life and death, they choose to fight morally and fight fairly. On the other hand, the righteous marine chose to use all means and resorted to all means. Who is righteous and who is evil? No one really can tell. Whitebeard refused to team up with the Redhead, and we had to change our strategy. Sengoku looked around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, the original strategy of taking advantage of Lucifer and the red-haired Whitebeard's war is no longer feasible. 0. I have decided that the next time Lucifer and Whitebeard go to war, I will lead the army. With Whitebeard sharing Lucifer's firepower, our marine can take the opportunity to eliminate the elite main force of the ghost pirates. Kill Lucifer if you get the chance. If there is no chance, completely defeat the elite main force of the Nether pirates. When Lucifer is left alone, he's no longer a threat to the world. Compared with the former's post-battle pickup, the latter marine must join the battle at the beginning of the battle. Compared with the former, the damage of the latter is undoubtedly much greater. Are you sure Lucifer's next target is Whitebeard? Marine Vice Admiral asked the Flying Squirrel. Yes, it can't be wrong. Sengoku said in a deep voice, now that Lucifer has defeated Kaido, he is bound to rule the sea area that Kaido left behind and integrate it with the sea area of all nations. Adjoining them is Whitebeard's land. Whether it's to expand the territory or challenge Whitebeard, the former #1 player in the world, Lucifer's next goal will only be Whitebeard. Send my order, Marine's whole army is ready for battle, ready to attack at any time. Yes. All the senior executives in the conference room stood up, saluted and shouted in unison. After world conscription, the strength of naval headquarters increased several times. Excluding the 50,000 troops going to the New World G1 branch, there are more than 100,000 troops stationed in naval headquarters. Not only that, the troops of each branch can also support at any time. As long as Sengoku gives an order, naval headquarters can summon more than 200,000 troops in the shortest time. There will be a steady stream of military support in the follow-up. This is the brand new naval headquarters, and it is also where Sengoku and many marine executives dare to fight Lucifer. Chapter 185. Wano Kuni, the capital of flowers. The members of the Nether Pirates are holding a grand banquet to celebrate the victory of this war. Captain Lucifer, we offer you a toast. Thank you for defeating Kaido and saving Wano Kuni. Great kindness and great virtue, unforgettable forever. Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, and Denjiro came to Lucifer at the same time and raised their glasses. You're welcome, cheers. Lucifer smiled lightly and drank with everyone. After the toast, Kojiki also came up later. Lord Lucifer, in accordance with the agreement in advance, I would like to hand over the rule of Wano Kuni to you in the name of the Kojiki family. From today, you are the actual ruler of Wano Kuni. I hope you can lead the residents of Wano Kuni to live a prosperous and beautiful life, and let Wano Kuni open the sea. After speaking, Kojiki Hiri drank the wine in his hand. Lucifer also raised his glass and said, I will not break my promise. In fact, the right to rule is useless, but with the appearance of Kojiki Hiri, none of the warriors of Wano Kuni will refuse Lucifer's 773 rule. When the thousands of samurai at the banquet saw Raihi handing over the ruling power, no one stood up to object. Wano Kuni's samurai combat power is still very strong, much stronger than the so-called elite marines and elite pirates. The addition of thousands of powerful warriors has made the Nether Pirates much stronger. On the way, Charlotte Owen hurried over, Captain Lucifer, you have found the Crimson Stone. While speaking, a group of pirates came from a distance, and 8 pirates carried a huge red stone and placed it in front of Lucifer. This is the Crimson Stone collected by Kaido. It sank to the bottom of the sea during the Great War and was salvaged afterwards. The third Scarlet Stone is finally here. With this piece, Lucifer already has 3 Crimson Stones in his hands. Well done. Where? It's all under the leadership of Lord Lucifer. After getting the Crimson Stone, Lucifer immediately contacted Robin, who was far away in the Sea of Nations with a video phone bug, and asked her to translate the historical text on the Crimson Stone. So far, Lucifer got the 3rd coordinate location. There is only one last step left to reach Raftel. Guys, let's celebrate our victory over the Beast's pirates, cheers. Lucifer stood up, looked around the crowd, and shouted. Cheers! Ha ha ha, come, drink. If you don't get drunk, you won't go home. The banquet was very lively, and the grand banquet attended by tens of thousands of pirates lasted for several days and nights without ending. As time passed, the news that the Ghost Pirates defeated the Beast's pirates also began to spread around the world. Naval Headquarters was the first to know because it had an undercover agent. The second person to know was of course Morgans. Originally, with Morgan's intelligence ability, he could receive the news almost at the same time as Marine. It's just that he was hunted down by the Nether Pirates, and he had already hidden the location of his lair too much, so he was a step late. The Nether Pirates defeated the Beast's pirates, which is another big news. A hidden place, the news agency headquarters. Morgans looked at the photo in his hand with an excited expression. President, are we going to release this news? Lucifer is still chasing us, and we have to help him make a name for himself, isn't that good? The subordinates were a little reluctant. Stupid, as a reporter, the only thing that can't be neglected is the news. Morgan scolded angrily, send it, this is big news, it will definitely shock the whole world. Although Lucifer shook the world not once or twice. Yes. The reporters under him rolled their eyes. Since Lucifer's debut, as long as there is something about him, it's all big news. Shocking the world is not once or twice. In the past, the destruction of a four emperors pirate group would definitely make them turn pale with shock and be so excited that they couldn't sleep. But now, they are all very calm. Without him, only used to the ear. Newspapers are printed in large batches and sent around the world by thousands of newsbirds. As always, Morgans was handing out the newspaper for free. New World, Moby DK. There was silence on the boat, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates were all reading the newspaper without saying a word. Kaido falls, Lucifer kills the four emperors again. The strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the beasts died. The territory of the Nether pirates has expanded rapidly, and has already ruled half of the New World. Who is Lucifer's next target? Redhead or Whitebeard? The Royale Wars will start again, after Kaido, who is the next stepping stone. How long until Lucifer dominates the New World? Morgan's headlines are still sensational, but members of the Whitebeard pirates take them for granted. Even, the title of Morgans can't fully show Lucifer's full strength. Unexpectedly, even Kaido died. Diamond Jaws held the newspaper, shook his head and sighed, the fear in his eyes couldn't be relieved. As expected. Foil Vista said, everyone knows that Kaido is no match for Lucifer. Lucifer's next target should be us. Marco's voice also sounded at this time. Father, we have to prepare in advance. All eyes were on Whitebeard. Ah, you're right. Whitebeard took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, go ahead and let everyone gather together. A war is about to start, and the outcome will be determined by the first battle. There was silence on the Moby DK. In the past, if the Whitebeard pirates wanted to go to war, they must be very excited and full of fighting spirit. But this time, they didn't know what to do. Because their opponent is Lucifer, a terrifying existence who kills four emperors big pirates with one person. Father, A pirate wanted to say something, but stopped abruptly in the middle of speaking. Everyone knew what he was going to say, but the chances of winning were too low. Gula la la la. Whitebeard looked around at the crowd, and laughed heartily, you idiot sons, don't show such an ugly expression. The battle hasn't started yet, and we may not lose. Don't forget, Lao Zi is Whitebeard, not to the point where he can't lift a knife. A powerful aura erupted from Whitebeard, instantly sweeping thousands of squares around. Thunder exploded in the sky, and the situation suddenly changed. That's Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki, still terrifyingly powerful. Infected by Whitebeard's aura, all members of the Whitebeard pirates are fighting with high spirits. That's right, we are the Whitebeard pirates. We were the strongest before, and we are now. The Whitebeard pirates are invincible and will never be defeated. What about Lucifer? As long as he dares to come, we dare to fight. Papa is the strongest in the world. Although temporarily intimidated by Lucifer's prestige, the members of the Whitebeard pirates are all experienced and strong, and they will not be afraid of fighting. Nor do they fear death. After traveling around the world with Whitebeard for many years, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates are extremely loyal to Whitebeard. Even though they knew they were not Lucifer's opponents, they would fight alongside Whitebeard without hesitation. Of course, a certain anti-bone boy is not included in this list. Blackbeard was still sitting in the corner as usual, hiding himself, not showing off. Like other members of the ship, he cheered and cheered up his morale. But deep in the bottom of his eyes, there was a cold light, showing disdain 2.8. A bunch of idiots, who know they can't be beaten and still fight, are really stupid. Whitebeard is old, do you think he can protect you forever? Lao Zi will not die with you. Blackbeard was already thinking of quitting. The Whitebeard pirates are now clearly a broken ship, ready to sink at any moment. Whitebeard will only be buried with him if he remains on board. Blackbeard's ambition has not yet been realized, and he certainly will not be willing to die with Whitebeard. We must find a chance to disembark as soon as possible. Blackbeard glanced across the boat, already thinking of a suitable reason to disembark. I thought I could get dark fruit by staying on Whitebeard's ship. I didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would collapse now that dark fruit didn't show up. What is the world's strongest pirate group? It's a bunch of trash. Whitebeard too, he's an idiot for fighting when he knows he can't. Even if you want to fight, can't you team up with the red hair? Do you want to die alone? Chapter 186. In Blackbeard's view, when encountering an enemy that cannot be defeated, it is a wise choice to escape in time and retreat. Saving one's life is the most important thing. Face and reputation are all useless. Even if you don't run away, teaming up with the red hair can fight Lucifer. But Whitebeard refused, not only refused to join forces, but chose to fight alone. It is simply stupid. What? Ace woke up from his sleep and sat up on the bed while screaming in terror. He was gasping for breath, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. This is where? Ace looked around and found himself in a strange room with bandages on his body. Yo, are you awake? Suddenly a voice sounded. Ace looked up and saw a man with a pineapple head looking at him with a pair of dead fish eyes. What is this place? Why am I here? Who are you? Ace showed a vigilant look, with flames burning on his body, and the ability of Maramara fruit was automatically activated. You fell into the sea, we saved you. Marco said blankly, do you remember what happened before falling into the sea? Fall into the sea? Ace's eyes suddenly widened, and a huge memory of Japanese stocks flooded into his mind instantly. He remembered. In memory, 10 of them met a cold-blooded and ruthless man. They were defeated by that man, and all fled in embarrassment. In the end, his companions died at the hands of that man one by one. Deus, Michael, Carl, the In family. What? Ace gritted his teeth and let out a painful roar, his expression was twisted ferociously, his eyes were red, filled with endless hatred. It seems you have remembered. Marco was still expressionless, and he had expected Ace's reaction. He was not wrong, Ace must have been hunted down by the Nether pirates, and the entire army was wiped out. All his companions died, and it was only natural for Ace to have such a reaction. Shiryu of the Rain, Lucifer. What? Accompanied by a roar, Ace's whole body erupted with scorching flames. There was a loud bang, and the flames directly shattered the cabin. Ace rushed out of the cabin and onto the deck. Deuce, Michael, Carl. Ace called out the names of his companions, but no one responded to him. On the deck, many members of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked when they saw Ace going crazy. Hey, go up and stop him, said a pirate. Yeah, if you don't stop him in time, the wound will open. And stop him from destroying the ship. This kid is really troublesome, he goes crazy when he wakes up. Call out. The blue flame flashed away, and Marco slapped Ace on the back of the head, pinning him to the deck. Under Marco's suppression, Ace couldn't move, and could only roar angrily. Lucifer! 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 I'm going to kill him! Ace let out a powerless roar, and there was endless killing intent in his heart-rending shouts. Lucifer killed Garp first, and then sent someone to kill all the members of the Spades pirates. Ace hated him to the bone. Calm down, rookie. Marco said lightly, it's meaningless for you to be crazy here now. Not only can't avenge him, but he exposed his incompetence. Let go of me, BD, I'm going to find Lucifer. Don't stop me. Ace is not someone who can listen to and persuade, his impulsive character can't be changed for a while. Boom! A massive flame erupts from Ace, temporarily pushing Marco back. Ace used this to get out of the suppression and hit Marco with a huge flaming fist. Get out of the way! Marco's hands turned into wings, and he also shot out a blue flame, colliding head-on with the fire fist. Boom! When the ultimate move collided, Ace's flame was instantly defeated, and then he was hit in the chest by the blue flame, and flew out heavily. Ace has not recovered from his serious injury at the moment, and his combat strength is not 1 in 10. Naturally, he can't even take a single move from Marco. Marco also showed mercy and did not aggravate Ace's injury. Calm down, Fire Fist, this is not a place for you to run wild. Also, don't you think it's too much to treat the savior in this way? Marco stood in front of Ace and said expressionlessly. Cough cough cough. Ace coughed one after another, a bloody smell gushed out of his throat, and there were bursts of severe pain from the wound on his body. After the blow just now, Ace finally calmed down a bit. He knew that neither Shiryu nor Lucifer were here. It doesn't help that he's crazy. Where is this place, and who are you? Marco smiled slightly. Haven't you found out yet? What? Ace was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly, his eyes widened. Because he saw a pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Whitebeard, this is the Whitebeard pirate. Ace turned his head to look instantly, and a tall figure came into view immediately. Whitebeard, the former #1 in the world, the man who used to compete with One Piece King Luoji, is also the target of Ace since he was a child. If Garp hadn't been killed halfway, Ace would have challenged Whitebeard instead of Lucifer first when he entered New World. Finally awake. The newcomers are really rude. Boy, you are the first one who dares to go wild and go crazy in the Whitebeard pirates. Pirates looked at Ace with playful sneers on their lips. Whitebeard pirates, you saved me. Yeah, what do you think? Marco stared at the dead fish and said, without us, you would have died in the belly of the fish long ago. Also, you said you wanted to take revenge on Lucifer, right? I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Marco shook his head and said, now you face Lucifer, you can only die, and revenge is impossible. Captain Marco is right, rookie. The pirate next to him also said, it's good luck to live once. If I were you, I would find an unknown island to hide now, and then quietly escape back to the paradise. In New World, there is no place for you anymore. No one who offends Lucifer can live in peace. Escape? Impossible. Ace said firmly, I will not run away, I will never run away. I will defeat him and make him pay the price he deserves. Beat Lucifer. Ha 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 ha. All the pirates on board laughed, even Marco couldn't help laughing. They all looked at Ace with pity, feeling that the newcomer was cute and silly. Whitebeard, who had been silent for a while, also smiled. Although Ace is stupid, reckless, and ignorant, he just likes such people. 020 because he put his companion's life in his heart, such a person, no matter how stupid or stupid, is qualified to be his son. Hey, kid, come be my son. Whitebeard suddenly said, carry my flag on your back and gallop freely on this sea. Wife. It's not good. Lucifer over there. The pirates around were startled when they heard Whitebeard's words. They did their best to save Ace's life, and now they want to take him on board? This kid looks like a troublemaker at first glance, he doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. If you really join the Whitebeard pirates, you will definitely get into a lot of trouble. And it is at this critical moment. The Whitebeard pirates are already preparing for the invasion of the Nether pirates, and the time is tight. If Lucifer knew that Fire Fist Ace was alive and on Whitebeard's boat, it would have speeded up the attack time. At that time, there will be too little time for them to prepare. Goo la 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 la, it's okay, this kid is very good. Regarding Lucifer's threat, Whitebeard was calm, as if he didn't care at all. It's just that, Whitebeard wanted to accept someone, but Ace didn't plan to get on the boat. I refuse, I won't be on your boat. Ace shook his head and said, I'm grateful you saved me, but I won't be on this ship. Ace is also unwilling to be inferior to others. In the original book, Whitebeard also spent a lot of time and effort to subdue Ace. Although there is a life-saving grace for Ace, but a few words obviously can't make Ace join. Little devil, don't be ashamed of yourself. As soon as Ace refused, all the pirates on board were killed. Chapter 187. In their minds, the Whitebeard pirates are the best pirates in the world, and no one else has the chance to join even if they are crying and begging. Now that Whitebeard personally asked for the invitation, Ace dared to refuse. It was like slapping Whitebeard in the face. Marco suddenly smiled and said, "Aren't you looking for revenge on Lucifer? Then you should stay here." Ace frowned, "What do you mean?" "Because we are about to start a war with the ghost pirates." "What? Whitebeard is going to fight the ghost pirates?" Ace was shocked. Even someone like him who never reads newspapers knows what it means for the Whitebeard pirates to fight against the Nether pirates. Both are 4 Emperor's pirates. Contact would shake the world, let alone start a war. Once war breaks out, the pattern of the world will definitely be changed. You're right, starting a war is the most important thing sooner or later. Marco threw a newspaper into Ace's hand and said, "Look, this is what happened while you were unconscious." Ace opened the newspaper and saw the huge headline at a glance. Kaido of the Beasts was buried in the sea, and the ghost pirates won a big victory. Lucifer and Kaido are at war too. Ah, yes. Lucifer won, Kaido is dead. Marco nodded. In New World, there are only 3 emperors. A corner of the 4 emperors collapsed, and the pattern of the world has been changed. Now the Nether pirates are conquering the territories of the Beasts pirates, and when these territories become a front line, half of New World will be under Lucifer's control. Then next step, Lucifer's target is you Whitebeard pirates. Ace said coldly. Ah, that's why I said we're going to fight the ghost pirates soon. As Lucifer continues to expand his power, war is bound to happen sooner or later. Ace was silent, staring at the newspaper in his hand, then suddenly raised his head. He ran to Whitebeard, knelt down on the ground. "Let me join the Whitebeard pirates. I don't deny my selfishness, I joined to avenge Lucifer." Everyone on board knew about Ace's selfishness, but no one cared. Because whether Ace is there or not, they will have a battle with the ghost pirates sooner or later. Ace doesn't affect the big picture at all. Goo la 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 la, boy, what's wrong with a man seeking revenge? Whitebeard laughed heartily, not taking Ace's selfishness into consideration. This man's heart is so broad that it can hold the entire ocean. Okay, let's have a banquet to celebrate Fire Fist Ace joining the Whitebeard pirates. Marco yelled loudly. Oh! It's a party. Hurry up and kill some sea kings, there's not enough meat. Where's the wine? Get the wine out of the cabin. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all happy and immediately started preparing for the banquet. Although Ace is a rookie, his strength is not bad. Although joining the Whitebeard pirates at this critical moment will attract the hatred of the Nether pirates, it can also increase the combat power of the Whitebeard pirates. 1 gain and 1 loss cancel each other out. Everyone was overjoyed, as if they had forgotten all about the threat of the Nether pirates. This is the life of a pirate, even if you are going to die tomorrow, you can have a banquet today without any scruples. Only the sarcasm welled up in the depths of Blackbeard's eyes in the corner. He looked at more than 1,000 people on board, as if he was looking at more than 1,000 corpses. A bunch of idiots who are in the mood to have a party when they are about to die. Laozi will not accompany you crazy. Captain, Captain, the war between Lucifer and Kaido is over. On the Red Hair pirate's ship, Logi Lu came running with a newspaper, shouting as he ran. Lucifer won, Kaido is dead. The Redhead took the newspaper and glanced at it, expressionless. Kaido's defeat had long been expected. Beckman next to him said, "Next, Lucifer will definitely annex Kaido's leftover territory. At that time, half of New World will be his." At the same time, after subduing the remnants of the Beasts pirates and the Wano Kuni warriors, the strength of the Banquet pirates will also decrease. The current Nether pirates, whether it is high-level combat power or elite soldiers, far surpasses us or Whitebeard. Even naval headquarters may not be able to match him. Thinking of the terrifying power of the Nether pirates, everyone felt a burst of pressure in their hearts. So, that's what we're here for. The Redhead threw the newspaper overboard and looked ahead. The red line appeared in the sea ahead, and a red port loomed. That is Red Harbor. There are only 2 in the world. They were built at the expense of the world government, and they can directly lead to the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. The only ones who are allowed to land in Red Harbor are the Marine, the high-level government officials, and the kings and nobles of various countries. Once the pirates get close to Red Harbor within a radius of 30 miles, they will encounter a devastating blow from the Marine. Although the guard force of Red Harbor is not as good as that of naval headquarters, it is still extremely terrifying. But today, the Red Hair pirates entered Red Harbor unharmed and unhindered. Not only did Marine not launch an attack, but all personnel on Red Harbor were also evacuated. Everything is to welcome the arrival of the red-haired 4 Emperors Big Pirate. The Red Hair pirates docked at Red Harbor, and then the red-haired Shanks took the bubble cable car directly into the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce. Later, someone led the way and brought the Red Hair into the main hall of the 5 Elders in Pangu City. Of course, along the way, the Red Hair was all wrapped under the cloak, outsiders couldn't see his face, and naturally they didn't know his true identity. In the resplendent palace, here is the room of power. 5 elders sat on the sofa, they were all waiting for someone to arrive. When the Redhead appeared, the 5 elders all looked at him. Is it finally here? According to your position, you shouldn't have come here. We made time on purpose because of you. I know, thank you very much, said the Redhead. Curly-haired 5 elders said, speak, the guards are out. The guard in charge of the gate heard the order, left the power room, and closed the gate by the way. The Redhead took off the cloak, revealing her real body. If this scene is seen by outsiders, they will definitely be stunned. A4 Emperor's Big Pirate swaggered into the Holy Land Marie-Joyce, and came into direct contact with the 5 elders. If this news gets out, it will definitely shake the whole world, leaving countless people stunned and unbelievable. No one would believe the Redhead could meet the 5 elders if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. The Redhead looked at 5 elders, showing an unprecedented solemn expression, and said seriously, I came here this time for the sake of the demon Lucifer. Presumably you already have a sense of urgency. Lucifer's threat is too great. If you don't stop him, he will definitely shake the whole Shizi. Blonde 5 elders said, are you here to seek cooperation? Yes. The Red Hair said, Lucifer is too strong, and the current Nether pirates are no longer a force that can resist. If you want to defeat him, you must join forces. Unfortunately, Whitebeard declined my offer. If the news of the cooperation between the government of the world and the pirates gets out, do you know what will happen? Holding a sword, 5 elders said blankly, joining forces with ordinary pirates will bring shame to the world government, not to mention you are a 4 Emperor's pirate. I know, but this is the only way to break the situation. How are you sure we'll agree? I'm not sure you'll agree, but I know you won't say no. Just like when Wang Dihao fought against the Valley of Gods more than 30 years ago. 5 elders was silent for a while, then the curly-haired 5 elders spoke, because it is you, we will consider this suggestion. If it were someone else, he would be dead at this moment. I know, thanks a lot. The Redhead stood up slowly, facing 5 elders and said, then I will wait for your good news. After finishing speaking, the Red Hair turned and left directly. While the 5 elders say to think about it, the Redheads already know their answer. 5 elders did not refuse, and had already acquiesced in the proposal of cooperation. After the Red Hair left, the 5 elders spoke again. Joining hands with pirates, are they trustworthy? Others don't know, but his words are still trustworthy. Redheads are not the ones who will shake up the world for their own sake. And he was right, we have no choice now. Through the world conscription, Naval Headquarters has regained its strength and is even stronger than before, but facing Lucifer, there is still no certainty of victory. The war with Lucifer, we must win, otherwise the Lord will not give us a second chance. Lucifer must die. Chapter 188. Whitebeard, eat it. Lucifer threw a devil fruit to Whitebeard, which was Kaido's blue dragon fruit. Yes, Captain. Whitebeard was very obedient, and swallowed the fruit in one gulp. How do you feel? Tough, Captain Lucifer. Lucifer rolled his eyes. I didn't ask you that. Do you feel the power? Have. Whitebeard nodded, and then began to use the calendar. The hands become thicker and grow scales, the head becomes a dragon head, and the upper half of the body extends infinitely to become a dragon body. Then with a kick of both feet, it becomes a dragon tail. Roar! The roar of the dragon's roar resounded in all directions, and Whitebeard soared into the sky and flew into the clouds in the sky. Blue dragon fruit, what a breeze! Yes, yes, Captain Whitebeard has gained this ability, and his strength is even more terrifying. Don't be envious, only cotters can get the green dragon fruit, it's impossible for us. It's pretty good to get a spider fruit. Countless pirates looked at the green dragon flying up into the sky, talking a lot, with envy and longing in their eyes. The Phantom Beast green dragon fruit can be called the strongest Phantom Beast ability in the world, and no one does not yearn for its power zone. Good. Looking at the blue dragon flying into the sky, Lucifer was also very satisfied. In this way, he has his mount. Lucifer looked at the crowd and gave an order, Rider, ENEL 970, you guard the base camp. Shiryu, Katakuri, Valdo, you lead people to seize territory and expand your power. I'm going out for a while. Obey. Phew, a black shadow flashed, Lucifer flew into the sky and landed on the head of Qinglong. Come on, Weeble. Yes, Captain Lucifer. The huge dragon body of Qinglong Whitebeard rushed into the clouds of the sky at an extremely fast speed, and soon disappeared into the vast sky. New World, Kingdom of Giants Albuff. Albuff is indeed a kingdom of giants, everything here is several times or even dozens of times larger than the outside world. The big trees are astonishingly thick, like towering towers. Lucifer has obtained 3 historical texts of road signs, and the exact location of Raftel is only as short of the last one. The whereabouts of the last road sign history text are unknown, and Lucifer doesn't know where it is. But he has a few guesses, and Albuff, the Kingdom of Giants, is the most likely place. So Lucifer came here. If it's not here, Lucifer will have to find someone else. The remnants of One Piece Luoji, they are Lucifer's plan too. www. There are many giant villages in Albuff. Although people in this country advocate force, the internal national atmosphere is very harmonious. A strong giant will not bully a weak giant, which is completely different from the oppression and poverty of the outside world. In the giant village, a group of giant children are playing and playing. Suddenly, a giant child exclaimed, "Look at the sky, what is that?" Several giant children hurriedly raised their heads and looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. Number. That's a giant dragon. It's so handsome. A giant child's eyes are shining. Children will be very excited to see such legendary creatures as dragons. Aren't dragons legendary creatures? How could they exist in reality? But that's the dragon, right in front of our eyes. Look, the dragon is flying towards us. As the dragon continued to fall, the dragon's body became bigger and bigger, and the sense of oppression became heavier and heavier. A group of giant kids have already started to panic. At the same time, the adult giants in the village also came out of their homes. At the head was a tall giant with a beard like a waterfall. Behind them is a group of strong giant warriors, all wearing leather armor and holding weapons. Giants respect powerlessness and can join the battle at any time. Facing the attack of the unknown dragon, they were ready to fight immediately. It's just that the green dragon didn't land in the village, nor did it launch an attack, it just whizzed past the village, leaving behind a powerful storm. No, that's the direction of the palace. The elders of the giant clan headed by them were shocked. Come on, let's go to the palace right away. This giant dragon came with bad intentions, and a battle may break out in the palace. That's right, we're going to support the palace. All the adult giants in the village roared and ran towards the king's chariot immediately. Lucifer stood on top of King Glong's head, arms folded. The gust of wind whizzed by, messing up his hair and robe, but it couldn't shake him at all. The green dragon flew very fast, but in the blink of an eye, Lucifer saw where the giant palace was. Unlike the giant village, the giant palace is very luxurious, and the city is also very prosperous. Bafj, giants that are hard to find outside are everywhere here. Clang! 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 The sound of rapid metal knocking sounded, spreading throughout the entire palace city. This is the siren when there is an enemy invasion. It has been more than 100 years since the last time the siren sounded in the kingdom of giants. All the giants who heard the sirens came to the streets of the city, and the giant guards immediately guarded the gate of the palace. The giant king and prince also walked out of the palace for the first time and came to the top of the palace wall. As soon as everyone looked up, they could see the huge green dragon descending from the sky. Kaido, why is he here? The giant king's face was serious. As the king of the giant clan, he certainly knew that the one above was not the green dragon, but the demon fruit power. Kaido is famous all over the world, and of course he too. It's just that the giant king doesn't know that Kaido has been killed, and now he is the new green dragon fruit capable Whitebeard. The giants are too big, and the human newspapers are too small for them, so the giants don't read newspapers. Therefore, the giants know very little about the news from the outside world, and it takes a long time to learn about it once. Obviously, during this time period, the giants still don't know the news that the Nether pirates defeated the Beast's pirates. Roar! The dragon roared, detonating the howling wind. The hundreds of meters long dragon body slowly fell, and finally suspended in front of the giant palace. The giants are very big, but they are no more than that in front of the hundreds of meters long green dragon. It's not Kaido, it's the demon Lucifer. When he saw Lucifer standing on the dragon's head, the giant king knew that the blue dragon coming was not the four emperors Kaido. He had also heard of the name of the devil Lucifer. The famous four emperors Lucifer, what's the matter in the giant kingdom? The giant king stepped forward and asked with a booming voice. Lucifer crossed his arms and looked at the guarding giant army below, and smiled playfully. The king needn't be so nervous, I just want one thing. What, if there is something here, I am willing to offer it with both hands. The giant king knew Lucifer's terrifying strength, so he was naturally unwilling to go to war with Lucifer. Lucifer said, Signpost history text. Signpost history text. The face of the giant king changed. Lucifer narrowed his eyes, looks like you've heard of it. Yes, I know the text of the signpost history. The giant king nodded, back then, this country also had a road sign history text. At first, the old man accurately found the words used by the giant king. Yes, that was decades ago. The king of the giant clan showed a hint of anger on his face. The original text of the road sign history is also a treasure of my giant clan kingdom. But it was stolen by a bunch of brazen thieves. Your Excellency Lucifer, you are late, the historical text of the road sign is no longer here. Not here. Lucifer's face sank, Your Majesty, you should know the price of deceiving me, right? The icy killing intent emanated from Lucifer, making many giant warriors chill all over, and their expressions became more dignified. Some giant warriors held the weapons in their hands tightly, and their bodies were already wet with sweat. I didn't lie to you, I can swear by the supreme glory of the giant race. The king of the giant clan said in a deep voice, many years ago, the text of the road sign history has been taken away. Lucifer opened the observation Haki field and realized that the Giant King did not lie. Who are they? The Giant King said angrily, Luoji, they are the Luoji pirates. Chapter 189. Is it really Luoji? They were the first things Lucifer thought of. After all, only the Luoji pirates arrived at Raftel. The Giant King looked at Lucifer and said, Your Excellency Lucifer, this kingdom no longer has a historical text of road signs. The implication is to let Lucifer leave. Lucifer poses too great a threat to the Giant Kingdom, and the Giant King really doesn't want such a dangerous person to stay in this country. Lucifer naturally understood what the Giant King meant, and smiled lightly, Since I don't have what I want, I will leave naturally. The Giant King just breathed a sigh of relief, but heard Lucifer speak again, Your Majesty, have you thought about the future? What's the meaning? Lucifer said, The wave of the era of rampage will soon come, and this wave will sweep the world, and no one can be immune to it alone. If the kingdom of giants doesn't get on the giant ship in time, sooner or later it will be submerged in the evidence of the tide. Lucifer took a deep look at the Giant King and said, That's all I said, His Majesty the King should think about it carefully. After speaking, Lucifer flew directly into the sky on the green dragon and disappeared. The Giant King looked at the back of Lucifer leaving with a dignified expression, unable to recover for a long time. Father, what did Lucifer mean just now? The Giant Prince asked. The Giant King didn't answer, just sighed deeply and muttered to himself. The vanished lights are revived again, and the world will usher in drastic changes again. Of course the Giant King knew what Lucifer meant. He was letting the kingdom of giants make a choice. Sooner or later, the Nether Pirates will rule the entire new world. In this sea where the weak eat the strong, if they want to survive, they can only surrender. Maybe, it's time to make a choice. Although the kingdom of giants is known as the most powerful country in the world, the king knows that they have no chance of winning in the face of the terrifying Lucifer. Against Lucifer, they have only one way to die. Among the clouds in the sky, Lucifer stood on top of Qinglong, expressionless. Lucifer was not in a good mood because he didn't get what he wanted this trip. It seems that we still have to go to Rayleigh. The last piece of signpost history text was taken by the Red Hair Pirates, and the person most likely to know its whereabouts is undoubtedly Pluton Rayleigh. Originally, Lucifer planned to let the retired old guy go for a while, but now it seems that he will have to face him after all. Everything is predestined and cannot be escaped. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Suddenly, the voice of the phone bug rang. Lucifer took out the phone bug to connect, and Enel's voice came from the opposite side. Captain Lucifer, we found out that Fire Fist Ace is not dead, he joined the Whitebeard pirates. Opposite the phone bug is not only the voice of Enel, but also the jeers of Pizarro, Valdo, and others, and the gloomy roar of Shiryu the Rain. Apparently, Shiryu let Ace escape and was laughed at by Pizarro and Valdo etc. Continue to pay attention to the movement of the Whitebeard pirates, put down the Fire Fist in advance, and solve it together when the war starts in the future. A mere ace can't affect the overall situation, and Lucifer didn't take him seriously. Yes. Hang up the phone bug, Lucifer is banned from the country. Fire Fist Ace was really lucky, and he survived after being seriously injured and thrown into the sea by Shiryu. Not only that, he also joined the Whitebeard pirates just like in the original book. It seems to be the arrangement of fate. Facing the rapidly expanding Nether pirates, the Whitebeard pirates are also integrating forces. Whitebeard not only gathered all the pirates under his banner, but also subdued the wandering pirates in his own territory. Whitebeard has a big heart, as long as others don't provoke him and make trouble on his territory, even if pirates break into his sea area, Whitebeard will not attack them. So in the past, the Whitebeard sea area was still safe for some free pirates. But things are different now. Facing the huge number of Nether pirates with overwhelming strength, their Whitebeard pirates must also strengthen their strength and expand their numbers. All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were sent out, some were responsible for gathering the team, and some were responsible for subduing the freedom pirates. Blackbeard teaches also on the outing. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to sneak away from the Whitebeard pirates, and now the reasonable opportunity to go out came to him automatically, and he certainly would not let it go. On the deck, Sax, the captain of the fourth team, is introducing the goal of this time. Our opponent is McConaughey and his gang. The captain, Vera McConaughey, has a bounty of 347 million Baileys. He is a paramecia glass fruit capable person, and his strength is impressive. If you can subdue it, if you can't, eradicate them all. Now is a critical moment, all hostile forces in the sea must be wiped out. When a total war is about to start, intelligence becomes very important. In order to ensure that there are no undercover spies in the Whitebeard Pirates' sea area, they must wipe out all forces. I would rather kill a mistake than let it go. Although the internal atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates is harmonious, it is also extremely cruel to the enemy. If you are not ruthless, you will not stand firm. The Whitebeard Pirates have been able to dominate for decades, all of them were killed. Countless skeletons and corpses of countless pirates have created the great reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates. Little ones, Tian Fa. Ah! A group of pirates were full of fighting spirit and roared one after another. At night, a great battle broke out in an uninhabited sea. Vera McConaughey and his gang were defeated by Sage and others. McConaughey was a tough guy, determined not to surrender, and was finally beheaded by Sage. 0 Fur Flowers. Half of the members of the ship were killed, and the other half knelt down and surrendered, and were incorporated by Sachi. Captain Sachi, come and see what this is. A pirate soldier ran out of the cabin, holding a devil fruit in his hand, triumphantly. The fruit is purple all over, with spiral patterns all over it, like a strange pineapple. Oh! Is it devil fruit? Sax was also overjoyed when he saw devil fruit. Compared with gold and silver treasures, devil fruit is undoubtedly a better loot. A fruit I've never seen before. Thatch took devil fruit to check, muttering to himself, take it back. Go back and find out what ability it is. Ha 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 ha, maybe it's Logia. The pirate soldiers next to him laughed. That's right, when the time comes, Captain Sarge will also be a Logia-capable user. Those rookies can get the Logia ability, and of course we can get it. 0. Having this ability, Captain Sachi will be more confident in the next war. The Whitebeard pirates have rules within the pirates. If devil fruit is found outside, the person who gets it first has the right to use it first. This operation is led by Sage, so Sage is the first person to eat it. If Sachi gives up, others will have a chance. Seiki is not yet a capable user, and getting this devil fruit when the war is about to start seems to be a guide of fate. Seiki, who has never eaten devil fruit, looked at the devil fruit in his hand, and his heart moved. The other members are also congratulating Captain Sage for getting the devil fruit. No one noticed that Blackbeard Teach behind Sachi had a weird smile on his face. This smile is not only weird, but also has a hint of ferocious terror. Blackbeard's two eyes fixed on the devil fruit in Sachi's hand, exuding endless greed and longing. Rumble. Suddenly there was a thunder in the sky, and a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, leaving behind a trail of white light. White light shone on Blackbeard's face, completely illuminating their faces. The endless ferocity are fully revealed at this moment. Dark fruit, finally appeared. That's right, the devil fruit in Sachi's hand is the dark fruit that Blackbeard has been waiting for more than 10 years. Blackbeard has read the devil fruit illustrated book, and the appearance of dark fruit will appear in his mind every day, and he will never forget it in his life. For dark fruit, Blackbeard can do anything. That night, the Sachi group held a banquet to celebrate the victory. Everyone drank a lot of wine, and there were many pirates lying on the deck. In the early hours of the morning, Blackbeard quietly came to Thatch's cabin. "Sage, what are you doing here? Is the banquet not over yet?" Sage wasn't half wary of Blackbeard. He thought that Blackbeard was the second old man of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 190. Blackbeard has joined the Whitebeard pirates for more than 10 years. He has a good reputation and has a harmonious relationship with everyone. He is a well-known honest man. Thatch certainly didn't think that Blackbeard was here to kill him. "Captain Sage." Blackbeard stepped up to Thatch, grinning. Before Saki could react, a dagger had already pierced Saki's heart. Why? Sachi looked at Blackbeard in disbelief. His palms firmly grasped Blackbeard's shoulders, trying to hold himself back from falling down. "Why?" Thatch couldn't figure out why Blackbeard wanted to kill him. Blackbeard grinned wildly, but didn't answer. Satch was pierced through the heart, and the light in his eyes gradually disappeared, leaving only unwillingness and anger in the end. Plop! The corpse fell to the ground heavily, blood poured out from the chest, and soon stained the cabin floor red. "Don't blame me, Thatch, blame you for taking my stuff." Blackbeard threw away the dagger, walked to the table, and picked up the dark fruit. With the dark fruit in hand, the Black 937 beard finally couldn't suppress the joy and excitement in his heart, and laughed wildly involuntarily. "Thief, ha 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 ha, as expected, fate is still on my side. It chose me. It's fate. I am the one chosen by fate. The thief, ha 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 ha." 17. As long as we have this power, the future will be the era of Laozi. Thief, ha 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 ha. There was endless laughter, alarming the drunken pirates outside. A few pirates ran over and saw Blackbeard, who opened his mouth to eat the dark fruit at a glance. Before they could be shocked, they saw Satch lying in a pool of blood again. "Teach, what did you do?" "Captain Sarge." A pirate ran up to Thatch and shook his body. "But Sax is dead, no matter how he shakes, it is useless." "Teach, you actually killed Captain Sarge, are you going to betray Dad?" "Damn BD, what purpose do you have?" Several pirates rushed forward at the same time, killing Blackbeard. Blackbeard had already eaten the dark fruit at this moment, and when he saw several people killing him, he laughed even more arrogantly. "Thief, ha 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 ha, just because you want to kill me, go to hell." A black mist erupted from Blackbeard's palm, engulfing everyone in an instant. There was a loud bang, the cabin burst, and several pirates were all blown away, flying heavily into the sea. The pirates on the deck finally came to their senses, and when they saw Teach who was killing him, they broke out in a cold sweat. The alcohol in his body turned into sweat and evaporated, and he was instantly sober. "Teach, what are you doing? Are they companions? What's wrong with you?" The pirates on board couldn't believe that Teach, who was originally a kind and honest man, would be so cruel and mercilessly kill all his companions. Moreover, Teach's explosive combat power was beyond their imagination, even stronger than many captains. "Thief, ha 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 ha, with this power, Laozi is invincible." Blackbeard's unscrupulous laughter came out in the dark night, which was also mixed with a series of terrified screams. Boom! The entire pirate ship was wrapped in black mist and exploded, and all the pirates on board fell into the sea regardless of whether they were dead or alive. Only Blackbeard left the sea in a small boat. Blackbeard knows that killing his companions has violated the iron law of the Whitebeard pirates. Next, Whitebeard will be enraged and will do everything in his power to hunt him down. There is no place for him in the New World, so he can only escape into the Paradise, where he can have a chance to breathe. However, this was also Blackbeard's original plan. Although he got dark fruit now, he is still alone. If you want to compete for the throne, you must obtain powerful subordinates. Thief, ha 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 ha, New World, Laozi will be back soon. At that time, it will be my time. Whitebeard, Lucifer, Redhead, Marine, all kneel at my feet. In the dark night, Blackbeard's arrogant roar echoed in the boundless sea, and finally disappeared. After Blackbeard left, many pieces of the pirate ship's wreckage suddenly surfaced in the sea. Several living pirates also surfaced from the water. Pirates were full of grief and indignation, and their original faces had been covered by tears and snot. Teach! Teach! That nasty BD actually did such a thing. Damn guy! One by one, the pirates yelled furiously on the wood chips, but unfortunately, Blackbeard had already left, and no one could respond to him. A pirate was still holding Satch's body, crying in grief. Captain Thatch! Damn it, what happened? Why did this happen? Up to now, there are still people who have not figured out the situation. Everything happened too fast for them to accept. Don't worry, Teach will not end well. A pirate said through gritted teeth. Yes, let's go back and tell Dad about Teach's crimes. Father will definitely pay him the most painful price for revenge, and let him be buried with Captain Sachi. One by one, the pirates were wandering around the big pirates holding pieces of wood, and one of them was still holding on to Sage's body. Although he was dead, they still didn't leave Sage's body behind. 2 days later, the Whitebeard pirates, Moby DK. There was a dead silence on the deck, and there was no more laughter in the past. Whitebeard and his children all looked at the man lying on the deck in grief. The man named Sage had completely stopped breathing. Sage, what a bad boy! Whitebeard's voice was painful, and his straight back was bent a lot more than usual, which showed how sad this man was at the moment. You let your father see his son die with his own eyes? What a BD you are! Whitebeard didn't cry, but everyone around him did. Marco, Vista, Jaws, and all the pirates had tears in their eyes. Many of them burst into tears and cried bitterly. Whitebeard is strong, but in this moment, he is nothing more than a father who lost his son. He is also human and has feelings. Even if others say that he is the strongest monster in the world, it will make him extremely sad if a white-haired person sends a black-haired person. Hateful! Marco hit the deck with a punch, making a big hole in the deck. Did Teach really do it? Why? Why would he do that? We're all family. Not only Marco, but others also found it hard to believe that Chi would do such a thing. In everyone's impression, Teach has always been a kind old man. I can get along well with everyone and mix with everyone. But now, such a good person would suddenly kill his partner because of a fruit. It's Teach, we can't be wrong. Several survivor pirates said in a deep voice. In order to get the dark fruit, Teach killed Captain Sarge without hesitation, and even killed us. I also heard him say that he has been waiting for dark fruit for more than 10 years and almost 20 years. He joined the Whitebeard pirates to get dark fruit from the very beginning. That guy, he's a total monster. From the descriptions of the survivors, everyone knows that Teach was merciless and extremely ruthless in the process of killing his 2.1 companions, and he did not hold back at all. The combat power displayed is also very strong, stronger than many captains. All kinds of evidence show that Blackbeard has been hiding. His previous kindness and honesty were all a disguise, and he had been pretending for more than 10 years. Not only is Blackbeard not an honest and kind person, on the contrary, he also has huge ambitions, is ruthless, and is a very despicable and terrifying monster. Whitebeard yelled out these 2 words in a low voice, with the terrifying killing intent in his voice. His eyes became extremely cold at this moment, and the cold light in them was enough to scare the soul out of the strong man who had experienced many battles. Send an order to fully track down Teach's whereabouts. The one who killed his companions is no longer a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone from the Whitebeard pirates who sees Teach will be killed without mercy. Spread Lao Zi's order to the whole world, as long as whoever can kill Teach, whoever can join the Whitebeard pirates will be protected by Lao Zi. Chapter 191. Teach, he must pay the price. Boom. The extremely powerful and terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted from Whitebeard's body, instantly forming a tsunami-like shock wave that swept across all directions. Whitebeard was furious, more furious than ever. At this moment, the world was shocked. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder and lightning flashed. It seems that God was also frightened by Whitebeard's anger, so he had to create lightning and thunder to counter Whitebeard's anger. Afterwards, the Whitebeard pirates held a funeral for the dead Sarge. And the kill order issued by Whitebeard spread throughout the New World in an instant. The major forces, pirates, and kingdoms in the New World have learned of this amazing news one after another. Before Lucifer appeared, the Whitebeard pirates were the strongest existence in the world, and the atmosphere in the group was harmonious, like a family, and there had never been any betrayal by members. For the first time in decades, Blackbeard killed his companions and defected. Whitebeard's coercion was provoked, and many pirates admired this guy named Teach, who dared to do such a big thing inside the Whitebeard pirate group. Hey, did you guys hear that? Whitebeard has a kill order. Of course I heard, this guy named Teach is really amazing. Dare to kill your companions in the Whitebeard pirates, how brave is this guy? Do you want to participate in this hunting operation? As long as you kill Teach, you can join the Whitebeard C10 Thieves group and get Whitebeard's asylum. At that time, we will have a strong backer. With Whitebeard as a backer, you can walk sideways in the New World. For the conditions set by Whitebeard, countless pirates in New World were all crazy, like sharks smelling blood, they took action one after another. They have only one goal, kill Teach, and take his head Whitebeard pirates to receive the reward. Whitebeard's reward is much more attractive than money. It's just that some people are crazy with envy, while others remain steadfast, unmoved by Whitebeard's attractive reward. They are all reasonable people, and from this incident, they saw the mortal danger. Locke, aren't you going to find that Teach? In a tavern, a group of powerful pirates found a man. His name is Locke, and he is an independent pirate with strong strength. Recruited by many pirate groups, but has been fighting alone. I am not interested. Locke shook his head. I advise you not to join in the fun, this incident is not something people of our level can participate in. Teach can kill one of Whitebeard's captains, and his strength is definitely not weak. The most important thing is this time period. The Nether pirates are powerful, and there is a possibility of a battle with the Whitebeard pirates. It is very dangerous to join the Whitebeard pirates at this time. In the all-out war between the two strongest pirate groups, can you guarantee that you can survive to the end? Locke has been able to get along like a fish in water in New World, relying not only on his great strength, but also on his wisdom. He knows very well that at this critical moment, joining the Whitebeard pirates is not only not beneficial, but very dangerous. The power of the Nether pirates is now known to the world. The Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates were eliminated successively. In Locke's view, the Whitebeard pirates did not have much chance of winning either. Unfortunately, Locke's reminder did not make the group of pirates give up. After all, it is the Whitebeard pirates, and Whitebeard's reputation has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and few people can refuse his protection. Such an opportunity is rare in 100 years, and I will not give up. That's right, kill that Teach and join the Whitebeard pirates. At that time, we will be members of the Whitebeard pirates. A group of pirates walked out of the tavern, and went out to sea vigorously to hunt down Teach. Watching them go, Locke shook his head. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost, he can't stop the person who wants to die. Situations like this happened all over New World, and 80% of the pirates in New World were dispatched to chase and kill Teach. Some weak people dare not fight Teach head-on, so they follow his trail secretly and sell information. This alone can earn a lot of money. Some pirates have found a way to riches by accident. Because of this, Blackbeard Teach's whereabouts were soon exposed, and he was endlessly hunted down. New World is really lively during this time. On King Glong's head, Lucifer was holding a newspaper, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. What was published in the newspaper was the event that Whitebeard issued a kill order. I didn't expect dark fruit to come out at this time. Is it because I changed history? In the original book, dark fruit only appeared around 1520 in the sea circle calendar. At that time, Lucifer hadn't gone to sea yet, but was about to go to sea. Afterwards, in order to hunt down Blackbeard, Ace met Luffy halfway and met for a while. At this time, Ace has just joined the Whitebeard pirates and has not yet become the captain. So I didn't go out to sea to hunt down Teach. Dark fruit has the power to restrain all devil fruits, and is known as the most vicious ability. I don't know who will beat who compared with my word spirit fruit. Lucifer smiled coldly, and threw the newspaper down into the sky, flying in all directions. Today's Lucifer has awakened the fruit of words. In terms of ability alone, Lucifer doesn't think dark fruit is better than word spirit fruit. If adding Haki's strength, Lucifer's overall strength is much stronger than Blackbeard's. A mere Blackbeard, Lucifer didn't pay attention at all. Come on, make it bigger, and see how much fun you can add to the next century war. The green dragon danced in the clouds, whirled the wind and howled the sea, and soon disappeared in the sky. First half of New World, on Red Force. The red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand and remained silent. In terms of understanding of Blackbeard, Lucifer ranks first, and Shanks ranks second. He was the first to discover the great power and ambition of the Blackbeard. Sure enough, Blackbeard made a move. Choose at this critical moment, that BD. Don't rebel early, don't rebel later. Blackbeard chose to rebel on the eve of the war. As a result, Whitebeard has to be distracted from dealing with Blackbeard, and it is difficult to concentrate on preparing for the big battle with Lucifer. Blackbeard. The redhead touched the scar on her eye, where the scar was aching. He has traveled all over the world and has experienced hundreds of battles. He has received countless injuries and scars. But the only thing that still hurts so far is the 3 scars left on the eyes. It was the scar Blackbeard had given him. In battle, he was neither careless nor distracted. Since then, the redhead has discovered the great strength of Blackbeard. I also know the huge ambition hidden in Blackbeard's heart. He'd love to remind Whitebeard, but never had the chance. Blackbeard's betrayal was already expected by the red hair, but this time period was too bad, which made the red hair very worried. Shanks, what are you going to do? Beckman came to the redhead and asked in a low voice. I can't help it either. The redhead shook his head and said, now we don't have the energy to deal with Teach, the main target must be on Lucifer. Although knowing that letting Teach escape will cause endless troubles, the redhead still plans to get rid of Lucifer first. After all, Lucifer is undoubtedly a greater threat than Blackbeard. Let's go, gather your troops. To defeat Lucifer, our current strength alone is far from enough. While the Whitebeard pirates are gathering their troops, the Red Hair pirates are also gathering their troops. Although Whitebeard has made it clear that he will not join forces with him against Lucifer, but the Redhead has to intervene in this war. He knew that the next all-out war was the best chance to deal with Lucifer. This battle is, on the surface, a decisive battle between the Nether pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. But Redhead knew that naval headquarters would definitely intervene, and so would he. Gather the Whitebeard pirates, naval headquarters, and Red Hair pirates to take on Lucifer. Although the parties are fighting alone and not teaming up, the Red Hair pirates, Whitebeard pirates, and naval headquarters are all targeting Lucifer. Different routes lead to the same goal. This is the most likely chance to root out Lucifer. There is only one chance, fleeting. Chapter 192. Naval Headquarters has released the latest bounty for the Ghost Pirates. The reward amount for Lucifer has not changed, it is still 6,052,500,000 Baileys. When the bounty reaches a certain level, it is meaningless to increase it again. Lucifer is like this now, killing Kaido and destroying Beast's pirates will not improve Lucifer's threat and strength. Anyway, whether he does it or not, naval headquarters and the world government have listed him as the most dangerous pirate in the world. The Red Earl's bounty has not changed, and his degree of danger does not need to be proved by the bounty. But the bounties offered by other members of the Nether Pirates have been greatly increased. In particular, legendary pirates such as Shiryu of the Rain and Berndy Valdo have all received their due bounties. Whitebeard to Edward Weibul, who offered a bounty of 1.57 billion Baileys, committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Charlotte Katakuri, who has a bounty of 1.457 billion Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Raytheon Enel, offering a bounty of 1.428 billion Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Shiryu of the Rain, with a bounty of 1.395 billion Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. World Destroyer Berndy Waldo, offering a bounty of 1.38 billion Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. The Evil King, Abelo Pizarro, offered a bounty of 1.338 billion Baileys. Swanyu Hunter, Katrin Daime, offered a bounty of 1.398 billion Baileys. He committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. San Juan Wolf, with a bounty of 1.27 billion Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Daju Bask Shot, with a bounty of 1.255 billion Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Charlotte Smoothie, with a bounty of 1.232 billion Baileys, has committed a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Charlotte Cracker, who has a bounty of 1.16 billion Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Inulan, offering a bounty of 1.020 billion Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. The Cat Viper, offering a bounty of 1.015 billion Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. White Shinigami Simon Hay, with a bounty of 844 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Guy S.A. Courant, offering a bounty of 822 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Jack the Ripper, with a bounty of 790 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Weasel Cavendish, with a bounty of 735 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Battle Maid Baby 5, with a bounty of 710 million Baileys, is a heinous crime, regardless of life or death. Not counting Lucifer and the Red Earl, the Ghost Pirates now have 13 big pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. The number is equivalent to the sum of the top codders of the four Emperors pirate groups. There are also a lot of people with a bounty of 700.8 billion, and more than 50 people with a bounty of more than 500 million. The four Emperors pirates are no longer enough to describe the horror of the Nether pirates. Lucifer felt that only the Lox pirates back then had such terrifying combat power. It's getting more and more interesting. On top of King Glong's head, Lucifer dropped a stack of reward orders, and he still let him float in the wind. As for himself, he flew to Wano Kuni on Qinglong. A few days later, Lucifer returned to Wano Kuni. The army of the Nether Pirates is still stationed here. In the palace of the general's mansion, many codders gathered together. Captain Lucifer, all the islands left by Kaido have been occupied. Enel stepped forward and said respectfully. Shiryu of the Rain said, the territory has been developed into a line, and the islands in the buffer zone have all been subdued, and the next step can be planned. Whitebeard is next. Pizarro was holding the wine glass, with a hint of ferocity on his face. Whitebeard is kind of ashamed these days. Waldo said mockingly, if anyone dares to betray Lao Zi will definitely cut them to pieces. Waldo was arrested and imprisoned more than 30 years ago when he was betrayed by his pirates. After he was released from prison, the first thing he did was to find his remaining subordinates and drive them out. To say who hates the traitor the most, Valder deserves it. Captain, we can go to war. Everyone looked at Lucifer, eager to try, with high fighting spirit. Lucifer smiled charmingly, and said, although fighting Whitebeard at this time might be bullying the old man, but Whitebeard is not an ordinary old man, so I think he won't mind. Is it still the same as before, sending troops to fight against the old Whitebeard pirates? Cavendish asked. But the Whitebeard pirates don't have a lair, do they? The main ship of the Whitebeard pirates has been wandering in the sea, and its whereabouts are uncertain, which is different from the Big Mom pirates and Kaido of the beasts. Find someone to give him the gauntlet. Lucifer looked around the crowd and said, who wants to take a trip? I go. Shiryu of the Rain spoke first. I go. Let me go, Captain Lucifer. Long time no see Whitebeard, good time to catch up. I can too. Let me go, just to meet the former number one in the world. Shiryu, Pizarro, Waldo, Chote, Enel, and others spoke one after another. Sending a letter of war is very dangerous, but none of them was afraid. Enel, I'll let you go. Lucifer looked at Enel and said. Enel is fast and can fly, even if he is besieged, he can escape. It is most suitable for him to send the letter of war. Give it to me. Enel grinned, looking excited. Lucifer immediately wrote a letter of war, agreeing on the time and place of the decisive battle, and handed it over to Enel's servants. Enel took over the tactics, and with a flash of lightning, he had already flown into the sky. A piece of sea in New World, sunny and calm. There was no banquet on the Moby Dick. Sage died just a few days ago, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates have not yet come out of their grief. Two pirates stood on the watchtower and looked around. They were responsible for observing the surrounding sea area, discovering potential enemies in advance, and escorting Moby Dick's voyage. Call out! A flash of lightning flashed in the clouds and was accurately captured by the pirates. Hey, look over there! A pirate shouted with a telescope. The companions around him also looked through the binoculars at the same time, and sure enough, they saw the existence of lightning in the clouds. Lightning is very fast and is approaching them quickly. What's that? Weather change. Lightning has no substance, so the two pirates thought it was a natural phenomenon. At that time, when the lightning was getting closer, the two pirates felt uneasy and hurriedly sounded a warning. Father, there is a flash of lightning approaching in the northeast direction, it may be the enemy. The pirates' warning sound made everyone alert immediately, and the pirates on the ship looked northeast at the same time. Sure enough, there was a bolt of lightning in the clouds there, traveling at a very fast speed. Ordinary pirates only feel a little strange, but the outstanding captain of observation Haki has already sensed the breath of the beast. Is it Thor? Marco flew to the mast, stared at the distant lightning with a pair of dead fish eyes, and muttered to himself. Marco can only think of one person who can turn into lightning and possess such a powerful aura, Enel, the god of thunder. He dares to break into the territory of our Whitebeard pirates, he is too arrogant. Foil Vista has drawn out his double knives, with a murderous look on his face. If he dares to come, let him come, Nyo Di Hao, but never return. Diamond Jaws is also ready to go all out. The newly joined ace is even more vicious, and his body is already burning with flames, ready to attack at any time. Is there only one person here? The brat is really arrogant now. Whitebeard sat on the sofa without getting up, watching the lightning in the sky with a calm face. Call out! In a flash of lightning, Enel appeared on the bow of the Moby Dick. Clang! 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 With a flash of knife light, Enel was already surrounded by members of the Whitebeard pirates. Yahahaha, are the welcome ceremonies of the Whitebeard pirates so special? Even in deep encirclement, Enel did not show fear, but laughed wildly. Thor, are you here alone to die? Marco stepped forward and said blankly. Yahahaha, there are no idiots who want to die in this world. Enel said, Captain Lucifer has a gauntlet for Whitebeard, so can I see Whitebeard? Idiot, who will let you get close to Dad? Yes, if you dare to come to the Whitebeard pirates to play wild, you can't take a step. Chapter 193. You're going to die right here. How dare you come to the Whitebeard pirates to send a letter of challenge, you are too arrogant. Where do you think this is? You are dead today. Enel's arrogant attitude made the Whitebeard pirates furious. The crowd was furious, and more than 1,000 pirates were ready to kill. As long as there is an order from the captain, everyone will rush forward and cut Enel into pieces. Let him come here. Suddenly, Whitebeard's voice sounded. Father, can you? Jaws, who was standing next to Whitebeard, was a little hesitant. He was afraid that Enel would play some tricks. Goo la 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 la, it's okay, let him come over. Whitebeard laughed boldly, that brat, Lucifer, isn't up to the tricks. Although an enemy, Whitebeard still admires Lucifer. He has never met Lucifer, but he knows Lucifer's character well. He is not a despicable person who can play tricks. Many pirates parted ways and went straight to Whitebeard at the end. Enel walked through it, facing the vicious pirates around him. His expression remained unchanged, showing boldness and courage. Finally, Enel came to Whitebeard. It was the first time he saw the former number one in the world. Whitebeard's huge size and indistinct momentum made Enel's heart skip a beat. With just one glance, Ani 497 Road already knew that he was no match for the old guy in front of him. Little devil, bring the letter. Whitebeard said, looking down at Enel. Enel grinned, pulled a letter from his pocket, and threw it at Whitebeard. The letter was wrapped in lightning, and in a flash of lightning, it was caught by Whitebeard. Such a small trick, of course, is of no use to Whitebeard. This time Whitebeard didn't tear up the letter, because it was after the war. After reading the gauntlet, Whitebeard suddenly laughed wildly. So la 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 la, Lucifer, that brat, is really arrogant. Father, what did the letter say? Marco asked hurriedly. It's nothing, it's just the time and place of the decisive battle. 11. Whitebeard threw the gauntlet to Marco, then looked at Enel. Go back and tell Lucifer that Laozi agreed. 7 days later, a battle will determine life and death. It is good. Enel grinned and wanted to leave. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Ace among the crowd. You are the Fire Fist, right? Your life is really big, you can survive Shiryu's hands. You are the first one who can escape the pursuit of the Nether Pirates. But hiding in the Whitebeard pirates won't save your life. I hope you won't run away after 7 days. Don't worry, I won't run away. Ace took a step forward and growled, after 7 days, I will cut off Lucifer's head with my own hands, and make him pay the, due price. Ha 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 ha, the tone of a mere brat is quite loud. Enel smiled instead of anger. A rookie who said he was going to cut off Lucifer's head was a big joke to him. If you can do it, try it yourself. After finishing speaking, Enel directly turned into a bolt of lightning soaring into the sky, and disappeared out of the sky in an instant. When the two armies are at war, they will not be beheaded. Although beheading Enel can weaken the strength of the Nether Pirates now, Whitebeard will obviously not do such a despicable thing. Wano Kuni Prison, mine. A group of pirates mine here and do coolies. They are all pirates who are not strong enough. Even if they surrendered to Lucifer, they didn't want them, so they were left here to mine. Among a group of pirates, 2 pirates are very conspicuous. One is Quinn, whose body is very fat, like a meatball. When mining, the fat on my body trembled, and every time I trembled, the sweat fell off like rain. Damn Lucifer, let Laozi do coolie for him, I can't spare him. Every time Quinn opened the mine, he would curse in a low voice. Okay, Quinn, now is not the time to complain. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Next to her was a beautiful woman who was about the same size as Quinn, she was Black Maria. Quinn glanced around, feeling sad. It turned out that he was in charge of the Rabbit Bowl prison, and every time he watched other people mining and doing coolies from above. But today, it was his turn to mine and work as a coolie. When will Lucifer come back? Laozi can't stand it anymore. Quinn wanted to surrender Lucifer a long time ago, but Lucifer didn't come back. Even if he wanted to surrender, he couldn't find anyone. Seeing a group of miscellaneous fish and pirates controlling him from above, Quinn felt uncomfortable all over. Just when Quinn was complaining, Lucifer's voice suddenly sounded. "You're doing well here, Quinn." Quinn turned his head and saw Lucifer on the high platform at a glance. "There is so much fat on your body as a coolie every day, it seems that you are not serious about your work." Quinn was about to cry. During this period of time digging pits and doing coolies, his weight dropped off. This is not serious, so what is serious? "Lucifer, I surrender, let me out." Quinn is not as tough as Yin, and he doesn't plan to be buried with Kaido. Seeing Lucifer coming, he begged for mercy. Lucifer glanced at Quinn, then at Black Maria. "What about you, Miss Black Widow?" Black Maria smiled dryly and said, "Of course I am willing to surrender, and please take Master Lucifer in." Lucifer smiled slightly, "I just like smart guys like you. Come here, uncuff them." "Obey." The two pirates stepped forward and uncuffed Sea Stone for Quinn and Black Maria. Having regained his freedom and regained his strength, Quinn could not help but yelled. It was fun, and the feeling of being restrained by Sea Stone handcuffs was too uncomfortable. "Get ready, we're going to fight the Whitebeard pirates soon. If you don't want to die, adjust your state as soon as possible." After speaking, Lucifer disappeared directly in Tai's hung. Quinn and Black Maria looked at each other, a little speechless. This is too exciting. Just out of prison, they are going to fight the Whitebeard pirates, and they are not prepared at all. The large-scale mobilization of the Nether pirates and the Whitebeard pirates naturally couldn't hide from the eyes of naval headquarters. At the same time, Sengoku also got Lucifer's letter of challenge to the Whitebeard pirates through the undercover agent. The two Four Emperors pirate groups have decided to go to war, and the naval headquarters has also begun to act. Marine Ford, Marine Large Meeting Room. A battle conference of the highest scale is being held. Sengoku looked around and said, "Everyone, we have received accurate information that Lucifer is going to fight Whitebeard." "Where and when did the war start?" asked a Marine Vice Admiral. "This is not clear yet, and the undercover agents are still doing their best to find out." Sengoku's undercover status in the Nether Pirates is not high, just a small captain, unable to detect the exact time and place of the war. Lucifer also knew that there was an undercover marine in the pirate group, but he didn't care and didn't track it down. Just a few undercover agents cannot affect the overall situation. As long as the strength is strong enough, it doesn't matter if all the internal information is leaked, Lucifer can still break the law with force. Although we don't know the time and place yet, it's always right to prepare early. Sengoku continued, "The world government has ordered that the entire naval headquarters army be mobilized this time, vowing to eradicate Lucifer completely. If there is a chance, even the Whitebeard pirates will be eradicated together. If the Nether pirates and the Whitebeard pirates can be wiped out together, New World's pirate power will be negligible. We Marine may have a chance to wipe out the pirate threat from the world." At the thought of the possible victory, many Marine executives in the conference room were very excited. Sengoku said, "To ensure victory, I have ordered the Shishibukai to be summoned. With their participation, our chances of winning will be better." "Shishibukai? Are they trustworthy?" "A bunch of scum from the sea, don't rebel against Lucifer." Some Hawks Marine Vice Admiral looked disgusted. None of them trust Shishibukai very much. While the Shishibukai are a force under the Marine banner, they are ultimately a lawless bunch of villains. Given the chance, naval headquarters would also like to eradicate them together. This is the absolute justice that their Hawk Marine believes in. Chapter 194. After Sengoku's order was issued, the naval headquarters fleet was dispatched. The New World G1 branch has already guarded 100,000 troops. Now Naval Headquarters has mobilized another 100,000 troops, for a total of 200,000 troops. In addition, Marine 3 Admiral and Field Marshal Sengoku played in person. To deal with Lucifer, Naval Headquarters can be said to be out in force. One more thing, Sengoku didn't tell his generals. That is, in this war, the Red Hair Pirates will also participate in the war, they are allies of the Naval Headquarters. Marine and the Four Emperors have teamed up, and such news cannot be leaked. So the only people inside Marine who know about it are Marshal Sengoku, Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, and 3 Admiral. New World, Cray Island. This is an uninhabited deserted island. The island is full of ruins and wreckage left by the war, only a castle in the center of the island is intact. This is the residence of Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. In the castle, Hawkeye held a letter, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The decisive battle of the century that affects the whole world is really interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen you, and I can feel the bloody fighting spirit of a warrior. Hawkeye has been the world's #1 swordsman for too long, and he has no opponent for a long time, which makes Hawkeye very boring. On weekdays, he can only go with the tide in a coffin boat, looking for those unremarkable pirates to pass the time. Day and night, he was looking forward to someone who could have a good fight with him. This opportunity finally came. Not only the former world #1 powerhouse Whitebeard, but also the new world #1 powerhouse Lucifer, as well as the old-time pinnacle sword winner Red Earl Rider. Whether it is a strong man or a great swordsman, every eagle eye of these 3 people wants to fight. This battle will determine the direction of the future world and change the pattern of the world. No one can survive alone. The eagle eye saw the raging sea in the distance through the window, and a pair of falcon pupils exuded infinite coldness. Afterwards, Hawkeye picked up the black sword Yet and walked out of the castle. Hideo Yet, who was carrying on his back, let out a sword cry, as if he was excited and excited. Calm Belt, Daughter Island. In the palace, a quarrel is taking place. Snake Girl, if you don't go to the war, Marine will deprive you of the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. At that time, Daughter Island will be in danger. Granny Nu leaned on her snake stick and shouted loudly at Empress Hancock. So what? No matter what I have done, I will be forgiven. Because, the concubine's body is so beautiful. Empress Hancock raised her head, pointed her chin at Granny Nu, and said arrogantly. The Amazon warriors next to him saw Hancock say the classic lines, their eyes lit up and they turned into little hearts. Their bodies and minds have been captured by Hancock, and even Granny Nu has been tempted from time to time. But soon, Granny Nu came to her senses. Snake Girl, do you know what the upcoming battle means? The Ghost Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are in a full-scale war. If the Ghost Pirates win, they will completely become the overlord of New World. From now on, no one in New World will be able to compete with it. Naval Headquarters will never let this kind of thing happen, so they will call up the army to participate in this battle. 17. 7 Warlords of the Sea, as a force under the government, must also participate in the war. This is a mandatory call. If you refuse, you will be hit with full-scale retaliation afterwards. Snake, do you want to watch Daughter Island be destroyed by Marine? Hey? So what? Hancock said indifferently. Granny Nu wanted to speak again, but was interrupted directly by Hancock. Shut up, old woman, you've babbled too much nonsense. This is my palace, get out of here quickly. After speaking, Hancock grabbed Granny Nu and threw her out of the window. The people next to her didn't stop her, and no one worried that Grandma Nu would leave the group. Although she is old, she is still very strong. Even if it falls from a palace tens of meters high, it can still land safely. When Granny Nu left, only Empress Hancock and her 2 younger sisters were left in the palace. Different from the previous arrogant and willful, Hancock at this moment is very serious, with a dignified expression. What Granny Nu said, she blocked her mouth. She also knows the serious consequences. It's just that Hancock doesn't want to fight for the government of the world. Inhumanly abused many years ago, Hancock hated the celestial dragons and the world government. Most importantly, Hancock didn't want to make Lucifer his enemy. The world does not know that Hancock, the Queen of Pirates, is the #1 fangirl of the devil Lucifer. Ever since Lucifer bulldozed Marie Joyce and killed countless celestial dragons, Hancock became obsessed with Lucifer. Sister, I really don't plan to join the war. That's right, if they don't join the war, naval headquarters will definitely destroy the entire daughter island. Marine's new warships are now free to enter and exit the Com Belt. Both Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold are worried. Daughter Island was originally located in the Com Belt, surrounded by the lairs of large sea kings, which is the strongest natural barrier, and outsiders cannot approach at all. However, the new type of warship developed by Marine can block the breath, and the sea kings cannot launch attacks. In this way, the natural danger of Daughter Island will no longer exist. With the power of Marine, as long as he wants to, he can destroy the entire Daughter Island at any time. The most important thing is that they can't even escape. Because Daughter's Island is a country, there is no escape. You go out first, let me think about it. Hancock bit his nails, frowning. The underwater world, the Fishmen Island. Zero looking for flowers. In the Dragon Palace, Hixia Jinbei and King Neptune sat facing each other. I heard that Naval Headquarters has issued a compulsory summoning order for you. King Neptune said. Ah, that's right. Jinbei nodded. Are you going to fight? Of course not. Jinbei shook his head and said, I won't help Marine in this battle. Have you made up your mind yet? King Neptune knew his old friend well. Although Jinbei didn't say anything, he already guessed Jinbei's next plan. That's right, Father Whitebeard has sheltered the Fishmen Island for many years, even if it is to repay his kindness, I will help him. Even if I pay for this life, I will not hesitate. Sorry, Your Majesty. Jinbei knew that once he helped Whitebeard, he would surely offend Naval Headquarters and be deprived of the title of Shishibukai. In this battle, the goal of Naval Headquarters is to eliminate Lucifer. 0. But Jinbei knew that Naval Headquarters wanted to eliminate Lucifer and Whitebeard at the same time. Jinbei helps Whitebeard, is against Naval Headquarters, and they will never tolerate it. Don't thank me, Jinbei. Neptune said, we, the Fishmen Island, owe Whitebeard too much, and it is only natural that we should repay him. It's a pity that, as a king, the old man is too cowardly to add strength to him. No, Your Majesty, your heart is enough. As he spoke, Jinbei picked up the wine bowl and drank a bowl of fine wine. Your Majesty, the old man is one step ahead. After finishing speaking, Jinbei directly got up and walked out of the palace. Outside the Dragon Palace, all the members of the Sun Pirates are already waiting here. Following Jinbei's order, the entire Sun Pirates set off for New World immediately. The first half of the Grand Line is a three-no island. As a three-no island, the order is very chaotic, and it is full of killing and blood all the time. However, not long ago, the arrival of a person changed the pattern of the island. He is Green Pepper, a legendary great pirate in the old days, and one of the new 7 warlords of the sea. The island occupied by Qingjiao was used as a temporary home, and all the criminals on the island were suppressed by him. Grandpa, there is a letter from Naval Headquarters asking you to participate in the all-out war against the Nether Pirates. Lao Cai held a bat and delivered the letter to Qingjiao. After reading the letter, Qingjiao looked dignified and remained silent. Grandpa, do you want to join the war? The news that the Nether Pirates are about to fight the Whitebeard Pirates has spread all over the world. At this moment, Every 10 corners of the world are discussing the upcoming war. Even if we don't join the war, we can't escape. Qing Jiao looked at the sea outside the window, and felt that an unprecedented powerful wave was sweeping. In front of this wave, no matter where you are or where you hide, you cannot avoid Qi. Chapter 195. He had only seen such a wave once. That was the day when the One Piece King Luoji was executed many years ago. At that historic moment, Luoji's words before his death opened the era of great pirates. Since then, the wave of the times has swept the whole world, and no one can avoid it. Qing Jiao has lived for decades, from the old age to the new era, and no one knows better than him what the next battle represents. Looking back, Qing Jiao said, "You guys stay here and make a circle." "What? How can that work?" Lao Cai and Abu said hurriedly. "There's nothing wrong with it, obediently obey the old man's orders." Qing Jiao showed an unprecedented serious expression, and ordered forcefully. "After the war is over, if the old man doesn't come back, you should immediately lead the 8 Treasure Water Army back to the country of flowers. Lao Cai, from this moment on, you are the pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy. The Green Pepper seems to be entrusting the funeral. In the upcoming war of the century, he is not sure that he can come back alive." In an unassuming 743 town tavern on the Grand Line, Blackbeard reads the newspaper, bites into a Sakura peach pie, and grins. "Thief, ha 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 ha, is it finally about to start? I have to hurry up and act." Under the pursuit of the sky and the earth, Blackbeard managed to escape back to the first half of the Grand Line after all, temporarily getting rid of the pursuit. Lucifer declared war on Whitebeard, which greatly relieved the pressure on Blackbeard. Let's fight, the more intense the better. When you both lose, then it will be the era of Lao Zi." Blackbeard's ambition has not weakened, but has grown infinitely after getting the dark fruit. He knows that now he is not Lucifer's opponent. But Blackbeard has faith in dark fruit and his own alien body. He believes that as long as he gets a more powerful fruit ability, he will be able to defeat Lucifer sooner or later. When the time comes, the world will be his. Boom! The door of the tavern was pushed open, and a giant burly man walked in, accompanied by harsh laughter. "Vee ha 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 ha, I found you, Captain Teach. The boat is ready, when shall we go?" The person who came was the fighting champion Giza's Badgers. Behind Badgers, Van Oka, Lafitte, and Drug Q followed. In the original books, these people are the original crew of Blackbeard. These people are still being found by Blackbeard today. Everything seems to be a fate. "Thief, ha 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 ha, let's go then." Blackbeard swallowed the last piece of Sakura peach pie, got up and left the tavern. The 4 of Badgers followed behind him. A group of people swaggered in the middle of the street, and passers-by gave way one after another. In the first half of the Grand Line, the 5 of them were almost invincible. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku sat on the marshal's seat, expressionless. He is waiting for news. The war will break out soon, and all pre-war matters must be done to the best to ensure that there is no cure. It can increase the chance of winning by 0.0001%, and Sengoku will do it with all his strength. "Garp, wait, I will avenge you soon." Sengoku looked at the bag of senbei on the table and thought in his heart, "I will make Lucifer, that BD, pay what he deserves." Since Garp died in battle, no one has barged into his office, drank tea, ate senbei, or made a scene with him. Thinking of all the past, tears welled up in Sengoku's eyes. He is very sad. But the more sad, the stronger Sengoku's killing intent. From the day Garp died in battle, Sengoku has been suppressing the killing intent in his heart. All in all, just to end Lucifer. Boom! Suddenly, a Marine Rear Admiral pushed the door open. "Report to Marshal, Shishibukai Hawkeye, Green Pepper, Big Bear and the 2 newcomers have all confirmed to join the war, but Empress Boa Hancock has not yet replied." There is also Jinbei. He has made it clear that he will not accept this summoning order, and at the same time, the Sun Pirates under Jinbei's command have disappeared. Are there 5 out of 7? Sengoku narrowed his eyes, emitting a cold light. He was not very satisfied with this result, but it was expected, so it could only be said to be so-so. Because of Lucifer, 7 warlords of the sea was hit hard and suffered heavy losses. Naval headquarters took a lot of effort to fill the numbers. The new trio would join the battle Sengoku had known for a long time. When a newcomer joins, he must do something to secure his position as Shishibukai. Big Bear is a loyal marine, so it goes without saying. Needless to say, Hawkeye, he was bored and probably came to pass the time. Sengoku is not afraid that he will catch fish. There are many strong players on the battlefield, and with his eagle-eyed character, he will definitely make a move. Although the Empress is a woman, Sengoku is well aware of her abilities. The One Piece who has awakened Conqueror's Haki is very powerful. Although he has not expressed his position now, Sengoku can still fight for it. But Jinbei, who made it clear that he refused to participate in the war, undoubtedly annoyed Sengoku. That BD Jinbei, did he hang out with Whitebeard? Sengoku is well aware of the relationship between Jinbei and Whitebeard. Sudden disappearance at this critical moment is definitely going to New World to help Whitebeard. Sengoku looked at Marine Rear Admiral, and said, "Contact Flying Squirrel, let him continue to win over the Pirate Empress, and at the same time let her know the consequences of disobeying the call, and win her over as much as possible. Time waits for no one, give her another day at most. Tianho, if she still doesn't agree, she will be deprived of the title of Shishibukai directly." "Yes, Your Excellency the Marshal." Marine Rear Admiral saluted respectfully and immediately exited the calendar office. While all parties are in action, the 5 elders of the Holy Land are not idle. Although the war has not yet started, the tense atmosphere has enveloped the whole world. Pangu City, between the powers. The war is about to start. Should we be able to completely wipe out that evil brat this time? Curly-haired 5 elders raised his eyebrows and looked at the people next to him. Naval headquarters has 200,000 elites, plus Whitebeard pirates, and red hair pirates. This kind of combat power is enough to destroy the entire world. Absolutely. Holding a sword, 5 elders drew out the katana in his hand, with a cold light. "You can't relax, you have to make sure nothing goes wrong." The blonde-haired 5 elders held a stack of reward orders, on which were Lucifer and various members of the Nether Pirates. "Let the CP people also dispatch." The long-haired 5 elders slowly opened their eyes, with infinite killing intent in their eyes. Any action that may increase the chances of winning must be done, and Lucifer must be completely eliminated to survive. The bald 5 elders said solemnly. "But with so many troops sent out, the Marine and the world government are too empty, right?" Curly 5 elders hesitated. Naval headquarters sent out the whole army, even the CP, Naval headquarters and Marie Joyce will fall into an unprecedented weak state. If someone invades Marie Joyce at this time, the consequences will be disastrous. That's right, that BD Lucifer will probably make a fuss. If he invades the Holy Land while we are sending out all our troops, the consequences will be unbearable. Several 5 elders hesitated. After all, they are still afraid of death. The older people are, the more afraid of death they are already very old. And high weight. As the 1.7 masters in charge of the world, they are extremely powerful and enjoy endless glory and wealth. No one wants to die. They are far from alive. Just in case, you can order the celestial dragons in the Holy Land to leave Marie Joyce temporarily and take shelter in the Holy Palace. Even if Lucifer comes, he can only find an empty shell of the Holy Land, which has no effect on the overall situation. On the contrary, if he breaks away from the army, he will kill the Nether Pirates. Okay, that's a great idea. Just do it. Demon Lucifer, the Nether Pirates, this time we will definitely eradicate this group of garbage on the sea. The blonde 5 elders swung the bounty in his hand. Holding a sword, 5 elders suddenly drew his sword, cutting all the reward orders into pieces. Endless murderous intent erupted from the 5 elders, covering the entire space of power. The murderous intent rushed out of Pangu city and scattered to every corner of Marie Joyce. Above the Holy Land, the guards, marine soldiers, slaves, and celestial dragons who sensed the murderous aura were all terrified and trembling. Chapter 196. New World, Desert Island, also known as Infinite Desert Continent, Life Forbidden Zone, Death Jedi. The island is uninhabited, birds and beasts are extinct, and there are almost no traces of life on the entire island, only endless deserts, rocks, and gobi. The island is scorched by the scorching sun all year round, and the maximum temperature during the day can reach 70 degrees, making the living environment extremely difficult. People with insufficient strength can't live on the island for a day, so it is called the restricted area of life and the Jedi of Death. Lucifer's chosen battlefield is here. The two armies fought in the death penalty area. Even if they did not die in the hands of the enemy, they might die in the cruel environment of the island. On the Endless Sea, the large fleet of the Nether Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates arrived at the sea area of the desert island at the same time. Captain, I found the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates. On the main ship Nether, Cavendish shouted with a telescope. Everyone looked at the sea level in the distance, and several black spots appeared there. As time went by, more and more black spots became bigger and bigger, quickly turning into pirate ships. The number of pirate ships exceeds 100, and the total number of people is no less than 20,000. Of course, the strength of the Nether Pirates is no less than that of the Whitebeard Pirates. This time, Lucifer brought a total of 30,000 troops. Seeing the appearance of the Whitebeard Pirates, all the members of the U-10 Pirates are ready to fight. At the same time, the Whitebeard Pirates also discovered the Ghost Pirates. Dad, Lucifer is here. On the Moby DK, the observer shouted. All the pirates on the main ship walked to the side of the ship at the same time and looked in the direction of the Nether Pirates. Father, the Ghost Pirates have more people than us, said a pirate. Humph, fighting depends on strength, not numbers. Without strength, an army of 1 million is nothing more than that. Foil Vista said with a cold snort. Ha 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 ha, well said. Atmos the buffalo laughed loudly. Little ones, let them come and go today. There is no back and forth. Destroy the Nether Pirates. Kill. The loud shouts of killing echoed in the sea, even though they were tens of thousands of meters away. Lucifer and the others could still hear them clearly. Enel grinned ferociously. Aren't these bastards really arrogant? Captain, do you want me to give them a gift? Enel's body flickered with lightning. As long as he is willing, even at this distance, he can launch an attack. Endless lightning bombardment, safekeeping can cause heavy casualties to the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't worry, country. Lucifer shook a glass of red wine gently, and said calmly. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Suddenly, a hurried phone bug sounded. After BABY5 was connected, a pirate's call came from the opposite side. Captain Lucifer, the whereabouts of the marine fleet have been found in the county waters. Marine. Sure enough, they are here. Shiryu and the others stared coldly. None of them were idiots, so they naturally knew that Marine would take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of it. How many are there? BABY5 asked. The pirate responded, we made a rough count, and there are no less than 150 warships in the Marine fleet, and there are still behind, but they can't be seen clearly. This time, all the warships of the highest standard in Marine. 150 warships of the highest specification, each carrying 1,000 people, add up to at least 150,000 people. If you add those in the rear, it is roughly estimated that the total strength of the Marines will reach 200,000. Everyone calculated Marines' total strength in an instant. There are so many people. Shiryu of the Rain gave a bloodthirsty smile. Humph, the more people come, the better. The more people there are, the more enjoyable it is to kill. The evil King Pizarro grinned. Humph, a bunch of stinky men, so rude, I just want to fight the young and handsome marine. Catherine Daime said. Tch, ugly woman, didn't you see your mercy when you killed someone? Everyone rolled their eyes wildly, expressing disdain for Catherine. Generally speaking, the atmosphere of the Nether Pirates is very relaxed, facing 200,000 marines without any fear. On the contrary, everyone was a little gloating. Lucifer also showed a weird smile, the more people come from marine, the better. Today's decisive battle of the century in the restricted area of life is bound to be infinitely exciting. At this moment, Jack jumped down from the observation deck. Captain, the Whitebeard pirates have sent a light message. It is good. Lucifer nodded. Send me the order, the whole army lands. No one is allowed to attack without my order. The order was issued, and the large fleet of the Nether pirates began to approach the desert island, and then landed in the north of the island. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates landed in the southern part of Desert Island. Although the desert island is barren, it has a large area, and it is more than enough to accommodate 1,000,000 troops. In the end, the two parties confronted each other in the center of the island. Today, the temperature on the desert island is not very high, only 60 degrees. The situation of the bottom pirates is also very good, but they are sweating like running water. Such high temperature and harsh environment naturally cannot affect Lucifer, Whitebeard, and the cotters of the two parties. Where is Lucifer? In the Whitebeard pirates, Ace saw the army of the Nether pirates, and almost couldn't bear it anymore, so he forced his way out. Fortunately, being suppressed by Marco, he was not impulsive. Don't worry, wait for father's order first. Clang! 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 There was a sound of knives, and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates branched out a path, allowing Whitebeard to go to the front. The huge size of 6.66 meters is very conspicuous, full of haki. Goo, where's Lucifer the Kid? Where's he? Looking for Laozi, you won't be too scared to show up. Whitebeard laughed boldly, and his voice spread throughout the two armies, detonating in the ears of tens of thousands of people. Hey, a strong wind rolled up in the sky, and Lucifer fell from the sky and landed in front of the two armies. I'm here, Bazi. Lucifer crossed his arms, also full of haki. Whitebeard, is this the first time we've met? You are really old, you can't even hold a knife. Goo la 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 la, you really are an arrogant brat. Seeing Lucifer appear, Whitebeard laughed again. Even if Laozi is old, it's easy to hit you as a brat. Before the war, Lucifer Kid, do you want to think about being my son? As soon as the voice fell, the air was dead silent. The strong wind on the desert island blew past the front of the two armies, leaving a trace of embarrassment. Marco covered his face with his right hand, and the surrounding Baista, Josie, and others were also a little speechless. They didn't expect that their father's hobby of adopting his son would explode at this time. Lucifer was deadpan, unimpressed by Whitebeard's idiosyncracies. Seeing that you are full of energy in your speech, it seems that you are in good health. In this way, I can rest assured, otherwise killing a seriously ill Whitebeard will make the world laugh at me for bullying the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Google la la la, if you can do it, come on, Lucifer brat. By 047 Beard smiled ferociously, and the Conqueror's haki erupted instantly. The blood-red Conqueror's haki swept towards the Nether pirates like a tsunami. Small tricks. Lucifer's eyes are red, and he also opens Conqueror's haki. The same red haki blasts out, coming head-to-head with Whitebeard's Conqueror's haki. The Conqueror's haki of the two formed two semicircular shock shields, collided with each other, and countless black and red lightning bolts erupted at the junction, crisscrossing. Wherever the lightning strikes, the ground cracks and rocks are shattered. In the end, the Conqueror's Haki soared into the sky, pierced into the sky, pierced through the thick clouds above the desert island, and broke through a large hole with a diameter of more than a kilometer. Boom! A loud crack shook the sky as Lucifer's Conqueror's Haki broke through Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki, crushing it to powder. On the other side, Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki was broken, and he took a step back involuntarily, with an extremely serious expression. "Whitebeard, you look really old." Lucifer smiled indifferently, raised his right hand and lowered it lightly. Kill the Whitebeard pirates." As soon as the words fell, the 30,000 troops behind Lucifer immediately rushed out and killed the Whitebeard pirates. Kill the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's head is Laozi's. After today, the Whitebeard pirates will disappear completely. Quack quack quack. The sound of shouting and killing resounded all over the field, and once the Nether pirates made a move, it was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Naturally, Whitebeard would not retreat, and also gave the order to attack. "Let's go together and destroy the Nether pirates." Kill. The 20,000 strong army of the Whitebeard pirates also rushed out, fighting with the Nether pirates. The war is on the verge of breaking out and becomes intense in an instant. Chapter 197. Lucifer. In the crowd, Ace let out a roar and rushed towards Lucifer. A huge flaming snake exploded from his right arm, sweeping away all the pirates in front of him. "Get out of the way!" When Ace saw Lucifer, hatred burst into his eyes. At this moment, he is like a mad beast, only seeing Lucifer and no one else. All those who stood in front of him were burned to ashes by the hot flames. "Hey, Shiryu, is that the one who escaped from his hands?" Enel glanced at Ace, with a hint of mockery on the corner of his mouth. Shiryu of the Rain's face was frosty, and a red light flashed in his eyes. "I will erase this mistake immediately." With a flash of blood, Shiryu directly turned into a ball of flowing blood, shuttled across the battlefield. All the pirates who were exposed to blood along the way were drained of blood and turned into dry mummies. Blood sickle attack. A round of blood slashed through the air, sending Ace flying tens of meters. Ace flew upside down, smashing a group of pirates to their knees. Cough cough cough. Ace got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Shiryu of the Rain, he also gritted his teeth, and his killing intent increased greatly. "It's UBD. There are 3 people that Ace hates the most in his life. His biological father, Luoji, did not say anything. Kill Garp, and Lucifer, who ordered the destruction of the Spades pirates, is first. Shiryu of the Rain, who killed himself, came in second." Shiryu bit his cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Ring, little devil, I let you escape last time, you will not be so lucky this time." Ace spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. "If you can do it, try it." Fire punch. Ace's right arm turned into flames, and a huge flaming fist roared out, causing the surrounding air to heat up rapidly. Shiryu gave a bloodthirsty smile, waved the thunderstorm fury and slashed. Blood slash. The huge blood slash was bombarded with the fire fist, the blood was evaporated by the flame, and the flame was also split by the blood slash. With a loud bang, the goblet of fire was completely torn apart. The blood slashed continuously and flew to Ace's chest. Boom! At the very moment, a cloud of blue flames descended from the sky, completely destroying Shiryu's blood slash. Marco flapped his wings and came to Ace, with a solemn tone. "Ace, don't be careless, this guy is very strong. You step back, he will be handed over to me to deal with." After all, Ace is still too immature. Even if he has the ability of Logia, he is not the male pair of Shiryu who has been famous for a long time. "No, Marco. Ace refused. "Only this one, I must defeat him with my own hands." "Ace, don't be impulsive." "I'm not being impulsive." Ace glanced at Lucifer in the distance, gritted his teeth and said, "I already understand, I can't defeat Lucifer. So only this person, I must defeat with my own hands. Looking at Shiryu of the Rain, Ace's eyes were on fire, and the temperature of the flames erupting from his body increased sharply again. Marco took a deep look at Ace, knowing that Ace had made up his mind. Since you have decided, then do it. Now that a man has made a choice, stopping him is despising him. Wushuang Rice Cake Blade Bomb. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, countless pitch-black bullets shot, instantly turning Marco into a hornet's nest. Regarding the hole in his body, Marco was indifferent, but turned his head and looked at Katakuri. A blue flame ignited at the wound, and all the wounds healed. The healing power of the phoenix fruit is extremely heaven-defying, more powerful than Logia's elementalization. Logia elementalization cannot resist the attack containing armament Haki, and will be damaged by the entity. But the phoenix fruit is resistant to all attacks, full of attacks containing armament Haki. Instead of dodging an attack, it takes it and then heals its wounds. So even if Marco faced Katakuri's armament Haki bullet, he didn't need to dodge. Katakuri, long time no see. Marco stared at the dead fish eyes and greeted Katakuri. Originally, Marco was the second character of the Whitebeard pirates, and Katakuri was the second character of the Big Mom pirates. The two have fought many times in the past. Katakuri retracted the rice cake machine gun and said in a deep voice, "Yeah, it's been a long time." Marco said, "I didn't expect that we would meet in this situation. Lucifer killed Big Mom, but you still work for him, it's not like you." Katakuri did not respond, but said lightly, "Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Call out." Boom. Katakuri and Marco attack at the same time. Katakuri's speed was extremely fast, and the black shadow disappeared in a flash. Marco turned into a blue flame and collided head-on with Katakuri. A terrifying shock wave erupted, instantly shattering the ground, causing strong winds to blow in all directions. The number 2 members of the Imperial group fought together again after a long absence. Neither Lucifer nor Whitebeard has a shot yet. Since it is an all-out war, of course the strongest boss will not end at the beginning. Red Earl Rider walked behind Lucifer and said calmly, "With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat Whitebeard? Why don't you make a move?" Lucifer smiled faintly, "It's no fun if the war ends too soon. Besides, the actors haven't arrived yet, how can the performance end?" Defeating Whitebeard was really easy for Lucifer. But the Marine fleet hasn't arrived yet. Now that Whitebeard is defeated, what should the Marine fleet do if they run away? Also, Lucifer wanted to catch more than just Marine. There's another big fish that hasn't appeared yet. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise on the battlefield. Diamond Kiaz punched the rocky ground, and the strong wrist burst out, instantly cracking the ground. The shock wave spread in a ring, and the ground cracked a circle. Afterwards, Jaws dug out a huge rock with a diameter of more than 300 meters and slammed it towards Lucifer. "Try if you can stop it." Accompanied by Jaws' roar, huge boulders soared into the sky, directly blocking the sun. Everyone looked up, only to feel that a hill was falling on top of their heads. Hey, isn't this too big?" The evil King Pizarro glanced at the boulder above his head, revealing a pair of dead fish eyes. "That's right, it's not cute at all. My wife hates this kind of man who can only use brute force." Catherine Daime glanced at Jaws and lost interest in flirting with him. Red Earl Rider stepped forward and suddenly pulled out the long knife from his waist. Whoosh! In an instant, more than 20 sword chi pierced through the air, instantly smashing the boulder as big as a hill into powder. Seeing that the opponent's tricks were cracked, the morale of the Nether Pirates was immediately boosted. Such a huge boulder was chopped into pieces in an instant. Red Earl, he is the Red Earl. The super big pirate of the old era, an existence on an equal footing with Daddy. Such a terrifying person, why did he seek refuge with Lucifer? Seeing the Red Earl standing next to Lucifer, members of the Whitebeard pirates felt a tinge of fear. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. This is an existence that is equal to their father, and their fear of the Red Earl is born. Don't be afraid, stupid sons. But, Honor Zhao, is an old fellow. Whitebeard let out a roar, suppressing the fear of his pirates. His gaze spanned the battlefield, locking on to Lucifer and the Red Earl. Rider, I didn't expect you to be inferior to others, and you're following a runny-nosed brat. No matter how strong Lucifer is, he is still a runny-nosed brat in Whitebeard's eyes. After all, the age gap between the two is there. To put it bluntly, when Whitebeard hit the sea, Lucifer's dad probably didn't even give birth to Zhu. Ryder smiled indifferently, things are impermanent, and I didn't expect that I would get to where I am today. Humph, arrogant guy. Whitebeard scolded with a smile, with a cold gleam in his eyes. It has to be said that the lineup of the ghost pirates puts a lot of pressure on Whitebeard. Not to mention Lucifer, just a Red Earl who regained his youthful peak combat power gave Whitebeard a headache. After all, he is old and his fighting power is no longer what it used to be. Boom! 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 Suddenly, bursts of roaring sounded on the battlefield, and the entire desert island trembled. Everyone raised their eyes and saw a huge figure appearing behind the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 198. He is more than 30 meters tall and close to 40 meters tall. Every step he takes leaves a pothole on the ground, which is his footprint. The huge body brought a huge sense of oppression, which changed the faces of many pirates. Oh? Is it the ancient giants? Lucifer narrowed his eyes. He has seen giants before. Ordinary giants don't have such a huge size, only ancient giants have them. Number 38 meters tall, really big. With such a huge size, Lucifer had to look up to him. Ounce, kill him. Chop him. Let them see how powerful you are. The morale of the members of the Whitebeard pirates was greatly boosted, and they roared in secret. Ozzy leads the way, armed with a giant machete. With a furious slash, it was like a broom sweeping through the dust, and hundreds of nether pirates were knocked into the air. Ozzy will not armament Haki, but the blood of the race brings him incomparably powerful power. His slash is stronger than that of many advanced armament Haki users. This is the so-called qualitative change in power. Break through all methods with one force. Boom! Ounce rushed forward all the way, and the weak pirates rushing forward couldn't stop him at all. Hey, who's going to stop that big guy? If he is allowed to tear open the gap in the battlefield, the nether pirates will lose face. Enel used the Thunder Dragon to turn a group of pirates into charcoal, and said, I'm not free right now, who of you is free? The evil King Pi 417 Solo was blocked by Diamond Kiazi. The two fought fiercely and could not escape. Hey, blah, blah, let me go up, a mere ancient giant is nothing. Guy laughed wildly, and turned into gas and flew towards Ounce as he spoke. To be honest, few people in the Nether Pirates really put Ounce in their eyes. Although the giants are huge in size and terrifying in strength, their huge size slows down their speed and makes their movements sluggish. This is simply a living target. Die to death, gas laser gun. Guy opened his mouth wide, and a blue gas laser shot out of the air, spanning thousands of meters in an instant. Just when he was about to hit Ounce, a slash pierced through the air, blocking the laser beam. Gas BD, where are you looking? A pirate captain wearing a helmet jumped into the air and chopped Guy off with a single blow. This is a pirate captain under Whitebeard's command. There are not only powerful captains in the Whitebeard pirates, but also all the captains affiliated with the pirates are famous figures in the New World. Boom! Ozzy charged forward again, and he cut down hundreds of pirates again. What a hassle! Lucifer shook his head speechlessly, raised his fingers and snapped them. Bad Wolf, it's up to you. As soon as the words fell, a group of black shadows immediately descended from the sky and landed heavily on the battlefield. When the black shadow landed, a powerful shock wave erupted, sending all the pirates flying in all directions, and at the same time setting off dust all over the sky. Countless pirates closed their eyes and covered their faces with their hands. When the dust cleared, they saw a mountain over 100 meters in front of them. As the eyes moved up, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was stunned. They discovered that this was not a mountain, but a person, a supergiant with a body size of nearly 200 meters. Ah, no, it was discovered. San Juan Wolf covered his cheeks, as if afraid of being discovered. But unfortunately, he could cover his face, but he couldn't cover his body. San Juan Wolf is also from the giant family, but he seems to have a genetic mutation, and his body is as high as 180 meters. You know, ordinary giants are only 20 to 30 meters. The ancient giants were only 30 to 40 meters long. The wolf with a height of 180 meters is 5 to 6 times that of ordinary giants. Are you kidding? How could there be such a big man? This is not a myth, nor are we dreaming. How can such a person defeat him? The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were all sweating and their legs were shaking. An Aussie of less than 40 meters can boost their morale, and now a wolf of 180 meters can make them despair. Bang! 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 Some daring pirates fired bullets and shells at the wolf, but unfortunately, neither the bullets nor the shells could hurt the wolf's skin. Like Ounce and many giants, the wolf can't learn armor and observation Haki. But his innate powerful body brings incomparably powerful defense. Even a high-level armament Haki attack may not be able to break through the wolf's defense. Hey, bad wolf, don't stand still. Lucifer whispered. Yes, Captain Lucifer. The wolf stood up, and the huge palm fell down. Rumble. The ground was shaken, and hundreds of pirates were directly beaten to a pulp by the wolf. The evil wolf came out with both hands, and directly tore open the formation of the Whitebeard pirates, killing a bloody path. As the battle became more and more fierce, the entire battlefield has become a meat grinder. Pirates die all the time. Bei Fa, San Juan Wolf, what a great guy. Whitebeard knew San Juan Wolf of course. Speaking of which, Evil Wolf is still Whitebeard's senior. When Whitebeard first debuted, Evil Wolf was already named Haihei. The giant race has a long lifespan, and decades are but a journey in life for the Evil Wolf. Damn BD, come at me if you have the ability, don't do anything to my subordinates. The captain of the 7th team, Lakyo, swung a mace with a mace and hit the wolf with one hammer. The wolf's skin was sunken, and then the fat meat flicked, and the hammer flew directly. It hurts. The wolf was expressionless, but said the most exaggerated words. Then a palm fell, directly hitting Lakyo into the air, like hitting a fly. Stop it, I'll deal with you. Ozzy rushed from a distance, holding a huge machete in his stance, then jumped up suddenly, and slashed at the wolf's knee. Boom! The wolf took a step back, dodging Ounce's slash, and at the same time hit Ounce with a backhand, sending Ounce flying hundreds of meters away. Puff! Ha 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 ha! No, I'm going to laugh. Sorry, I'm just, ha 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 ha. I usually don't smile unless I can't help it. Ha 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 ha! Everyone in the Nether Pirates roared with laughter, and the laughter spread throughout the battlefield. Lucifer watched this scene from a distance and almost laughed out loud. That's what the legend says, you jump up and barely hit me on the knee. It's ridiculous for ordinary people to do this kind of action. It is even more ridiculous for an ancient giant family to do this kind of action. No wonder the younger brother couldn't bear it. In contrast, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were ashen-faced. This scene is so insulting. Damn it, those bastards of the Nether pirates are deceiving too much. I'll go up and kill them. I can't take it anymore. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates charged forward with fierce faces and red eyes. Suddenly, the battle became more intense. It seems that your people are not very good. Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar and smiled coldly. In front of him, Ace was panting violently, breathing very rapidly. On his chest, there was a gaping wound, and blood was gushing out. Fire Fist Ace, even if you become a homeless dog and join the Whitebeard pirates, you still cannot take revenge. A man who cannot avenge his companions is a waste. With a captain like you, your companion is really pathetic. Although they were originally a bunch of trash. Shiryu's moves are not only cruel, but his words are also extremely sharp, like long swords, piercing Ace's internal organs. Shut up, don't you insult my companion. Ace roared angrily, and the flames on his body erupted again. A ring of spiral flames spread from under his feet and spread outward. Then the endless flames fused together to form a huge fireball, which was pressed against Ace's finger. This fireball is like a sun, emitting endless heat. Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan. Holding a giant great fireball, Ace slams towards Shiryu of the Rain. This is Ace's strongest ultimate move, one move can destroy a city. Facing the attack of the ultimate move, Shiryu did not retreat but advanced. With a big hand grabbing, a torrent of blood flew on the battlefield. Those are the blood from the dead bodies, now reduced to Shiryu's weapon. Ghost Blood C. Shiryu slashed furiously, and the torrent of blood instantly turned into a huge half-moon-shaped slash through the air, colliding head-on with Ace's Emperor Yan. Rumble. The extreme moves collide, and a powerful shock wave erupts. The blood and the flames each occupy half of the world, the two forces melt each other, and the aftermath sweeps thousands of meters around. Chapter 199. Boom. 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 The sound of artillery fire and bombing resounded through the sky. Lucifer crossed his arms and stood on a boulder, looking at the battlefield below. The battle has been going on for more than an hour, and Lucifer has maintained this posture the whole time. As the battle situation changed, Lucifer's face became more and more beautiful. In contrast, Whitebeard, who stood in the distance with a pillar of knife, has an increasingly dignified expression. Because, in the absence of Lucifer, Whitebeard, and the Red Earl, the Nether Pirates had already gained the upper hand. In terms of high-level combat power, Lucifer has Weibull, Enel, Katakuri, Shiryu of the Rain, Kizaru, Chote, Katrin, Katakuri, Quinn, Golden Emperor, Smoothie, Wolf, etc. People and strength are all at the quasi-admiral level. On the other hand, the Whitebeard pirates have too little high-level combat power. Whether it is the pirates with a bounty of more than 500 million, or the bottom-level combat power, the Nether pirates are above the Whitebeard pirates. It is only natural that the Whitebeard pirates fell into a disadvantage. Little devil! Go to hell! Shiryu of the Rain slashed out a blood slash, hit Ace in the chest, and sent him flying for thousands of meters. Ace shot backwards and flew directly to the rear of the battlefield. After he was buried by rubble, there was no movement for a long time. Suffering such a heavy blow, even if Ace survived, he was already seriously injured, and his combat power was gone. On the other side, San Juan Bad Wolf swung his fist as big as a hill and hit Ozzy with one punch, knocking his huge body into the air. The steel armor that Ozzy used to protect his body was directly broken, he vomited blood, and smashed a group of pirates to their knees. After Ace, Ounce also lost. At this time, the evil wolf has not yet activated the ability of Shishi Fruit. Katakuri and Marco fought fiercely, but the strength of the two was almost the same, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. The evil King Pizarro used lava fruit to cross the battlefield and cleared the battlefield. All pirates who approached him, whether they were enemies or companions, were all burned to ashes. The terrifying power of lava fruit is fully revealed. His opponent is Diamond Jaws. Jaws was barely able to stalemate with Pizarro relying on the defensive power of his diamond body, but he was always suppressed, and it was only a matter of time before he lost. Enel's opponent is Foil Vista. Under the onslaught of thunder and lightning, Vista could barely defend and was unable to make an effective counterattack. Like Jaws, he was also suppressed throughout the process. In other places, several weak captains of the Whitebeard pirates have already lost a lot. Team 6 Captain Bram Ank was defeated by Weibull. Team 7 Captain Lakyo was sniped by Simon, his chest was pierced, and he was seriously injured and lost. The 13th Division Captain, Buffalo Atmos, was defeated by Cavendish. The captain of the 14th Squad, Speedo Kier, was defeated by Jack. In addition to these, more than a dozen pirate captains under the command of the Whitebeard pirates have also lost their combat power. If there is no movement from Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates will be completely defeated in this way, and will collapse completely. Marshal Sengoku, Lucifer and Whitebeard are at war. On the sea, a large marine fleet stayed on the outskirts of the desert island. On the main ship, a marine came behind Sengoku and reported respectfully. "Don't talk nonsense, how is the situation on the island?" Sengoku asked coldly. "The battle is fierce. The Ghost Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are already out. It's just that, now only cotters from both sides join the battle and Lucifer and Whitebeard haven't officially fought yet. However, the Nether Pirates have the upper hand, and the Whitebeard Pirates have already shown signs of failure. As things stand right now, the Whitebeard Pirates won't last long." The report of the marine soldiers made Marshal Sengoku look gloomy. Although he knew that the Whitebeard Pirates were no match for the Nether Pirates, he never thought that the Whitebeard Pirates would be so vulnerable. Only an hour after the start of the war, it was already almost unbearable. While Whitebeard hadn't made a shot, neither had Lucifer and the Red Earl. As it stands, even if Whitebeard joins the fight, Lucifer will still win. "Oh, it's scary, is Whitebeard about to lose?" Admiral Kizaru stood aside, pursed his lips and spoke. "I haven't seen you for a while, the power of the Nether Pirates has expanded beyond our imagination." Admiral Aokiji also had a dignified expression, without any hint of slack. "I have always heard about the power of the Four Emperors Lucifer, but now it seems that the real Lucifer is more terrifying than the rumors." Admiral Fujitora opened his eyelids vigorously, but only a pair of pure white pupils were exposed, and he looked towards the desert island in front of him to see a doctor. Although there is nothing in sight, but there are many human breaths in his mind. Fujitora's observation Haki is so strong that it has covered the entire desert island. The killing aura on the island has been locked by him, and the aura belonging to Lucifer made Fujitora feel a palpitation. It can't go on like this, Marine has to make a move. Sengoku originally wanted to wait until the Nether Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates were both defeated before he joined the battle. But judging from the current situation, neither Lucifer nor Whitebeard intends to give Marine a chance. The reason why the two of them didn't make a move was to prevent Marine from inserting a knife in the back. Joining the battlefield now may cause hostility between the two pirates. Chief Staff Officer Crane Vice Admiral said worriedly. "I can't manage that much anymore." Sengoku's voice was cold, an endless killing intent shot out from his eyes. "The Nether Pirates cannot completely defeat the Whitebeard Pirates, otherwise they will carry a great victory, and it will be even more impossible for us to destroy them. Send my order, the whole Marine Army will attack and land on the desert island. The target of killing the enemy is mainly the Nether Pirates. 0 Fur Flowers. Tell Shishibukai to contain and even kill the cotters of the Ghost Pirates. In this battle, they must do their best, otherwise they will also deprive Shishibukai of their title." In order to eliminate Lucifer, Sengoku has put all his strength and pressure on everything. In this battle, victory is allowed and defeat is not allowed, and there is no room for laziness in paddling. When giving the order, Sengoku glanced at Kizaru next to him, the meaning was self-evident. Kizaru's heart skipped a beat and he pretended he didn't see it. Although his expression didn't change, he only called MMP in his heart. "What are you looking at me for?" Is the old man the kind of person who paddles and is lazy? The old man is very diligent now. Do you not need overtime pay for working overtime every day? Why don't you watch Aokiji? Is he lazy too? Just because he has been with you before and is the next marine marshal you like, you treat him differently? Isn't it fair? MMP, or the old man should resign. The job of marine admiral is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Kizaru really wants to go all out on the battlefield and kill the quartet. But he was afraid of drawing Lucifer's attention. Kizaru knew that Lucifer was against him. Lucifer will see him as soon as he is on the battlefield. Even after all this time, Kizaru is still terrified of Lucifer. After successive battles, Lucifer has buried the fear deeply in Kizaru's subconscious. Set off. With an order from Sengoku, the large marine fleet immediately sailed to the desert island, and then landed on the island. A large number of marine soldiers rushed to the island, and at a glance, they looked like a group of densely packed ants. The battlefield is easy to find, just listen to the sound of gunfire. The 6 Shishibukai were at the front of the formation, rushing to the battlefield first. The pirate Queen Hancock couldn't refuse Marine's forced call in the end. Her arms couldn't twist her thighs, so she had to think about Daughter Island. Is this the all-out war between the ghost pirates and the Whitebeard pirates? It's amazing. Empress Hancock looked at the battlefield in front of her, and couldn't help expressing emotion. Qing Jiao touched his smooth head and sneered a few times. Such a large-scale war had never been seen even in his youth. Hawkeye didn't say a word, his cold eyes swept across the battlefield, looking for the opponent he wanted. Finally, Hawkeye's pupils shrank. He looked across the battlefield and found where Lucifer was. Looking at Lucifer, who was standing with his arms around his chest, Hawkeye felt his blood boil and his body got goosebumps. A strong fighting spirit emerged from the bottom of my heart, and instantly swam through my whole body. Every cell in his body was jumping for joy, driving him to attack Lucifer. When he regained consciousness, his hand was already on the hilt of the black knife. Chapter 200. Kill. With Sengoku's order, the 200,000 Marines rushed out to the Nether Pirates' camp. Is Marine finally here too? Lucifer looked at the rushing Marine, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Whitebeard, on the other hand, wasn't surprised by Marine's presence either. He had expected the current situation. On this battlefield, the 3 sides fight in a melee, no matter which side is the enemy, there is no alliance. While both Whitebeard and Marine aim to defeat Lucifer, they will not be allies. Yahahahaha, is it finally here? Enel laughed ferociously, and endless thunder and lightning erupted from his body. The sky thundered and roared, and thunder and lightning rained down. Boom! 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 Thick lightning struck the Marine army, triggering a series of explosions. In just one attack, hundreds of Marines were burned to ashes. Seeing this, Vista immediately launched an attack, but his sword energy had no effect on Enel. I saw that Enel, who had absorbed Lulii, had turned into a huge Thor form. 770 in the eyes of countless people, a huge Thor appeared on the battlefield. Call out! A ray of golden light pierced through the battlefield, hit Thor, and caused an explosion. But the violent explosion was like a breeze, unable to shake Thor one step. Today's Enel is not what it used to be. I haven't used Thor's form all this time, just to wait for this moment. Ha 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 ha, Yellow Monkey, your abilities are useless to me, get the hell out of here. Thor Enel looked at Kizaru in the sky, condensed Thor's trident in his hand, and shot out a thick brontosaurus. The brontosaurus roared across the sky, swallowing Admiral Kizaru in one gulp. Roar! The brontosaurus continued to roar, crashing headlong into the Marine army. There was a loud bang, and a huge fireball soared into the sky. Countless Marines were hit by the blast wave, leaving no one alive. With a flash of golden light, Kizaru shot out from the sea of flames and recovered the entity. He was unharmed, but looking at the dead marine around him, Kizaru's expression was very ugly. Angry? Angry? Hit me! Thor Enel laughed wildly, and the huge Thor body turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Kizaru. Kizaru did not retreat but advanced, and at the same time turned into a golden light and shot out. The electric light and the thunder light collide with each other in the sky. Their speed is so fast that it is hard to distinguish with the naked eye. Everyone could only see the flashes of lightning and golden light in the sky, and every time they collided, a strong shock wave would erupt. On the other side, Pizarro, the villainous king, also grinned when he saw that Enel approached Admiral Kizaru first. Little ghost, Laozi has no time to accompany you to the end, you can go down and drink milk first. Pizarro's right arm turned into the head of a magma beast, and he punched Diamond Jaws in the chest. The terrible power of the magma coupled with the powerful emission Haki, even if Jaws' body is a diamond, he can't resist it. Diamond's body was shattered inch by inch, Jaws' chest was sunken, he vomited blood, and hit the rear hard like a cannonball. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates were smashed to pieces. Afterwards, Pizarro jumped up, and his lower body turned into magma, leading him soaring into the sky and flying into the sky. Ha 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 ha, Marines, die! Meteor volcano! Pizarro's arms turned into magma, blasting out countless magma fists, pouring down like a torrential rain. 200,000 marine soldiers looked up at the sky, and suddenly felt that the sky was fiery red. A natural disaster-like scene appeared in front of their eyes, making their livers tear apart. Lava fruit, this is Sakazuki Admiral's lava fruit ability. Damn pirates, I can't spare them. Sakazuki Admiral's ability, we must take it back. Use Admiral's ability to kill Marine, I will never allow Sakazuki Admiral's fame to be damaged after death. The Hawk Marine saw this scene and was furious. Marine Vice Admiral Rear Admiral attacked immediately, blocking the falling magma fist. But it's a pity that such a large-scale AoE group attack is not something that Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral can block. At the very moment, a gust of extreme cold air erupted from behind, sweeping across the sky in an instant. The cold air flashed by, and the fiery red sky disappeared instantly. The volcanic fists burning with flames were all frozen into ordinary rocks. Aokiji appeared in the center of the battlefield, frost condensed all over his body, and cold air was exhaled from his mouth. Although I don't like Sakazuki, it doesn't allow you to use his abilities to kill soldiers. With a wave of Aokiji's hand, 8 sharp ice spears shot out of the air and shot at Pizarro. Is it Aokiji? Such a trivial skill, you also want to use it against me. Facing Aokiji's killing move, Pizarro did not dodge or evade, allowing the ice spear to pierce his body. Whoosh! 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 Pizarro's body was instantly penetrated by the ice spear, leaving several large holes. But soon, magma flowed out of the cave, melting the ice spear and healing the wound. Aokiji, such tricks are useless against Laozi. I didn't intend such a trick to be useful to you. Whoosh! Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking wind, and Pizarro and Admiral Aokiji disappeared at the same time. Then, a huge magma fist collided with a huge iceberg. Great eruption. Ice cube storm pheasant's mouth. Boom! The magma and the ice face each other, the magma melts the ice, and the ice freezes the magma. The two extreme forces restrained each other, regardless of the outcome. Terrifying aura erupted from the two of them, instantly forming a gust of wind and blowing in all directions. On the battlefield, there was a scene of half magma and general ice. The surrounding pirates and marines fled one after another, and no one dared to stay on this battlefield. 0. Among the crowd, Tetsuro the Golden Emperor laughed wildly when he saw Enel and Pizarro confronting Marine Admiral. We can't let them show off, it's time for the circle to take action. Boom! A powerful breath erupted from Kizaru's body, instantly covering the battlefield. Everyone was terrified, and saw that the ground under Kizaru's feet instantly turned into gleaming gold. The gold field continued to spread, and even the nearby hills and rocks were all turned into gold. Kizaru instantly created an open-pit gold mine. When the pirate saw this scene, his eyes popped out. The eyes of countless pirates radiate endless greed. A pirate is a pirate after all, and going to sea is for treasure. And now, the greatest treasure in the world is right in front of their eyes. A gold mine! Ha 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 ha, let's see the power of Laozi. The Golden Emperor Kizaru laughed loudly, waved his arms, and the gold under his feet suddenly surged. Gold like water gathered on it, instantly forming a golden giant with a height of more than 100 meters. The golden giant's body surface is also engraved with mysterious patterns, making him look even more Haki and unreliable. Golden Divine Fire. From the eyes of the golden giant, 2 hot laser rays shot out, hitting the marine army. Wherever the laser goes, the rock melts into magma, and the flames produced by the explosion spread in all directions. Many marine soldiers died before they could react. In the awakened state, Kizaru uses the golden magic fire, and the laser is not only powerful, but also has an extremely long range. Even a warship tens of kilometers away can be destroyed in an instant. The lasers continued continuously, like 2 lasers passing over an ant's nest, causing heavy casualties to marine soldiers. Gravity Knife Tiger. A shout of anger suddenly sounded, followed by 1.3 is an unrivaled huge gravity. The golden giant was hit hard, its huge body was directly sent flying more than 10 meters away, and the golden armor on its surface was also shattered. At the same time, the laser beam is also interrupted. Okay, saved, it's a smile, Admiral. Great. Get back a little life. The marine soldiers who survived the catastrophe panted heavily, feeling the joy of being alive. Kizaru turned his head and saw a blind swordsman standing on a stone, and the stone was suspended in front of him. I can't let you kill Marines so recklessly. As Marine Admiral, I have the responsibility to kill you here. Oh? Is it the new Marine Admiral? Kizaru was slightly interested. I've heard about you, and heard that your strength is terrifying, shaking the entire naval headquarters, so I directly took the position of Marine Admiral. I'm here today to experience your strength. Golden Divine Fire. 2 more laser beams shot at Fujitora, but they were chopped apart by Fujitora's sword. Chapter 201. Shua. 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 Fujitora slashed at the air in front of him with his knife, and a circle of purple light shot up into the sky, piercing the sky in an instant, and shot out of the sky. Seeing this scene, the surrounding marine soldiers fled one after another. They knew that Admiral Fujitora made a move, and this was his special move. These marines have long known the power of this move. Hey! 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 There was a rapid breaking wind in the sky, and Kizaru looked up at the sky and saw a red dot appearing in the clouds. The red dot grew rapidly, and he finally saw the true face of the red dot clearly. It was a huge meteorite burning with flames, with a diameter of more than 300 meters. Usually summon meteorites, Fujitora will not summon such a big one. But this time it was to deal with the nether pirates, so Fujitora didn't try it, and went all out. Facing Yunshi Tianzhong, Kizaru did not dodge or dodge, but laughed excitedly, that's it, that's it. Only in this way is it exciting enough to be a Marine Admiral. Gold Industry Fire. Kizaru controlled the golden giant and punched the meteorite. A shockwave erupted, and the thermal radiation generated by the explosion caused a catastrophe. The huge meteorite shattered inch by inch, and exploded in the eyes of countless children. Golden Divine Fire. Gold Industry Fire. Destroying the meteorite, Kizaru slashes at Admiral Fujitora, lasers intertwined with Karma Giant 10 punches, causing massive damage with each attack. Fujitora controls the boulder to fly in the sky, his movements are very flexible, and Kizaru's attack dodges. At the same time, launch a counterattack and attack the Golden Giant. It's just that the Golden Giant is too big, and its defense is too strong. Even if it bears Fujitora's attack head-on, it won't suffer much damage. For a moment, the battle between Kizaru and Fujitora was deadlocked and stalemate. As a result, Marine 3 Admiral were all intercepted, unable to get closer to Lucifer. Many Marine Vice Admirals and Marine Rear Admirals also entered the battlefield one after another, fighting with the pirates of the Nether Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. With Marine joining, the pressure on the Whitebeard Pirates has been greatly reduced, but the danger has also increased dramatically. After all, Marine wasn't there to help them. On this battlefield, there are no friends, and all three parties are enemies. On the other side, Shishibukai Hawkeye finally made his move. He stepped forward and suddenly pulled out the black knife behind his back. Heideo Yat, one of the 12 masters of the Supreme Great Kuai-Deo, the only Kuai-Deo Heideo that appears so far, is a famous sword worthy of the world's #1 swordsman in Song Dynasty. Seeing Hawkeye's move, both pirates and marines looked sideways. Compared with Shishibukai, Hawkeye's title of the world's #1 swordsman is even louder. He is the strongest 7 warlords of the sea, with a brilliant record. Once fought with the red hair who had a broken arm, and the outcome was tied. Clang! I saw Hawkeye slashing with his knife. Obviously it was just a swipe, but it made a huge flying slash. The slash shot a dazzling cold light, causing countless people on the battlefield to squint their eyes involuntarily. Run away! Hawkeye's slash is coming. To be cut. Dead. Run away! Slashing the flying direction, Marine and the pirates fled one after another. This is the world's #1 slash, even if it is only touched by the aftermath, it may be dismembered to death. Slash pierces the air and flies at an extremely fast speed, leaping thousands of meters in an instant, running through the entire battlefield, and slashing towards Lucifer. Come straight at me! Lucifer also thought that Hawkeye would choose Whitebeard as a target. Unexpectedly, he chose himself. The Red Earl took a step forward and was about to draw his sword, but was stopped by Lucifer. Don't worry, you don't need to take action yet. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow appeared in front of Lucifer, just at the place where the slash must pass. Clang! A round of blood moon suddenly bloomed, followed by an extremely stinky bloody smell. The blood moon slash and the eagle eye slash collided, and both exploded, turning into countless tiny sword chi and flying in all directions. The black figure looked up, revealing a grinning face biting a cigar. It was Shiryu of the Rain. Although he ate the blood fruit, Shiryu of the Rain is still a great swordsman. As long as it is a swordsman, no one wants to fight Hawkeye. Bang! 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 Shiryu walked through the air, carrying a blood-red aura, and rushed towards Hawkeye. If you want to attack the captain, you have to pass the level of Laozi first. A knife fell, and a 100-meter sword energy was slashed out. Hawkeye's horizontal knife was in front of him, blocking the knife's energy, and then slashed horizontally. Rounds of black saber light roared out, like waves of tsunami waves. Wherever the sword chi passed, no matter if it was a marine or a pirate, they all felt their scalps tingling. Many people were dripping with cold sweat, and they couldn't help touching their Tianling Gai, wanting to see if their heads were still on their necks. A loud noise came from a distance, and everyone raised their eyes to look, and found that a mountain in the distance had been cut off in half. Half of the mountain rose into the sky, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. This is the strength of the world's #1 swordsman. Countless people were dumbfounded, their faces dull. They finally understand what is the world's #1 swordsman. Just with a single swing of a knife, a mountain can be cut down. It's so strong, it really lives up to its reputation. When Shiryu of the Rain saw this, his fighting spirit became even higher, and the murderous aura burst out from his whole body, which made people terrified. Afterwards, the two top swordsmen fought fiercely together. The sword light is vertical and horizontal, and the sword energy is flying. Both of them swung their knives very fast, and in just the blink of an eye, they had already attacked hundreds of thousands. With two people as the center of the circle, within a kilometer range is not a safe area. Sword chi flew out one after another, tearing the earth apart and smashing the huge rocky mountain peaks. If you are not careful, you may be dismembered and die. Lucifer looked at the battle in the distance and smiled playfully. It seems that Shiryu is having a good time, at least Hawkeye won't hinder us. Red Earl Rider said, this young man is very capable, worthy of the title of the world's #1 swordsman. Red Earl Rider himself is a peak swordsman. In the old days, there were very few people who could match his swordsmanship. Even by his standards, Hawkeye is impeccable. Hawkeye was blocked by Shiryu, and on the other side, the two women had also fought together. Katrin Daimei, the hunter of Swanyu, found Boa Hanku, the queen of pirates. Maybe it's because women can't understand each other by nature, and when they meet, they get very angry. I heard that you are the most beautiful woman in the world, but it doesn't look like much to me. Katrin said with a smile. Humph, you are too presumptuous in front of my concubine. Empress Hancock pointed at Catherine, raised her head and yelled. Her habit is to look down at others, but when she looked down too much, she turned into looking up. With this skill, there is only one empress in the entire One Piece world. Mero Mero Mellow. The empress made a gesture of love with 773 hands, and released a heart-shaped light from it, hitting Katrin. But the expected petrification did not appear. After being tricked, Katrin still smiled coldly. Impossible, there are people in this world who are not tempted by the charm of a concubine. The empress suffered a severe blow, and suddenly felt pain in her heart and difficulty in breathing. He. 11. Katrin smiled coldly and said, I see, is it the ability to charm? It seems that my ability and your ability really don't match. While speaking, 9 tails grew from behind Katrin. While the tail was wagging, bursts of pink light were emitted, and a strange fragrance permeated the surrounding space. Inhaling the fragrance, the people around, whether they are marines or pirates, are all flushed and their eyes are blurred. Some people showed extremely wretched smiles, and the corners of their mouths were still drooling. Some people danced and grabbed the people around them, as if they saw a peerless beauty. Even women are charmed and cannot control themselves. Katrin is a Zoan, phantom beast, dog fruit, and 9 tails fox form ability. She can also cast charm skills. With this ability, all charm attackers have no effect. But at the same time, her charm attacks are also ineffective against Empress Hancock. Inhaling the enchanting aroma, Hancock remained awake without any changes. The Empress finally knew why Katrin said that their abilities did not match. The two are people with the same type of fruit ability, and they are both women, so they are born to be opposites. Humph, don't compare my concubine's body with a woman like you, even if she doesn't have the ability to bear fruits, she is still the most beautiful because of her body. Chapter 202. No matter what wrong you do, you will be forgiven. Because my body is too beautiful, devil fruit is just a decoration. Empress Hancock propped her chin with the back of her hand and said arrogantly. Katrin was expressionless. She looked at the Empress in front of her, as if she was looking at a fool. Is this woman sick? To be so narcissistic? Katrin has never seen a woman describe herself like this. Today the Empress opened her eyes. Perfume femur. Taking advantage of the moment when Katrin was stunned, the Empress had already launched a fierce attack. The slender white thighs had kicked towards Katrin. Katrin turned away, dodged the kick, and threw a backhand punch, but was also dodged by the Empress. Immediately, the two began to fight hand to hand. Don't look at them as two women, but whether it's fists or kicks, their power is terrifying. Everything that is kicked by the Queen, whether it is a person or an object, will be turned into stone. Katrin's strength should not be underestimated either. For a while, the two fell into a fight, and it was hard to tell the winner. Lucifer's eyes swept across the battlefield, observation Haki enveloped the entire desert island, locking everyone's aura. Even if 200,000 elites from Marine join in, the Nether Pirates will not lose for a while. However, the large number of Marines is a problem after all. Baby 5, asterisk. I'm here, Lucifer sleeping. Baby heard Lucifer's call, and immediately dealt with the Marines in front of him, jumped up and landed in front of Lucifer. Give me your order, Lord Lucifer. Lucifer smiled coldly, let them see the real power of the Pluton cannon. Obey. BABY5 bends its upper body and transforms into a huge cannon barrel. Metal light shone on the periphery of the cannon barrel, and circles of metal were spinning rapidly, starting to accumulate energy. Call out. The blue laser shot out instantly, hitting the Marine position instantly. With a loud bang, the boundless shock wave erupted, and the dazzling light directly blinded the eyes of thousands of people. Marine, which was at the center of the explosion, was vaporized into gas before it even had time to react. The shock wave raged past, each and every Marine was directly shattered, and then turned into fly ash and disappeared. Rumble. A huge mushroom cloud appeared on the battlefield, and the flames shot straight into the sky for thousands of meters. The flames spread, burning more Marines to ashes. The battlefield fell into a dead silence. At this moment, all the people who were fighting stopped their movements, staring blankly at the mushroom cloud in the distance. More than 200,000 people panicked and felt chills all over their bodies, and the cold air rushed from their heels to the back of their heads. What is this thing? Are you kidding me? Such an attack! Is it a natural disaster? It wasn't Lucifer who made the shot, it was the battle-made BABY5. Just a maid with such power, how terrifying is Lucifer? Hundreds of thousands of people were all frightened by Baby 5's cannon, and as many people as possible put down their weapons. Even Whitebeard was a bit shocked at the moment. Such a trick can even pose a big threat to him. What Marine Vice Admiral, Elite Vice Admiral, will be wiped out under the Japanese artillery? Among the Whitebeard pirates, there are not many who can survive this move. Boom! The shock wave continued continuously, setting off a gust of wind and howling, sweeping across the entire desert island. The sea outside the island roared, and the waves roared, forming a tsunami and impacting all directions. Wait until the shock wave disappears and the solstice subsides a little. Everyone saw that a huge pothole appeared on the desert island. The pothole was bottomless. The rock had been completely melted into magma, and there was a layer of dense crystals. That's glass, the product of molten rock. There were no corpses left in the center of the explosion, everything had turned to gas. The eyes of many high-ranking Marines were tearing apart, especially Marshal Sengoku, whose eyes were already blood red. According to rough statistics, the Marine who died from the blow just now was at least more than 100%. This is really scary. A few drops of cold sweat rolled down Kizaru's face. At this moment, he was not saying his mantra, but expressing his feelings. Seeing the power of this cannon, he really felt a trace of fear. His sparkling fruit is extremely powerful, and the laser beam is powerful in destructive power, but compared with this blow, it is far inferior. Yeah, ha ha ha, of course. BABY5 is the core cadre of our nether pirates. Without such strength, how can you become a core cadre? Enel hovered in front of Kizaru, laughing maniacally. Fighting alone, BABY5 is indeed slightly weaker than Enel, Shiryu, and Weiabul, but the overall combat power and destructive power are actually almost the same. As long as there is the Pluton cannon, BABY5 is the first firepower of the Ghost Pirates. On the other side, Admiral Aokiji, who was blocked by Pizarro, also constricted his pupils and was stunned. Even he couldn't stop the laser just now. Even if you want to stop it, you may not be able to stop it. The ultra-high temperature of the Pluton cannon can instantly vaporize the rocky human body. His ice is unstoppable. Forcibly block, if hit by Pluton cannon, it will directly hurt the body. Casting the Pluton cannon, BABY-5 cannot wrap armament Haki. But the super high temperature of the Pluton cannon alone can damage Aokiji's body. With this trick, BABY-5 is enough to make Marine Admiral helpless. Admiral Fujitora, who was fighting the Golden Emperor, could not see the situation on the battlefield, but his observation Haki could sense the sadness, fear, and despair emanating from the marine position. Combined with the explosion he heard, he had deduced the situation on the battlefield. The Nether pirates, it is unforgivable to commit such a great murder. Fujitora's face was ferocious, the veins on his neck were bulging, and he was already in a state of rage. Humph, what is this? It's too early to get angry. The Golden Emperor's voice boomed and exploded in Fujitora's ears. None of the Marines who came here today can leave. Afterwards, the Golden Emperor launched a fierce attack and fought fiercely with Fujitora. On a boulder, Marshal Sengoku stared at Lucifer and BABY-5 from a distance, gnashing his teeth. He was so angry that his body was shaking. Lucy, Fa! Infinite killing intent erupted from Sengoku's body, forming an absolute murderous domain. Everyone listen to orders, attack with all your strength, and destroy Lucifer. Sengoku issued an order, and the voice spread throughout the desert island. At the same time, Sengoku also activates the fruit ability. He grew rapidly in size, emitted golden light, and instantly turned into a huge golden Buddha tens of meters high. Zoan Phantom Beast Human Fruit Great Buddha Form. Sengoku hasn't made a move in decades, and many Marines are seeing Sengoku use his abilities for the first time. Baby 5's blow just now had a huge blow to Marines' morale. At this time, if he wanted to revive his morale, he, the Marshal, had to do it himself. Oh? Did you come up in person? Lucifer smiled playfully. BABY-5, give him another shot. The voice fell, and the baby who turned into a cannon barrel fired another shot of the Pluton cannon. The blue laser beam penetrates the battlefield and shoots towards the marine position. Seeing this, Sengoku jumped forward, jumped to the front of the shot, and blasted out. Clang! The sound of the Golden Buddha's metal strike spread in all directions, and a powerful and terrifying shock wave erupted, scattering the blue laser rays. Countless tiny laser rays exploded and shot in all directions. The Pluton cannon is not so easy to block. Even if Sengoku can use the shock wave to break up the beam, the tiny beam will be hit by the wave. Just like Kizaru's flash ray, his ray also has this effect. Boom! 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 Hundreds of explosions sounded continuously, bombing the marine position. Zhao zhao! Countless Marines screamed miserably, fleeing in fear. Although the casualties were not as good as the first time, more than 3,000 Marines still died in the aftermath of the rays. BABY-5 regained its entity, panting heavily, his face was pale, already covered in cold sweat. How is it? Can it last? Lucifer looked at BABY-5. Fortunately, no problem. But the Pluton cannon can only be used once. BABY-5 is just a woman after all, and his physique is not very heaven-defying. Even if she trains again, her physique can't be called a monster. Although the power of the Pluton cannon is terrifying, her physical strength is her only flaw. Today's BABY-5, the highest power Pluton gun, can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, BABY-5 will fall into a weak state, and the combat power will not survive. Now that the war is not over, Lucifer will certainly not let BABY-5 fall into a situation where he cannot protect himself. So only 2 Pluton cannons are enough. The last time, it is most appropriate to use it at the end of the war. The front was hit by the Pluton cannon, and Marshal Sengoku was also uncomfortable, and was directly shot hundreds of meters away. The huge golden Buddha body fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, smashing a rocky mountain to pieces. Chapter 203. Father, that woman's attack is hard to deal with. On the other side, Marco flew up to Whitebeard. Looking at Lucifer in the distance, his expression is serious. It's hard to deal with, but depending on the situation, she won't be able to use it for a while. The power of the Pluton gun was too terrifying, killing more than 30,000 Marines in one shot. If one shot at the Whitebeard pirates, the Whitebeard pirates would be wiped out, and the war would be over. Whitebeard was also a little terrified at the moment. In the final analysis, Marine shared the pressure for them. Had Marine not intervened, Lucifer would have used this trick on their Whitebeard pirates. One shot down, the Whitebeard pirates are gone. The Nether pirates fought on two fronts, but so far they still have not lost the wind, which is a bit difficult to handle. Whitebeard has been paying attention to the battle situation and knows the current battlefield situation. Even facing the Whitebeard pirates and the naval headquarters army, the Nether pirates still did not show signs of fatigue. On the contrary, after the blow just now, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. Marco, tell them to go down and let them walk around the periphery, don't rush too far ahead. At the same time, keep fighting with the Nether pirates, don't divide the battlefield. Yes, father. Marco fluttered his wings and went down to deliver Whitebeard's orders. Whitebeard held Kong Yunki in his hand and stood still. Although he didn't make a proper shot, he has been accumulating momentum. When the time comes, it's time for him to make a move. On the other side, Sengoku rushed out from the ruins and charged towards the Nether pirates again. The shock wave of the Great Buddha erupted, and 613 directly killed a path of blood. Old fellow, you are very arrogant. Lucifer's eyes narrowed slightly, with a gleam of coldness. Lucifer's observation Haki covers the entire desert island. While paying attention to the battlefield, he is also looking for some mice that hide their heads and show their tails. He has not forgotten that there is also an Admiral-level space system fruit ability user inside the World Government Palace. The CP agents currently appearing on the battlefield are not very strong, and the strongest is only comparable to the Marine Elite Vice Admiral. The mysterious space system ability user has been hiding and has not appeared. Lucifer, you've shown yourself. Suddenly a roar exploded in Lucifer's ear. I saw an orc with a height of more than 6 meters suddenly jump up and kill from the left side of Lucifer. He has the head of a rhinoceros, a single horn that is very sharp, and a mouth full of fangs. With a huge axe in hand, he slashed at Lucifer's head. Lucifer is the focus of the battlefield, with hundreds of thousands of eyes on him. Someone shoots Lucifer, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Who is that guy? How dare he shoot Lucifer? What a guts! I've never heard of him. The members of the Whitebeard pirates are all guessing who this person is. Judging by his appearance, he is not a member of the Whitebeard pirates, nor is he a Marine. Then there is only one possibility, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I remembered, he is Kuong Xi, one of the new Shishibukai. A pirate was just about to shout, but he heard everyone on the battlefield screaming, "Beef!" at the same time. Lucifer didn't dodge or avoid the rhinoceros that came to him. Raising his hand to grab it, the latter strikes first, and he directly grabbed the rhinoceros man's neck. Boom! With the force of Lucifer's palm, the rhinoceros exploded directly, turning into blood and flesh flying all over the sky. Ding! Host killed the pirate Lilias and got 45,000 killing points. Lucifer was expressionless, as if he had crushed an ant to death. After killing, Lucifer can also collect his devil fruit. Zoan ancient species Neo fruit raging rhinoceros form, can be regarded as a good ability. Hiss! Hundreds of thousands of people on the battlefield gasped. Captains of Marine Vice Admiral, Shishibukai, and Whitebeard pirates were all stunned, with the corners of their mouths twitching. They were already speechless, not knowing how to express their inner thoughts at the moment. Aishi Shibukai, just so lightly killed by Lucifer. Killing him is no more difficult than killing an ant. Even Shishibukai were killed lightly, let alone them. MMP, that idiot Lilias. Sengoku in the distance cursed inwardly, his face livid. He summoned Shishibukai to deal with the cotters of the Nether Pirates, not to send him to his death. It was stupid to take the initiative to find Lucifer. If Lucifer is so easy to kill, why should Marine be so mobilizing? After this incident, several other Shishibukai also died down. The strongest Lucifer is not something they can deal with at all. Lucifer looked at Sengoku in the distance and smiled coldly. Marshal Sengoku, is it your tactic to provoke me with an ant? If you want to kill me, why don't you try it yourself? Humph, just come, I'm afraid you won't succeed. The Buddha jumped up, came to the top of Lucifer's head, and fell directly. Boom! A powerful shock wave whizzed out and hit Lucifer instantly. However, Lucifer was attacked but escaped unscathed. Not only that, but the rocky ground around Lucifer was not damaged in any way. Everyone saw that Lucifer also raised his palm, and there was an invisible force in his palm, which completely isolated the shock wave. Marine Marshal Sengoku, one of the two great legendary Marines of Naval Headquarters. Garp has been killed by me, how can you stop me? As soon as the voice fell, Lucifer disappeared in place in an instant. In the next second, the Buddha was hit hard, and a punch pierced through the body of the Buddha, and came out from the back. Pluton punch. Lucifer's fist was pitch black, and suddenly hit the Buddha's chest. With one punch, Sengoku's huge golden Buddha body was directly sent flying, and landed heavily in the distance. Call out! With a flash of black shadow, Lucifer has teleported to the Buddha. In the next second, Lucifer kicked the Buddha's head. The Buddha turned into a train and shot out backwards, spanning thousands of meters, crushing countless marine pirates into a pulp along the way, and finally crushing a mountain. Universal pull. Lucifer was so unreasonable that he raised his hand and grabbed the Buddha from the ruins. Shenluo Tianzheng. With a palm strike, Yinfo was sent flying again. Everyone saw that the body of the Buddha had split open, and countless golden blood splashed out from the Buddha's body, scattered in all directions. Martial Marine? That's all. Lucifer smiled indifferently, endless murderous intent erupted in his eyes. The battlefield fell into a dead silence, countless people were dumbfounded, and their livers were torn apart. What did they just see? A Marine Marshal, a legendary Marine soldier who has been famous for decades, was actually suppressed and beaten by Lucifer. However, in just 3 moves and 2 moves, Marshal Sengoku was seriously injured. Lucifer beats a Marine like a father beats a son. Sword of Judgment, weeping blood and cutting the sky. Lucifer raised his hand and pointed, and a golden long sword was condensed in the air, with a body length of more than 200 meters. The endless golden light shrouded the earth, but it was the prelude to the deadly killing intent. Sengoku rose from the rubble, advancing instead of retreating. He knew that facing Lucifer's killing move, he had no way to retreat, nowhere to escape. Only by facing the enemy head-on can there be a chance of survival. Die! Lucifer's finger fell, and the golden longsword in the sky also crashed down. Before the longsword hit, it had already whipped up a violent wind and waves, impacting all directions. Big Buddha shockwave. Sengoku threw out both palms, hitting the golden longsword with shockwaves one after another. In the end, the two sides collided with a bang. There was a loud bang, and a bottomless gully opened on the desert island, extending to the sea tens of thousands of meters away. Sengoku's huge golden Buddha body was chopped off and smashed into 3 mountains one after another. The golden light on his body's surface was extremely dim, and as the light weakened, Sengoku's body shrank rapidly, and finally returned to its original shape. Boom! Sengoku landed heavily, smashed a big hole in the ground, and rolled about 10 times in succession before finally stopping. Everyone saw that Martial Sengoku was covered in blood and cuts and bruises all over his body. His body seemed to be smashed by Lucifer, and there were countless cracks and wounds all over his body, and there was hardly a single piece of intact skin and flesh. Sengoku twisted his arms, bone spurs piercing flesh. Apparently, Sengoku's arms are broken. If it weren't for everyone's observation Haki who could still feel Sengoku's breath, they would all think it was a corpse. Defeated, Sengoku is defeated. Too fast, is Lucifer so strong? That's Martial Marine, a legendary monster that has survived from the old times to the present. It's not been 3 minutes yet? You lost to Lucifer. The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at each other with endless chills in their hearts. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. They knew early on that Lucifer was very powerful. But at this moment, they understood what the concept of Lucifer's strength really is. Even if he is as strong as Martial Marine, he is as weak as an ant in front of Lucifer, vulnerable to a single blow. Chapter 204. Your Excellency the Martial Sengoku. Quick, hurry up and save people. Someone stop Lucifer. Seeing that Sengoku was seriously injured, hundreds of thousands of Marines suddenly panicked. Countless Marines stepped forward. Sengoku. A few Marine Vice Admirals are the fastest, stepping on the moonwalk and turning into black shadows and teleporting to Sengoku. Of course the one who wanted to save people the most was Marine 3 Admiral, but they were all blocked by people, and they had no time to rescue them. Your Excellency Marshal, are you all right? Military doctor, where is the military doctor? That BD Lucifer, I can't spare him. The 3 Marine Vice Admirals lifted Sengoku up and cursed loudly. Suddenly, a Marine Vice Admiral stiffened and broke out in cold sweat. He stared blankly ahead, his face pale as paper. Hi, what's the matter with you? Save people quickly, what are you still doing? The 2 Marine Vice Admirals didn't understand, so they yelled loudly. In the next second, the bodies of the 2 of them also froze in place. The pupils of the 2 were constricted, their eyes were dull and they did not dare to blink. A gust of cold air rose from their backs and rushed straight to Tianlinggai. A Marine Vice Admiral turned back tremblingly, and found that Lucifer was already standing behind them at some point. Lucifer looked down at them from a height, his eyes were indifferent, without any warmth, as if he was looking at 3 ants. Lucifer! A Marine Vice Admiral roared, and immediately swung his knife back. In the next second, he was hit hard and shot backwards. Before he landed, his body exploded in mid-air, turning into blood and flesh splashing all over the sky. Explode! Lucifer said something lightly, and the other 2 Marine Vice Admirals also flew out of the hospital. There were 2 explosions, and the remains of the 2 Marine Vice Admirals were gone. Ding! Host kills Marine Vice Admiral Slink Ed, and gets 35,000 killing points. Ding! Host kills Marine Vice Admirals Missy Weir and gets 50,000 kill points. Ding! Host kills Marine Vice Admiral Blanchette and gets 40,000 killing points. Instantly killed 3 Marine Vice Admirals, and Lucifer gained more than 100,000 kill points, which is a good harvest. However, Lucifer didn't pay attention to the system, and now the hundreds of thousands of killing points can't move Lucifer anymore. The biggest prey is Martial Sengoku, who is crawling at his feet. Lucifer! Sengoku still maintained his will and did not fall into a coma. He lay on his stomach in a pool of blood, staring at Lucifer with his eyes open. Sengoku's vision was already very hazy. In his vision, Lucifer's figure was shaking, and his face could no longer be seen clearly. However, the hazy eyes are still filled with infinite hatred. Garp, I can't avenge you. Sengoku is not afraid of death, he is just very unwilling. I am not reconciled that I did not get rid of Lucifer, a serious problem, and did not avenge my old friend for many years. Lucifer raised his right hand, and a golden long sword condensed and fell down. At the critical moment, the space around Lucifer suddenly split into 4 black holes. 3 black balls shot out from behind and shot at Lucifer's back. 3 figures shot out from the black holes in front, left and right, 2 of them launched a fatal attack on Lucifer, and 1 shot at Sengoku in an attempt to save him. The killing moves of the 4 were caught off guard, and the people in the rear attacked the enemy and would save them, forcing Lucifer to give up killing and turn offense to defense. The left and right flanked, distracting Lucifer. The last man to rescue Sengoku. The 4 are all Admiral-level fighters, and they cooperate seamlessly and have an incomparable understanding. Well done, I'm waiting for you. Lucifer has known for a long time that there is a space system ability user inside the World Government Palace, and he has already prepared for it. And his observation Haki has also predicted the future and saw the next picture. Lucifer's eyes flickered coldly, and with a wave of his finger, the golden sword suddenly burst into golden light, turning into 6 golden swords. 3 golden swords destroy 3 space black balls. 2 golden swords, 1 left and 1 right, forced the 2 of them back, and the last golden sword shot at Sengoku. They want to save people, but Lucifer refuses to let them do so. Boom! In a short moment, the duel was over. The joint attack of the 4 Admiral-level forces was easily resolved by Lucifer. The people who rescued Sengoku were also forced back by Lucifer. The sudden scene stunned hundreds of thousands of people on the battlefield. No one expected that at this critical moment, 4 more Admiral-level combat forces joined the battlefield. Of these 4 people, 1 was wearing black clothes, a black cloak, and a black mask. Judging by the breath, Lucifer recognized that he was the mysterious space system ability user. The other 3 wore white clothes, white cloaks, and white masks. But both the clothes and the mask are inlaid with golden patterns. Even wearing a mask, Lucifer can still sense the superiority of the 3 of them. The smell was very disgusting and disgusting. Celestial dragons. Lucifer is very familiar with this breath, it is celestial dragons. Just different from ordinary pig-dog celestial dragons, these 3 celestial dragons are very strong and already admiral level. 3 adults, Lucifer is very strong, don't be careless. The mysterious space system ability user reminded. We know this, Ghost, and we don't need you to remind us. Don't be so self-righteous, it's not your turn to dictate in front of us. In order to deal with a mere low-class pariah, let us do it ourselves, Marine is really incompetent. Hey, Sengoku, are you still alive? Don't lie there and pretend to be dead, it's too embarrassing to be a Marine Marshal. The 3 celestial dragons opened their mouths one by one, and the arrogance in their voices overflowed. Ordinary celestial dragons are incomparably arrogant and superior. Not to mention these 3 powerful celestial dragons. Lucifer glanced at the 4 of them and smiled indifferently, only 4 are here. Sengoku, they can't save you. As soon as Lucifer pointed out, he fired a laser beam and shot at Sengoku's head. 0 looking for flowers. 4 Admiral-level combat forces were repelled, and no one could save Sengoku. You dare! Damn untouchables, dare to act fiercely in front of me and the other 3. Too arrogant, looking for death. The 3 celestial dragons were furious, but they had no time to save Sengoku, and could only watch as the laser shot at Sengoku's head. Call out! At the very moment, another black shadow came through the air. With a flash of sword light, the laser beam was directly chopped into pieces. Everyone, I'm not late, am I? The visitor smiled slightly, revealing a sunny and mature face. It was 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks. Red hair, why is he here? Are the red hair pirates going to war too? Here we come, everyone from the red hair pirates is here. Some pirates exclaimed, and everyone saw that a group of densely packed pirates was coming from a distance. The number exceeds 20,000. Depending on the situation, the red hair pirates are also here to deal with Lucifer. Otherwise, there's no need for him to save Sengoku. The members of the Nether Pirates all had heavy hearts, and Enel, Shiryu the Rain, Pizarro, and other cotters also had ugly faces. They have absolute confidence in dealing with the Whitebeard pirates. The subsequent addition of the Marine Grand Fleet is also at the top of their plan. But then the Celestial Dragons join the fray, albeit only 4 of them. But all 4 of them are Admiral-level fighters, enough to change the situation on the battlefield. Now the Red Hair Pirates are back to join in the fun. It is equivalent to the Nether Pirates fighting against the Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters, Celestial Dragons, and Red Hair Pirates on their own. The pressure is too great. Red Hair, do you want to be my enemy too? Lucifer looked at the red-haired Shanks, expressionless, as if he had expected his appearance. The Redhead smiled faintly, and said, I'm here to end this war. Lucifer, you are strong, and the whole world knows it. But if the fight continues, it will be of no benefit to anyone, it will only increase the fearless sacrifice in vain. Lucifer, you don't want all your subordinates to die here, do you? The war has lasted until now, and it can be over. Please give me some face. Face. Lucifer laughed mockingly, Red Hair, you don't have such a big face with me. What if I have to keep fighting? Then I will join the battle. The Red Hair pulled out the long knife at his waist, and Haki said awe-inspiringly, come on, let us be your opponents. The cotters of the Red Hair Pirates came out from the rear and lined up behind the Red Hair. Red Hair Pirates is known as the most balanced and most powerful pirate group. Although they are small in number, they are all elites, and TNB's strength is also extremely terrifying. Especially the Deputy Captain Beckman, whose strength is of the 4 Emperors class. In the original, Admiral Kizaru raised his hands and surrendered the gate with just 1 pistol. Chapter 205. Sure enough, the Red Hair is still here. Father, what shall we do now? Marco flew up behind Whitebeard, asking for his opinion. Just wait, this war will not end so easily. Whitebeard said flatly. Father, what do you mean? Lucy won't continue to fight. Ah, that's right. This brat won't stop. No way. Marco looked at Lucifer from a distance, disbelieving. In his opinion, the war should be over now. You know, the Nether Pirates are now facing the Whitebeard Pirates, Naval Headquarters, Celestial Dragons, and the Red Hair Pirates. No force can fight against such a terrifying force on its own. Even if it is the strongest Nether Pirates in New World today, Marco doesn't see any chance of winning. Ha 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 ha. Lucifer's laughter was so loud that it spread throughout the battlefield. Everyone saw that Lucifer spread his demon wings and slowly flew into the sky. Today's war of the 663 century, only my will can bring it to an end. No matter how many enemies come again, they will eventually crawl under my feet. The Nether Pirates obey the order, wash the desert island with blood, and kill all the invading enemies. Obey. Kill. Under Lucifer's order, the Nether Pirates rioted again, and their momentum increased instead of diminished. Even if the enemy is so terrifying and powerful, they still have a high fighting spirit and show no fear at all. Everything comes from the power of Lucifer. Lucifer, you'll regret it. The red-haired stared suddenly, and he was no longer the funny character he used to be. Lucifer smiled coldly, in this world, no one can make me regret it, and I won't regret it either. Whoever wants to be the first to die, come up. As soon as the words fell, a celestial dragon's teleport to Lucifer, fist clenched, covered with black lightning, and hit Lucifer's head. Wherever the fist goes, the space distorts and shatters. You lowly pariah, go to hell. Boom. Lucifer raised his hand and grabbed Celestial Dragon's fist directly. The crushing power on the fist was directly crushed by Lucifer with armament Haki. Then, Lucifer jerked and punched Celestial Dragons in the chest. Empty shock moon howling wolf. Roar. The invisible howl of wolves resounded through the sky, and the space atmosphere was shattered inch by inch. Celestial Dragons screamed in horror, and in the next second, his body was also shattered, turning into countless broken flesh and blood, flying in all directions. Flesh and flesh fell all over the sky, as if it was raining blood. Ding! Host beheaded celestial dragons Don Quixote Morabaz, and got 360,000 killing points. With just one move, an admiral-level force was already dead in Lucifer's hands. When the red-haired Beckman saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his face became more dignified. Lucifer is more vicious and cruel than they imagined. Morabaz! Damn untouchables, dare to kill celestial dragons! Do you know who he is? Dare to hurt celestial dragons, are you trying to provoke the gods of the world? The remaining 2 celestial dragons cursed and roared wildly. Lucifer was expressionless, did not speak, and disappeared in a flash. Be careful! Redhead, Beckman, and the ghost roared in warning. However, they were still one step too late. Lucifer appeared directly behind the 2 celestial dragons as if teleported. Hold the heads of the 2 with both hands, and smash them hard towards the middle. Boom! The 2 heads burst open like watermelons, and blood and brain matter flowed all over the ground. Ding! Host beheaded celestial dragons Charos Goodwin and got 330,000 kill points. Ding! Host beheaded celestial dragons Sher Basira, and got 340,000 killing points. Throwing down the 2 headless corpses casually, Lucifer's kill points increased by another 60,000. With the addition of the first celestial dragons, Lucifer has over 1 million kill points in one go. Glancing at the attribute panel in front of him from the corner of his eye, Lucifer's total kill points had reached 2,846,000. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 24. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit, awakened. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki, domain. Observation Haki, domain. Conqueror's Haki, domain. Kill points, 284,6000. Now, if Lucifer breaks out with all his strength, killing admiral-level combat power is really like killing ants. Shaking the blood off his hands, Lucifer looked at the 3 red-haired men and smiled bloodthirsty. The breath of the celestial dragons is really disgusting, so I send some of them to hell first, you don't mind. The entire battlefield has also been startled by Lucifer's ruthless methods at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of marines and tens of thousands of pirates are all terrified and dumbfounded. Hey, isn't it scary? Am I dreaming? Are you kidding me? Marco's brain was blank, and cold sweat was already all over his face unconsciously. He felt that he was dazzled just now, as if he had seen a hallucination. You know, the 3 celestial dragons who died in the hands of Lucifer were all veritable admiral-level combat power. Each has the strength to suppress the sea. But such a powerful combat power was killed lightly by Lucifer. That man is not a monster, but a demon. It's a demon from hell. Is it really possible for us to defeat such a demon? Not only Marco, but also the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and the subordinate pirate captains, are all extremely terrified at the moment. They didn't realize that their bodies were already shaking. They don't want to be afraid, but the instinct of the body cells can't be controlled. Fear emanates from every cell. 0. Yeah, ha ha ha, sure enough, I knew that Captain Lucifer is the most fishy. Enel, who was suspended in the sky, laughed wildly, while Admiral Kizaru opposite him had a gloomy expression at the moment. His pupils constricted, and the depths of his eyes were full of fear. To say among the 3 admirals, who is the most terrifying to Lucifer, it is undoubtedly Admiral Kizaru. Seeing Lucifer beheading 3 celestial dragons one after another, Kizaru felt like quitting. He was terrified, and just wanted to escape from this battlefield as soon as possible. Lucifer looked like an impossible monster to defeat, and now it was too late to escape. Marine Admiral's responsibilities are nothing compared to his life. On the other side, Admiral Aokiji also looked dull at the moment, unable to describe the shock in his heart with words. Lucifer kills Admiral like an ant, doesn't that mean he can be killed lightly? Hey, Aokiji, where are you looking? The evil King Kizaru grabbed Aokiji's flaw and punched Aokiji's chest. Powerful magma erupts, and it is covered with high-density armament Haki. Kizaru also used the armament Haki internal destruction technique. This move directly hurt Aokiji's internal organs, causing him to vomit blood. Admiral Fujitora is relatively easy among the three, because Golden Emperor is not as strong as Enel and Kizaru, so he doesn't put so much pressure on Fujitora. Even if the flaws were exposed, they were not injured. However, the killing caused by Lucifer still shocked Fujitora. Marine, it's dangerous. There are rapidly changing pictures in Fujitora's mind, and those are all for the scenes that will appear. That's right, Fujitora's observation Haki has also cultivated to the level of predicting the future, even higher than Katakuri's level, seeing the future farther. In the future picture that Fujitora saw, he only saw Marine with countless 0.7 tragic deaths, and naval headquarters was defeated. Although the future is likely to change, Fujitora is powerless to change the doomed fate at this moment. In the sky, Lucifer stood suspended, and the demon's wings flapped gently. Redhead, you shouldn't be here today. Red hair pirates are doomed from the moment you step on the battlefield. Lightsaber Bakukai and Guyu. As soon as the voice fell, countless lightsabers crashed down and shot at the red hair. The red hair dazedly drew out the saber, and a round of black and red slashes pierced through the air, smashing all the lightsaber into pieces. With a flash of black shadow, the red hair rushed to Lucifer and chopped off with a knife. God avoids. The black and red knife light fell, only slashing Lucifer's face. Lucifer recognized that this is the special trick of One Piece Luoji. Redhead inherited Luoji's will and grew up all the way, learning his tricks is a matter of course. Lucifer grabbed it with a big hand, and a long knife automatically appeared in the palm of his hand, and the same knife fell down, colliding with the red-haired twin swords. Boom! The Conqueror's Haki of the two erupted at the same time, and the imposing tsunami bombarded tens of thousands of meters in an instant. Chapter 206. Conqueror's Field. No, it's just half a step, I haven't really stepped into the field yet. Redhead, your conquerors are not far off. Lucifer roared, and the higher-level Conqueror's Haki broke out instantly, directly defeating the red-haired conquerors. The endless imposing shock rushed in all directions like rounds of shock waves. All the pirates and marines who were impacted lost consciousness and fell into a coma. The redhead was also repelled and fell from the sky, smashing a hill to pieces. Bang! 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 Beckman fired several shots, aiming at Lucifer's vital parts such as the brow, throat, and heart. When he shoots, he instills high-density armament Haki. The power of the bullet is comparable to Kizaru's laser beam, and even more penetrating. Stop! Lucifer snorted coldly, and naturally all the shots stopped in mid-air. Let's go back. All the way through the voice, the bullets fired by Beckman returned the same way, and the speed was even faster. Beckman dodged bullets, but a bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a gash. At this time, the red hair struck again. He slashed continuously with his knife, and more than a dozen flying slashes combined with Conqueror's armed colors shot out of the air and shot at Lucifer. At the same time, CPO's ghost agents also struck again. With a wave of his hand, the space suddenly rippled. Lucifer's figure flickered, dodging slashing and space attacks 10 times. The slash shattered a mountain behind Lucifer, and where the space attack went, it directly swallowed half of a mountain. The fruit of space is the top of the top in Paramecia's ability. Not only can it travel through space at will, but it can also shatter space, and even shatter and eliminate everything. Even without armament Haki, having this ability can erase the entity of a Logia user at will. Erasing space means erasing everything. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, fighting against the red hair, Beckman, and the ghost alone, without any loss. He opened his hands, and the whisper of the devil suddenly sounded. Gravity crush! With Lucifer as the center, the powerful gravitational field spread out, covering a radius of several kilometers in an instant. The powerful gravity erupted, and countless pirates and marines were all crushed to the ground. Then, bang! 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 The bodies of the pirates and marines exploded like bursting watermelons, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and yellow and white things were scattered all over the place. Even Marine Vice Admiral was directly crushed into a pulp by Lucifer's gravity field. One kill, thousands died at Lucifer's hands. The electronic sound of the system kept ringing, and Luxi was expressionless. Escape, leave the captain's gravity field quickly. Guys who don't want to die, leave quickly. Stay out of the captain's attack range. Cavendish, Jack, BABY5 and others yelled one after another and began to direct the battle. Lucifer's ultimate move is too terrifying. Once activated, it will be indistinguishable from friend or foe. In the field of gravity, only Redhead, Beckman, and Ghost survived. However, the three of them were also pressed half-kneeling on the ground. The weakest ghost among the three vomited blood. Crush! Boom! Shatter! Boom! Destroy it! Boom! The earth wailed, and Wan raised several levels again. The ghost vomited blood, and was already lying on the ground, howling. Redhead and Beckman also clenched their teeth tightly, unable to make any movements. Under Lucifer's gravity field, the three of them seemed to collapse at any moment. Captain! Vice Captain! Seeing this, the cotters of red-hair pirates in the distance rushed towards the red-haired Beckman immediately, wanting to save him. Do not come! The redhead roared, you can't hold it. The red-haired armament Haki covered the whole body, resisting Lucifer's gravity. He understood that he could not let his companions run to rescue them. Lucifer's strength is too terrifying. Once they come over, they will be killed instantly. Your captain is right. You should just stay here obediently and watch the redhead get killed. A black shadow flashed, and Cavendish came over the heads of Loggy Lu and the others. With a wave of his hand, the sickle weasel condensed with massive rocks had already slashed at Loggy Lu and the others. Clang! A flash of sword light flashed, and the giant sickle weasel was chopped off in the middle. The person who made the shot has long yellow hair, and he is one of the leaders of the Red Hair Pirates, Lime Jones. Bang! 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 Yasop fired several shots, aiming at Cavendish's vitals, trying to shoot him down into the sky. But at the same time that Yasop fired, Cavendish also fired shots in the afternoon. Yasop's bullets were all intercepted in mid-air. Yasop aimed his gun at the direction where the gunshot sounded, but there was no one there, and even observation Haki didn't catch the target. The one who shot was the white Shinigami Simon Hay, the number 1 sniper of the Nether Pirates, and the transparent fruit ability user. With the transparent fruit covering his figure and aura, Simon is like a fish in water in this battlefield where dragons and snakes are mixed together. Since the beginning of the war, he has not revealed his whereabouts. Maybe he won't show up until the war is over. Sniper marksmanship is the first, knowing how to hide yourself is the second. Simon Hay is both, making him the most insidious lion majesty in the showdown of the century. Subsequently, Jack the Ripper, BABY5, Xiaolok Smoothie, Xiaolok Cracker, Xiaolok Owen and others also joined the battlefield one after another, blocking all the cotters of the Red Hair Pirates. In terms of the total number of troops, the Nether Pirates are indeed inferior to the 4 major forces. But in terms of high-level combat power, the Nether Pirates are no less than the 4 major forces. Even if one person fights against the 4 major forces, the high-level combat power is more than enough. Boom! An invisible shock wave across the battlefield hit the gravity field created by Lucifer. Click! 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 The sound of atmospheric shattering sounded, and Lucifer's gravity field was shattered together with the atmosphere. Redhead, Beckman, and Ghost took the opportunity to escape. Lucifer flew over and looked southeast, expressionless. "Whitebeard, are you finally going to make a move?" It was Whitebeard who made the shot just now, otherwise no one would be able to shatter Lucifer's gravity field. "Goo la 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 la." Whitebeard laughed boldly, "Seeing you fighting so fiercely, my hands are a little itchy. I haven't experienced such a bloody battle for many years." Whitebeard held Kong Yunki and pointed at Lucifer from afar. It wasn't that Whitebeard was going to save someone, it was that he had to. Although he doesn't want to join forces with the Red Hair and the government, but the current situation does not allow him to hesitate. He has already seen that Lucifer's strength is far above that of the red-haired Ghost and others. If he didn't make a move and watched the red-haired Beckman being killed by Lu-150 Sefer, the Whitebeard pirates would collapse in the next moment. The lips are dead and the teeth are cold, Whitebeard must make a decision. Lucifer smiled indifferently, and said, "Since we have made a move, let's do it together. Use your heads today to lay the foundation for my nether pirate's path to godhood." Boom! A terrifying momentum erupted from Lucifer, instantly forming a shock wave and tsunami impacting all directions. With Lucifer as the center, within a radius of 10,000 meters, all the pirates and marines exploded at the same moment, leaving no complete corpses. The earth was shattered inch by inch, with countless cracks all over. The rocky mountain was cut open, and ruins and rubble were scattered all over the place. Conqueror's Field. When Whitebeard and the red-haired two saw the explosive Lucifer, their pupils constricted immediately, and an unprecedented dignified expression appeared on their faces. Only the two of them know what the Conqueror's Field really means. Conqueror's Haki, a power that only the chosen one can awaken, 1 in a million. The Conqueror's Haki field is a realm that only one person out of millions of Conqueror's Haki awakeners can set foot on, and it can be said that there is no one in a billion. No one has set foot in the realm of Conqueror's Haki since the old days crumbled. Whitebeard had also set foot in this realm when he was young, but now he is too old, his secret injuries have occurred, his strength has declined seriously, and he can no longer use the Conqueror's realm. As for the Redhead, although Conqueror's qualifications are unprecedentedly strong, but now he is only half-stepping into the Conqueror's field. Although it is only half a step away, this half-step is like a sky, far away without end. Maybe the red hair may not be able to take that half-step in his life. The battlefield has been opened, let's go together. Chapter 207. The battlefield has been opened, let's go together. Lucifer's voice boomed, resounding through the sky. Whitebeard jumped straight into the Conqueror's domain, heading for Lucifer. He also uses his Conquerors, which is used to counteract the suppression of the Conqueror's Haki field. On the battlefield with a radius of 10,000 meters, Lucifer faced Whitebeard, Redhead, Beckman, and Ghost alone, and the fierce battle was about to start. "Father, I'll help you too." Marco turned into a phoenix and flew from afar. But a black shadow appeared above his head and shot him down with a knife. It was Whitebeard who made the shot. Whitebeard held a naginata and intercepted in front of Marco. The tall body, the same Whitebeard, and the naginata make Marco doubt life. "Stop," Captain Lucifer said, "you can't go over there." Whitebeard will not speak harshly, he will only follow Lucifer's orders. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard had already activated the fruit ability, and soon turned into a golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon roared, soaring into the sky, carrying a huge gust of wind. "Hey, are you kidding me? Isn't this Kaido's ability? That BD Lucifer really took away Kaido's abilities. This guy is hard to deal with." Foil Vista, Diamond Jotzi, and others came to Marco, and they all looked at Qinglong Whitebeard with serious eyes. Roar! Whitebeard opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of heat, and the long column of flames flew over 1,000 meters, directly submerging Marco and Bistages. "Captain Marco! Captain Jaws! Captain Vista! The members of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked and shouted. The next moment, 3 figures sprang out from the flames and flew into the sky. Marco turned into a phoenix and charged at the dragon with blue flames. Foil Vista's 2 swords come out at the same time, and the petals are in full bloom between the lights of the swords. The sword light merged into a cross, which struck King Glong's abdomen. Jaw's attack is the most direct, using physical collision. The attacks of the 3 hit Qinglong at the same time, but Qinglong Weiabul only moved his body and was not injured. It is not that simple to break the defense of King Glong's scales. It seems that there is still a gap in military strength. Lucifer is suspended in the sky, and observation Haki covers the entire battlefield, locking all the breath of life. Although there is no shortage of high-level combat power, there are still insufficient soldiers at the bottom. The bottom pirates of the Nether Pirates are indeed elite, but the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates and Red Hair Pirates are also elite. Coupled with Marine's army of hundreds of thousands, there is a huge gap in the number of Nether Pirates. That's right, if it drags on, the Nether Pirates will collapse. The Redhead said from the side, Lucifer, there is still time for a truce. Collapse. Lucifer smiled mockingly. It's too early to talk about collapse. How do you know that I only have these troops? What did you say? A bad premonition surged in the Redhead's heart. His eyes scanned the battlefield, and his pupils constricted instantly. He didn't notice it before, but now he noticed it. The troops that Lucifer brought this time are all pirates. There are no Wano Kuni samurai and fur tribes. Although the number of these 2 parts is small, their combat power is very strong. Lucifer is going to war, there's no reason not to take them. Lucifer seemed to see through the inner thoughts of the Red Hair, and said with a smile, it seems that you have noticed. However, you still guessed wrong. I'm talking about military strength, not warriors and fur tribes. Quinn. Lucifer's roar spread across the battlefield, and Quinn, who was fighting, immediately responded. I'm here, Captain Lucifer. After taking refuge in Lucifer, Quinn became very honest. Facing a terrifying and cruel captain, he had to be honest. Let them out. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Quinn smiled coldly, turned into a brachiosaurus across the battlefield, and returned to the back of the Nether Pirates. There, a group of pirates are ready. They opened 5 metal boxes, and as Quinn started the program, Washuan's red eyes lit up inside the box. Boom! 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 5 loud bangs exploded, and 5 figures rushed out of the box and joined the battlefield. These 5 people are obviously sea stone humanoid weapons made by Quinn. Whoosh! 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 A humanoid weapon fired a laser beam into the battlefield, causing an explosion in an instant. The second humanoid weapon shoots lightning from its mouth, the third opens the weapon hole all over its body, and fires hundreds of missiles, the fourth sprays flames, directly creating a sea of flames, and the fifth has sharp barbs all over its body, rushing directly into the battlefield. All the pirates and marines he came into contact with were smashed to pieces, leaving no bones left. What kind of monster is that? Is it human? No, no, there is no human breath, it's a robot. What a strong strength! There are many pirates who know how to use observation Haki on the battlefield, and they can tell at a glance that these 5 humanoid weapons are not human. However, the terrifying power of the humanoid weapons made them terrified. Several pirate captains stepped forward to fight humanoid weapons, and they were all killed in an instant. Soon, they discovered that these humanoid weapons could not only use powers such as lasers, lightning, flames, and strong winds. They are still made of sea stone, which not only has amazing defensive power, but also is harder than diamonds, and can also restrain demon fruit power. To make things trickier, humanoid weapons can use armor colors and observation Haki. The overall combat power is comparable to Marine Admiral. 5 humanoid weapons are equivalent to 5 Marine Admirals, and they are marine admirals who are not afraid of injury or death. Admiral level combat power, one is amazing enough to change the pattern of a war. But now, there are 5 of them in the Nether Pirates, why not let them be startled? Yahahaha, go up, wipe out all the enemies. Show the world your power. Quinn stood on a boulder and let out a sharp laugh. He was even more proud of watching the humanoid weapons kill the enemy. The sea stone humanoid weapon is his highest masterpiece, a perfect fusion of human and technology. In this world, he is the first person to reach this level. Even Vegapunk, known as the world's #1 scientist, can't match him in this respect. With 5 admiral-level humanoid weapons joining the battle, the pressure on the Nether Pirates has been greatly reduced and their morale has been greatly increased. Facing the frenzied killing of 5 humanoid weapons, no one can resist, and the battle situation presents a one-sided situation. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Fujitora wanted to go up to support, but were blocked by Enel, Pizarro, Golden Emperor, and Alang. The Golden Emperor can't beat Fujitora, so the wolf joins the battle halfway, and the 2 team up to fight Fujitora. There were 4 interceptions, Marine 3 Admiral was out of reach. Similarly, the high-level combat forces of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates were all intercepted. They could only watch the 5 humanoid weapons madly massacre their bottom companions. Seeing this situation, the Red Hair couldn't help but change color. Lucifer, you are hiding so deeply. Lucifer smiled lightly, no one will play all their cards, Wang Ziahao, of course I am the same. Also, you can guess again, where did my samurai army and fur tribe army go? You. Redhead, Beckman, Ghost, and Whitebeard suddenly changed their expressions. Yes, it seems you guessed it. Lucifer smiled and said, Naval Headquarters is coming out in full force, and the combat power of the Holy Land Marie-Joys is also coming out in full force. How can I let go of such an opportunity? You can take a closer look, which of my subordinates hasn't appeared yet? Berndy Waldo. Redhead said the name word by word. That's right. You sent them to Naval Headquarters and the Holy Land Marie-Joys. The ghost howled loudly. Ha 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 ha. Lucifer looked up to the sky with a long smile, that's how interesting it is. I can take down the Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Naval Headquarters, and Marie-Joys all at once. After the end of the First World War today, this world is mine. You're dreaming. The ghost roared loudly, is the power of the Holy Land as close as you, a lowly pirate, can know. Chapter 208. You let them invade the Holy Land, but you are only seeking your own death. The Redhead also said, you want to destroy us all at once, Lucifer, you are too arrogant. Whitebeard also laughed boldly, little devil, you are really too arrogant. Am I arrogant? Lucifer said blankly, no, I'm just stating a fact. You're right, Rider. Ah, that's right. A swarm of bats flew by, coalescing into Rider's body behind Lucifer. Whether you win or lose depends on today's battle. Do it. As soon as the words fell, Rider had already shot. With a flash of sword light, the ghost was directly chopped off. The 2 of them exchanged quick moves and huddled together in the distance. Lucifer, on the other hand, faced Whitebeard, Redhead, and Beckman alone. Empty shock. Whitebeard swung Kong Yunki and slashed furiously, causing the atmospheric space to shatter immediately. A terrifying shock wave instantly enveloped Lucifer. Dissipate. Lucifer waved his hand, and the power of the shock wave was immediately weakened by 90%. The remaining 10 hit Lucifer like a breeze. At the same time, the killer moves of the red-haired Beckman and the 2 also followed one after another. The red hair is fully armed with Color and Conqueror's Haki, slashing through the air and attacking, tearing the sky and the earth. Instead of attacking Lucifer with a pistol, Beckman also used a sword as a weapon. He is actually a great swordsman at the pinnacle. The configuration of the Red Hair Pirates is very similar to that of the Luoji Pirates. The captain and deputy captain are both masters with swords. The wall of vacuum. 570 Lucifer raised his hand and pointed, condensing the wall of vacuum to block the two people's slashes, and at the same time made a backhand attack. Infinite gravity field. The terrifying gravity instantly permeated the Conqueror's field. Under the suppression of the dual domains, Whitebeard, Redhead, and Beckman were immediately affected, and their speed and strength were greatly reduced. Swish, a black shadow flashed, and Lucifer teleported directly in front of the red hair. Lightsaber Judgment Blade. A sword fell, and the terrifying armed color and Conqueror's Haki erupted suddenly. The red hair was directly chopped off by a sword, and the whole person shot backwards, leaping thousands of meters. At the same time, the Conqueror's Haki in the field also solidified and began to attack the Redhead. Conqueror's Haki condenses into countless swords, cuts the red hair black and blue. Lightsaber Overlord Myriad Tribulations. Lucifer took advantage of the victory to pursue, raised his hand and condensed a 100-meter giant sword, and slashed down with anger. The atmosphere is split and cracks appear in the space. In the end, the giant sword hit the red hair. Rumble. The island trembled, the ground trembled and the mountains shook, and a mountain instantly turned into dust. The red hair was hit by the giant sword, and his life and death were unknown. Shanks! Beckman roared loudly, but he didn't lose his mind, nor was he overwhelmed. Instead, he attacked Lucifer with a deadly move. At the same time, Whitebeard's killing move followed. Whitebeard usually teleports behind Lucifer, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupts in an attempt to frighten Lucifer. His fist has also fallen towards Lucifer, and a transparent light circle is condensed on the fist, which is the terrifying ability of Shock Fruit. The two came at the same time, one left and one right. Lucifer did not dodge or dodge, and raised his hands at the same time, palms facing the two. Shenluo Tianzheng. The terrifying repulsion combined with the armed color and Conqueror's Haki suddenly roared out like a tsunami. Beckman's sword slash was directly defeated, and he was also sent flying. Whitebeard is a bit stronger. Shenluo Tianzhen's repulsive force and Kongjin's fist collided, and they were evenly matched for a while, and they were stalemate. Rumble. A terrifying shock wave erupted, and the Conqueror's Haki of the two also entangled and collided with each other. Countless black and red lightning turned into lion majesty, crisscrossing and dancing wildly. With Lucifer and Whitebeard as the center, all rocks within a kilometer radius are destroyed. The collision of the Conqueror's Haki formed a gust of wind that soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds in the sky, leaving a huge hole with a diameter of more than a kilometer. The battle between the two seemed to pierce the sky. Whitebeard, you don't look very old, but that's about it. Lucifer grinned grimly, and the repulsion force of the heart, armed thunder energy, and Conqueror's cooking energy suddenly increased by one level. Boom! Whitebeard's seismic power was directly defeated, and the terrifying repulsion directly hit Whitebeard's chest, and then broke out. Whitebeard's pupil shrank, he let out a muffled grunt, and a mouthful of blood spurted out involuntarily. Afterwards, he slid backwards, and his feet plowed across the ground, leaving two deep ravines. In the end, Whitebeard was about to fall, but he held on and stood up straight. Dead. Seeing that Whitebeard was injured and vomited blood, members of the Whitebeard pirates who had been paying attention to the battle suddenly exclaimed. A group of pirates ran towards Whitebeard, as if to support. However, the moment they stepped into the field of Conqueror's Haki, their bodies exploded directly. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, but no bones remained. Don't come over, Bad J. Whitebeard let out a roar, and retreated a group of pirates who still wanted to go forward. Whitebeard knew exactly how terrifying the Conqueror's Haki realm was. Don't look at him as if he didn't feel anything inside the field, but he used his Conqueror's Haki to cover the surface of his body, blocking the ubiquitous and all-time attacks. Once a person with insufficient strength steps into this field, he will step into the underworld hell, and he will be dismembered and died in an instant. Damn it, are we just watching and doing nothing? That be Lucifer, how dare you hurt daddy? I can't spare him. Why am I so weak? If I could be stronger, it wouldn't be this result. The members of the Whitebeard pirates secretly hated themselves for being too weak. If they had enough strength, they would be able to fight side by side with Whitebeard instead of just watching helplessly and being helpless. Daddy. Among the many members of the Whitebeard pirates, only one person is qualified and has the strength to break into the Conqueror's Haki field. He is Marco. The moment he saw Whitebeard was injured and vomited blood, Marco turned into a phoenix and flew towards Whitebeard. His ability in armament Haki can protect himself from fatal damage. However, Whitebeard would not let him go. Countless sharp wind blades spewed out from the mouth of the green dragon, all of which hit the phoenix and shot Marco down into the sky. The phoenix can fly, but the blue dragon can also fly, and at a faster speed. On this battlefield, Whitebeard can almost be regarded as Marco's natural enemy. No matter what method he uses, it is impossible to ask Xinglong Whitebeard. Boom! In the Conqueror's field, a piece of rubble exploded, and the red-haired Shanks escaped. Shanks, are you okay? Beckman yelled in the distance. It's okay, I can't die yet. The red hair wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became more serious. Endless Conqueror's Haki gushes out from his body, envelopes his whole body, and fuses with armament Haki to form a set of two-color Haki armor. The terrifying aura formed a shock wave, which briefly forced the surrounding Lucifer's Conqueror's Haki back. Oh! Twice! Lucifer frowned, showing a sneer. Although he didn't completely repel his Conqueror's attack, but he was able to protect himself, which is quite remarkable. Likewise, Whitebeard in the distance has also created a two-color Haki armor to protect himself. Although his grades are old and his strength is declining, Whitebeard can no longer use the Conqueror's Haki field. But making a piece of Haki armor can still be done with the current Whitebeard. Compared with the two of them, Beckman is far behind. He has not awakened Conqueror's Haki, although armament Haki has been cultivated to the peak level, he can make armament Haki armor. But fighting Lucifer's Conqueror's Haki field with just a single Haki armor is clearly not far off. A cold light flashed in Lucifer's eyes, instantly increasing the strength of the Conqueror's Haki domain. Beckman's armor was impacted, and cracks appeared suddenly. Call out! A black shadow flashed, and Lucifer had teleported to Beckman. You should get out. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom! Lucifer's palm hit Beckman's chest, and the terrifying repulsion and two-color Haki power poured out immediately. Lucifer's attack was so fast that Beckman had no time to react, and the attack was already imminent. Chapter 209. Click! 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 The armament Haki armor was shattered inch by inch, and the Haki fragments dissipated invisible. All of Lucifer's attack power hit Beckman, directly breaking his flesh and blood, and coming out through his body. Puff! Flesh and blood flew, and blood spattered. Beckman's eyes widened and eventually dimmed. I saw that a large hole had appeared in Beckman's chest, with light from the front and back. With Lucifer's palm, he pierced Beckman's chest directly, and all internal organs, flesh and bones were blown away. With a plop, Beckman fell to his knees and fell at Lucifer's feet, completely out of breath. Ding! Host killed the pirate Ben Beckman and got 390,000 killing points. Beckman is a true 4 Emperors level combat power. Although he is not as good as Kaido and Big Mom, he still has 390,000 killing points, which is a big gain. Beckman. Seeing that Beckman was killed, the Redhead suddenly turned red with eyes, and roared, Lucifer, I can't spare you. God avoids. With a slash of Hong's knife, a black and red slash with a diameter of more than 300 meters suddenly came through the air. Slash combines high-density armed color and Conqueror's Haki, even if it is Marine Admiral, it will cause serious injuries with this knife. Explode! Faced with the incoming slash, Lucifer did not dodge, and greeted with open arms and chest. In the next second, the slash exploded and turned into countless tiny sword chi, which were wiped out by the Conqueror's Haki domain. I told you, you have no chance of winning. Today, everyone will die here. After speaking, Lucifer raised his foot and kicked Beckman's body towards the Redhead. The Redhead raised his hand to catch it, his face was full of grief, and his eyes were full of anger and killing intent. Boom! At this moment, a shock wave of terror came down, covering Lucifer in an instant. It was Whitebeard who made the shot. Red-haired brat, now is not the time to be sad. Before you came, you should have been prepared to die, right? Our opponent is Lucifer. It is impossible to defeat him without sacrificing. After speaking, Whitebeard jumped up and jumped into the air above Lucifer's head. Whitebeard's eyes were red, and the Conqueror's Haki surrounded him like a piece of armor. The blade of Kong Yunki, the supreme great sharp knife, was pitch black, with the sharp edge shining. Clang! Kong Yunkai slashed down angrily, and was immediately shocked. Boom! A golden longsword blocked Kong Yunki, and the Conqueror's Haki collided between the swords, forming a crimson ball. Countless black and red lightning bolts erupted, scattered, and crisscrossed. What? Whitebeard roared angrily and swung the knife with all his strength. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki also played ultimate. The ground under Lucifer's feet was shattered inch by inch, and the cracks spread around and gradually sank. Just when Lucifer and Whitebeard were in a stalemate, the red hair also struck again. With a flash of the knife, the red hair had already slashed towards Lucifer's back. Clang! In an instant, the attack was over, and the red hair had teleported. Click! Click! A few slight voices sounded, and the Redhead turned back, seeing several cracks in the armament Haki armor on Lucifer's back. Is the defense broken? There was joy in the Redhead's eyes. The fight continued until now, and this was the first time they had broken Lucifer's defenses. Boom! With a loud noise, the armament Haki armor behind Lucifer exploded, and a smear of blood sprayed out. It worked. The Redhead is excited. After many hardships, he finally wounded Lucifer. Being able to hurt Lucifer means that there is hope of defeating him. As long as we find another chance, we may not be able to completely wipe out Lucifer. The red-haired fighting spirit increased sharply, and the murderous aura and Conqueror's Haki on his body were raised to another level. However, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Lucifer's mouth. Boom! With a sudden swing of the golden sword, Conqueror's Haki was engulfed in powerful sword energy, directly tearing Whitebeard's Conqueror's attack, and knocked him back at the same time. Lucifer's back had been cut by the red hair with a huge gash, but Lucifer ignored it, as if he didn't feel it at all. So you can get hurt too, Lucifer. This is the first time. The Redhead knew that since his debut, Lucifer hadn't been injured, not even shed a drop of blood. This was definitely the first time. Yes, it is indeed the first time. Lucifer said blankly. Turning around, Lucifer looked at the Redhead, and smiled evilly. You seem very proud of hurting me. Ah, yes, I do feel a little excited. The red hair roared angrily. If I can hurt you this time, I can kill you next time. Today, I will avenge Beckman and send you to hell. Hong pointed the knife at Lucifer, and the murderous aura erupted on his body, turning into an invisible tsunami that enveloped Lucifer. Lucifer smiled charmingly. Do you know what despair is? You. The red-haired face changed, but Lucifer spoke again. The deepest despair in the world is not seeing one's companion die tragically and being powerless, nor is it being helpless in the face of death, but that one still has hope in one's heart. Give him hope, and then completely destroy his hope at the moment when he is full of hope. This is the deepest despair in the world. You. The red-haired stared at Lucifer, his pupils constricted, as if thinking of something. His expression was infinitely frightened and distorted, full of disbelief. Yes, I am your despair. Lucifer smiled charmingly, and said lightly, recover. The moment the voice fell, the wound on Lucifer's back healed instantly, and the whole process took less than a second. Zero looking for flowers. The Redhead watched the wound on Lucifer's back heal, and fear filled his heart. At this moment, the red-haired fingers were cold, because all the blood in his body had flowed to his feet. The instinct of the body told him that he should run away at this time. The red-haired will not want to escape, but the instinct of the body is already ready to escape. You, impossible. The Redhead didn't want to believe that such a thing could happen in the world. His knife was cut so deep that anyone would have been seriously injured. But Lucifer healed himself with his abilities, which is as simple as eating and drinking. Don't believe it. Lucifer smiled evilly, if you don't believe me, try again. Lucifer opened his hands, retracted the armament Haki armor, and pointed his chest at the red hair, revealing all the flaws in his body. 0. If you don't believe me, do it again. I'll just stand here, and I won't dodge or dodge. If you want to kill me, try it. The calm and calm posture, the calm and indifferent voice, everything all set off Lucifer's self-confidence. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Lucifer is humiliating the Redhead. No defense, no dodge, no dodging, let a four emperors big pirate attack, no one in this world would dare to do such a thing. Even the taboo pirate locks would not dare to do such a thing. In the distance, Whitebeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Lucifer with extremely serious eyes. Observation Haki told him that Lucifer was not talking big, he did have such confidence. Outside the forbidden battlefield, the Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates and Marine all noticed Lucifer's actions, and many people heard what Lucifer said. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people were all shocked by Lucifer. How arrogant is this? It's simply too arrogant. Kill him, Captain Cooks. Kill him and avenge the vice-captain. Damn Lucifer, go to hell. The loudest shouts were without a doubt the members of the Red Hair pirates. Whether it's killing Beckman or humiliating the Red Hair, Lucifer's actions are undoubtedly humiliating the Red Hair pirates. None of us at Red Hair pirates will tolerate such a thing. The Marine side and the Whitebeard pirates were expecting Red Hair to seize the opportunity and kill Lucifer in one fell swoop. Conceited BD, just die like this. Damn devil, just fall. Only the members of the Nether pirates remained silent, and no one showed a worried expression, but they were watching a good show. They are the ones who know best how terrifying Lucifer is. The Red Hair was trembling from Lucifer's anger, and the eyes were red as if they were about to shed blood. Damn BD, don't regret XI after you die. Chapter 210. Damn BD, don't regret it if you die. The red shadow flashed, the Red Hair had teleported in front of Lucifer, and the famous knife griffin had already slashed on Lucifer's neck. Like Lucifer said, he didn't dodge, nor did he defend with armament Haki. The Red Hair chopped down without any hindrance. The sharp long knife easily tore through Lucifer's flesh and cut off his neck. When the knife was over, Lucifer's head shot up into the sky, and at the same time, a column of blood gushed out. Oh! Seeing Lucifer being beheaded with a knife, countless pirates Marine roared again and again, and their joy was beyond words. Dead. Finally dead. Arrogant BD, let you be arrogant, now it's too late to regret. If you dare to take Captain Shank's attack without defending, this is the end. Bastards of the Ghost Pirates, your captain is dead. Put down your weapons and surrender. A roar echoed on the battlefield, and the roar spread over a radius of more than 10 miles. Marine 3 Admiral, the seriously injured Sengoku 633, and various Marine executives also looked at the beheaded Lucifer with a dull expression, with disbelief on their faces. Hey, can't you? How did Lucifer die? Impossible. Kizaru couldn't believe it, he knew best how terrifying Lucifer was. If it is so easy to kill, why should Marine fear it like a tiger and mobilize the crowd so much? Admiral Aokiji and Fujitora couldn't accept this fact for a while. The Redhead was also a little shocked at the moment. As the person who cut off Lucifer's head with his own hands, he couldn't accept the current reality the most. Is it hard to kill Lucifer? Of course it is difficult, otherwise there is no need for so many of them to join forces. Is it easy to kill Lucifer? Of course it was simple, he just swung the knife lightly to do it. Looking back at Lucifer's headless body, the red-haired face was dignified, and he did not let down his vigilance at all. The same is true for Whitebeard on the other side, with an extremely serious expression, even more dignified than before. He has traversed the sea for decades, and has extremely rich combat experience. He knew that Lucifer was not such an easy enemy to kill. It's just that he couldn't figure out how to revive Lucifer whose head was severed. Could it be possible to be reborn? Whitebeard couldn't believe something like this was happening in the world. Even Marco, who claims to be able to heal all wounds and repair all injuries, cannot come back from the dead when the entity is injured and its head is severed. Lucifer, what else do you have? The Redhead stared at Lucifer's headless body, Zhou Gong. He knew that Lucifer was not dead. His observation Haki can still sense Lucifer's breath, and the Conqueror's Haki field created by Lucifer has not disappeared. There are indications that Lucifer is still alive. Did you find it? Lucifer's voice suddenly sounded, although it was flat, it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Everyone saw that Lucifer's severed head could still speak. Lucifer's headless body raised his hand and grabbed his own head. Just like that, Lucifer lifted his head and looked at the Redhead and Whitebeard. Hey, can't you? Admiral Aokiji looked at Lucifer's actions, his face covered with cold sweat. This is really scary. The same is true for Kizaru, cold sweat has flowed all over his body, and beads of sweat are all over his face and neck. Impossible, Lucifer can't be alive. Why aren't you dead yet? The devil, he knows evil. A demon from hell, immortal. The pirates and marine, who were previously excited, fell into deep despair and panic at this moment. There is nothing more hopeless than having hope and then having that hope destroyed. Logia ability, is Lucifer a Logia ability user? A Marine Vice Admiral opened his mouth to conjecture. No, Lucifer is a person with the ability to speak fruit, it's paramecia. He has no Logia elemental abilities. A Marine Vice Admiral spoke in the negative. That's right, even if he's Logia, he can't stop the red-haired armed color and the Conqueror's Haki slash. Lucifer was indeed beheaded. A Marine Vice Admiral said unwillingly. Although the reality is hard to accept, it is the reality. But why didn't he die after being beheaded? Can the self-healing ability of the word spirit fruit even repair such an injury? Hundreds of thousands of Marines and the pirates of Whitebeard Red Hair Pirates are all staring at each other. Lucifer's terrifying powers were driving them crazy. Damn Lucifer, is this your power? After the seriously injured Sengoku was rescued by Marine, he received emergency treatment and managed to regain some strength. Seeing the heaven-defying power displayed by Lucifer, he couldn't help feeling desperate and cold all over. Is this what you intend? The Redhead sensed the horror and despair permeating the battlefield, looked at Lucifer and asked in a deep voice. As the atmosphere of panic spreads, the fighting spirit of the Red Hair Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and Marine has dropped sharply, and the chances of winning are getting lower and lower. That's right, this is the deepest despair I give them. Lucifer said, holding his head. Recover. A dull voice fell, and a black mist surrounded Lucifer's broken neck. Soon, a new head grew back. There is not even a trace of scars on the neck, as if it has never been cut off. Then, Lucifer squeezed the severed head in his hand and exploded it into a cloud of black mist. How does it feel to crush your own head? Lucifer just wants to say, very exciting. How about it? Do you still want to try? Lucifer opened his hands and smiled calmly, can you believe it, red hair, even if I stand here and let you attack, you can't hurt a single hair of mine. 0. No matter what kind of injury you cause me, I can recover in an instant. My physical strength is boundless, and I can maintain my absolute peak condition at any time. From the very beginning, you have no chance of winning. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard teleported behind Lucifer, and a punch hit Lucifer's lower back. With a bang, Lucifer's body exploded directly, turning into flesh and blood, flying in all directions. But in the next second, an indifferent voice sounded in the surrounding void. Recover. As soon as the words fell, countless flesh and blood all condensed automatically, and Lucifer returned to the entity. As Lucifer said, he was unscathed, and his breath was not weakened in the slightest. Sneaking from behind is not a good habit, Whitebeard. Lucifer looked at Whitebeard, joking. Lucifer, kid, I really underestimated you. Whitebeard's tone was cold, exuding an endless chill. But hidden behind this chill was a deep sense of powerlessness. Facing such a heaven-defying Lucifer, Whitebeard already felt helpless and desperate. Lucifer smiled lightly, okay, enough fun, it's time to end this boring farce. Universal pull. Lucifer grabbed Whitebeard with a big hand and pulled Whitebeard directly towards his palm. At the same time, Lucifer turned his palm into a fist, and a transparent light circle was condensed on the fist, which was the power of the earthquake. Whitebeard couldn't resist the pull of universal pull. He raised his hand and clenched his fist while flying towards Lucifer, posing his most accustomed posture, also using the earthquake force 0.2. Boom! Both fists clashed, and a terrifying shock wave erupted instantly. With Lucifer and Whitebeard as the center, the atmospheric space around them is completely shattered. Lucifer suddenly pushed his fist forward an inch, directly crushing Whitebeard's seismic punch, and then smashed into Whitebeard's chest. Click! 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 The atmospheric space was completely shattered, and the shock wave erupted suddenly, pouring in all directions like a flood. The earth cracked more than a dozen huge cracks, extending for thousands of meters, and all the marine pirates fell into the bottomless abyss along the way. Whitebeard vomited blood profusely, his chest had been sunken, and a large hole had been punched out, bones and flesh and bones could be seen faintly. After flying upside down for hundreds of meters, Whitebeard swung Kong Yunki and stabbed it into the ground, forcefully propped himself up to prevent himself from falling down, and spewed out another mouthful of blood. After being hit so hard, Whitebeard's breath was extremely weak, and his face was pale with almost no trace of blood. Whitebeard is now seriously injured and dying. The reason why he is still alive depends on his iron will. Chapter 211. Dad! Dad! Shouts of panic sounded, and countless pirates all rushed towards Whitebeard. Everyone's faces were extremely worried and anxious. Do not come! Whitebeard let out a roar, and then raised his head to the sky and screamed, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates is listening, and now we are issuing the final captain's order. Everyone, evacuate this island. Daddy! We're not leaving. We don't want to hear anything. The members of the Whitebeard pirates roared. Among them, Fire Fist Ace swung a punch and burned a group of pirates from the Nether Pirates to ashes. Daddy! Although he just joined the Whitebeard pirates, Ace already has great affection for the pirates, and he also respects Whitebeard, the great pirate. In Ace's heart, Whitebeard's status is even higher than Luoji's. Whitebeard was his real father. Whitebeard's voice spread throughout the battlefield, you and I will part here, and everyone must live back to the Sea of Freedom. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new world has no ships that can carry me. After finishing speaking, Whitebeard swung a punch of 10, endless Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, the power surpassed all previous attacks. Boom! When a punch landed, the earth shook and the mountains shook, and Yuan Ming rang because of the ground. A huge crack runs through the entire desert island, dividing the battlefield into two halves. Let's go, little ones. This is the retreat route Whitebeard opened up for his pirates, effectively blocking the pursuit of the Nether pirates. Lucifer folded his hands on his chest, watching quietly, without stopping. Are you about to give up already? Whitebeard, it seems that you are nothing more than that. Whitebeard smiled lowly, pointed at Lucifer with a knife, and roared, it's not up to you, a runny-nosed brat, to judge how lousy is. Come on, my head is here. If you want it, come and take it yourself. Lucifer shook his head and smiled, it's such a clever trick. The rules of pirates, king against king, general against general. Whitebeard's invitation to fight this time is to let Lucifer deal with him and buy his sons time to evacuate. Humph. Whitebeard grinned, but didn't answer. He knew that this kind of cleverness couldn't be fooled by Lucifer, but Lucifer would definitely agree. What if you stop me? Without me, none of your people can escape. And, how many moves can you block me? And I. The Redhead appeared beside Whitebeard, looked at Lucifer and said, don't forget, I'm still here. The red hair also has the will to die, and he has also issued an order to retreat. After a hard fight, it proved that all their previous efforts were in vain. In the face of Lucifer's terrifying ability, they have no chance of winning from beginning to end. Dad. Captain Shanks. A large part of the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates didn't want to evacuate, and shouted one after another. But Whitebeard and the Redhead turned a deaf ear and focused on Lucifer. The two just wanted to buy as much time as possible for the evacuation of their subordinates. Let your subordinates survive as much as possible. At the same time, Marshal Sengoku, who was seriously injured, also gave the order to retreat. Listen up, everyone in Marine, retreat. Kizaru, Aokiji, Fujitora, you three buy time for the entire army to retreat. Aokiji, everything is up to you. Sengoku's last words were addressed to Aokiji, which also represents Sengoku's attitude. Aokiji is the next Marine Marshal in his mind. I understand. Aokiji looked at Sengoku from a distance, nodded heavily, and swung Pizarro back with a blow. Ice Age. Aokiji created absolute zero cold air, and instantly created a huge ice mountain, isolating the pursuers of the Nether pirates. Aokiji, stills go. The evil King Pizarro pursued hotly, punching out hot magma. With Pizarro entangled, Aokiji was unable to leave the battlefield. The power of lava fruit is too great. If Pizarro attacks indiscriminately and destructively, Marine will not only be unable to evacuate, but will also be slaughtered mercilessly. Similarly, on the other side, Kizaru also wanted to get rid of Enel and leave the battlefield. It's a pity that Enel's speed is not slower than him, and he has been pestering Kizaru to prevent him from leaving. Enel is very mobile. While attacking Kizaru, he also released countless thunderbolts to bombard the evacuated Marine, forcing Kizaru to fight Enel. Attacking the enemy must save. Enel also learned this strategy from Lucifer. Kizaru knew that leaving Enel alone would only cause more casualties to the retreating Marine. If he wants to save people, Kizaru cannot escape. On the other side, the third battlefield. Under the attack of the Wolf and the Golden Emperor, Admiral Fujitora couldn't escape for a while. Marine 3 Admiral, all were left on the battlefield. Responsible for directing the evacuation are numerous Marine Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals. However, although Aokiji made an iceberg to block the pursuers, many powerful combat forces of the Nether pirates still pursued closely. Especially Cavendish, he has the Lion Fruit ability, directly leading the pirate army to chase from the sky. The ice mountains created by Aokiji can't stop him at all. Hateful. Marshal Sengoku watched this scene from afar with a gloomy face. Anger surged up and affected the wound, and another mouthful of blood spewed out. Your Excellency Sengoku, let's retreat together. Next to Sengoku, a military doctor said anxiously. Although Sengoku's injuries were severe, his life could still be saved as long as he could evacuate. No, I'm not leaving here. Sengoku looked at the battlefield full of corpses and gunpowder smoke, his eyes were extremely firm. I said a long time ago that in this battle, unless I defeat Lucifer and come back with victory, I will definitely die in battle. The Forbidden Island of Death, the battlefield of the decisive battle of the century, this is a good place to bury the bones. Hurry up and leave, I'm here. As soon as the words fell, Sengoku activated the fruit ability again and turned into a huge golden Buddha. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the palm of the hand, hitting the pursuers of the Nether pirates, turning hundreds of pirates into blood mist, and also deterred the pursuers behind. In the next second, Sengoku rushed directly into the Conqueror's Haki field battlefield opened by Lucifer. He knew that dragging Lucifer was the only chance to save Marine as much as possible. If Lucifer joins in the pursuit, all Marine soldiers will be slaughtered in an instant. Lucifer. Seeing Lucifer, Sengoku didn't say anything else, and directly launched his ultimate move. Terrifying golden light erupted, and the shock wave hit Lucifer's whole body like a black cloud cover. Lucifer instantly turned on the armed color and Conqueror's Haki armor, easily blocking Sengoku's 390 shock wave. Then, raise your hand. Shenluo Tianzheng. Clang. The ear-piercing sound of metal impact spread throughout the battlefield. Everyone looked up and saw a shock wave that had penetrated the body of the huge golden Buddha and hit the clouds in the sky. The body of Sengoku Golden Buddha was pierced, golden fragments were scattered, and a large hole appeared in the chest. However, with such injuries, Sengoku still did not die, nor did he remove the fruit power. His consciousness was still struggling, his eyes fixed on Lucifer, and he didn't waver for a moment. The deepest crime in the world, bury it here. The Golden Buddha burst into dazzling golden light, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted from Sengoku. Both palms came out together and fell down with a bang. At the same time, Whitebeard and the Redhead have joined forces. The three broke out Conqueror's Haki at the same time, and the three Conquerors' attacks merged into one, breaking Lucifer's Conqueror's Haki field. Good, good, good. Lucifer laughed out loud, looking extremely excited. That's it, well done. Lucifer raised his hand and pointed at the sky, and a golden giant sword suddenly took shape, bursting out with endless murderous aura. Overbearing and almighty. Clang! The sword chi shot out, instantly defeating the three of them and merging Conqueror's impact. With one sword strike, the huge golden Buddha transformed by Sengoku split into two instantly and was cut off in the middle. Whitebeard and Redhead were also knocked into the air, smashing two mountains into pieces. Ding! Host kills Marine Marshal Sengoku and gets 480,000 kill points. Ignoring the system prompt, Lucifer raised his hand and grabbed a golden devil fruit in the palm of his hand. This is Sengoku's ability, Zoan Phantom Beast Human Fruit Buddha Form. Chapter 212. Marshal Sengoku. Hateful. Lucifer that BD. In the distance, Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and Fujitora all watched as Sengoku was beheaded by Lucifer. They were very angry and very unwilling. But helpless, they were helpless against Lucifer. We can only do our best to stop the pursuers and save the remaining Marines. Damn, is Sengoku dead? On the other side, when the CP agent Ghost saw Sengoku being killed, he was even more terrified, and immediately created a black hole space in an attempt to escape. But in the next second, a slash hit the black hole space, splitting the black hole open. If you want to escape, you have to ask the old man if he agrees. Ryder appeared in front of the ghost with a murderous look. Red Earl, do you really want to join forces with Lucifer and help the evildoers? As a pirate who survived the last era, you should know best what kind of power the world government has. It's still too late to leave now, the world's government can ignore your past crimes. The ghost roared angrily. But no matter how you look at it, it seems to be relentless. Even with the mask on, Ryder could imagine that the face beneath the ghost's mask was distorted with fear. You can't go. Ryder was expressionless, and said coldly, "On this battlefield today, none of you can leave alive." After finishing speaking, Ryder shot out, swiping his sword and slashing out several sword lights. Compared with his fruit ability, Ryder's deadly ultimate move is still swordsmanship. The phantom vampire fruit is very powerful, and can provide powerful physical strength, speed, strength, and vitality to the capable person. But when it comes to ultimate killer moves, Ryder's own sword moves are undoubtedly more powerful. When Ryder ate the vampire fruit, what he wanted was not the various abilities it brought, all he wanted was the ability to restore the peak of youth. As long as he can return to his peak, his combat power will be enough to suppress the sea, and the other abilities of the vampire fruit will be useless. Whoosh! 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 The sword air is airtight, like the blow of a torrential rain. Under Ryder's attack, Phantom was injured one after another, unable to escape with space ability at all. Not to mention, using the space ability to lead the marine soldiers to escape on a large scale. Since the last time the army was rescued by the Ghost, the top management of the Nether Pirates have taken precautions. The same trick, the second time is useless. After killing Sengoku, Lucifer looked at Whitebeard and the Redhead and smiled coldly. "Next, it's your turn." Conqueror's Field. Lucifer opens the Conqueror's Haki field again, enveloping Whitebeard and the Redhead duo. In a flash, he moved in front of Whitebeard, and his black right hand pierced into Whitebeard's chest instantly like a sharp long knife. Puff! Whitebeard vomited blood and backed away, but still did not fall. His eyes flickered coldly, he raised his hand and clenched his fist, and punched Lucifer on the back of the waist. The atmospheric space shattered, but the shock wave did not spread. A black hole appeared in Lucifer's palm, absorbing and devouring the shock wave of the earthquake. "Go all the way, Whitebeard!" Lucifer's palm thrust forward again, directly crushing Whitebeard's heart, and finally came out through the body. In this way, the legendary great pirate Whitebeard fell completely. Ding! Host killed the pirate Edward Newgate and got 500,000 killing points. Rebirth. Lucifer pulled out his palm, and there was already a devil fruit in his palm. This is Paramecia shock fruit, which claims to have the power to destroy the world. Whitebeard died, but he didn't fall down, he still stood where he was, like a tall mountain, tall and tall. Whitebeard. The red-haired clenched his teeth tightly, his face extremely ugly. Of the three great powers that besieged Lucifer, now he is the only one left. Seeing Whitebeard's death in battle, members of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with grief and indignation. "Daddy!" A piercing cry came from the sky, it was Marco. Marco turned into a phoenix and flew towards Whitebeard, but was shot down by the green dragon Weibul. Weibul's breath hits Marco, knocking him out of the sky, and then piercing through the iceberg created by Aokiji. On top of the iceberg, flames filled the air. Marco fell into a pool of blood, and the phoenix flame was repairing his body. But Marco's eyes kept looking at the standing Whitebeard, and tears rolled down. "Dad! Impossible! Dad!" Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates wept. At this moment, they lost everything. "Let's go!" Diamond Jaws repelled a pursuer and yelled at his subordinates. "Father sacrificed himself to save us. If you don't want Dad's sacrifice to be in vain, cheer me up and get out of the battlefield. Whitebeard pirates will not perish as long as we live." Foil Vista heard Jaws' roar, and immediately echoed, "Jaws is right, everyone is running away now. As long as you escape, sooner or later you will be able to avenge your father." The captains stood up one by one and began to command the battle. It has to be said that the effect is very powerful, and the retreat of the Whitebeard pirates has an instant effect. Previously, they were stragglers, but now they are like a group of ant colonies with command. "Oh, that's not okay. If you are allowed to escape, our nether pirates will lose face." Cavendish was suspended in the sky, smiling grimly. Then, with a big claw, he tore off a corner of the ice mountain made by Aokiji and threw it on the retreat route of the Whitebeard pirates. The island was shocked, and the retreat route of the Sunbeard pirates was immediately blocked. Damn it, the road is gone. BD, get out of the way. Blast off the iceberg. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates fired their guns in unison, trying to blast the iceberg and blaze a trail of blood. Unfortunately, this iceberg was made by Aokiji at absolute zero, which is extremely hard. Previously, Aokiji created the ice mountains to block the pursuit of the nether pirates. So as hard as it is, he will make it as hard as possible. Relying on the miscellaneous soldiers of the Whitebeard pirates, even after 7 days and 7 nights of continuous bombing, a road cannot be opened. Damn guy, why are you still blocking the way? Get out of the way, let me do it. Foil Beista stepped forward, with both sabers coming out at the same time, slashing with all his might. Daoguang vertically and horizontally, cut into the depths of the iceberg. It's a pity that the slash dissipated after flying 100 meters, and it was impossible to completely split the iceberg. Boom! Diamond Jaws slammed into the iceberg and smashed it into pieces, but only a small piece fell off. Can't open it, do you want to take a detour? Everyone looked at the huge iceberg in front of them, and if they wanted to make a detour, they would be overtaken by the nether pirates, which was impossible. Just when everyone was desperate, a huge black slash suddenly pierced through the air. With a flash of the knife, the huge iceberg was instantly split into 2. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the person who made the shot was Hawkeye. Hawkeye, he saved us. But why? Isn't he the lackey of the pirates? Why should he help us? It doesn't matter, as long as there is a way. Go. The way of life was opened, and all the members of the Whitebeard pirates were born from the way of life. In the distance, Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar, looked at this scene, and said coldly, Hawkeye, when did you become so kind? Hawkeye's ruthlessness is famous the world over. Countless pirates are beheaded by him every year because he is bored to pass the time. It's hard to imagine, Qian Zhao, that he would save someone. Hawkeye retracted the black knife behind his back, and said expressionlessly, it's nothing, it's just a whim. As soon as the words fell, Hawkeye turned around and left. Seeing this, Shiryu of the Rain did not pursue deeply. They fought a big battle before, and after experiencing bloody battles, Shiryu knew that there was still a gap between him and the world's #1 swordsman. Fighting with your life, you are not your opponent. It will take a lot of effort to keep Hawkeye completely. Rather than fighting Hawkeye to the death, it is better to hunt down pirates and marines. Anyway, Hawkeye is just a loner, even if he is allowed to escape, it will not pose a threat to the nether pirates. When the war is over, Hawkeye can't escape from the hands of the nether pirates. In the distance, Lucifer naturally saw Hawkeye leaving, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Redhead, your friend doesn't seem to be planning to rescue you anymore. Although Redhair and Hawkeye are rivals, they are also close friends, and the friendship between the two is very deep. The Redhead wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned, everyone has their own position, I never thought of asking him to save me. Lucifer, it's just the two of us now, let's make a break. Chapter 213. Splitting Void. With a slash of Hong's sword, a huge slash with a diameter of more than 100 meters pierced through the air. This knife fully integrated sword chi slash, armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki into one. Even if Marine Admiral was hit, he would still be seriously injured. Dissipate. Lucifer didn't dodge or dodge, just a word made the red hair's slash disappear invisible. Make a break. The corners of Lucifer's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm, don't be so arrogant, Redhead. You have no right to fight me hard. Now I don't need to do anything to solve it. The battle has continued until now, and the red hair's physical strength and combat power have declined. Armed Color and Conqueror's Haki are overconsumed, and their power has been greatly reduced. Lucifer's word spirit fruit can directly eliminate all his attacks. Gravity crush. The terrifying gravitational field reappeared in the world, covering the red hair. The ground under Hungfa's feet was shattered inch by inch, and he himself was crushed in the deep pit. After being hit hard, the red hair spat out a mouthful of blood, and the injury was even more serious. Explode. Puff. Burst. Boom. Shatter. Boom. Destroy. Boom. Layers of gravity pressed down, like meteors falling from the sky, hitting the red hair continuously. The bones of the red-haired body creaked, making teeth-stinging friction sounds. The skin on his whole body was split open, and blood sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. Lucifer came to the top of the Redhead and looked down at him. The four emperors of the New World, the most outstanding geniuses since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the successor of Luoji's will, are lying at Lucifer's feet like a dead fish at this moment. It's over, Redhead, go all the way. The red hair was not allowed to leave a last word, anyway, he was already speechless. Lucifer raised his finger, and the invisible gravity seemed to condense into a spear, piercing through the red-haired chest. The redhead grunted, clenched his teeth and remained silent, then tilted his head and died completely. Ding! Host killed the pirate Shanks and got 490,000 killing points. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 24. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit, awakened. Physique, Hell Devil. Armament Haki, domain. Observation Haki, domain. Conqueror's Haki, domain. Kill point, 513-4000. Successive beheadings of Marshal Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Redhead gave Lucifer a staggering 513,400 kill points. The moment Lucifer beheaded the Red Hair, the members of the Red Hair pirates fleeing in the distance sensed something at the same time and looked back in unison. They had escaped from the center of the battlefield, and the naked eye could not see the scene of Lucifer and the Redhead fighting. But all of them felt palpitations and sadness. At the moment of grief, everyone wept. Batf, they know that redheads are dead. Lucifer, that BD. The sniper Yasop burst into tears, gritted his teeth and faced the sea with honey. Beside him, there are Lackey Road, Lime Jones, Bendick Snake, and other cotters. Everyone burst into tears. They hate, anger, unwilling, want to kill Lucifer to avenge the Red Hair and Beckman. But they can't do it. All they can do now is run away. This is the chance of escape that Red Hair sacrificed his life for them. Go, you must get out of here. Don't let the captain die in vain. A group of pirates fled in grief and indignation. Their dignity has been shattered and their arrogance trampled underfoot. Now they are not members of the famous Four Emperors pirate group, but a group of losers who fled. In the rear, after seeing Whitebeard and Redhead being killed one after another, the members of the Nether Pirates became even more murderous. Kill the Whitebeard pirates and don't let any of them go. Cowards of the Red Hair pirates, don't run away, come face to face with Lao Zi. A bunch of cowards, just run away. What are you talking about, Four Emperors pirates? Whitebeard's face is embarrassing for you. The same goes for the cowards of the Red Hair pirates. It's really sad for Red Hair to have you cowardly subordinates. Whitebeard and Redhead are two losers. The members of the Nether Pirates are very provocative, sarcasm and obscene words are spoken from their mouths, challenging the nerves of the two pirates. This is a radical method, very naive, and anyone can see it. However, the effect is very powerful. Whether it's the Whitebeard pirates or the Red Hair pirates, there are plenty of brawny brats with a lot of muscle in their heads. They knew that this was an aggressive method, and they obediently fell for it. BD, you are not allowed to insult Daddy. Damn it, Lao Zi smashed your mouth. Take back what you just said. Go to hell. Even if Lao Zi dies, I won't make it easy for you. Some of the fleeing pirates turned their guns and rushed towards the Nether Pirates. They were all furious and murderous, as if they were going to die with the nether pirates. Don't fall for it! Marco yelled in rage. Leaders such as Jaws, Baista, Logi Lu, and Usopp have restrained the subordinates of the two pirate groups. But what a pity, these pirates have been overwhelmed by anger and can't listen to anything. In one charge, thousands of people from the two pirate groups were killed. And the formation in which they fled and retreated was completely disrupted. Damn BD, actually used such a despicable trick. Marco, Josie, and Baista's faces were ugly. On the other side, the same is true for several cadres of the Red Hair pirates. Boom! Suddenly, a sea of blood roared from a distance, drowning a group of members of the Red Hair pirates. Surrounded by the sea of blood, countless pirates screamed in horror. Afterwards, their bodies dried up one by one, and turned into mummies at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha 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 ha, this feeling is really refreshing. Shiryu of the Rain emerged from the sea of blood, laughing heartily. The smell of blood in the surrounding air was so thick that it was unimaginable, it was simply disgusting. Logia blood fruit has the calendar area to control blood. In this large-scale battlefield, it is simply the most suitable battlefield for Shiryu. Shiryu's desire to kill was also satisfied in this battle. He felt that even if he didn't kill anyone for a year, he wouldn't lose control. After Shiryu appeared, Whitebeard, Cavendish, Katakuri and other cadres also caught up. Especially Cavendish, who moved the fastest, had already flown in front of the retreat route of the Red Hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Several icebergs were smashed by him, completely blocking the coastline. On the other side, there are also many cadres blocking the way of Marine's retreat. From the beginning to the end, Lucifer had no intention of letting people leave the island alive. In the field of Conqueror's Haki, a figure descended from the sky and hit the ground heavily, smashing a hill to pieces. It was a ghost, already seriously injured at this moment, vomiting blood crazily. Red Earl Rider followed closely behind, the sword light flashed, bringing up a smear of blood. Lucifer saw a bloody severed arm flying into the air, followed by the ghost's screams. Solve it! Lucifer was expressionless, anticipating Rider's victory. Rider at his peak was an existence that could stand on equal footing with Whitebeard and Luoji. Defeating an Admiral agent is naturally easy. Space explosion! The ghost struggled to death and let out a roar. As soon as the words fell, Lucifer felt ripples in the surrounding void. Jet black space black balls appeared out of thin air, and there were tens of thousands of them densely packed. Space black balls not only appear in the Nether pirates, but also in the Red Hair pirates, Whitebeard pirates, and Marine camps. Let's die together, Lucifer! With madness on the ghost's face, he smiled ferociously. Afterwards, the center points of the space black balls suddenly emitted extremely dazzling light. Then, boom! Terrible shock waves erupted, the space collapsed, sunken, the earth was swallowed, and the pirate marine was swallowed and decomposed by the space. The surrounding world fell into dead silence, not because the explosion did not make a sound, but because the explosion was too loud, enough to make people deaf and unable to hear any sound. Every space black ball is like the most terrifying bomb. Although the power cannot be compared with the highest power Pluton cannon, it is much stronger than the laser beam of the yellow ape. People who were hit by the space explosion wave, whether they were Marines or pirates, disappeared in an instant. Chapter 214. People who were hit by the space explosion wave, whether they were Marines or pirates, disappeared in an instant. It seemed to be turned into gas and evaporated directly, without leaving even the slightest trace. This is a large-scale destructive attack, and Spectre's use of this move represents his determination to die together. Whether it's pirates or Marines, he doesn't intend to let them go. This is also the behavior style of CP agents. If the Nether pirates can be eliminated, even if all the Marines on the island are dead, he will not hesitate. Space confinement, let me loose! Lucifer shouted angrily, and the power of the Fruit of Words reached its maximum, and space ripples filled the entire island in an instant. The space black balls that did not explode all dissipated, and the space black balls that had exploded were imprisoned, and the power of the shock wave was all suspended. Then, Lucifer shook his hand, and all the space black balls made by the ghost disappeared without a trace. The shattered desert island appeared to Lucifer's eye. After a devastating blow by the ghost, the desert island is riddled with holes and has been torn apart. Tens of thousands of nether pirates were evaporated. The Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates also lost more than 30,000 people. The worst was Marine, where almost half of the remaining army was lost, and more than 80,000 people were completely wiped out. In other words, the number of people who died under the devastating attack just now exceeded tens of millions. Ha 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 ha, Lucifer, see, this is the end of evil. The ghost was lying in a pool of blood, laughing ferociously. His chest was sunken and heaved, and he was out of breath. He was already seriously injured, and after using all his strength to use up the destructive move just now, his physical strength was completely exhausted. It is very difficult for the current ghost to even speak a word. Any random fish pirate could kill him easily. Facing the desperate situation of death, Ghost is not only not afraid, but seems very proud. Looking at the battered battlefield, Ghost felt extremely happy. In frontal battles, the Nether pirates did not kill more than 10,000 pirates. However, the Ghost killed more than 10,000 ghost pirates for the last time. If Lucifer hadn't stopped it in time, the pirates of the Nether pirates would have been wiped out. Lucifer, you won today, but you must remember that the government of the world will not lose. Sooner or later, they will. Boom. Before the ghost finished speaking, its body exploded suddenly, turning into a mass of flesh and blood, flying in all directions. Lucifer withdrew his palm aimed at the ghost, expressionless and icy. He was really not in the mood, and then he listened to that guy talking nonsense. Ding! Host killed the CP agent ghost and got 380,000 killing points. After beheading the ghost, Lucifer recovered the ghost's space fruit, and then turned into a black shadow and shot into the distance. Call out! A black shadow flashed, and Lucifer appeared above the fleeing marine camp. The wings of the devil incited, exuding an extremely evil aura covering all marines. Having just experienced a devastating blow, many marines have not yet reacted, and are still in a state of shock and sluggishness. Seeing Lucifer appear, all the marines were terrified and screamed in terror. Lucifer, Lucifer! Demon, that demon is coming! Run, everyone, run! Hurry up, get out of here! Surrender, I surrender, please don't kill me! I am willing to rely on you, to be your subordinate, to be your lackey. Not every marine can see death as home. After experiencing desperate situations of death again and again, many marines' minds and wills have completely collapsed. The moment he saw Lucifer, he knelt down and begged for mercy. Looking at the marine who was kneeling down and begging for mercy, and the marine who fled in embarrassment, Lucifer was expressionless, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Ripples appeared in the space, as if an invisible force emerged from Lucifer, covering all marine soldiers in an instant. Explode! The whisper of the devil suddenly sounded, and the power of the fruit of the word spirit had been activated. Boom! Invisible fluctuations swept past, and the bodies of marine soldiers exploded like watermelons. No matter whether it is Marine Commodore, Rear Admiral, or Vice Admiral, no one can block Lucifer's word fruit attack. Puff! 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 In just the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of marine soldiers were all killed, leaving no bones left. As far as the eye can see, there are broken flesh and blood everywhere. The blood gathered together to form a river of blood, flowing into the sea. A gust of wind blew across the ground, carrying the disgusting smell of blood far away. With one move, Marine is completely wiped out. Killed by Lucifer and killed by ghosts, the 200,000 elite Marines who participated in the battle this time have been wiped out, and there is not a single survivor. The prompt sound of the system kept ringing in Lucifer's mind, like the most beautiful movement. Beheading tens of thousands of Marines, as well as many Vice-Admiral Rear Admirals, allowed Lucifer to obtain 100 killing points at once. Originally, Lucifer had more than 5 million killing points, but now it has risen to more than 6 million. Hey? Why don't you see Kizaru, Aokiji, and Fujitora? Lucifer's observation Haki swept the battlefield, but found no sign of Marine 3 Admiral. Escaped. Lucifer quickly guessed how the 3 admirals had escaped. It must be that the ghost secretly transferred them away when it released the ultimate attack of destruction. On the surface, the ghost wants to die with everyone on the island and wipe out the ghost pirates. But the real purpose is to save Marine 3 Admiral. In this battle, the Marine elite suffered heavy losses, as did the world government and the CP organization. If the 3 Marines Admiral were all killed here, the world would be in jeopardy. So before the ghost died, it tried its last bit of strength to transfer Marine 3 Admiral away. With the space fruit ability of his awakened state, one transfer does not know how many thousands of miles. 0 seeking flowers. Even if Lucifer wanted to catch up, he couldn't catch up at all. The desert island fell into a dead silence. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group and the red hair pirates in the distance froze at this moment, and all the pirates' brains went blank. The same goes for the members of the ghost pirates, who look at Lucifer in the sky and feel as if they are looking at a god. This god has extremely powerful and terrifying power, and he is ruthless and decisive in killing. Make them terrified and terrified. Dead, all dead. Hehe, we are going to die too. We can't escape, we can't escape. Don't run away, just stand and wait to die. Countless pirates became crazy. Some people were laughing, but the laughter was very sad and desperate. Countless pirates put down their weapons and stopped running. They all knew that facing this man, it was impossible for them to leave. Waiting for death is their only destination. Call out. In a flash of lightning, Enel came to Lucifer's side. Then came Whitebeard, Huang Jindi, Kizaru, and other core codders. Let Marine 3 Admiral escape, their expressions are not very good looking. Today is the best chance to eliminate Marine 3 Admiral, but unfortunately, it failed at the moment of success. Enel asked, Captain, what should these people do? Kill it. Kizaru said coldly, it's the enemy anyway, it's safest to kill them all. That's right, if you cut the grass but don't remove the roots, it will regenerate when the spring breeze blows. Boom! Suddenly a black shadow fell from the sky and landed at Lucifer's feet. Lucifer took a closer look and found that the person who came was Marco, the phoenix. However, now Marco is no longer a phoenix, but a dead bird. He was handcuffed with sea stone chains on his hands and feet, and has been captured alive. After Marco was captured alive, the captains and codders of the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates were also defeated and captured alive one after another. Diamond Josie, Foil Vista, Lackey Road, Yasop and many more. Except for those weaker captains and codders who died in battle, all powerful codders were captured alive without missing a single one. The Nether pirates have taken control of the battlefield, and the Whitebeard pirates and the escaped Red Hair pirates are all surrounded. Cavendish used more than a dozen icebergs to create a basin, and intercepted all the pirates in the basin. Lucifer, you kill me. Marco lay on the ground, squinted his eyes, stared at Lucifer, and growled in a low voice. We can't surrender. That's right, you don't want us to submit. Even if it is death, we will not rely on you. Wants us to surrender, daydreaming. Jaws, Vista, Loki Lu, Yasop, and others all glared at Lucifer, with endless hatred in their eyes. Lucifer smiled evilly, don't worry, this war is not over yet. Everything is not over yet. Chapter 215. First half of the Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. When Lucifer goes to war with the Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates, and Marine Lucifer's Burndy Waldo, Inuarashi, Nekomushiru, and Denjiro have already led the samurai army and fur tribe army into naval headquarters. Although the samurai army and the fur tribe army combined have only 10,000 people, their average combat strength is very high, and each one is an elite. Marineford has been plunged into a sea of flames, and there are shouts of killing and screams everywhere. Sengoku and San Admiral have taken away all of Marine's elite, and naval headquarters is now in an unprecedented state of emptiness. Although there are still a few Marine Vice Admirals in charge of guarding the headquarters, how can they be Waldo's opponents? However, in just a few moves, the 4 Marine Vice Admirals were killed by Waldo on the spot. Naval headquarters is going down today. Waldo stood in front of the naval headquarters building, clutching the neck of a Marine Vice Admiral, laughing ferociously. Endless murderous aura erupted from him, sweeping a radius of tens of thousands of meters. In terms of hatred for naval headquarters, Valdo is the strongest in the 050 group of ghost pirates. 30 years ago, he was defeated by naval headquarters and pirates and imprisoned in Impel Down. Losing his freedom for more than 30 years made Waldo's hatred for Marine reach an unbearable level. After escaping from Impel Down, Valdo has been looking for revenge from Marine and the world government all the time. Now, the opportunity finally came. Momo 100-fold cannon. Throwing away the body of Marine Vice Admiral, Valdo raised a cannon and fired a shell at the naval headquarters building. The giant cannon is dozens of times larger than ordinary forts, and it is specially customized for Valdo. The shells fired by the customized barrels are naturally dozens of times larger than ordinary shells. Then, on this basis, Waldo used the ability to buy round fruits to increase the size of the cannonball 100 times. The shells swelled against the wind, rapidly growing in size, and soon became as large as the naval headquarters building. With a loud bang, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared over Marineford Island. The building that symbolizes naval headquarters has been wiped out and completely turned into dust. Ah ha 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 ha, it's so wonderful. Waldo was extremely happy, feeling that all the hatred and depression in his heart had been vented, and he was extremely satisfied. Damn BD, how dare you do such a thing? There was a roar in the distance, and then a black figure came through the air and punched Waldo in the face. The skin on Waldo's face was pitch black. He blocked the incoming attack with armament Haki, and remained motionless. Hey, it hurts, BD Zephyr. The person who came was the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, who is now in a semi-retired state and is responsible for training recruits. So this time Zephyr did not participate in the crusade against Lucifer, but was responsible for guarding the headquarters. Although Zephyr's strength has declined significantly, it is still at the quasi-admiral level. With him guarding the headquarters, ordinary pirates dare not invade naval headquarters. But unfortunately, the intruders this time are the Nether pirates. Although there are only 4 Cotters, Waldo, Inulan, Nekomushi, and Denjiro. But the strength of these 4 people is terrifying. The combination of Inulan and Maumushir is enough to suppress or even defeat Zephyr. Coupled with Valder's terrifying ability, Zephyr alone has no chance of winning. Zephyr, you are getting old too. Valder glanced at Zephyr's mechanical arm, and smiled mockingly. I heard that your arm was cut off by a pirate. If I remember correctly, that pirate is now in the Yuming Pirates. Whitebeard too, Edward Webble, is he right? Hearing Weibul's name, Zephyr's pupils constricted instantly, and endless hatred radiated from his eyes. Looks like I was right. Waldo sneered. You will be cut off by a brat, and you are really depraved. Zephyr, you are no longer the interpretation I know. More than 30 years ago, Zephyr was still Marine Admiral, and Waldo was a world-renowned big pirate. Of course, the two had confronted each other and knew each other. Goodbye now, things have changed. Boom. Valder threw a punch, knocking Zephyr back instantly. Although Zephyr blocked Waldo's fist with his mechanical arm, he still received a lot of shock. Call out. With a flash of black shadow, Waldo took advantage of the victory and pursued without mercy. Both speed and strength soared, and the fist turned into an afterimage, attacking Zephyr madly. Boom! 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 With a punch on Zephyr's body, Zephyr can only defend in a panic, unable to attack distractedly. Valdo yelled, his voice violent, "Zephyr, is this all you can do? Too weak, you alone can't protect naval headquarters." Under Valder's stormy offensive, Zephyr struggled. Occasionally, if a flaw is revealed, it will be hit by Waldo. Valder's fists are covered with high-density armament Haki, capable of shattering a hill with one punch. Zephyr was attacked continuously and was soon vomited blood. More importantly, the injury affected his asthma, and his breathing became more and more short. There was a rapid roar when breathing, as if he would suffocate at any time. Realizing this, Waldo's attacks became more and more fierce. He was not the kind of person who would show mercy. Instead, he'll just take advantage of Zephyr's serious illness and injury to kill him all at once. Boom! A punch landed, hitting Zephyr in the chest. Zephyr spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew upside down like a cannonball, smashing his head into the sea of flames. Teacher Zephyr! Teacher Zephyr! Seeing Zephyr's defeat, the remaining marine soldiers all screamed and shouted. The entire marine is almost entirely taught by Zephyr, and everyone is his disciple. Seeing Zephyr vomit blood and fall into the sea of flames, they were naturally worried, and hated Valdo and the Nether pirates even more. 0. Damn pirate, die! Protect naval headquarters! Destroy the invading pirates! In order to protect Marine Ford, all Marines fought to the death. But under the elite attack of the Nether pirates, they all retreated steadily. Inuarashi and Momomushi have turned into saber-toothed tigers and mammoths, and they are killing all directions in naval headquarters. Any marine that gets close to them will be crushed into minced meat. Denjiro led the samurai army to slaughter wildly, and the samurai who came to participate in the battle were almost all swordsmen who had reached the level of cutting iron. A series of flying slashes flew vertically and horizontally, cutting off countless marine soldiers. The roar of artillery fire and the shouts of killing shook the sky. The 20,000 marine soldiers guarding naval headquarters were quickly defeated. All 7 marine vice-admirals were killed, and all 6 marine rear-admirals were also killed. When Zephyr rushed out of the sea of flames, all he saw was a mess, with limbs and arms all over the ground. Everyone! Zephyr showed grief, tears fell from his eyes, extremely sad. A hole! A heart-piercing roar suddenly sounded, and Fa rushed towards Val crazily. His chest was sunken, with wounds all over, and many flesh and blood had been scorched by the flames. But Zephyr turned a blind eye to these injuries, and his own pain has long been forgotten. Now he just wants to kill the chief culprits, Waldo and Inulane Cat Mamushi, and let them go to hell to atone for their sins. But it is a pity that the seriously injured Zephyr cannot be the opponent of Waldo and others. Roar! The roar of the saber-toothed tiger sounded, and the cat viper that turned into a saber-toothed tiger rushed from a distance, hit Zephyr, and knocked him into the air. The pulverizer built by Ze Fa Halo Stone directly crushed it and turned it into a pile of scrap iron. In the next second, Inuarashi, who became a mammoth orc, killed 5.8 from the sky. A sword fell, tearing Zephyr's back, leaving a huge gash with visible bone. Then, Waldo's deadly move struck. He held a scythe, covered armament Haki, and pierced Zephyr's chest, crushing his heart. Besieged by 3 parties, Zephyr was powerless to resist, and was finally beheaded completely. Even if it was death, Zephyr did not fall down, but half kneeling, his eyes wide open, staring at Waldo. Or rather, he was looking at Marine Ford turned into a sea of flames. He wanted to take another look at this homeland, the place he had dreamed of all his life. Kill, destroy Marine, don't let anyone go. Valdo hated pirates extremely, so naturally he would not let go of the opportunity to eradicate them. With the title of World Destroyer, he won't leave until he destroys everything. Under the extremely merciless massacre, the garrison troops of naval headquarters were almost wiped out. Subsequently, Valder ordered his men to retreat. When the samurai and the fur clan all retreated to the pirate ship, Valdo picked up the custom-made cannon and pointed it at Marineford. Chapter 216. Momo Hundredfold Cannon. Momo Hundredfold Cannon. Momo Hundredfold Cannon. Waldo pointed the cannon at Marineford and fired shells wildly. Huge cannonballs with a diameter of more than 100 meters shot out and landed on Marineford Island. Boom! 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 The sound of continuous bombing sounded, and Marineford directly turned into a huge fireball. Under the shroud of the mushroom cloud, Marineford was shattered and disappeared, completely reduced to dust. Yeah ha 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 ha! Waldo put down the cannon and laughed ferociously. Watching Marineford disappearing on the sea, Waldo felt extremely happy. According to the original plan, Inuarashi, Maumushi, you take people first, Lao Zi takes a group of people to Marijoi's. Understood. Inuarashi and Maumushiro both nodded, and left the sea area with the large pirate fleet. And Waldo took a boat and headed for Marijoi's. After solving Marineford, the next target is naturally Marijoi's. Soon, Waldo came to the bottom of the red soil road. Hey, wake up, you're flying! Waldo stepped on the deck under his feet, and the pirate ship immediately grew 2 wings. With the flapping of its wings, the pirate ship floated away from the sea and flew into the sky. Like the Nether, Lucifer also awakened the ship elves by 10 for Waldo's pirate ship, and at the same time found a bird-type devil fruit to eat for the pirate ship, giving it the ability to fly. The pirate ship flew onto the Red Earth Road, but Waldo didn't rush into the Holy Land directly, but stayed in the distant sky. Although Waldo was arrogant, he was not an idiot. He knew that although the current strength of the Holy Land Marijoi's was extremely empty, there must still be hidden strength. Not to mention others, the 5 elders alone are enough to keep him here. Rushing in hastily is undoubtedly asking for death. Before revenge, I will give you a big gift. Waldo smiled ferociously, and the pirate ship under his feet immediately deformed. After the front cabin is opened, the 3rd gate cannon is revealed. Each cannon is the same size as the cannon that destroyed Marineford before. Momo Hundredfold Cannon. The cannons of the 3rd gate were fired at the same time, and Waldo's Momo fruit had awakened. At this moment, it exploded with full force, enough to support hundreds of thousands of shells to be fired at the same time and grow bigger. Countless giant shells fell from the sky and hit the holy place of Marijoi's. The horrible explosion and shock wave completely destroyed the splendid building of Marijoi's immediately. The last time Lucifer bulldozed Marijoi's, the world government did not know how much manpower, material and financial resources it took to rebuild the Holy Land. Now, after Waldo's repeated bombings, the Holy Land has been destroyed and turned into ruins. Countless soldiers and CP agents rushed out from all over to look for the intruders. But many of them were killed by shells before they could find out where Waldo was. Bold! A shout of anger came from the palace of Pangu City, and a black shadow shot out from it, followed by a giant slash. The sword energy flew past, splitting all the giant shells. The shell exploded in mid-air, instantly forming a sea of flames covering the Holy Land. Damn pirates, dare to invade the Holy Land, an unforgivable crime. Die! The person who came was 5 elders holding a sword, with superb swordsmanship, and he was a peak Tianjianyu. The saber in his hand is suspected to be 1st generation Geisha, and it is an extremely vicious demon sword. As the sword-wielding 5 elders swung the demon knife, countless sword chi shot out across the air, splitting all the shells fired by Waldo. There is also a giant slashing attack that pierces the air and shoots at Waldo. Waldo blasted out with a punch, shattering the slash, and then concentrated all the fruit power on a giant cannon. There was a loud bang, and an unprecedented huge shell like a meteorite had escaped from the barrel and flew towards the Holy Land. After firing the cannon, Waldo didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave. Not long after the pirate ship left, a giant slash passed over Waldo's previous position. Then, there was a huge explosion in the holy place of Marie Joyce. 2 mushroom clouds appeared above the Holy Land of Marie Joyce, and the flames of the mushroom clouds soared into the sky, reaching thousands of meters of high-altitude clouds. The shock wave erupted, and wherever it went, the ground was shattered inch by inch, and the buildings collapsed. Everything was completely destroyed under the endless shock waves and flames. In the end, 2 shock waves hit the Pangu city in the center, one from the left and the other from the right. Curly-haired 5 elders and blonde-haired 5 elders appeared at the same time, and armament Haki roared out, forming an armament Haki shock wave that blocked the explosion shock wave. With all the explosions subsided, they saw that the holy place of Marie Joyce had been completely destroyed. Except for Pangu city in the center, Marie Joyce has been completely reduced to ruins, and there is no longer a single intact building. 5 elders stood on the roof of Pangu city, looking at the ruins under their feet, their faces livid. Endless murderous aura erupted from them, causing the clouds in the sky to tremble and explode. Damn the Nether pirates, they actually came to invade the Holy Land. Sinners are evil sinners, unforgivable. What does Marine do? Didn't Sengoku say that they have already started a war with the ghost pirates? How did Valdo appear here? All 5 elders knew that it was not Lucifer who invaded the Holy Land this time, but Waldo. But just one Valdo can completely destroy Marie Joyce, which is really shocking to them. Fortunately, Celestial Dragons has been evacuated early. Blonde 5 elders said gloomily, Marie Joyce is destroyed and then rebuilt. As long as the Nether pirates can be eliminated, the price is worth it. We'll see if Marine can destroy the ghost pirates. It's definitely possible. The army to defeat the Nether pirates this time has assembled the world's strongest combat power and troops. The Nether pirates have no chance of winning. Damn Lucifer, he will pay for his evil deeds. 5 elders stared at the New World Sea in the distance, with extremely firm eyes. But what they don't know is that, far away on the battlefield of New World, Marine has been retreating steadily. Even if the Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates and naval headquarters joined forces, they were completely defeated by the ghost pirates led by Lucifer. Marine and CP couldn't even make an outgoing signal. At the beginning of the war, Enel had already used lightning to interfere with the electromagnetic waves of the desert island. With the desert island as the center, the sea area with a radius of 50,000 meters has become a ghost sea area, and no signal can be transmitted. After bombarding Marie Joyce, Valdo took a boat to join Inuarashi Nico Mamashi and the others. On the deck, Waldo was sweating profusely, out of breath, his face was pale and almost bloodless. Don't look at Valdo bombing Marie Joyce is very enjoyable and exciting, but using the fruit ability is very exhausting. The enlarged giant shells, coupled with the terrifying number and the final blow, almost drained 80% of Waldo's physical strength. If 343 escapes a little slower, it is very likely that the 5 elders will catch up. Glancing at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky from a distance, Waldo grinned grimly, feeling extremely painful in his heart. Wait, bastards, this is just the beginning. Next time Laozi comes over, I won't let you off so easily. A cold light flickered in Waldo's eyes, suppressing the murderous aura in his heart. The bombing of Marie Joyce did not intend to defeat the Celestial Dragons or kill the 5 elders. It was just to destroy the Holy Land Marie Joyce, a symbol of the Holy Land. But Waldo knew that when the New World War ended, the Nether Pirates would formally declare war on the world government. At that time, it will not be Waldo who escapes, but the world government. It is not just the ordinary buildings of Marie Joyce that will be destroyed, even Pangu City will be completely smashed and destroyed. New World, Desert Island, the final battlefield of the decisive battle of the century. The island was filled with gunpowder smoke and flames, and the strong smell of blood filled the air, making people sick to breathe. Surrounded by more than a dozen icebergs, it forms a basin. The members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates are all trapped in the basin. Some pirates wanted to kill them, but they were stopped by the Nether pirates guarding the periphery, and then killed them mercilessly. Lucifer sat on a piece of ice on the iceberg, looking at the tens of thousands of pirates at his feet, as if he was looking at tens of thousands of ants. "Looks like you've lost the strength to dance, don't you, Marco?" Lucifer looked to the left, and Marco the Phoenix was lying at his feet, wrapped in sea stone chains. No matter how much he struggles, he can't get out of trouble. Chapter 217. "Looks like you've lost the strength to dance, don't you, Marco?" Hateful. Marco gritted his teeth, buried his head on the ground, gritted his teeth, and said nothing. Fiasco. The Whitebeard pirates have failed miserably. Whitebeard's plan of sacrificing himself to save them fell through, and all members of the Whitebeard pirates were captured. Today, the life and death of tens of thousands of people depends on Lucifer's thought. And you? Lucifer looked at the other people, Loki Lu, Yasop, Lime Jones, and the core cadres of Red Hair pirates are all world-renowned powerhouses. Now you are too weak to dance. Kill as much as you want, Lucifer. Loki Lu stared at Lucifer, and said in a cold voice, "We are not afraid of death, and we will not succumb to your means." Well said. Yasop growled, "Lucifer, you are a Four Emperors pirate, you shouldn't bother to humiliate us after the war. Do it." Marco, Jaws, Vista, Loki Lu, Yasop, and others are not afraid of death, and regard death as home. Unfortunately, I originally planned to recruit you. Now it seems that it is impossible. The Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates are different from beasts or Big Mom pirates. The atmosphere in the group is very harmonious, so that the pirates of the two pirate groups are very loyal to the captain. Therefore, even if Whitebeard and Redhead were killed in battle, they would not turn to others, let alone turn to Lucifer, the enemy. "Captain, are you going to kill them?" Enel stepped forward and said. "Yeah, it's impossible to surrender, just kill them all, it's over." Pizarro also spoke. "Destroy them, and New World will be the world of our Nether pirates. Kill it. Since you don't surrender, you can only die." The cadres of the Nether pirates spoke one after another, suggesting that Lucifer kill them all. Lucifer smiled evilly. It would be a pity to kill them now, but they can still be useful. Why? Hold on. Lucifer originally planned to kill the members of the two pirate groups, but just now, a new idea flashed in Lucifer's mind, which made him change his mind. While talking, Shiryu of the Rain, Katrin Daime, and others came from a distance and threw several captives at Lucifer's feet. They are Shishibukai, Empress Hancock, Green Pepper, Big Bear, former Shishibukai Jinbei. All Shishibukai are here except for the dead and the only Hawkeye left. In this battle, Lucifer not only destroyed all the elites of Marine, but also the 7 warlords of the sea, which existed in name only. Have any of you surrendered? Lucifer looked at several people and smiled slightly. Empress Hancock surrendered first. She was originally a fanatic fan of Lucifer, so she had no choice but to participate in this battle. Big Bear didn't say a word, he was not a talkative person. Qing Jiao sighed and lowered his head. Only Jinbei clearly expressed his refusal. "Please kill the old man." Jinbei resolutely said, "Although I am not a member of the Whitebeard pirates, the Fishmen Island owes Father Whitebeard a great kindness, and I will not betray Father. From the time I decided to participate in this great war, this old man planned to die here. There is also benevolence and justice among pirates, and Jinbei is the kind of person who firmly implements his benevolence and justice. Like Marco and others, it is impossible for him, and it is impossible for him to die. Yes. Now that you have made a decision, let's implement it to the end." Lucifer waved his hand and told his men to take all the prisoners away. Afterwards, the Nether pirates began to clean up the battlefield. Let's lift off. Lucifer used the power of the fruit of words to raise the entire desert island into the sky. After a century of wars, the desert island has been torn apart and is on the verge of collapse. Before long, it will sink completely and disappear into the sea. But Lucifer had a new idea, so he raised the desert island into the sky. New World, Marine G1 branch. A gap opened in the space, and 3 embarrassed figures shot out from the gap and fell to the ground. They are Marine 3 Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and Fujitora. Thanks to the Phantom's life-threatening blow, they won the opportunity to evacuate. Otherwise, they would have to be completely buried on the desert island like the 200,000 Marines. The 3 of them escaped, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. But when they noticed the situation of the G1 branch, their faces became gloomy again. It seems that Lucifer is already prepared. Aokiji said in a low voice, when we started the war, he sent people to attack the G1 branch. What appeared before the eyes of the 3 of Aokiji were ruins. The entire Marine G1 branch is already in a mess, with corpses everywhere, stumps, limbs and blood mixed together. Dead bodies littered the fields, blood flowed like rivers. The entire G1 branch has been bloodbathed, and all Marines guarding the G1 branch were killed. Let alone human beings, not even a dog was left behind. When the war started, Lucifer sent Valdo to lead the invasion of Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. Before going to Marine Ford, Waldo also visited the G1 branch. Obviously, with the remaining forces of the G1 branch, it is impossible to be Waldo's opponent, so the entire army was wiped out. Now is not the time to talk about that. Admiral Fujitora wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Now we must inform the world government of the outcome of the war, so that they can prepare early. Lucifer's strength has surpassed our imagination, and the strength of the Nether pirates has become uncontrollable. Now that the elite of naval headquarters are all gone, and the 7 warlords of the sea exist in name only, Lucifer's next goal must be the world's government. We don't have much time left. Yet, time is running out." Thinking of Marshal Sengoku who died in battle, Aokiji's eyes filled with sadness. But soon, the mourners are overshadowed by hatred. Aokiji took out a phone bug from his pocket and contacted the 5 elders directly. He didn't contact Naval Headquarters, and now Naval Headquarters has no one who can call the shots. Sanctuary Marie Joyce, between the powers. 5 elders sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression, killing intent shrouded the entire room of power. They were still furious over Valder's invasion. Meanwhile, the 5 elders are still waiting for war intelligence from New World. Since Marine went to New World, he has lost contact with the world government, and there has been no news so far. As time passed, 5 elders became more and more disturbed. Although they are very confident in the deployment and planning of their troops this time, there are no absolutes in the world. Lucifer is the biggest variable, and they can't feel at ease for a moment until they get an accurate victory report. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Suddenly, the phone bug on the gold tea table rang, and 5 elders' 5 pairs of eyes instantly focused on the phone bug. Curly-haired 5 elders had quick eyes and hands, and was the first to pick up the phone and get through. "Hello, is this Sengoku? How did the war end? Is Lucifer dead?" The 5 elders listened intently, hoping that the person on the other side would tell them that Lucifer was dead. Unfortunately, they are doomed to be disappointed. "It's me, Aokiji." A deep voice came from the opposite side. "The purpose of contacting you this time is to tell the world government that the crusade against Lucifer has failed." As soon as these words, of Wang's, came out, 5 elders' hearts sank. Before they could speak, Aokiji's voice came again. "The Marine Grand Fleet was wiped out. Except for me, Kizaru and Fujitora, everyone was killed, and no one was left behind. Marshal Sengoku, Phantom, and the 3 Highnesses have all died in battle. In addition, Whitebeard, Redhead, and Beckman all died in King Lucifer. The Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates have collapsed, and the ghost pirates are the final victors. I'm sorry, 1,000 words can't describe how I feel right now. Only one thing, I want to inform the world government. Lucifer's next goal must be the government of the world. He is about to take over the world. Please prepare early. After Aokiji finished speaking, there was a dead silence among the powers. 5 elders' necks seemed to be stuck by a bone, and he couldn't make any sound. At this moment, their brains were completely blank. It was as if a bomb had exploded in their minds just now, causing their brains to burst into a blur. Aokiji's words seemed to be waves of spiritual blows, which made all 5 elders fall into despair and couldn't extricate themselves. Chapter 218. Is this what you told me? In Pangu City, under the Void Throne, the 5 elders knelt down, trembling and trembling. Im's voice echoed in the palace, sending chills through the 5 elders. I'm sorry, Master Im. It's me who can't wait. Please give us another chance. We must be able to put out this lamp. Please rest assured, my lord. Rest assured. Humph. Im snorted coldly, and 5 elders was hit hard at once, spitting out blood at the same time. You let me down again and again, but you still let me feel relieved. You have no chance. No, please give us another chance. The 5 elders panicked and begged for mercy loudly. We will definitely get rid of Lucifer and bring back his head. We won't let you down again. I beg Lord Im to be merciful, we still have value. The interior of the Void Palace was shrouded in icy murderous aura, the temperature was extremely low, and the walls and floor tiles were already covered with a layer of frost. Under the murderous aura emanating from Im, 5 elders couldn't even breathe normally. Boom! 5 elders was hit hard at the same time, and shot backwards like a broken sack, vomiting blood from the mouth. 5 people lay in a pool of blood, their bodies twisted, and all of them were seriously injured. Go away, spare your lives today. Im indifferently said, if it's not useful to keep you, you will surely die today. Convey my order to wake up 407 8 kings. Summon the God's Guard at the same time. Yes, Master Im. 5 elders struggled to get up from the ground and responded respectfully. Im disappeared on the Void Throne, and the 5 elders limped out of the Void Palace, supporting each other. At this moment, the hatred and murderous intent towards Lucifer in their hearts reached the point where it couldn't be added. If it wasn't for Lucifer, they wouldn't be where they are. Not only did he lose Im's trust, but he also faced a crisis of death. They can imagine that even if the Holy Land can successfully eliminate Lucifer this time, their fate will not be easy. After the crisis is over, the 5 elders will definitely not be able to take their turn. The superior power will inevitably be taken back by Im and bestowed on others. And after the 5 of them lose their power, although they are still celestial dragons, their status will definitely decline significantly. Accustomed to being superior, losing power is more painful than death for them. Lucifer, just wait. When the 8 kings wake up, your doomsday will come. Under the leadership of the God's Guard and the 8 kings, you have no chance of winning. As long as they think of the horror of the 8 kings, God's Guard, and Im, 5 elders will be full of confidence, as if seeing the picture of Lucifer being killed. Being chased by Lucifer and hiding in a dark corner, Morgan still did not change his dedication to work ethics and spread the news all over the world as soon as he received the news. The Great Battle of the Century. The Ghost Pirates have won a complete victory. Whitebeard, the great pirate of the old days, died in battle, and the legend fell. 4 emperors' red hair shanks died in battle, red hair pirates collapsed. The Marine Grand Fleet has been wiped out, and Marshal Sengoku has fallen. Naval headquarters is down, justice is down. Evil rules the world, where will justice go? A terrifying demon like never before, Lucifer stands on top of the world. The Whitebeard pirates and the red hair pirates are destroyed, and the ghost pirates unite the new world. Lucifer, king of the world, God beyond the forbidden locks. The Nether Pirates vs World Government, the final battle is coming. The end of the old era, the beginning of the new era. The pattern of 800 years will usher in drastic changes, the natural enemy of God, Lucifer. With the help of Morgans, news of the decisive battle of the century on the desert island quickly spread throughout the world. When he saw the news, his thoughts suddenly boiled. Countless islands and countless residents are in a state of panic, feeling that the world is about to be destroyed. The countries that are at war with each other all shrink their forces, stop the war, and guard their kingdoms wholeheartedly. The pattern of the world has completely changed. Sabayati Archipelago, Shuki's rip-off bar. Pluton Rayleigh sat on the bar counter, looking at the newspaper in his hand, silent. Condensation had formed on the surface of the wine glass he was holding in his right hand, proving that Rayleigh hadn't drunk the wine in his hand for a long time. How amazing, isn't it? Shuki took the wine glass from Rayleigh's hand and asked softly. Ah, that's amazing. I feel like I'm dreaming, everything seems to be a hallucination. Bad, Rayleigh said with a sigh. His eyeballs were already wet, and tears flowed down from his eye sockets uncontrollably, wet the counter. I didn't expect that Whitebeard would leave just like that. And Shanks, he left too. Sometimes living a long life is really not a good thing. Rayleigh and Whitebeard had bonded in battle as young men. Rayleigh was naturally very sad to see him die in battle. There is also the red-haired Shanks, this is the crew member he has trained, and he is also Luoji's will successor. Seeing Shanks on pirates, Rayleigh sees a continuation of the Luoji pirates. But now, Shanks is dead too. Died in front of his old guy. The white-haired man sent the black-haired man, the feeling made Rayleigh's heart ache, as if he was about to suffocate. Who would have thought that the little guy back then would reach such a height today, it is simply a miracle. Shuki still remembers meeting Lucifer for the first time. At that time, Lucifer was still a little green, but the Haki in his body has been gradually revealed. Not long after that, Lucifer burst into the new world and soon became the four emperors. How long has it been? Lucifer destroyed the four emperors of the old era and became the sole overlord of the new world. Not only the four emperors all fell, even the naval headquarters was completely captured and disappeared into the sea. What Lucifer has achieved today has surpassed all others. Even One Piece Luoji, and Forbidden Locks are far from comparable. The future of this world is already unpredictable. Rayleigh put down the newspaper and sighed. What does the future of the world concern you? Shuki smiled and said, don't forget, you're just a retired old man. As long as you have old arms and legs, don't worry about these stupid things, just stay on the island and enjoy your old age. Yeah, you're right. Rayleigh smiled wryly. He had no desire to avenge Shanks. As a pirate, he was ready to die in battle from the day he went to sea. Shanks is also a pirate and has his own adventures. Died at the hands of Lucifer, it can only be said that his skills are inferior to others, and it is not Rayleigh's turn to avenge him. As an old man, you have to do old man's things. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh laughed out loud. He picked up his glass and was about to drink when he stopped suddenly. He glanced at the bar door from the corner of his eyes, showing a hint of helplessness in his eyes. It seems that I want to retire quietly, and it is not an easy thing. As soon as the voice fell, the door was pushed open. Red Earl Ryder came in from the outside. Long time no see, Lee. Ryder looked at Rayleigh and greeted him calmly. Rayleigh gestured with a glass of wine. Yeah, long time no see, probably more than 30 years. Sit down, I'm treating you today. Rayleigh pushed away a nearby chair, pouring a glass of rum and setting it on the table. Red Earl Ryder sat on the chair, picked up his glass and drank it down. Tell me, why did you come to me, a retired old guy? Rayleigh looked straight ahead and asked. I haven't seen you for so long, you shouldn't be here to catch up with me, are you? Of course not. Chapter 219. Ryder said, Lucifer asked me to come and pick up something from you. He said, you know what he wants. As soon as this remark came out, Rayleigh fell silent for a long time. After a long time, he picked up the glass and drank the rum in the glass. Lucifer has gotten to where he is today, does he still need that thing? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Ryder said calmly, all I know is that if he wants it, I'm going to take it back. Rayleigh took a deep look at the Red Earl, and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Ryder, who was so high-spirited and arrogant back then, would also bow down and obey orders. Ryder was expressionless, as if he didn't hear the sarcasm in Rayleigh's words. The present is different from the past, and people will change. Yeah, people change. Rayleigh said with emotion, even the world will be changed, let alone people. Okay, that's all for the reminiscence. Give me the things. Ryder put down his glass and said coldly. Rayleigh shook his head, helplessly took out a permanent record pointer from his pocket, and put it on the table. This is where the thing fell. Ryder put away the record pointer, got up and left the bar without saying a word. Rayleigh looked deeply at Ryder's back, knowing that he had completely disappeared, so he looked away. What Rayleigh handed over to Ryder was the storage location of the last road sign history text. When the Luoji pirates disbanded, Luoji handed the permanent pointer to Rayleigh, so that Rayleigh could give it to the right person at the right time. Lucifer is obviously not the right person, Luoji said. But Rayleigh had to. Today's Lucifer has reached unprecedented heights, and no one in the world can disobey his orders. Not even Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh can sense the hidden Rayleigh inside Ryder. Ryder, who has recovered his peak combat power, is definitely much stronger than him who is old and frail. If Rayleigh refused, today would be his death day. One Piece? King of the world. Rayleigh murmured the words, then laughed to himself. Really, I'm an old man, why do I care about these things? Shucky, I'm going out for a while, I won't be back for a few days. After speaking, Rayleigh left the bar without waiting for Shucky to speak. Afterwards, Rayleigh went straight to the casino and started gambling like crazy. When you lose all your money, you sell yourself, then you steal from your employer, you continue to gamble, you sell, you steal, you gamble again, and the cycle repeats. Rayleigh indulged himself in gambling pleasure, as if to forget all the noise of the world. Grand Line, a marine branch base. Blackbeard Teach walked out of the base, and the base behind him exploded suddenly, turning into a pile of ruins. Thief, ha 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 ha, it's really too weak. Blackbeard retracted the black smoke from his palm and grinned. Beside Blackbeard, there are not only badgers, Van Oka, and other cotters, but also many pirates, numbering in the hundreds. Among them, several pirates were shrouded in evil spirits, obviously with extraordinary strength. When Lucifer and the Whitebeard pirates were at war, Blackbeard had formed his own Blackbeard pirates. As in the original book, Blackbeard captured several prisons in Marine, and harvested a large number of vicious pirates from them. Of course, Marine is not the only prison in Impel Down, there are several other secondary prisons. Although the quality of the pirates inside the prison is not as good as that of Impel Down, it also greatly increased the power of the Blackbeard pirate group. The only regret for Blackbeard is that he failed to recruit the legendary pirates on the 6th basement floor of Impel Down. Originally, invading Impel Down was also one of his plans. Unfortunately, before he could act, Impel Down had already been broken by Lucifer. Captain, Captain Teach! Badgers came running from a distance, holding a stack of newspapers in his hand, and shouted because of the sound. The war between Captain Teach, Lucifer and Whitebeard is over. What? So fast? Blackbeard was startled, and quickly grabbed the newspaper to check it. Just looking at it, Blackbeard's pupils shrank to the extreme, and cold sweat covered his face at the same time. At the same time, the pirates under him also took over the newspapers and read them one after another, and everyone discussed and shuddered. Too strong, Lucifer is simply too strong. He actually defeated the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates by himself, and even killed all the 200,000 marine elites. Even naval headquarters Marineford has been captured and sunk by him. Next, Lucifer will go to war with the world government. If he wins, Lucifer will be king of the world. The government of the world has ruled the world for 800 years, but they never expected to be overthrown by Lucifer. It's a miracle. Now, there are even more pirates who want to seek refuge with Lucifer. It won't be long before Lucifer will be able to form an unprecedentedly large super-large pirate group. Shall we go to Lucifer too? Some pirates had the idea of joining Lucifer. Anyone can see that the Nether pirates may soon rule the world. If you join this world, maybe you can get a share of the pie. Taking refuge in Lucifer is equivalent to having the biggest backer in the world, and no one dares to provoke her since then. Some pirates secretly glanced at Blackbeard Teach, already thinking otherwise. Although they joined the Blackbeard pirates, after all, the time is too short, and they don't have much sense of belonging to the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard can let them join, in addition to saving them from prison, relying on strong strength. 0 Fur Flowers. In terms of strength, Blackbeard is obviously far inferior to Lucifer. Instead of turning to Blackbeard, turn to Lucifer. Blackbeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, his face was gloomy and the field was ugly. He originally thought that the Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates and naval headquarters could defeat the Ghost pirates. Even if it can't be defeated, it can defeat the main elite of the Nether pirates and give him time to develop. However, everything exceeded his expectations. The war ended too quickly. The Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates, and naval headquarters were all defeated. Today, the entire New World has all fallen into the control of the Nether pirates. If outsiders want to survive in the New World, the only way is to turn to Lucifer. Even if Lucifer does not go to war with the world government, with the current power of the Nether pirates, Blackbeard will not be able to find a living space in New World. That is to say, if Blackbeard wants to realize his ambition, it is impossible for the Cotters, there is not even a glimmer of hope. 0.0. Damn Lucifer! Blackbeard threw away the newspaper in his hand and cursed, Whitebeard, Redhead, Marine, the whole FK is a bunch of trash. There are so many people, but they can't beat one person. I think highly of them. Although Blackbeard was cursing, he was very frightened in his heart. His trembling shoulders and fingers are the most direct evidence. Whitebeard, Redhead, and Marine are certainly not weak, they failed only because Lucifer was too strong. Although he has never met, Blackbeard is terrified of Lucifer. Lucifer's fear of Blackbeard has penetrated into the bone marrow and cells, making it difficult for Blackbeard to extricate himself. Captain, are you all right? Badgers noticed something strange about Blackbeard, Taguchi asked. Hey? I'm fine. Blackbeard was taken aback for a moment, then quickly shook his head, revealing a standard wretched grin. Then, he looked at the pirates under him and laughed loudly, little ones, Whitebeard and Redhead are dead, and our time will be next. As long as we rush into the New World, we will soon win the Emperor's throne. 17. At that time, you will all be the crew of the 4 Emperors' great pirate thief. Ha 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 ha. Among the pirates recruited by Blackbeard, there are really a group of brainless idiots, who were excited by the big pie drawn by Blackbeard, and immediately roared and cheered. Oh! Captain Teach, we will always follow you. Rush into the new century and become an emperor. We are the strongest. Of course, where there are fools, there are smart people. In addition to cheering, there is also a group of pirates showing their eyes. They've all seen that Blackbeard is strong at the moment. Obviously terrified of Lucifer, but still talking about fighting for the throne of the Emperor. Such a gesture made them very disdainful in their hearts. Chapter 220. Grand Line, Isle of White Clay, Baldigo. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long naturally knew about the decisive battle of the century that took place in New World. Boss, Big Bear is also on the reference list. There is no news yet, and it may be too bad. A revolutionary army cadre said to Long. No, it won't, because bears don't die. Sabo next to him roared angrily. He took the newspaper and crumpled it up. Damn Lucifer, I will never let him go. What shall we do now, Chief? Many revolutionaries and cadres looked at each other, and some lost their way. The world government they want to overthrow will soon face unprecedented challenges, and it is very likely that they will be overthrown. At that time, the revolutionary army will have no meaning of existence. Many revolutionary troops thought that they would be the ones to overthrow the rule of the world government, but in the end, they had nothing to do with them. Long's face was expressionless, and he said in a low voice, no matter what Lucifer did on June 17, his ultimate enemy is the government of the world, which coincides with us. Currently, we don't have to face Lucifer, we can even team up with him. Joining hands, is that okay? Sabo was the first to refuse. That BD Lucifer, he killed Ivankov's enemy. This time, Big Bear may also die in his hands, how can we join hands with him? Yeah, that makes sense. Lucifer is too dangerous to join forces with him. Boss, I also agree with Sabo. Teaming up with Lucifer is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger, and it will definitely fail in the end. Many revolutionary army cadres opposed it one after another. I know what you're saying. Long Ping said, the alliance I'm talking about is not an alliance in the positive sense, but a joint relationship. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Sooner or later, Lucifer will go to war with the government of the world, which coincides with our purpose. Currently, everything is aimed at overthrowing the rule of the world government. We'll talk about the future. Long's words calmed the emotions of many revolutionary army cadres, and also won the approval of many people. Indeed, the current revolutionary army is not suitable for confronting Lucifer. Otherwise, it will only benefit the fishermen of the world's government. Notice, from now on, always pay attention to the movements of the Nether pirates, and report to me in time if there is any disturbance. I feel that the day when the corrupt regime will be overthrown is not far away. Yes, Chief. Many revolutionary army cadres listened to the order, and all went down to do things and execute the order. Long walked to the rooftop alone, just as a gust of sea breeze blew in, blowing his cloak. The dragon has no expression on his face and deep eyes, no one can see what he is thinking in his heart. The storm of the times has completely raged. Properties panel. Host, Lucifer. Age, 24. Devil fruit, word spirit fruit, awakened. Physique, hell devil. Armament Haki, domain. Observation Haki, domain. Conqueror's Haki, domain. Kill points, 715-8000. On an island in New World, Lucifer sat on a rock and called up his own attribute panel. After the Battle of Desert Island, Lucifer's total kill points reached 7,158,000, completely breaking the previous record. More than 7 million killing points. What are they used for? Lucifer's current strength is already very strong, reaching ultimate in all aspects, and the killing point seems to be useless. Sometimes killing too many points is also an annoyance. Lucifer smiled lightly, picked up the glass and drank the wine. The decisive battle of the century was won, so naturally a banquet was held to celebrate. The Nether Pirates' banquet has lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, but all the pirates are still very excited and have no intention of stopping. Tens of thousands of people hold banquets, and consume a lot of food. So there is a dedicated team of chefs responsible for catching food from the sea and cooking it for the banquet. Don't underestimate them just because they are the chef team, there is no weak person in the Nether Pirates. During these 7 days, the Sea Kings in the surrounding sea area of the banquet island suffered a massacre, almost extinct. Hey! 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 Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and a black spot appeared in the sky. Lucifer looked up and saw a huge bat falling from the sky and flying towards him. Lucifer recognized that it was Red Earl Rider who came. Boom! When the bat flew over Lucifer's head, he threw a crimson stone down, right at Lucifer's feet. I got what you asked for. The Red Earl flew above the historical text, changing from a bat back to a human form. With the guidance of the permanent record pointer, Rider easily found the hidden place of the historical text of the road sign, and then brought it back. The pirates at the banquet also saw the historical text of the road sign, and all the cotters knew that this was the last historical text. Captain, with it, shall we have Lowe'd? Enel said excitedly. The last road sign history text, I finally got it. Sure enough, it was hidden by Luoji, no wonder no one can find it. The people of the Luoji pirates are really insidious. Lucifer lightly stroked the surface of the historical text of the road sign, feeling its vicissitudes, and shouted. Robin! As soon as the voice fell, a road parted in the crowd, allowing Nico Robin to step forward. Give it to you. Yes, Captain. At this moment, Robin already knew that he could no longer resist Lucifer. From the bottom of her heart, she is very unwilling to take Lucifer to Raftel and help Lucifer become the One Piece. But the reality made her unable to resist. Soon, Robin deciphered the content on the road sign history text. Captain! With sharp eyes and quick hands, Enel placed a huge map on the table, and many cotters and pirates looked at the map one after another. This is a detailed map of New World drawn by the Ghost Pirates, which is more detailed than any previous map. And on the map, 3 islands have been marked. Those 3 islands are where the historical text of the first 3 road signs points. When Lucifer marked the last island, 4 islands took shape immediately, positioning the center point. The center of the 4 islands is an ocean, and there are no islands on the map. But everyone had expected this. The final island of Raftel, only the Luoji pirates have been there. So far, there is still a secret, and of course it cannot be recorded on the map. Found it. Raftel is there. Captain, when shall we set off? As long as you reach Raftel, the captain will be the king of pirates. Afterwards, the captain will defeat the world government again. In this way, the captain will be the king of the world beyond Luoji. Let's go, right now, right now. Right now. Captain! Captain! Captain Lucifer! 5.2 Countless pirates cheered loudly, all of them looked excited and couldn't wait. Find Raftel's location and stop them from having a party. The banquet can be held at any time, but going to Raftel cannot be delayed for a moment. The big secret treasure left by Luoji, the hidden secret of Raftel, all pirates are eager to witness with their own eyes. Okay, let's set sail. Lucifer put away the map and shouted, Little ones, let's set sail. Go to Raftel. Tens of thousands of pirates cheered loudly, tearing the sky apart according to the roar. Soon, one by one, under the leadership of the captain, the pirates began to board the ship and set sail. The mighty Nether Pirates fleet is heading towards Raftel. For 800 years, only the Luoji pirates have ever reached Raftel. And now, they are making a second batch. Moreover, they will become existences beyond the Luoji pirates. Chapter 221 Rumble. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, strong winds swept through, and huge waves were set off. Amidst the storm, a large fleet of pirates was sailing through the huge waves. Boom! Several huge currents soared into the sky, biting towards the nether like a sea snake. Shiryu of the rain leaped forward, several slashes pierced through the air, shattering the ocean current. Snake ocean current, which number is this? Lucifer sat in the bow, motionless. The currents attacking the pirate ship will naturally be dealt with by the pirates under his command. As the number 1 pirate group in the world, it is still possible to deal with mere snakes and sea currents. The key is not in the swimming currents, but in the danger of the sea. After getting the exact coordinates of Raftel, Lucifer set sail with the ghost pirates. When he reached the sea, Lucifer understood why no one could reach Raftel for so many years. Raftel's coordinates are secret, and ordinary people can't find it for one reason. The more important reason is that this sea area is too dangerous. So far, Lucifer has had all the horrific weather that can be expected on the Grand Line. After a while, there was hail in the sky, and each hail was as big as an iceberg. After a while there was a blizzard, and the snowflakes did not fall one by one, but ton by ton. Sometimes the sea splits suddenly, and the sea level is 90 degrees. If you are not careful, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. There is also a thunderstorm climate. The sky is not rain, but thunder and lightning. Various dangerous marine climates similar to swimming snake currents also emerge endlessly. All the dangerous climates and ocean currents of the Grand Line will appear here, and they will not stop for a moment. Rumble. A thunderclap interrupted Lucifer's thoughts. I saw lightning in the sky, and there seemed to be countless electric snakes swimming in the deep clouds. The lightning made the sea snakes in the ocean more restless, and the attack on the pirate ship became more menacing. One after another thick thunder and lightning fell from the sky, covering the sea area and forming a lightning prison. Sea snake and thunderstorm, this welcome ceremony is really grand. Lucifer looked up at the sky, sighing inwardly. Ordinary people dare not approach such a dangerous sea area. Some people who are unlucky and mistaken will soon be overwhelmed by the dangerous weather, and the ship will be destroyed. Without strength, it is impossible to pass through the sea of death. This is Raftel's natural barrier, which is used to screen those unqualified passers-by. For 800 years, only the Luoji pirates finally conquered the Dead Sea and reached Raftel behind the Dead Sea. Call out! Behind Lucifer, Enel turned into lightning soaring into the sky, shooting into the empty clouds. As the lightning flashed, all the lightning was sucked into his body. Thunderstorms are a disaster for others, but for Enel, it's just a good meal. In this way, the Nether pirates conquered all kinds of dangerous climates and went deep into the heart of the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea is not only full of dangers, but also vast. It took Lucifer and others 7 days without sleep, and the regiment finally broke through the last line of defense in the Dead Sea. Puff! After passing through the dark mist, the warm sunlight finally hit Lucifer again. Behind the black mist, Lucifer saw the blue sea and sky again. The sea is sparkling, and there are countless small fish swimming underwater. Occasionally, fish jump out of the water and dance, splashing at the starting point. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the Nether pirates cheered. The previous 7 days and 7 nights were too difficult. They were on the verge of death every moment, and if they were not careful, they would die in the end of life. Finally found. Lucifer stood at the bow of the ship, staring at an island in the sea far away. His sixth sense told him that the island was the end of the Grand Line, Raftel. It's here, it's finally here. Raftel, that's Raftel. Luoji's treasure is hidden there. One Piece. Tens of thousands of pirates were excited, some cheered and shouted, and some cried. All eyes were on Lucifer, waiting for Lucifer's next instruction. They couldn't wait, and didn't want to wait a second. And Lucifer didn't keep them waiting. Little ones, set sail and land on Raftel. Oh! The mighty pirate fleet is heading towards Raftel. The process is no longer in danger. All dangers lie within Raftel's external natural defenses. Boom! Lucifer jumped from the bow and was the first to land on Raftel's ground. A footprint was left on the beach. This is the second time humans have landed on this island since the Luoji pirates. With the landing of Lucifer, the cotters of the Nether pirates, Red Earl Rider, Whitebeard, Shiryu of the Rain and others also landed on the island one after another. Raftel is very large, and the island is densely covered with dense forests and towering ancient trees. There is no one there all year round, which makes the island's atmosphere of vicissitudes very strong. There used to be humans living here. Lucifer walked through the dense forest, and occasionally saw a broken city wall appear. Those city walls and building fragments are man-made at first glance. The destruction of human civilization. As he went deeper, Lucifer saw more and more architectural debris. Eventually, Lucifer walks through the jungle and sees a crumbling ruined city. Ruins and devastation everywhere. Although there are only ruins left, Lucifer can still imagine what the city once looked like. The city before the destruction was definitely more magnificent than any city Lucifer had ever seen. Even the holy land of Marijois is less than 1/10 of here. It seems like there has been a big battle here. Shiryu of the Rain moved his nose, he could vaguely smell the bloody smell in the air. I don't know how many years have passed since the war, but the smell of blood still exists, which shows how tragic the war was at the beginning. Presumably even the decisive battle of the century set off by Lucifer could not compare to the previous battle. Hey, come and see! Suddenly, the sun array came. Lucifer stepped forward and came to a huge pit. When he saw the scene at the bottom of the pit clearly, Lucifer's pupils constricted immediately. Bones. The bottom of the pothole is full of bones. Densely packed, boundless. The number of bones can no longer be calculated, but according to Lucifer's rough estimate, it is definitely more than 1,000,000. This is a mass grave where more than 1,000,000 people have died. They may have been thrown into the pit after death, or they may have been driven into the pit while alive, and then slaughtered mercilessly. Lucifer turned on observation Haki, and felt countless ghosts howling miserably in his ears. They are all undead who died here. Even if they have died for hundreds of years, their souls cannot rest in peace. They are still hating this world, hating the government of the world. Isn't it scary? What happened here? Massacre. EA, 997. Even if he was a member of the Nether Pirates who had killed countless people, he couldn't help being a little scared at the moment. The number of 1,000,000 is really amazing. However, this is only the beginning. Soon, other mass graves were discovered. One after another, there are 13 of them. If 1,000,000 people are buried in each mass grave, then more than 10,000,000 people have been buried in these 13 mass graves. Many pirates who have experienced many battles are already a little scared at this moment. Looking at the mass graves under their feet, each body trembled and broke out in cold sweat. That's right, this should be the place where the world government launched a decisive battle 800 years ago. It was also after this battle that the world government gained the power to rule, and it will stand for 800 years. Lucifer looked at the mass grave beneath his feet, expressionless. Although there is no historical data to prove it, Lucifer can only think of this possibility. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise shook the sky, startling everyone. Everyone looked up and found that a few pirates had touched a building. Perhaps it has been weathered for many months this year. That wall will fall if you touch it. BD, don't touch it. Scare Lao Zi. If you dare to act rashly again, Lao Zi will chop off your hand. A pirate captain cursed. It was his pirate who caused the commotion, so of course he had to stand up and teach. However, before the words were finished, another shocking picture followed. The pirate touched the wall, as if lighting a fuse. The collapse of the walls set off a chain effect. The dilapidated high-rise buildings fell down one after another, revealing the dark secrets that had been covered up. Chapter 222. After the dilapidated city collapsed, a colossus was revealed under the ruins. It was a huge skeleton with a length of tens of thousands of meters, and it was almost impossible to see the end at a glance. Although there are only bones left, it still exudes an extremely terrifying and fierce aura. The breath erupted, and tens of thousands of pirates were all shocked, standing in place sluggishly and unable to move. At this moment, a terrifying giant dragon appeared in the minds of all the pirates. Gaze into its two huge eyes, the pirate feels as if his soul is about to ascend to heaven. Wake up! Lucifer shouted angrily, waking up all the pirates from the environment. Countless pirates retreated again and again, and finally sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. After regaining consciousness, they felt lingering fear. Before I knew it, my clothes were soaked in cold sweat. What kind of monster is this? Terrible, terrible. Is it a dragon? Isn't that too big? Whitebeard's green dragon can't compare to it at all. Not only the body size is incomparable, even the evil spirit and ferocious aura are completely incomparable. Captain Lucifer, do you know what this is? Enel, Whitebeard and other cotters looked at Lucifer with questioning eyes. Lucifer looked at the huge skeleton in front of him blankly, and already had an idea in his heart. This should be Uranus. The legendary ancient weapon, Uranus. It's just that this Uranus is dead, and it should have been dead for 800 years. Uranus. Hearing the name of Uranus, the legendary pirates such as Shiryu of the Rain, Kizaru, and Chote suddenly showed shock. They are all figures of the moment, and they know a little about the secrets of many worlds, so they naturally know the name of Uranus. The three ancient weapons all have the power to destroy the world. Among them, Uranus' reputation is the first among the three kings, obviously the strongest. I didn't expect that Uranus would die here. The Red Earl Rider looked at Uranus with scorching eyes, and the shock in his heart could not be added. Yes, whoever reaches Uranus will fall. Who killed it? Uranus is enough to destroy the world, and to be able to kill it must have paid a huge price. Being able to kill Uranus shows that the world government must still have hidden power. However, Uranus is really terrifying. Even though he has been dead for 800 years, he still has such a terrifying evil spirit. I don't know how terrifying Uranus was in its heyday. A group of cotters talked a lot, the shock in their eyes gradually faded away, and at the same time, they raised a huge vigilance towards the world government. After the decisive battle of the century, the members of the Nether Pirates have grown contemptuous of the world government. In their view, the world's government with no external defenses would be easily defeated by the loss of the marine elite. But the corpse of Uranus in front of them sounded the alarm for them. The world government was able to kill the horrible Uranus 800 years ago, and there must be a very expanded history hidden. If you underestimate the world government, you will inevitably suffer a disastrous defeat. Look again and see what else you find. Where is the treasure? Where is the treasure left by Luoji? Why is the legendary great secret treasure still missing? While Lucifer observes the wreckage of Uranus, the members of the Ghost Pirates have separated to find the legendary treasure. Lucifer followed the wreckage of Uranus and found a black hill in its belly. The surface of the hill was covered with mud and rattan, and its original appearance could no longer be seen. What is this? Lucifer sensed a familiar aura from inside the hill. With a wave of his hand, he wiped off the mud and vines on the surface of the hill, revealing its original appearance. Crimson Stone? History text. That's right, the original appearance of Xiao Shan is the crimson historical text, but because it is covered with mud and vines, it can't be seen. Such a large historical text. Ordinary historical texts are only a few meters high, but the one in front of Lucifer is 500 or 600 meters high, almost like a hill. The crimson stone is engraved with ancient characters on all sides, densely packed, as if used by heaven. Nico Robin, come here! Lucifer yelled, and Robin came right away. When she saw the crimson stone in front of her, her surprised eyes almost fell out. It's yours now, translate the words on it. In 800 years, you should be the first historian to reach Raftel, and the second to translate the Crimson City. Yes, Captain Lucifer. Robin was instructed to immediately open Shikai to read the Crimson Stone. This Crimson Stone is huge and has a lot of words, so it will take a while to decipher. Taking advantage of this time, Lucifer began to explore the entire Raftel Island. Lucifer flew into the sky, looked down from the sky, and took in all the scenery of the entire island. There are building wrecks all over the island, radiating in all directions from the center of the island. Although the city has been destroyed, the magnificence of the country 800 years ago can still be vaguely seen. The world government can gain the power to rule the world by overthrowing the previous ruler. And here, it should be the country of the last world ruler. That is, the land where the ruler fell. Big secret treasure. Is it really still here? Lucifer felt from the very beginning that the big secret treasure left by Luoji would not be as simple as gold and silver treasures. If the legendary big secret treasure is gold and silver treasure, it is too superficial, and it is not worth chasing after so many pirate heroes. People like Kaido and Big Mom, which one is not a hero in the sea? They want treasure, all they need is a word. Even if it is a mountain of gold and silver, they will not take a second look. Therefore, the big secret treasure left by Luoji must have a special meaning. Maybe it's just a sentence, a story, a history, a truth. But this story, or this history, has the power to change the world. That's why Luoji will keep it, waiting for future generations to discover it, and announce it to the public. A hunch is a hunch. As Lucifer steps onto the raftel and sees the wreckage of Uranus and the text of history, this premonition becomes more and more true. Captain, I have read it. Suddenly, Nico Robin's voice sounded. Lucifer fell from the sky and landed beside Robin. Afterwards, Robin began to interpret the information recorded on the Crimson Stone for Lucifer. This Crimson Stone is the only one. It records the history of the country that exists on Raftel, and there is also a blank history of 100 years, as well as information about Uranus. 800 years ago, there was a country located in Raftel that once ruled the world. Living in this country is a special race, each of them is extraordinary and powerful. The world has no power to resist them, so they can only submit obediently. Later, the rule of this country became more and more brutal, so all human beings and major races in the world united together and launched an uprising against this ruling country. The leader of this uprising was Joey Boy. In order to defeat the tyrannical ruler, Joey Boy mobilized manpower and material resources to build the ancient battleship Pluton. He also invited the original mermaid princess to assist. Because the mermaid princess has the power to control the sea kings, king, good, and played a huge role in the war, she was given the name Poseidon. And Uranus is the weapon of war that brutally ruled the country. It was a giant dragon they raised. The battle 800 years ago affected the whole world. In the end, the country where the brutal ruler was located was defeated and the whole family was killed. However, on the eve of victory, the generals under Joey Boy betrayed him and took the fruits of victory. There are 20 generals, and they are the kings of 20 countries. After killing Joey Boy, they unite and become the new rulers of the world. They formed an organization to rule the world and invited other countries to join. This is the later world government. After ruling the world, 20 kings erased all traces of Joey Boy's existence, and also erased all history of brutal rule of the country. This is the so-called blank century history. After that, time passed, and the rule of the world government continued until today, 800 years later. However, the Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. The world government that overthrew the brutal rule 800 years ago has now become a dragon that rules the world with brutality. Chapter 223. Falling Uranus, it's a pity to stay here, let me use it in the end. Lucifer walked up to the wreckage of Uranus, and the black sword Kyushui automatically appeared in his hand. With a swing of the knife, Kyushui pierced Uranus' skull. Then Uranus's skull was rippling like flowing water, and the black knife Kyushui slowly sank into Uranus' skull. The black knife entered the body, and the wreckage of Uranus suddenly breathed. That breath is no longer death, but ecology. Boom! A fierce aura that was thousands of times stronger than before erupted from the wreckage of Uranus, covering the entire raftel in an instant. Tens of thousands of pirates on the island fell into panic, and everyone looked at the wreckage of Uranus at the same time. In the eye sockets of the skull of the Uranus wreckage, fire suddenly lit up. Afterwards, its huge body began to vibrate, slowly getting up. Countless broken walls fell from Uranus, and Uranus' huge body over 10,000 meters finally rose again. 03L. A roar came from Uranus' mouth, and the sound wave formed a shock wave, which immediately plowed a ditch in the ground in front of him. All the soil and forests along the way were destroyed. The sound waves hit the sea all the way, dividing the sky and the sea into a trench. Watching the devastation Uranus wrought, tens of thousands of pirates were stunned. Just a roar can be said to destroy the world. Uranus is resurrected. It's Captain Lucifer's ability. Terrible. Everyone was shocked and stunned. Lucifer looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. What he used was nothing else but the soul fruit ability obtained by beheading BIG853MOM. Lucifer has long given the soul fruit to Heideo Chu Shui, and now he has combined Heideo Chu Shui with the remains of Uranus to create this perfect masterpiece. Roar. Uranus roared to the sky, his voice filled with extreme tyranny and murderous intent. It soared into the sky, flew into the sky, and then stared at the pirate with two huge flame skull pupils. Endless murderous aura emerged, making tens of thousands of pirates chill and tremble. Captain! Captain Lucifer! Help! Help! Countless pirates had trembling legs and asked for help. Faced with such a terrifying monster, they feel that their life has been drained. I wanted to run away, but my legs didn't listen. Be honest. Lucifer stared, and Uranus in the sky was shocked by Conqueror's Haki. With a low growl, the tyrannical killing intent dissipated. After resurrecting Uranus, Lucifer scoured Raftel again. As he'd predicted, there was nothing left of Raftel. There is no so-called gold and silver treasure at all. Not to mention treasures, not even a single coin. The big secret treasure left by Luoji is obviously the Crimson Stone that records history and the wreckage of Uranus. This historical truth is the real great secret treasure. After all, money can't move the world. But this period of history records the deepest darkness, Bakf, in the World Palace. If it falls into the hands of someone with a heart, it can shake the rule of the world's government. This is much more useful than gold and silver treasures. Rise! Lucifer clapped his hands and put away the Crimson Stone. Let's go, there's no point in staying here anymore. Lucifer gave the order. After going out, go directly to war with the world government. Now that the time has come, Lucifer doesn't want to wait any longer. Yes. Finally the battle is about to begin. World Zheng Mansion, wake up. Tens of thousands of nether pirates were excited and unable to extricate themselves. Afterwards, the mighty nether pirates fleet left the Dead Sea and returned to New World. At the same time, the news of Lucifer's landing on Raftel has spread all over the world. After Luoji, there is finally a second One Piece. Demon Lucifer has become the One Piece. That guy, finally did it. The big secret treasure left by Luoji was obtained by Lucifer. The man who gets everything in the world, wealth, power, fame. One Piece Lucifer. Newspapers about Lucifer becoming the One Piece are flying all over the sky, the world is boiling, and everyone is talking about Lucifer in every corner of the world. Just like when Luoji became the One Piece many years ago, the world once again ushered in the One Piece. What One Piece? It's just a lowly pariah. Boom! Marie Joyce, between the powers. The curly-haired five elders smashed the golden tea table with a slap, an endless murderous aura erupted from his body, covering the entire space of power. Damn BD, once again shook the world. It's the same with that rotten bird of Morgan's. He dares to report such news. Isn't he afraid of death? It's too late to say this now, the news has spread all over the world. The influence of Luoji many years ago will be reproduced today. No, Lucifer is more dangerous than Luoji back then. Luoji is not interested in the world, he just wants to take risks, but Lucifer wants the whole world. Long-haired five elders had a cold look in his eyes, the CP sent back news that the ghost pirates are approaching Marie Joyce. There is no doubt that his target is us. The final Armageddon is coming. Damn it, to be forced into this position by a brat, it's so out of control. The 5 elders gritted their teeth and cursed angrily. Their hatred for Lucifer could not be increased, and they wished to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Humph, it's not because you guys are too useless. Suddenly a cold snort sounded. 5 elders looked up at the same time and saw that the door between the powers was pushed open, and a man wearing a golden mask and more than 3 meters tall walked in. He exudes an incomparably domineering aura, and his aloofness is even better than 5 elders. He doesn't need to talk, and he doesn't need to bully or boss around. Just standing there, people can tell that he is a very arrogant guy just by looking at him. This kind of momentum can only appear on celestial dragons. Facing the reprimand from the visitor, 5 elders rarely retorted angrily. Not only did they not get angry, but they chose to bow their heads. See Lord Iolia. The 5 elders stood up at the same time, bowing to the visitor. Get up. Iolia waved her hand, walked to the sofa and sat down on her own. And the 5 elders lined up in a row, standing side by side in front of him, bowed their heads, waiting for the lecture. Unexpectedly, you were the one who woke up first, Lord Iolia. It's an honor to meet you. Even after 700 years, the prestige you left behind still awes us. The 5 elders looked extremely humble at this moment, opening their mouths to curry favor with the person in front of them. This person's name is Iolia, a member of the Celestial Dragons. But the identity of Celestial Dragons is obviously not as good as his other identity. One of the 8 kings. The 8 kings are the other 8 immortal Celestial Dragons besides I'm. In the 800 years since the establishment of the world government, Celestial Dragons have obtained OPOP fruit more than once, and have given OPOP fruit ability users an immortal surgery. The last ones to benefit are the so-called 8 kings. The strength of each of the 8 kings is terrifying, and each of them has a natural disaster calendar. Usually they are in a deep sleep state, and they will wake up only when the world government faces the threat of destruction. After the decisive battle of the century, I'm ordered the 5 elders to awaken the 8 kings and the God's Guard. Iolia is the first 8 kings to wake up. He is the celestial dragons 700 years ago, the best celestial dragons of that generation, so he is eligible to be bestowed with eternal life by I'm. The deeds of Iolia 700 years ago have been forgotten by later generations. But the 5 elders knew it. So in the face of this person, they dare not show any disrespect or presumptuousness, and only have fear and awe in their hearts. The 8 kings plus I'm, the king of celestial dragons, are the 9 pillars of the celestial dragons group, each of which is a supreme existence. Iolia stared at 5 elders through the golden mask, and said indifferently, as soon as I woke up, I learned that an ant was provoking the supreme government of the world. In the face of this ant's provocation, the government of the world has repeatedly lost troops and generals, losing all face. You 5, do you want to give me an explanation? As the flat voice fell, 5 elders was startled, and his whole body was instantly drenched in cold sweat. I'm sorry, Lord Iolia, I'm the one who is incompetent. Immediately the 5 elders fell to their knees and humbly begged for mercy. Chapter 224. I'm sorry, Lord Iolia, I'm the one who is incompetent. Immediately the 5 elders fell to their knees and humbly begged for mercy. You are indeed incompetent. Another voice came. A second man with a golden mask appears behind the 5 elders. His speed is extremely fast, as if appearing out of thin air. Yo, you're awake too, Oxon. Iolia greeted coldly. Long time no see. Oxon's attitude was also extremely cold. Although they are the same 8 kings, their status is extremely noble, but the relationship between these 8 kings is not very good. All of them are powerful, domineering and ruthless characters, so naturally no one will be convinced. If it wasn't for Im's suppression, the 8 kings would definitely fight on their own. Oxon walked to the sofa and sat down, crossed his legs, and said lightly, Evernell, Gade and the others are also awake. You were the first to wake up, do you know anything about that pariah brat? I was about to ask. Iolia looked at 5 elders, tell me, how powerful is that pariah, can he beat you like this? Yes. Afterwards, 5 elders began to introduce Lucifer's origin, combat power and a lot of information about the Nether Pirates to the 2. That's it. After a long time, the circle sent 5 elders to stop describing. Haha. Iolia sneered, I didn't expect a mere pariah to reach that level. You bastards are really powerful, you can let the untouchables grow up safely. When 5 elders heard this, his heart beat wildly, his whole body felt cold, and he quickly lowered his head. Okay, it's too late to care about their responsibilities now. A third person wearing a golden mask appeared by the window at some point. He quietly looked at the ruins outside the window, and said indifferently, after we get rid of that untouchable, send them to the tribunal of God. Since the work is unfavorable, it is natural to pay the price. God's tribunal. Hearing these 5 words, 5 elders' face turned pale, and cold sweat instantly spread all over his body. Lord Everall, we. What? Do you still want to beg for mercy? Everall said indifferently, your incompetence has made the world government lose face, and the descendants of the gods have suffered heavy casualties. Going to the tribunal of gods is your only way to survive. Yes. The 5 elders all bowed their heads. Of course they knew that going to the tribunal of God was their only way to survive. However, going to the tribunal of God is a place even scarier than hell. If they want to come out alive, the 5 of them must go through 18 layers of hell. Everyone come to see me. Suddenly, a voice sounded between the school calendars. Hearing this sound, the 8 kings all stood up, bent down and bowed in respect. Obey, Master Im. Only the king of celestial dragons, Im, can rule the 8 kings. Soon, Iolia and the others came before the void throne. Here, 5 other Hadas have arrived ahead of schedule. Iolia, Oxon and others stood in their own positions, and the 8 kings bent down at the same time, putting their hands on their chests to salute. Meet my king. The 8 kings have a noble status, and they don't need to kneel and salute like the 5 elders when facing Im. Get up. Thank you my king. Im looked at the 8 kings under him, and said indifferently, I haven't seen you in 100 years, everyone is well. To wake you up this time is to extinguish a light. After 800 years, the world has forgotten the kindness bestowed on them by the gods. This time, you must let the world know the power of the gods. Obey, king prisoner. The 8 kings bowed with their arms across their chests at the same time. Lucifer led the Nether Pirates through the New World and arrived under the Red Line. The Crimson Red Line is like a giant dragon crawling in Wang Yang's ocean. Its stalwart is impressive. But today, the Nether Pirates want to conquer this giant dragon and trample it under their feet. Cavendish. On the bow of the Erebus, Lucifer called out. Understood, Captain Lucifer. Cavendish stepped forward, Yin Sunpa. Hundreds of pirate ships on the ocean broke free from the shackles of the sea at the same time and soared into the sky. Soon, hundreds of pirates flew to the perfect high altitude and came to the top of the Red Line. It seems that the world government is ready. Lucifer's observation Haki enveloped the entire holy land of Marie Joyce, and all the breath of life was locked by him. In perception, Marie Joyce hides more than 500,000 troops, among which a batch of troops are powerful. The strongest are the 9 auras in Pangu City. These 9 breaths are like 9 suns in the dark night, extremely dazzling. The celestial dragons have come out in full force, have all the combat power finally arrived. Celestial dragons have hidden combat power, which Lucifer already knew. If they hide it, Lucifer is not at ease. Lucifer is happy now that the fighting power is out. Let's go. With a wave of Lucifer's hand, hundreds of pirate ships flew towards Marie Joyce. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises erupted, and hundreds of pirate ships all landed on Marie Joyce. Marie Joyce still looks like it was destroyed and bulldozed, with ruins everywhere. It hasn't been long since Waldo invaded Marie Joyce, and the world government cannot complete the reconstruction in a short period of time. In front of the Nether Pirates is Marine, led by Marine Chief Admiral Kong, and behind is Marine 3 Admiral. Looking at the strength of the troops, Kong mobilized all the elites of the marine branches around the world to make up the 500,000 troops. Lucifer, the sinner of the world, actually dares to fight against the world. Zero seeking flowers. Admiral Kong, the head of the whole army, stepped forward, roaring and roaring. Lucifer, do you know how serious the consequences will be if you do this? Without the world government, this world will perish. Do you have any idea how many civilian lives this cost? Kong's voice echoed in Marie Joyce like a thunderclap. Facing Kong's questioning, Lucifer remained expressionless and did not want to answer. At this point, Lucifer and the world government have nothing to say. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Lucifer grabbed it with his big hand, and an island fell from the sky, smashing straight towards Marine. This island is the battlefield of the decisive battle of the century, the desert island. Unlike ordinary small islands, the desert island is very large. As soon as it appeared, it directly blocked the sun. Numerous marine soldiers looked up and looked at the island that was hitting their heads. Their legs were so frightened that their legs went weak. 0-0. Go, what are you kidding? This is the strength of the demon Lucifer, the strongest man in the world. What? What shall we do? Doomsday, this is the end of the world. Is he a god? 500,000 marine soldiers were at a loss, their minds went blank. As soon as Lucifer made a move, it directly shattered their morale and fighting spirit. Facing a giant island, Kong, Marine, and Admiral all felt powerless for a while. If it is an ordinary small island, they can still deal with it. But such a huge island, no matter how powerful their destructive power is, Beidong is helpless. Admiral Fujitora stepped forward, slashed a circle of purple light with a knife, and hit the island, trying to slow down the falling speed of the island and control it to levitate. Unfortunately, Desert Island is currently controlled by Lucifer. Amir Fujitora, there is no way to resist. The moment the purple circle of light touched the island, it was already shattered. At the critical moment, a round of crimson light shot out from Pangu City, imprisoning the desert island. A burst of mighty force slowed down the falling speed of the desert island. In the end, the desert island was suspended 100 meters above the sky, completely still. Oh, is this the hidden power of the world government? Lucifer looked at the figure with the golden mask that appeared, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a playful sneer. The presence of this person is very powerful, far surpassing Marine Admiral, stronger than the Whitebeard and Garp that Lucifer has seen. As far as Lucifer judges, he's on par with peak Whitebeard and Garp. Such a person must have awakened the Haki field. But how much the Conqueror's Haki field has awakened is still unknown. Only 1 out of 9 appears. How despised me! A cold light flickered in Lucifer's eyes, and he pressed his hand to the void. With a loud bang, the power of the golden figure was instantly crushed. Afterwards, the desert island continued to fall, hitting heavily on the marine camp. Chapter 225. When an island fell, Marie Joyce suddenly collapsed, causing countless casualties. Miserable wailing sounded one after another. Even though Marine 3 Admiral, Kong, and Celestial Dragons took action, the 500,000 Marine elite still suffered countless casualties. With just one move in the war, more than 100,000 Marines died tragically. Lucifer, that BD. It wasn't Kong or Marine 3 Admiral who cursed, but Marco, Usopp and his group. After the decisive battle of the century, Lucifer did not kill the Whitebeard pirates and the remnants of the Red Hair pirates, but imprisoned them on a desert island. The desert island is suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and no one can escape except for flying. Marco can escape, but he will not abandon his companions to escape alone. So, Lucifer brought the remnants of the two pirate groups to Marie Joyce. Although they were unwilling to surrender to Lucifer, at this moment, they had no choice. Coming to this battlefield, pirates and Marines are irreconcilable. They want to live and can only fight Marine. Marco, what should we do in 297 now? Foil Vista hacked 2 Marines to death, came to Marco and asked about the countermeasures. Marco's dignified eyes swept across the battlefield. They were surrounded by Marine at the moment. There is no way, we can't evacuate this battlefield with our strength alone. Even if we don't want to join the war, Marine won't let us go. Bang! 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 As soon as the words fell, Marco's head was pierced by a bullet, exposing 3 large holes. Such an attack is of course useless to Marco, but he is very helpless. Lucifer is driving ducks to shelves and sows to trees. They have to fight if they don't want to. Lucifer that BD, I can't spare him. Bista cursed in a low voice. Okay, it's too late to say that now. Marco spread his wings and flew into the sky, while shouting loudly, "People of the Whitebeard pirates, gather together!" Marco knew that in this chaotic battlefield, fighting alone would only lead to self-destruction. They gathered together to keep warm, and only then did they have a chance of life. Hearing Marco's order, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates rushed to the same place. At the same time, members of the Red Hair pirates also began to assemble. The 2 remnants of the 4 Emperors pirate group, both of whom were driven to a dead end by Lucifer, looked a little sad at the moment. These remnants and defeated generals still have some use value. In the distance, on the bow of the Nether, Shiryu of the Rain spit out a smoke ring, 3 degrees of indifference. Lucifer said with a blank expression, "These people are powerful and can consume part of the Marine's strength. In this way, the Nether pirates can reduce casualties." Well said. Enel laughed loudly, "So what if you don't surrender? Why don't you just serve us as cannon fodder? Humble mortals, keep killing Tuba." Yeah ha ha ha. Enel's jeers echoed throughout Marie Joyce, harsh. Call out. Suddenly, a golden light shot out, brushed past Enel's cheek, and shot to the back. A giant great fireball exploded behind everyone, and the shock wave swept across. "Yellow monkey, you are courting death." With a flash of lightning, Enel has already shot out and flew towards the battlefield. There, Admiral Kizaru was holding up a finger. Seeing Enel approaching, Kizaru's mouth twitched. "It's really scary." As soon as the words fell, a thick thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit Huang Yuan. A violent explosion occurs, and Kizaru is engulfed in flames. Dozens of Marines nearby were also engulfed in flames, their bodies smashed to pieces. Kizaru Admiral! The Marine soldiers roared angrily, and saw a golden light shoot out of the sea of flames soaring into the sky, colliding with the thunder and lightning in the sky. Then the electric light and the golden light violently intertwined and collided in the sky. Each attack triggers a violent explosion. Yellow monkey, Lao Zi is no longer the same as before. Today, Lao Zi will send you on your way. Enel's roar sounded in the clouds, followed by lightning and thunder, and endless tears fell like a tsunami, impacting Kizaru. Enel's moves are several times more powerful than the first battle on the desert island, and can control all lightning within a radius of dozens of miles at any time. In a single thought, endless thunder awaits orders and is used by him. All of a sudden, Kizaru was suppressed. Awakening, your fruit ability has awakened. Under the light of the thunder and lightning, Kizaru's face showed an inconceivable color. Yeah ha ha ha, that's right, Lao Zi's ability has awakened. Enel transforms into Thor's form, holds Thor's trident in his hand, and shoots out huge thunders. At this moment, Enel is like Thor floating in the sky. Impossible, no one can awaken the fruit ability so quickly, let alone Logia. It is difficult to awaken the ability of Devil Fruit, and many capable users with extraordinary aptitudes spent their entire lives unable to awaken the fruit. Not to mention Logia. Among the 3 Devil Fruits, Logia's ability is the most difficult to awaken. If you want to awaken Logia, you can't do it with talent alone. It still needs day and night practice, endless sweat, plus a little chance and coincidence to awaken. Logia Marine 3 Admirals are all talented monsters, and it took more than 10 years, countless training and bloody battles to successfully awaken their abilities. From Kizaru's point of view, although Enel's talent is good, but he has experienced too little battle, and he can't reach the point where he can awaken Thunder Fruit. If people with Logia abilities could awaken so easily, Logia awakeners would not be so rare. How does a frog in a well know how big the world is? Enel laughed loudly, and the lightning attack surged again. 0. In the past, people in Qinghai laughed at him as a frog in a well. Now, it's his turn to laugh at someone who is a frog in a well, and the target is a Marine Admiral. At this moment, Enel felt extremely sour. Arrogant BD. Kizaru's face darkened, obviously angry. Don't think that awakening the fruit ability can defeat me, this old man is Marine Admiral. As a Marine Admiral, Kizaru has a lazy personality and is used to fishing, but he also has his own pride. Having traveled across the sea for decades, Kizaru would not tolerate being laughed at by a pirate. Boom! Violent golden light erupted from Kizaru's body, and countless laser bombs and laser flying swords took shape instantly and shot towards Enel. Where the laser bombs and laser flying swords went, the deep clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the sea of thunder and lightning was penetrated. In an instant, a large hole with a diameter of more than a kilometer appeared in the sky. Don't underestimate the old man, the old man's ability has already been awakened. Kizaru used the awakening move, his combat power suddenly increased, and he fought fiercely with Enel. Yes, that's it, that's it. Enel laughed wildly, well done, how exciting it would be if you didn't fight like this. In the face of Kizaru's fierce offensive, Enel did not retreat but advanced, and his fighting spirit became even higher. The battle between the 2 Logia ability awakeners, every move, contains great power. Lightning and laser collide, and each collision will cause a violent explosion. Fortunately, their battlefield is in the sky. If it is on land, how many pirates and marines will be hit by the aftermath of the battle, leaving no bones left? General Admiral Kong looked at the battle in the sky, his face was gloomy, and his anger erupted. Aokiji, Fujitora. Don't just stare at 4.8, get rid of the pirates. Kong gave the order, and then looked at Lucifer in the distance. He knows that Enel is not the key, Lucifer is the key. The only way to win this battle is to eliminate Lucifer. Otherwise, even if all the pirates are killed, they are still losers. As long as Lucifer survives, his darkness will exist, and the world will not be safe. Aokiji and Fujitora obeyed the order and flew up. The 2 admirals joined the battle, and the Whitebeard pirates and the remnants of the Red Hair pirates were killed and injured immediately. Letting Admiral deal with miscellaneous soldiers is a bit bullying the small. Lucifer in the distance gave a playful smile, and suddenly sneered, "We'll hope." Obey. Understood. Weiabul and Shiryu listened to the order, and the 2 rushed out immediately, one in front and one behind in front of Aokiji and Fujitora. Boom! Weiabul directly turned into the form of a green dragon man and beast, slashed down with a knife, circled a huge force and pierced through the air. The ice shield made by Aokiji was shattered, and he himself was sent flying tens of meters. Chapter 226. Boom! Fiery flames spat out from Weiabul's mouth, hit Aokiji, and turned hundreds of meters around into a sea of flames. Shiryu flew into the sky, sucked blood from the corpses on the battlefield, and turned them into a sea of blood. The sea of blood merged and condensed into a slash, piercing through the air, submerging Fujitora. Weiabul and Shiryu made a move and suppressed Aokiji and Fujitora for a while. Originally, their strength was not so strong, but Lucifer used the awakening fruit to awaken them devil fruit ability. Whitebeard, Shiryu of the Rain and Enel, in order for the three of them to awaken the devil fruit ability, consumed 3 million kill points from Lucifer. Hateful. Seeing the three admirals being suppressed, Kong's eyes were about to burst. With a loud bang, Kong burst out of the air, charging towards Lucifer with endless murderous aura. The third admiral was blocked, and he, the Marine General Admiral, had to join the battle. Die, Lucifer! Kong directly opened the armament Haki field, covering Lucifer and the surrounding 100-meter range. Once Lucifer's armament Haki field is opened, it can easily cover tens of thousands of meters. Comparing the two, Kong's field is undoubtedly much weaker. Half-level. Lucifer shook his head inwardly. Like Whitebeard, Kong's armament Haki field is no longer available. After all, he is already very old. The field covers a range of 100 meters, which is already his limit. 10 and it seems that the breath field will not last long. Call out! A bloody figure shot out from behind Lucifer, and collided with the rushing Kong. With a flash of sword light, Kong was sent flying. The Red Earl Rider appeared, swinging his sword repeatedly. In just one breath, hundreds of flying slashes were fired. As a great swordsman at the peak, each of Rider's flying slashes has the power to break mountains and seas. Kong resisted with all his might, but was still chopped off. Kong, you are old. The Red Earl spread out his bat wings and hovered in mid-air, looking down at Kong with a cold voice. I haven't seen you for decades, I never thought you and I would have the chance to fight each other. It's a pity that you are too weak now. The Red Earl shook his head indifferently, his eyes were as deep as ice. Years ago, the Red Earl defeated Kong in a single duel. If Garp and Marine hadn't taken advantage of his exhaustion, the Red Earl would not have been caught. Whether in his youth or now, Kong is a complete loser in front of the Red Earl. Without further ado, Kong climbed up from the ruins, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I'm not dead yet, Rider, it's too early to be proud. Boom! The ground exploded, Kong soared into the sky, and a huge shock wave of fist power burst out of the air, blasting towards the Red Earl. Immediately, the two fought to the death. Lucifer didn't pay attention to the battlefield, his attention was fixed on Pangu City. The observation Haki is fully open, locking the breath of I'm and the 8 kings firmly. Aren't you out yet? If you don't come out, the entire Marine army will be wiped out. Whether it is high-level combat power or low-level elites, the Nether Pirates are all above Marine. Although Marine has 500,000 elites, they are all a group of trash fish, and they don't have much powerful combat power at all. After all, in the Battle of Desert Island, Marine's middle and senior management were almost wiped out by Lucifer. Ripples suddenly appeared in the space, and an invisible attack erupted, and it came to Lucifer in an instant. The wall of vacuum. Lucifer stood where he was, neither dodging nor evading. The vacuum wall takes shape, blocking invisible attacks. A tall figure wearing a golden mask appeared beside Lucifer out of thin air. With a wave of his palm, a huge sword energy was released and flew towards Lucifer's neck. It's only one, it's too small to underestimate me. Lucifer was expressionless, with the cold light in his eyes. Raising his hand and grabbing it, the giant sword slashing shattered instantly. Universal pull. Seeing that the attack failed, a trace of horror flashed in the eyes under the golden mask. However, before the man could react, the strong gravitational force had already acted on him. When the man came back to his senses, he realized that his neck had been pinched by Lucifer. Stop! Poor pariah, how dare you! Put down Iolia! Lord Iolia! Several golden mask figures and 5 elders roared at the same time. However, the voice stopped abruptly as soon as it sounded. They only heard a click, and the breath of the man in Lucifer's hand was suddenly cut off. He tilted his neck and was thrown aside by Lucifer. Ding! host kills Iolia, one of the 8 kings of celestial dragons, and gets 500,000 killing points. B. Damn untouchable, what have you done? You dare to kill the great king of celestial dragons, you are dead. On the roof of Pangu City, the 3 golden masked 8 kings roared one after another, and the 5 elders also roared in fright. With several loud explosions, the roof of Pangu City was broken, and 4 more people appeared on the roof. Celestial dragons 8 kings, except for Iolia who died in the hands of Lucifer, the other 7 have all arrived. Damn pirate, die! The 5 elders roared and rushed towards Lucifer. The 5 of them were so fast that they could only see a black shadow flashing past, and the 5 of them came to the sky above Lucifer's head. 5 elders simultaneously opens the armament Haki field, with a range of over 500 meters. The fusion of the fields of the 5 people increased their power several times. Evil and sinful people are not worthy of living in this world. Today is your death day. Go to hell. 5 elders shot at the same time. The blonde 5 elders threw out both fists, and it turned out to be a physical sleeper. Armament Haki merged his fist strength, hit a huge shock wave, and roared towards him. Curly-haired 5 elders is a Zoan fruit-capable user. He has transformed into a dinosaur, with his hands turned into sharp claws, exuding a cold light. Lucifer recognized it at a glance. This is the form of Zoan ancient species dragon fruit sickle deo long. Bearded 5 elders' abilities are unknown, but he chooses close combat. Not only is armament Haki good at cultivation, but his fruit ability is also a secret move. The bald 5 elders condensed the air and rolled up the wind, which formed a bow and arrow in his hand. Zhang Gongta shot 7 storm arrows at Lucifer. The last sword-wielding 5 elders is a great swordsman at the pinnacle, and his swordsmanship is stronger than that of Hawkeye. The first generation ghost slashed out of its scabbard, and directly slashed out with a giant slash. Before the slash arrived, the ground had already been torn apart by the sword energy. The 5 elders' attack erupted at the same time, and the process seemed long but only in an instant. In just a split second, Lucifer was besieged by 5 killer moves. Die to death! The roar of the 5 elders spread throughout Marie Joyce, attracting countless eyes. Each of 5 elders' killing moves has the power to destroy the world. Even Marine Admiral, facing the siege of 5 people, will fall instantly. I saw Lucifer slowly raised his palm, aimed at the incoming killer move, and whispered indifferently, "Disappear." 003. As soon as the voice fell, the devastating attack of the 5 elders dissipated instantly, leaving only a wisp of breeze, as if it had never appeared. What? How can that be? Word spirit fruit. Not good. Run away. In the blink of an eye, 5 elders trembled and quickly chose to retreat and escape. However, it was too late. From the moment they hit Lucifer, they were destined to be 5 dead. Shenluo Tianzheng. Lucifer struck out with a palm, and the invisible repulsion combined with the high-density armament Haki bombarded 5 elders. With a bang, the fleeing 5 elders suddenly turned into 5 balls of minced meat and exploded. Ding! Host kills 5 elders and gets 450,000 killing points. Ding! Host killed 5 elders and got 480,000 holy points. Ding! Host killed 5 elders and got 475,000 killing points. Ding! Host killed 5 elders and got 430,000 killing points. Ding! Host killed 5 elders and got 448,000 killing points. 5 consecutive reminders sounded, and Lucifer collected more than 2 million kill points. The rain of blood fell all over the sky, drenching the surrounding marines. Countless marines stared blankly at the sky, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, unable to even wipe off the blood and flesh spilled on their faces. 5 elders, dead. How is that possible? That's the 5 elders. Lucifer is horrible. Sure enough, Lucifer is invincible, we are not his opponent. The loss of the 5 elders completely destroyed Marines' morale. The remaining marines immediately began to flee, screaming and shouting in terror one after another. Chapter 227. 5 Trash, they just died like this. One of the 8 kings, Regulus, cursed in a low voice. It doesn't matter if the trash is dead, but this pariah is different. We underestimated him, he is very strong. Those 5 idiots didn't exaggerate. The other 8 kings also spoke. Iolia was killed by him, we must avenge him. Be careful, you guys, don't capsize the boat in the gutter. A man with jet black skin and a jet black demon mask stepped forward and whispered. Unlike the other 7, this 8 kings is the only one wearing a demon mask. Call out. With a flash of black shadow, the 8 devil kings rose from the sky and teleported to the sky. Huge pitch black wings spread out from behind him, and then expanded the pitch black demon realm. An extremely evil breath emanated, covering the entire Marie Joyce. Demon light. Countless black light spheres took shape, turning into pitch black demonic laser rays that fell from the sky and hit the crowd of Marie Joyce. After being hit by the devil's light, whether it is a marine or a pirate, their bodies all dissipate into nothingness, leaving no trace left. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of dead bodies left. The devil's light has no terrifying destructive power, nor does it have the power to destroy the world. But the terrifying lethality it displayed still makes countless people tremble with fear. Call out. A thick demon light fell from the sky and shot at Lucifer. The space is solidified, and the distance of 10,000 meters is extremely short. The power of the devil. Looking at the celestial dragons showing their abilities, a sneer appeared on the corner of Lucifer's mouth. Fate is often such a coincidence. Competing with the power of demons, Lucifer is not afraid of anyone. Boom! Terrifying demonic aura erupted from Lucifer's body, forming a shock wave that whizzed out instantly. The devil's light of the devil's 8 kings was hit by the shock wave, instantly defeated and dissipated into nothing. Come down! Looking at the 8 demon kings in the sky, Lucifer whispered. As soon as the voice fell, the devil 8 kings found himself teleported in front of Lucifer. The body is out of control, like a puppet being manipulated. You! Lucifer stretched out his right hand before the 8 demon kings were horrified. It was just a simple movement of reaching out, but it made the 8 demon kings feel unparalleled fear. That hand was so slow, it was clearly visible in his eyes. But the devil 8 kings felt that they could not escape the control of that hand. His consciousness reacted in an instant, wanting to dodge and retreat. However, his body is not controlled by the brain. When he came back to his senses, the devil 8 kings found that his neck had been pinched by Lucifer. Zoan Phantom Beast Devil Form. Unfortunately, it's just a fake demon. The indifferent voice exploded in the ears of the devil 8 kings, bringing him incomparable terror and oppression. The devil 8 kings felt cold all over, trembling all over, and infinite fear surged in their hearts. Stop! Click! Before the devil 8 kings finished speaking, Lucifer had already twisted his neck. Ding! Host beheaded Esteros, one of the 8 kings of celestial dragons, and gained 600,000 killing points. The system beeps, and Lucifer can collect his devil fruit at the same time. As Lucifer guessed, it was a phantom beast. Zoan Phantom Beast Human Fruit Devil Form. This is a top-notch devil fruit with unparalleled power. Esteros' strength is also extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the person he faced was Lucifer, an absolute world-class powerhouse. Lucifer killed him like an ant, and Esteros had no chance to show his strength at all. Esteros. Hateful. He actually killed another person. Everyone go together. Destroy this pariah. I'm going to tear him to pieces and shatter his bones into ashes. The remaining 6-8 kings burst out at the same time. One person grows bigger and instantly becomes a giant bull. The giant bull was entwined with pitch-black flames, the space distorted wherever it went, the rocks melted, and countless pirates' marines were burned to ashes. A man with 2 wings on his back, fluttering his wings and soaring, his body is like a cow, not a cow, like a horse and a flying horse, his roar is like a dragon, and the sound waves howl and vibrate in all directions. One person roared loudly, with fangs growing out of his mouth, and a tail growing out of his back. His body size increased several times, and he turned into a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex. The speed of one person increased sharply, directly turning into a golden lightning. The speed was as fast as ultimate, splitting into countless afterimages. One person turned into a black flood dragon with 2 horns on his head and scales on his body, and opened his mouth to spit out flames. The last person turned into a red bird with 9 heads, wrapped in red flames and exuding endless hostility. The 6-8 kings are either ancient species or phantom beast species, and they also have weird superpowers. Although there is not a logia, each ability is the top of the top, surpassing countless devil fruits. And without exception, they all developed devil fruit to the level of awakening. The 6-8 kings not only activated their abilities at the same time, but also opened the armament Haki field at the same time. Eternal life brings them unlimited training time. These people are all talented penultimates, and of course they have stepped into the realm of Haki. 3 of them also opened not only the armament Haki realm, but also the Conqueror's Haki realm. All of a sudden, the 9 domains roared over, covering the entire Marie Joyce. Lucifer bears the brunt of being crushed by the fusion of multiple fields. The moment the domain was opened, countless pirates and marines on Marie Joyce exploded at the same time, turning into blood mist and exploding. Both the armament Haki field and the Conqueror's Haki field have the ability to attack automatically. Every Haki attack is extremely powerful. Ordinary marines and pirates are simply irresistible, and only the marine elite vice admiral can barely survive. The 9 domains were fully opened, sweeping away Marie Joyce in an instant. The remaining 300,000 marines were instantly killed, as were the tens of thousands of pirates brought by Lucifer. In the blink of an eye, Margio has turned into a purgatory on earth. Corpses are strewn all over the fields, and blood flows like rivers. Boom! With a big wave of Lucifer's hand, he also opened the field of armed color and Conqueror's Haki. While resisting the attacks of the 9 domains, rescue the remaining cotters of the Nether Pirates. The bottom pirates of the Nether Pirates were almost wiped out, only the cotters survived. Rescued by Lucifer, everyone gasped. Just a moment ago, all of them walked on the verge of death. If Lucifer hadn't rescued them in time, they would have died too. One dreadful, terrible. What kind of power is this? This is the Haki field, the captain said. It's really scary after opening it. All the cotters were left with lingering fears. Only when they have truly faced this force, will they know how terrifying it is. In the face of that mighty force that transcends everything, they can't bring up any resistance, and can only wait for death in despair. Tens of thousands of pirates were killed, but Lucifer didn't take it seriously. The pirates at the bottom will die if they die, and there are many pirates in the sea. As long as he says a word, another ghost pirate group can be formed in an instant. But Marine is different. You know, Marine soldiers are not cannon fodder. Perhaps in the eyes of the 8 kings, Marine soldiers are like ants, killing them is irrelevant. But in the eyes of Marine executives, it is different. They are all fresh lives, and they are Marines loyal, Zhao Di Hao, warriors. If they died in the hands of pirates, they would have nothing to say. But now, they died at the hands of the celestial dragons they were supposed to protect. It has to be said that this is a great irony. No, no, no. Why is this happening? Kong stared blankly at the flesh and blood under his feet, his eyes were glazed, and his heart was extremely desperate. You know, that's hundreds of thousands of Marine soldiers, the entire strength of Marine. Once these people die, Marine exists in name only. Endless anger and killing intent surged in Kong's heart, as well as infinite sorrow. He grieves for himself and the dead Marines. They obviously fought for the world government and the celestial dragons, but now, they all died in the hands of the world government and the celestial dragons. What the hell are they? What exactly are they guarding? What is the point of their desperate fight here? Kong has long known the evil nature of celestial dragons, and has long been dissatisfied with celestial dragons in his heart. But he never doubted justice. But today, at this moment, the justice and faith in Kong's heart collapsed. Chapter 228. Why kill them? Kong raised his head to the sky and roared angrily. Unfortunately, none of the 6 kings was looking at him, and no one paid him any attention. In the eyes of the 6 kings, Kong, like the hundreds of thousands of marines who died, is an ant, and they are not qualified to let them take a second look. How can the gods who are high above care about the life and death of ants? Red Earl Rider smiled indifferently, and chopped Kong into the air with his sword. On the other side, the Marine 3 Admiral, Momuzagi and other senior Marine executives looked at the flesh and blood of Marines' remains, and they also felt sad. What are you doing in a daze? The battle is not over yet. Enel, Weiabul, and Shiryu took advantage of the victory to chase after Marine and Admiral. The 3 admirals have no intention of continuing to fight at this moment, and the justice in their hearts has also been shaken. They fought desperately for the government of the world, but the government of the world treated them as ants and killed them whenever they wanted. That being the case, is it still necessary to work hard for the world government? Admiral Fujitora was the first to retreat. Among the 3, his justice was undoubtedly the purest and most powerful. Things have come to this, Fujitora disheartened. Seeing him retreat, Shiryu didn't pursue him. On the other side, Admiral Kizaru also turned into a golden light and shot overseas. However, Enel didn't want to let him go, and directly turned into a thunderbolt and chased after him. Admiral Aokiji returned to the surviving Marine executives, protected them with his body, shared the attack brought by the Haki field, and relieved the pressure for his companions. Sengoku entrusted Marine to him before his death. Aokiji couldn't abandon Marine, so he didn't leave. At this moment, Aokiji already has the will to die. Lucifer was suspended in the sky, facing the attack of the 6017 kings. He smiled indifferently, and at the same time raised his hand and pressed down. The wall of vacuum was formed, scattering all the attacks of the 6 kings. Haki field. Lucifer simultaneously activates the armed color and Conqueror's Haki domains, covering the entire Marie Joyce, and its power is several times stronger than the fusion domain of the 6 kings. Boom! There was a vacuum explosion, and the void exploded, and the Yun Wang fusion domain was directly destroyed by Lucifer. This is impossible. The 6 kings turned pale with fright, with infinite horror and fear on their faces. Nothing is impossible, let's go. Ragnarok. Lucifer raised his hand and pointed, the clouds in the sky were torn apart by the golden light, and a huge golden longsword crashed down. The endless sense of oppression exploded, sweeping across dozens of miles. Block. Kill. Damn pariah. The 6 kings were enraged one after another, and their combat power was fully activated, trying to resist this ultimate move. It's a pity that their strength is too weak. Even if the 6 of them join forces, they are still far behind. Boom! Tyrannosaurus Rex, one of the 6 kings, was killed first, and his body exploded into blood mist. Immediately afterwards, the second 6 kings were also hit by the sword energy, leaving no bones left. Master I'm. Help me! The remaining 4 kings tried their best to resist, but all the huge swords knelt on the ground, and could only scream and beg for mercy. Boom! The huge Pangu city exploded, and a figure teleported over. With a wave of his hand, a powerful shock wave hit the huge golden sword. Seeing I'm appearing, the corners of Lucifer's mouth curled up. It's finally out. With a sneer, Lucifer raised his hand and pressed it, and the golden sword that had never been dropped suddenly fell down. Clang! The sword energy swept past, and the bodies of the 4 kings instantly turned into flying ash and disappeared. The sword energy persisted, inserted into the red line, split the entire Marie-Joyce, and penetrated thousands of meters. The red line that traverses the world has been cut by Lucifer with a huge gap, and the entire Marie-Joyce has been completely destroyed. Untouchable, UPD me off. I'm looked at Lucifer, bursting out with endless murderous aura. The Conqueror's Haki field is fully open, blasting towards Lucifer in an instant. Lucifer also fought back with the Conqueror's Haki field, not only blocking M's attack, but also defending the siege. Im was hit by the attack, took a step back, and his face became even uglier. Previously, Lucifer didn't try his best at all, just waiting for Im to appear. As soon as Im appeared, Lucifer killed all 8 kings in front of him. This is not only hitting Im in the face, but also killing him in the heart. Uranus. Im let out a roar, and there was a roar from below the ruins of Marie-Joyce. Immediately, red line began to tremble. Accompanied by a loud noise, the red line exploded directly, and a huge red dragon soared into the sky, flying into the clouds in the sky from below the red line. Its body is as long as 10,000 meters, covering the sky and the sun, and one eye is as big as a lake. In front of it, human beings are not as big as ants. Uranus, finally out. Still mature. Lucifer has read the records and knows that Uranus, which is over 10,000 meters in size, is already mature. The world government has been established for 800 years, enough for them to cultivate Uranus to maturity. Untouchable, die. I'm teleport to the top of Uranus, looking down on Lucifer. Uranus opened his mouth wide and spit out a huge pillar of fire towards Lucifer. The pillar of fire was more than hundreds of meters in diameter, and it was like a tsunami of flames rushing towards Lucifer. Roar. A roar came from the sky behind Lucifer, and the same tsunami of fire erupted, blocking Uranus' attack. Im's face changed, and he looked up at the sky, and saw a huge monster coming tearing through the clouds. The same endless body shape, menacing aura, and the same aura as Uranus. That huge monster is Uranus. However, this Uranus is just a skeleton, without flesh and blood. But it was no less imposing and ferocious than Uranus at his feet. Uranus. Having ruled the world for 800 years, I'm rarely surprised. But at this moment, even he couldn't keep calm anymore. That's right, it's Uranus. Lucifer also teleported over Uranus' head. The two Uranus faced each other in the air, colliding with each other with incomparably ferocious momentum, directly tearing the clouds and the sea apart. Devil Fruit. M guessed in an instant that Lucifer was Uranus resurrected with Devil Fruit. That's right, it fell for 800 years, and today I let it take revenge. Everything is guided by fate. Humph, a dead thing is not as good as a living thing after all, it's nothing more than a dead dragon, so what's there to fear? Roar. Uranus at M's feet opened its mouth and breathed out a violent storm. The storm is sweeping, and each one seems to be able to tear apart a mountain easily. The power of each storm is comparable to the slash of a peak swordsman. The bone Uranus also roared, and a dark cloud formed in his mouth, and he shot out a huge lightning bolt, destroying the storm. Bone Uranus has no organs, no flesh and blood, but Lucifer gave it life with the soul fruit. Bone Uranus can use the power of the soul fruit to create flames, lightning, and storms. It can use the power of all natural elements. Not only that, the bone Uranus has no vitals, and the source of all life comes from the soul fruit in the black knife and autumn water. That is to say, as long as the black knife is safe, the bone Uranus will not die. Boom. 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 Uranus and the bones Uranus fought fiercely, with waves of fire, thunder, and lightning, howling whines, roaring and neighing. The battle of Uranus is too terrifying, every move and style contains extremely terrifying power. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, the red line was shattered, and huge waves rolled up in the sea. Hundreds of miles around are their battlefields. Even if Marine Admiral is involved, he will be killed instantly. The 8 kings are dead, the battle for Uranus has begun, now it's your turn. Heaven's punishment, thunder, tribulation. Lucifer shouted coldly, the sky rang with thunder, and thick lightning fell from the sky, hitting him instantly. The thunder and lightning crashed down, pierced through the red line, hit the deep sea, and immediately punched a huge hole in the sea with a diameter of more than a kilometer. In the sea of thunder and lightning, Im walked out slowly, unscathed. Long hair fluttering, bursting into extreme hostility. Spear of Sin. Im raised his hand, and countless black spears suddenly appeared, shooting at Lucifer. The speed of the spear is extremely fast, and with Im's Conqueror's Haki field, each spear can instantly kill Admiral-level powerhouses. Void creation. Dissipate. Using the word spirit fruit to eliminate the ultimate move, Lucifer stared at Im in front of him, a little surprised. In addition to his fruit of words, Lucifer saw for the first time that a second person possessed the power of creation of the void. Void creation is not an ordinary ability, it has reached the level of rules. Chapter 229. Heavenly Lightning Tribulation. Lucifer raised his finger, and the sky shot endless lightning, hitting Im's figure turned into fly ash and completely dissipated. But the cold murderous aura appeared out of nowhere behind Lucifer. The sharp long sword covered the high-density armament Haki, and slashed towards Lucifer's neck. Clang! The sound of metal collisions resounded in all directions, and one finger of Lucifer blocked Im's sneak attack and killing sword. Fall! The surging gravity erupted, crushing on Im's body, causing him to bend down immediately. Before Im could fight back, Lucifer punched Im in the chest. Armament Haki's armor shattered, and Im turned into a beam of light, hitting the Red King continent heavily. The rocks shattered, the ground shook, and a corner of the red line was shattered. Crush! Explode! Fall! Lucifer mobilized the power of the fruit of the word spirit, forming a unique gravity field and a vacuum wall, which crushed Im's body layer by layer. Red line couldn't resist such a terrifying force and was broken layer by layer. The red line, tens of thousands of meters high, exploded layer by layer. At the same time, the invisible power of the fruit of words is still attacking Im's internal organs. Im vomited blood, his skin was chapped, and countless small cracks were broken, like a spider web. Everything is reduced to ashes. A roar came from the ruins, and a dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the sky. The gravity field created by Lucifer was instantly broken. Im flew into the sky, with disheveled hair, blood continuously flowing down from his body. Untouchable, upd me off. Turned to dust. A transparent beam of light bloomed from Im's hand and shot towards Lucifer. The beam of light swept across, and part of the red line disappeared instantly, forming a ravine deep into the seabed. The red line was cut off with a single blow. Lucifer appeared in the void, looking at the red line that was split in half, feeling his blood boil. Okay, empowerment. That's the way it should be. Ragnarok. Lucifer raised his palm and dropped it, the golden giant sword tore through the clouds again and shot at Im. Transparent beams of light emerged from the palms of Im's hands, shooting at the giant sword, and colliding in two. The moment the extreme moves collided, the sky and the earth turned pale, and all the sounds disappeared. Then, a huge mushroom cloud formed in the sky, and the shock wave swept hundreds of miles around. The terrifying high temperature evaporated the sea, and the shock wave destroyed everything, and Red Line couldn't resist this terrifying force. Boom! A sun appeared on the sea, and the shock wave destroyed everything. Even across hundreds of miles of distant sea, the dazzling light of this sun can be clearly seen. The moment they saw the sun, countless people around the world were blinded and their eyes were burned by the strong light. Black hole devours. The whispers of demons sounded in the sun, and a black hole formed, swallowing all the shock waves and flames. By the time the horror had dissipated, part of the red line had been completely destroyed. With the location of Marie-Joyce as the center, the Red 10 continent within a range of more than 10 miles on both sides has all disappeared. This red giant dragon that traversed the world was completely cut off today. Clang! With a flash of jet black sword light, Lucifer appeared behind Im. The bright red blood flew into the sky, and Im fled quickly, teleporting 1,000 meters away. A bloody severed arm flew into the air, telling the defeat of Im, the king of celestial dragons. Lucifer turned around, holding a long black sword in his hand. Before Im's severed arm fell, it had already turned into fly ash and drifted away with the wind. Im was terrified, and it was rare to see a trace of fear in his indifferent eyes. How does it feel to feel pain again after 800 years? Lucifer sneered. Im didn't respond, he quickly stopped the bleeding for himself, and at the same time a black substance emerged from the severed arm, forming a new arm. However, Lucifer can perceive that it is not a human arm, but a creation of devil fruit. Im's devil fruit ability obviously cannot allow him to truly regenerate limbs. This is the sword of the devil, it can completely shatter and destroy everything that has been cut off, and even time cannot bring him back to life. Lucifer raised his black long sword and spoke indifferently. Being able to die under the sword of the devil is the honor of your life. As soon as the words fell, Lucifer disappeared in place. Seeing this, Im immediately teleported and fled. However, in the next second, a sword light passed over Im's body, and an arm flew into the air. The devil's sword was unsheathed, and Im's arm was broken. With both arms broken, Im said nothing. With his strength, it is obvious that he can resist the pain of breaking his arm. It's just that what Im can't accept is that he was defeated. He who ruled the world for 800 years was actually defeated by a pariah. This is something Im can't bear. The humiliation suffered by the soul caused him 1,000 times more pain than the severe pain of the body, and it made Im go crazy. Whoosh! 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 Im fled all the way, and Lucifer chased after him. Im's speed is fast, but not as fast as Lucifer. With sword lights flying horizontally and vertically, there were several more wounds on Im's body. As Lucifer said, everything cut by the devil's sword will be shattered and dissipated. As the attack intensified, Im's injuries became more and more serious, and his breath became weaker and weaker. The wrath of Thor. When Im fled, he turned around and pointed, and a thunder god with a body height of 10,000 meters suddenly took shape. The god of thunder arouses the thunder of the 9 heavens and blasts the ancient Lucifer. Lucifer held the devil's sword in his hand and swung the sword. The sword light flew by quickly, and Thor was instantly split into two. Under the erosion of the power of the devil, the thunder and lightning were also corroded and died. Boom! Im seems to have reached the limit. The power of the Conqueror's Haki field he expanded has dropped sharply, and the coverage has shrunk to only a kilometer. 0 for flowers, 0. It's over, break the sea with a sword. Lucifer slashed furiously with his sword, and the black sword energy stretched across thousands of meters, hitting Im who was fleeing. The Conqueror's Haki field shattered and the sea was completely torn apart. The sea water was constantly being corroded, and the sword marks left by the sword energy seemed to never heal again. The sea is completely split. Im's fleeing figure finally stopped, and his body was completely cracked from the center of the eyebrows to the bottom. No blood flowed from the wound, because the blood had already died under the erosion of the power of the devil. Impossible. Even though he was split in half, Im didn't die immediately. Maybe it's the exuberant vitality brought to him by the immortal surgery, maybe it's the power brought to him by his devil fruit. Anyway, Im didn't die immediately. But Lucifer could sense that Im's breath was rapidly weakening. Even if he is not dead now, it won't last long. Roar! Uranus roared in the sky. 0. There was endless anger and sadness in the roar. Uranus and his master are one and the same mind. Each Uranus will only follow one owner in its lifetime. I'm about to fall, and Uranus could sense it. He wanted to come to rescue Im, and wanted to kill Lucifer to avenge Im. But unfortunately, there is the existence of the bone Uranus, and it cannot escape. Send you the last ride. Lucifer shot out, flying up and sweeping with the demon sword. The sword light was fleeting, and Im's head had already soared into the sky. As the breeze blew, Im's head and body turned into fly ash and dissipated. Ding! Host kills Im, the king of celestial dragons, and gets 2 million killing points. The system's prompt sounded, announcing Im's complete death. The reward for killing Im is huge, with 2 million killing points, but Lucifer doesn't care about killing points anymore. Rebirth. Lucifer recovered Im's devil fruit, which is a colorful fruit with spiral patterns all over the body. Lucifer has never seen this fruit, and there is obviously no record about it inside the world government. But Lucifer knew it was powerful. Roar! A huge tsunami of flames shot down from the sky. Uranus did not hesitate to let the bone Uranus pierce its lower abdomen with its claws, and also shot Lucifer. Uranus will only have one master in its lifetime, and will live and die with the master. Now that Im is dead, Uranus will not live alone. Forget it, let's see you on your way. Although Uranus, in front of Lucifer, is no different from ordinary sea kings. The devil's sword cut through the void, leaving only a black line. The black sword energy flashed past, and Uranus had been pierced through the head. The 10,000 meter long body of Uranus fell from the sky and hit the red line heavily. Uranus' body hangs down from both sides of the red Earth continent, like a noodle hanging from a chopstick. Chapter 230. Ended. Lucifer descended from the sky, and the bone Uranus hovered behind it, looking down at the ruins below. Im, the king of the celestial dragons, has been killed. Uranus has also been beheaded, and the powerful combat power of the celestial dragons family has all perished. Kong, Aokiji, do you have anything else to say? Lucifer looked at the corner of the red line, where the remaining marine was huddling. Kizaru fled, Fujitora was defeated, and the 500,000 marine elite army was wiped out, leaving only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in marine. You won, Lucifer. Winners and losers, we have nothing to say. Do it. Kong, Aokiji, Momuzagi, T-Pig, and several marine vice-admirals stepped forward and stood in a row. What happens to the losers? 563. Farewell. Lucifer raised his hand and pressed, the gravity field exploded, covering Kong, Aokiji and others. Boom! The space shook slightly, and everyone turned into powder and dissipated, leaving no bones left. 1. We won! In the distance, Cavendish, Jack, BABY5 and other cotters cheered and roared. The situation of the battle has been decided, and the world government has been defeated. We can win, isn't that a matter of course? Captain Lucifer is invincible. The world is ours. All the cotters of the Nether pirates fell into a state of extreme excitement. While Lucifer beheaded Im and Uranus, the scene of the battle here was also spread throughout the world through video phone bugs. The whole world was shaken, and countless countries fell into panic. Facing the video phone bug, Lucifer issued the first order. From today onwards, I am the king of the world. The kings of all countries come to the red line immediately and declare their allegiance and submission. Anyone who resists will be destroyed. At the same time, abolish celestial dragons' world noble status, and offer a reward for the heads of celestial dragons. Get a bounty of 100 million Baileys for every celestial dragons you kill. Seeing the order given by Lucifer, all the celestial dragons hiding in the dark were scared to death. At this moment, they were finally afraid. The picture of Lucifer beheading Im, the king of celestial dragons, destroyed all their pride and dignity. The celestial dragons are completely reduced to the most despicable race in the world, and anyone can kill them. You clean up the mess, I'll solve the last. The voice fell, and Lucifer disappeared into the sky. 100 miles away, a pirate ship is fleeing at high speed. Blackbeard stood at the bow, roaring loudly. Hurry up, Hurry up, haven't you eaten yet? Speed up for me. It can be seen that Blackbeard was very frightened, his body was shaking again and again, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. From time to time, Blackbeard would glance back, to see that no one was chasing him, which made him feel better. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the last battle, but after seeing the battle between Lucifer and Im, he immediately dismissed this idea. Lucifer was too strong, stronger than Blackbeard could have imagined. It's not something he can handle at all. Now Blackbeard only wants to escape for his life, the farther away from the Red Jade continent the better. Call out. When the wind blows, Lucifer breaks through the wind and suddenly appears above the Blackbeard pirates. Lucifer. Seeing Lucifer appear, Blackbeard's eyes widened suddenly, his legs went limp, and he slumped down on the deck. At the same time, his crew fell to their knees in fright. Lucifer, row! Boom! Blackbeard wanted to say forgiveness, but before he could say the words of forgiveness, a black light passed over the pirate ship. Black light first cut off Blackbeard's head, and then split the pirate ship in two. With a loud bang, the Blackbeard pirate ship turned into a fireball, and all members were killed. Lucifer turned into a beam of light and shot into the distance, without looking at Blackbeard from the beginning to the end. In the original book, the big pirate with huge ambitions and subverting the world structure single-handedly is extremely weak in Lucifer's eyes. Lucifer isn't even interested in giving him a second look. 0. Hey! 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 There was a sonic boom in the sky, and Lucifer flapped his demon wings, flying as fast as a streamer. Soon, Lucifer came to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the island of white soil. Scanned by observation Haki, it was confirmed that all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army headed by Long gathered here. No nonsense, Lucifer directly opened the Conqueror's Haki field, and then hit Ragnarok, completely destroying the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. So far, the Revolutionary Army has been destroyed, and there is no powerful force in the world that can threaten Lucifer. As Lucifer's order spread throughout the world, all kings set sail to the center of the Red Line. The celestial dragons were hunted down by the whole world, and no one survived. Lucifer established his own new empire, the Nether Empire. 3 years later, at the very center of the Red Line, a huge gap runs through the Red Line, connecting the first half of the Grand Line with New World. From then on, when entering the New World from the first half of the Grand Line, there is no need to pass the Fishman Island, and the degree of danger is greatly reduced. Above the gap, a splendid castle stands here. This is the Nether Palace, the Palace of Lucifer, the King of the World. On the Supreme Void 4.1 empty throne, Lucifer sat with his armrests. Below him, along with hundreds of kings. Whether it is the king of the world's official government or a non-affiliated country, all have come. They are all kings of a country, but at this moment they all kneel at Lucifer's feet. In order to save their lives and save their country, they must be loyal to Lucifer. Every year on this day, all kings from all over the world come to the Nether Palace to worship, which shows the supremacy of Lucifer. Under Lucifer's rule, pirates all over the world have been effectively curbed. Without the evil celestial dragons, the darkness of the world is removed. The world ushered in a new era. It's over, sprinkle flowers.